Chapter 1. The Absence of Love in the Five Districts. Officer, Lin Feng implored, I am innocent. The first truly do not know that woman. Innocent? You, a local of Jiangcheng, have lived here for over 20 years. Are you truly unaware of the notorious Five Districts? The interrogation room of the Jiangcheng police station was stark and intimidating. Lin Feng's lips parted slightly, a bitter smile etched across his face. He never imagined that one day, he would find himself ensnared in a police raid. Before him sat a stern, older officer, scrutinizing his identification with a skeptical gaze. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After spending the entire day in front of a computer, his mind was foggy and his eyes weary by nightfall. Coincidentally, his daughter, Lin Nan, was not home. He had intended to visit a bar to indulge in a drink and refresh his mind, that he casually hailed a taxi parked by the roadside, instructing the driver to take him to the nearest bar, Dance of the Clouds, a place he frequented. As he settled into the taxi, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into a light slumber. Unfortunately, the driver misheard the destination and delivered Lin Feng over 20 kilometers away to the infamous Five Districts. The name Five Districts was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng. To the north, there is Hongding International. To the south, the Five Districts. These two locales were reputedly the dreams of countless youths and the romantic escapades of middle-aged men. Out of a desire to avoid wasting fare and a curious intrigue about the 150 yuan love offered in the Five Districts, Lin Feng, under the driver's peculiar gaze, alighted from the taxi. He meandered along the bustling streets of the Five Districts, ultimately choosing a lively bar. Upon arriving at the counter, he ordered 2 bottles of Budweiser and had consumed half of one when a young woman, heavily made up and scantily clad, approached him with flirtation. In her eyes, just as Lin Feng was about to decline her advances, 2 men appeared from nowhere and swiftly handcuffed the woman. Almost instantaneously, the bar was engulfed in the blaring of police sirens as a swarm of uniformed officers stormed in. The once boisterous bar fell into an eerie silence as the women who had been entertaining fled in all directions. Lin Feng, still dazed by the chaos, was promptly subdued by an undercover officer standing nearby. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the officer's fist striking the table jolted Lin Feng back to reality in the interrogation room. Do you see the words behind me? The officer inquired. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Be honest, and we will consider reducing your detention time. Lin Feng remained silent. He had already clarified the facts. He had merely gone to the bar for a drink, not to seek the company of a woman. Observing Lin Feng's obstinacy, the older officer's tone became more severe, yet he maintained a degree of patience in his persuasion. The woman you spoke with has been under our surveillance for quite some time, which is why we have evidence against you. Just confess, and I will advocate for your leniency. Otherwise, once our investigation concludes, you will have no opportunity for regret. Feel free to investigate. A clear conscience has nothing to fear, Lin Feng retorted, closing his eyes and resting his hands behind his head, whistling a tune that mimicked the sounds of birds. The elderly interrogator glared at Lin Feng, whose nonchalant demeanor infuriated him. He rose abruptly, slamming his palm on the table. Just as Lin Feng and the interrogator were at an impasse, the iron door of the interrogation room swung open. A young male officer entered. He leaned in and whispered a few words into the elder officer's ear. Are you certain? Captain Luo, we have thoroughly investigated. Lin Feng has no acquaintance with that woman. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lin Feng hastily opened his eyes, his earlier composure evaporating. Officer Luo Ming, you have confirmed your findings. May I now be released? Despite being a man who had weathered many storms, Lin Feng felt a twinge of trepidation during his first visit to a police station. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen, and he feared that the woman in question might turn against him. At that moment, Officer Luo's expression softened from its previous severity. He retrieved Lin Feng's mobile phone and identification from an evidence bag, placing them on the table. He poured a cup of steaming hot water from a nearby dispenser and set it before Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I apologize for my earlier demeanor during the interrogation. Please forgive me. Officer Luo, I understand if you're dealing with a stubborn criminal like myself, a firm approach is warranted. Lin Feng chuckled dryly, maintaining an air of seriousness, showing no resentment towards Luo Ming's earlier harshness. Amused by Lin Feng's response, Luo Ming handed him the freshly printed interrogation record. please sign this document and have your relatives or friend come to the station to provide a statement, and you'll be free to leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt an immediate pang of discomfort. He had not anticipated the process would be so convoluted that if his friends learned that he had been detained by the police for a vice-related offense, he would undoubtedly be the subject of lifelong ridicule. After a few moments of silence, Lin Feng hesitated. Officer Luo, is it possible to avoid involving others?" Luo Ming, seemingly perceptive of Lin Feng's predicament, smiled gently and shook his head. "This is a procedural requirement under the laws of Huagua, designed to ensure your personal safety. I in the interrogation room." Lin Feng clutched his mobile phone tightly, his mind racing with thoughts of a few familiar faces. Having lived in Jiangsheng for many years, he had only a handful of close friends, all of whom were rather mischievous. His parents resided in a small county beneath Jiangsheng, and it was implausible to summon them at such a late hour. After considerable contemplation, a strikingly beautiful woman's visage suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's mind. With no other options, he figured it was worth a shot after all. His reputation in her eyes was already tarnished. It was better for her to know than for his mischievous friends to find out at that moment. Lin Feng realized he was a classic example of someone who prioritized pride over practicality. With a resigned sigh, he scrolled through his contacts and dialed her number. After a few rings, he heard the sound of keys tapping on a keyboard through the line. Pausing for a moment, he feigned concern and inquired first, "Have you recovered from your cold?" This morning, Xiao Ruohan came to pick up her companion for school. Lin Feng noticed she was coughing a bit due to a cold on the phone. Xiao Ruohan seemed somewhat surprised by Lin Feng's concern for her well-being. The sound of his fingers tapping the keyboard briefly paused. "I am feeling better," came Xiao Ruohan's flat response. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng heard her cough a few more times. "It's nothing, he'll take a walk in a bit, sweat it out, and the cold will be gone soon." "Walk? It's so late. What do I need to go out for?" Lin Feng saw that the conversation had opened up and decided to follow her lead. "Well, I'm currently at the police station. The officer here requested that I call a familiar person to come to the precinct to provide verification, so I need to trouble you to step out for a while." "Police station? What did you end up there? Did you get into a fight?" Xiao Ruohan inquired with a hint of confusion. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration, but recalled that she would eventually learn the full story. "I was at a bar for a drink tonight when the police arrived to conduct a raid, and I had to cooperate with their investigation." Lin Feng decided to be open, spilling the details of the night like beans from a bamboo tube. "A bar raid? You truly cannot bear solitude." Xiao Ruohan's voice suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng, worried she might not come, hurried to clarify that "I swear I'm not lying. I was mistakenly brought in tonight, and Officer Luo Ming can vouch for me." "Which police station in Jiangsheng?" Xiao Ruohan pondered in silence for a few moments before asking. "5 District Police Station." Lin Feng, anxious that she might change her mind, quickly responded. 5 District Police Station?" Xiao Ruohan's tone suddenly turned sarcastic. "You went all the way 20 kilometers to 5 District? It seems you must have ulterior motive-seeking love in 5 District." Even someone as composed as Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment at that moment. He awkwardly chuckled and boldly replied, "I don't know about love in 5 District, but the steamed buns here are quite delicious. It'll take you to try them sometime when you're free." "Huh." After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng noticed that Xiao Ruohan was no longer speaking. Only the sound of her fingers tapping away on the keyboard filled the air. His anxiety grew. "Xiao Ruohan, beautiful Xiao, Lawyer Xiao Ruohan," he called out repeatedly, but she remained unresponsive, inciting a bit of irritation in him. "Are you coming or not? Can you give me a definite answer? If not, I'll ask someone else to come." After a few seconds, Xiao Ruohan's icy voice returned to Lin Feng's ears. "Just wait." Chapter 2. The Origin of Emotions. Deeply entranced in the confines of the detention room, Lin Feng stood in a corner, his agitation heightened by the relentless ticking of the clock on the wall. An hour had already elapsed since he had last spoken to Xiao Ruohan, and he couldn't shake the doubt regarding her arrival. Even if she were to navigate the expressway to reach him, it should not have taken her this long. The thought that Xiao Ruohan might not come tonight gnawed at him, especially considering the unfavorable impression he had left in her mind due to the incident involving her sister. Xiao Ruoru, were it not for his daughter, Lin Nan, Xiao Ruohan might have severed all ties with him long ago. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Feng's deep-set eyes glimmered with tenderness, and a faint smile graced his lips. His daughter was the sole gift left to him by Xiao Ruoru, and she remained the most cherished treasure of his life. Just then, the previously closed door of the detention room swung open, and Luo Ming entered with an odd expression. Lin Feng, Lawyer Xiao has taken care of everything for you. You only need to register in the lobby with your ID before you can leave. The tension that had gripped Lin Feng finally dissipated, a wave of relief washing over him. If Xiao Ruohan did not arrive tonight, he would have no choice but to remain here until tomorrow, seeking other solutions. Officer Luo, I appreciate your assistance tonight, and I am grateful to the police for restoring my innocence. Lin Feng grasped Luo Ming's hands with heartfelt gratitude. Luo Ming smiled and shook his head slightly. It's our duty as police officers to uncover the truth. You should thank your wife, Lawyer Xiao, for coming all this way to pick you up at this hour. Lin Feng looked bewildered, momentarily taken aback, before he found himself both amused and exasperated at Luo Ming's misidentification of Xiao Ruohan as his wife. Officer Luo, Xiao Ruohan is not my wife. She is my... Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Luo Ming interrupted him. All right, I know how things are with young folks. An unwed pregnancy. While she may not be your wife yet, she is certainly your girlfriend. Earlier, he had inadvertently spotted a photograph of the three of them in Lin Feng's bag, and he noted how strikingly similar the little girl was to Lawyer Xiao. You can't deny it, he insisted. Faced with Luo Ming's confident conjectures, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Luo Ming appeared to be only a few years younger than his father, yet he possessed an insatiable curiosity that rivaled even that of his own mother. The woman in the photograph was actually Xiao Ruohan's twin sister, the late Xiao Ruoru, Lin Feng's deceased fiancée. Seeing that Lin Feng had fallen silent, Luo Ming smiled with self-assurance, convinced of the accuracy of his deductions. As he prepared to leave, he clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, offering a parting piece of advice. You're about to settle down and start a family, with a beautiful partner like Lawyer Xiao, and now that you're a father, it would be wise to steer clear of smoky bars and such establishments. For instance, since my daughter was born, I have not set foot in a bar or entertainment venue for over 20 years, aside from work. What a bizarre night it had been, with one strange occurrence after another. Lin Feng watched as Luo Ming turned the corner and walked away. Lin Feng truly wished to call out to him, to clarify the misunderstanding regarding his mistaken identity of Xiao Ruohan as his wife. Yet he was also apprehensive that further explanations might only complicate matters. Never mind. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. After all, it is highly probable that he and Luo Ming would not cross paths again. Lin Feng consoled himself in his thoughts. The most pressing concern now was how to deal with Xiao Ruohan. The mere thought of her icy countenance made Lin Feng's head throb. Despite being born of the same parents and being twin sisters, the disparity in temperament between Xiao Ruohan and Xiao Ruoru was stark. In the vast, empty hall, beneath the dim lighting, in a corner near the glass window, a woman clad in a pale yellow coat sat serenely on a stool. Her fair skin contrasted with her long, flowing hair, which was restrained by a delicate hairpin. The chilly autumn night wind seeped through the cracks of the window, tousling the strands of hair by her ears. At this moment, her cool, piercing gaze rested upon the laptop perched on her lap. The faint smile at the corners of her lips resembled a warm ray of sunshine on a winter day, comforting and radiant, infusing the cold, desolate hall with a hint of spring. Not far away, Lin Feng gradually came to a halt. Upon glimpsing the woman's familiar and exquisite visage, memories long buried surged forth like a tide. The gentle smile on her face evoked the hazy silhouette that lingered in his mind. It was that girl from his freshman year, whose casual glance and smile had captivated him throughout his 4 years of university. Unbeknownst to him, she had quietly surpassed everyone, illuminating his entire youth. Alas, she was like a brilliant shooting star in a summer night sky, fleeting yet profoundly impactful, leaving Lin Feng with a lifetime of cherished memories. As time flowed on, even though the woman had passed away nearly 2 years ago, that elusive figure grew increasingly vivid with the appearance of the woman before him. In the hall, frozen in place, Lin Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seizing a moment of solitude, he discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. He did not wish to reveal his vulnerability in front of others. On this frigid day, what was she doing sitting by the window, inviting the cold breeze. Was she not afraid of worsening her cold? Lin Feng approached Xiao Ruohan lightly, carefully closing the gap in the window. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lin Feng's voice behind her. The smile that had graced her face instantly stiffened, and she subtly repositioned herself to block Lin Feng's view, calmly shutting her laptop resting on her lap. A flicker of panic revealed her inner turmoil as she turned to face the man whose impression she found utterly distasteful. With an expression of feigned composure, she coldly remarked, "Do you walk without making a sound?" Lin Feng merely scoffed. Ever since Xiao Ruoru's passing, every encounter with Xiao Ruohan had devolved into a verbal sparring match, and he had grown accustomed to it. In their disputes, he often found himself at a disadvantage. He had been so engrossed in his laptop that he had failed to notice her presence. In this tranquil and expansive hall, even the faintest sound of footsteps is audible to anyone of sound mind. Moreover, who among the ordinary would relish the daily task of journaling? Upon realizing her little secret had been uncovered by Lin Feng, a delicate flush appeared on Xiao Ruohan's earlobes. Her proud and capable demeanor would not permit her to display the slightest hint of retreat in the presence of others, especially not before Lin Feng. She cleared her throat softly, casting an irritable glare at him, before swiftly retrieving her handbag from the chair and striding towards the entrance. Observing Xiao Ruohan's slender silhouette retreating after their verbal sparring, Lin Feng smirked and waved his clenched fist. "Ah, is this little girl really beyond my grasp?" Through their numerous exchanges of banter, Lin Feng discerned that Xiao Ruohan was markedly different from other girls. She had a penchant for rational discourse. As long as one's argument was sound, one could assert themselves even in defeat. This principle might stem from her profession as a lawyer. Yet, her prideful nature, while excessive, is somewhat justifiable. At the age of 26, her Harvard Law doctorate has endowed her with remarkable capabilities. As one of the 5 partners at Jiangxing's largest law firm, she possesses a formidable presence. The firm, ranked among the second tier of legal institutions in Huagua, stands just below the 8 prestigious Red Circle firms. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, pondering which unfortunate fellow might eventually win her affections. At that moment, the sound of a car unlocking echoed from outside the door, causing Lin Feng's expression to shift as he froze in place, oblivious to the keys that had just fallen to the floor. He quickly dashed towards the police station's entrance, calling out, "Lawyer Xiao, Miss Xiao, wait for me. Give me a lift back. 1 TU?" Chapter 3. In an opportune call, was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to hitch a ride home? In the dimly lit interior of the car, Lin Feng sat helplessly in the passenger seat, meticulously inspecting every facet of his phone. Moments earlier, while attempting to flag down Xiao Ruohan's vehicle at the entrance of the police station, he had narrowly avoided being struck by her car. Unfortunately, his phone had not been as fortunate. During the evasive maneuver, it had flown from his pocket. The good news was that the screen remained intact. The bad news was that it had suffered a heavy impact on the concrete floor, rendering it incapable of charging. Who knew your phone was so fragile? After all these years, perhaps it's time for an upgrade, Xiao Ruohan remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. Lin Feng's earlier words had failed to elicit any reaction from her. She believed that had he not abruptly jumped in front of her car, his phone would have remained unscathed. Thus, she deemed his predicament a consequence of his own actions. Anger flared within Lin Feng as he considered the significance of the device. The pent-up frustration surged forth with his voice. "Is this merely a phone? This was a birthday gift from your sister, who worked part-time for a semester during her sophomore year to buy it for me, costing 6,000 yuan. The moment the words escaped his lips, regret washed over him. For the past year and a half, since Xiao Ruoru's passing, an unspoken understanding had existed between him and Xiao Ruohan, allowing them to avoid discussing her. After all, her death remained a deep-seated wound for both. As anticipated, a heavy silence enveloped the car following Lin Feng's outburst. Both he and Xiao Ruohan tacitly chose to remain silent. In the shadows of the vehicle, though Lin Feng could not see Xiao Ruohan's expression, he sensed her inner turmoil and the oppressive atmosphere within the confines of the car. As they approached an intersection, Lin Feng suddenly felt the car accelerate sharply, accompanied by an intense push against his back. His gaze fixated on the road ahead and the dashboard of the Porsche Cayenne. The speedometer shot from 50 km/h to a staggering 100 km/h in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Feng's brow as he gripped his seatbelt tightly. Upon hearing the navigation system announce that the next traffic light was less than 500 meters away, he noticed Xiao Ruohan showed no signs of decelerating. With a trembling voice, he cautiously advised, "Xiao Ruohan, there's a traffic light ahead. Shouldn't we slow down?" It appeared she had not registered his warning. The car maintained its speed of 100 km/h, and Lin Feng felt as if his heart was leaping into his throat. Fortunately, it was 9 in the evening, and the expressway was relatively devoid of traffic. Just under 50 meters from the traffic light, Xiao Ruohan suddenly slammed on the brakes. Had it not been for the seatbelt, Lin Feng felt he might have been propelled through the windshield. Thankfully, the Porsche Cayenne's robust braking system brought the vehicle to a steady halt before the traffic light. In those brief moments, the tension was palpable. Lin Feng's back was drenched in sweat, the white shirt closest to his skin completely soaked through. His palms were clammy, alternating between hot and cold due to anxiety. After taking a moment to calm his racing heart, Lin Feng cautiously reached for the reading light switch on the car ceiling, guided by the faint glow of streetlights outside. When the small light flickered on, he beheld Lin, the driver, biting her lower lip tightly, her elevated nostrils releasing hasty, irritated breaths. Her gaze was fixed on the traffic light ahead, as if she intended to unleash all her pent-up frustration upon the blinking red signal. Lin Feng realized he could not afford to provoke Ruohan any further. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy that night. He felt a wave of regret wash over him for attempting to save a mere 40 yuan by hitching a ride with her. Steeling his resolve, he silently vowed to keep his distance from her vehicle in the future. Otherwise, his daughter might grow up without a father. As they passed through the traffic light, Xiao Ruohan's ire seemed to wane gradually. The car maintained a steady speed of 60 km/h on the elevated highway. Just as Lin Feng believed they had a smooth ride home ahead, the sudden ring of his phone startled him, causing his body to instinctively press against the back of the seat. Who could be calling at this hour? Why disturb the peace of the night? It was Xiao, he realized, casting a furtive glance at Ruohan, who appeared unperturbed. Lowering his voice, he quietly inquired, "What is it?" Xiao's tone carried a teasing hint of suspicion. "Are you up to something behind my back? Speak up." Lin Feng grimaced. His phone's receiver had been damaged in a recent mishap, rendering Xiao's voice barely audible. He adjusted the volume slowly, cautious not to alarm Ruohan further. "Cut the jokes. What is so urgent that you had to call me at this hour?" He took a sip of water to soothe his parched throat, hoping Xiao would speak sensibly. "Do you have time? Let us go to that Red Ding International Tianqing Foot Spa again," Xiao suggested. His words startling Lin Feng so much that he nearly spat out the water he had just swallowed. A shiver coursed through him, and before Ruohan could react, he hastily retorted, "What foot spa? I've never been there. Come on, stop pretending. Last time you, me, and Zhang Tian all went to that foot spa. You were drunk, and you tipped the fifth technician 200 yuan for her excellent service." Lin Feng's expression darkened. If only a portal existed, he would gladly traverse to Xiao's side and give him a sound beating. Just moments ago, that very technician had inquired about him. Lin Feng observed the increasingly frigid expression on Xiao Ruohan's face and, gritting his teeth, spoke into the phone with a mix of frustration and sarcasm. "Brother Xiao, esteemed elder, have I wronged you in any way? Why do you seem intent on my demise? Remember to burn a stick of incense at my grave this time next year. I shall be eternally grateful to your ancestors." Finally, Xiao grasped the underlying meaning of Lin Feng's words and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Is Nan Nan by your side?" "Not at all," Lin Feng replied with a sense of desolation. "Then what are you afraid of? Nan Nan is not with you at the moment. Are you worried that when you grow old, he might remove your oxygen tube?" Xiao suddenly raised his voice, bursting into laughter. Lin Feng, now disinclined to provide further explanations, realized that his impression on Xiao Ruohan was deteriorating rapidly, rendering him indifferent to any potential score discrepancies. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. For now, he was fortunate to be alive. When he next encounters Xiao, he vowed to deliver a sound thrashing, or he would no longer bear the Lin surname. "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up," Lin Feng announced, preparing to end the call and brace himself for the impending storm from Xiao Ruohan. Wait a moment. I was merely jesting. Do I not know you well enough? With your conservative and antiquated mindset, frequenting bars and foot massage parlors, yet never fully embracing life, it is a shame to waste that handsome face. The reason for my late-night call is to share some truly wonderful news. In an instant, Lin Feng's previously despondent expression was revitalized. He straightened his back slightly, leaning forward in eagerness to switch the phone to speaker mode. He felt that perhaps he could still make an effort to salvage his image in front of Xiao Ruohan tonight. Chapter 4. Who carries cash anymore? What? A blind date tomorrow? With your cousin? Lin Feng's expression turned to one of shock, followed by a flustered demeanor. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp in the confines of the car. His gaze involuntarily darted towards the frowning Xiao Ruohan beside him, and he hastily switched off the speakerphone. Why are you shouting? It took me a lot of effort to persuade my cousin to meet you, Lin Feng whispered urgently, leaning slightly to the side. Have you lost your mind? Do you have a vendetta against your cousin? Pushing her into my predicament. Do you not realize I'm a single father with Nan Nan? It is precisely because of Nan Nan that I introduced my cousin to you. Do you wish for Nan Nan to grow up without a mother? My cousin is 29 years old, and her temperament closely resembles Ruoru's. If she hadn't pursued her medical doctorate, she would not have missed her prime years and would have easily been available to you. Nan Nan, Lin Feng's eyes glazed over. Xie Yunxiao's words struck a chord within him. Xiao Ruoru had passed away when their daughter was merely 3 years old. Since then, Xiao Ruohan had assumed the maternal role. However, Xiao Ruohan could not remain by Nan's side indefinitely. She too would eventually marry. Yet at this moment, all his thoughts were consumed by the unfinished game he was developing, leaving him no energy to contemplate other matters. With a sudden jolt, the car came to a screeching halt. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing that his phone had once again met its fate, slipping from his grasp and clattering within the vehicle, echoing in the silence of the interior. Xiao Ruohan remained silent for a few moments, gently tucking away a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her delicate, pale hand pressing firmly against the steering wheel. Through the thick glass of the car window, Lin Feng could hear the piercing sound of the car horn, particularly resonant in the quiet of the rainy night. With a calm expression, Xiao Ruohan explained. A stray dog suddenly darted out from the side of the road. Lin Feng scowled. A dog? There isn't even a ghostly shadow in front of the car. And you're clearly being cryptic. Is there a dog as handsome as me out at this hour? He forced a smile, attempting to soften his tone. It's fine. Just drive carefully. As long as we didn't hit anything, that's what matters. From a fallen phone in the car, Xie Yunxiao's voice came through, laced with curiosity and surprise. Old Lin, who are you talking to? I hear a woman's voice. Are you hiding a secret? Lin Feng bent down to retrieve his well-worn phone, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes as he noticed the screen was now scratched from the abrupt stop. Hearing Xie Yunxiao's voice, the instigator of this chaos, he replied irritably, I'm in the car on my way home. My phone is about to die. Do you have anything else to discuss? Oh, then nothing more. Just remember to meet my cousin tomorrow at noon. Don't oversleep. After hanging up, the phone could no longer hold on, succumbing to a dead screen. Ruohan, why are you back on the overpass? Aren't we supposed to turn left at this intersection? Despite the late hour, Lin Feng was quite familiar with this area of Jiangqing. The seasoned driver keenly observed that Xiao Ruohan had taken a wrong turn. Upon arrival, he noted that the road ahead was under construction, necessitating a detour via an elevated bridge. Oh, then drive slowly. There's no rush to get home. Lin Feng, hearing Xiao Ruohan's explanation, harbored no suspicions. After all, in the intricate traffic labyrinth of Jiangqing, roadwork was a common occurrence. Fatigued from a long night and still reeling from recent tension, Lin Feng soon found himself drowsy in the warmth of the air-conditioned car. Within moments, his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, within the dimly lit confines of the vehicle, Xiao Ruohan, listening to Lin Feng's rhythmic breathing, suddenly displayed a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Time passed unmeasured. Lin Feng was abruptly stirred from his dreams by a gust of cold air, his groggy eyes fluttering open. Have we arrived home? As he turned his body to cast a glance at the driver's seat, his expression shifted to one of alarm. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan lay slumped against the seat, clutching her abdomen, appearing pale and weak. "Ruohan, are you unwell?" Lin Feng hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and reached out to touch Xiao Ruohan, but mindful of their relationship, he could only inquire anxiously. "I must have skipped dinner and am experiencing low blood sugar. Please, could you give me a box of glucose from the pharmacy ahead?" Xiao Ruohan struggled to retrieve a 100 yuan note from her pocket, extending it toward Lin Feng while pointing to the pharmacy in front. "Then wait in the car for a moment," Lin Feng replied, swiftly opening the car door and striding towards the pharmacy. Just a few steps in, the road ahead suddenly illuminated, followed by the unmistakable sound of an engine roaring to life. "I've been tricked." With great effort, Lin Feng turned around, peering through the windshield. He beheld Xiao Ruohan, a broad smile gracing her face as she rested her chin on the window, waving at him with not a trace of the weakness she had feigned. "Don't say I bullied you. Take this 100 yuan and find yourself a hotel in this town. You won't be riding in my car tonight," she retorted playfully. "Xiao Ruohan you." Before he could finish his sentence, the vehicle sped past him like a bullet, scattering fallen leaves that swirled around him. Stunned, Lin Feng stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Xiao Ruohan's theatrical performance. After a few seconds of disbelief, he pointed at the receding silhouette of the car, his face darkening as he erupted in anger. "Xiao Ruohan, you arrogant, manipulative girl. I don't want your filthy money. I curse you to remain alone forever." With that, he hurled the 100 yuan note she had given him in the direction of the departing car, turning away in a huff. Minutes later, Lin Feng bent over, scrutinizing the ground. Damn it, where did that 100 yuan go? Regret washed over him. He now found himself in a predicament, having been so brazen earlier, only to feel utterly humiliated. The 100 yuan note, once looked down upon, had become vital for his survival that night. In a society increasingly reliant on digital transactions, it was rare for anyone to carry cash. Xiao Ruohan, this is not over. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Lin Feng, cursing softly, meticulously searched the leaf-strewn roadside for the precious 100 yuan. Half an hour later, he knelt on the ground, cradling the crisp red note in his hands, elation flooding his eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. "Ha! I found it. This was no ordinary 100 yuan. It was his ticket to returning home tonight instead of spending the night on the streets." Lin Feng scoured the entire town. With the assistance of a kind stranger, he located a taxi driver and, after paying the fare of 100 yuan, finally arrived outside his apartment complex at 11 o'clock. The High Garden, where Lin Feng resided, was an aged community situated in the heart of Jiang City, nestled along a bustling thoroughfare replete with shops. Even at this late hour, the streets of Jiang City, a city vibrant with nightlife, were still teeming with people. Dragging his weary and famished body, Lin Feng slowly made his way into the complex. He had initially hoped to enjoy a bowl of Jiang City noodles at the lively night market, but now he found himself utterly broke. As he passed the parking lot below, he spotted a striking Porsche Cayenne among the sea of ordinary vehicles and noticed that the lights in Xiao Ruohan's apartment on the third floor were still aglow. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Tonight, despite being stranded 30 kilometers away in a remote town, he had found a way back. "Xiao Ruohan, we didn't expect this. Did you?" Though the journey was arduous, the outcome was favorable, thwarting your scheme. Lin Feng's spirits lifted as he mused, wishing for his dreams to flourish and protect the aspirations of yesteryears, as cherry blossoms poetically inscribed the beauty of youth. With a lightened heart, he walked briskly, humming a tune as he approached the door of his home on the third floor, casting a sidelong glance at the firmly closed door of Xiao Ruohan's apartment. He felt an urge to kick it in frustration, but refrained, lacking the energy to stoop to her level. Outside the door, Lin Feng patted down his pockets, thoroughly searching every conceivable hiding place in his jacket and trousers for the key, but to no avail. "The key? Where's my key? Is this some kind of cruel joke, heavens?" After enduring the trials of the night, only to find himself without the key was disheartening. Having not eaten all evening, he was now so hungry that his stomach pressed against his back, and dizziness clouded his mind, leaving him utterly drained. Sitting in the stairwell, he stared helplessly at the imposing iron door before him. Inside and outside lay two disparate worlds. Who would come to his aid at such a late hour? as he glanced once more at Xiao Ruohan's door. Hope ignited anew within him. Chapter 5. Xiao Jiangwo arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Delivering takeout? Takeout? Outside the door, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. Xiao Ruohan had thrown him into the biting cold, yet she still had the leisure to order food at home. With that thought, Lin Feng swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse from the cold wind, and tried to keep it as low as possible. He leaned closer to the doorknob, ready to rush in the moment Xiao Ruohan opened the door. Yes, hello. Your mate 1 delivery has arrived. As soon as Lin Feng's voice faded, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from inside the room. Seconds later, the tightly shut door opened a crack. When Xiao Ruohan caught sight of that unexpectedly familiar face, her expression shifted slightly. She attempted to quickly shut the door again, but Lin Feng was quicker, wedging a leg into the gap. Using all his strength, he firmly grasped the doorknob. A height of 169 meters and weighing just 50 kilograms, Xiao Ruohan was no match for Lin Feng, who stood over 1.8 meters tall. She succumbed in mere seconds. Xiao Ruohan blocked the doorway, looking up at Lin Feng, who towered over her. Her delicate face showed no hint of fear. What do you want late at night? Since you're back, why not go home and sleep instead of coming to my doorstep to seek revenge? As expected of a law student, she immediately sought to overpower Lin Feng with her demeanor. Realizing he had no choice but to forget the previous unpleasantness to avoid spending the night on the street, Lin Feng smiled sheepishly. Ruohan, I've lost my room key. And tonight could I stay at your place? No. Do you have any spare cash on you? Could you lend me 3 or 400 yuan? None. Hearing Xiao Ruohan's resolute tone and seeing her calm expression, Lin Feng's temper flared. He pointed an accusing finger at her. What do you mean, Xiao Ruohan? If you and T knocked my phone to the ground, would I be here begging you? That's absurd. You were the one who darted out and stopped my car. It's your fault your phone got broken. I don't care. Your actions broke my phone, so you must take responsibility tonight. Lin Feng continued to act stubbornly, refusing to budge from Xiao Ruohan's doorstep. She was almost beside herself with rage, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him, pushing against his sturdy frame. Leave, or I will call the police. Go ahead. I have nowhere else to go tonight. The police can take me in. Lin Feng maintenait a défiant attitude. Amidst their pushing and pulling, Lin Feng inadvertently tugged at the button of Xiao Ruohan's nightgown, causing the strap on her left shoulder to slip. Xiao Ruohan bit her lip tightly, tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. Upon witnessing her distress, Lin Feng felt he had gone too far and turned away in embarrassment. Behind him, he could hear the rustling of Xiao Ruohan getting dressed and her huffy breaths. Ruohan, could you please let me in? It's quite late. And the loud argument at the entrance must have caught the attention of the residents in the neighborhood. Tomorrow, rumors will undoubtedly circulate. I'm not concerned about my own reputation, but your integrity. Nan still has to live here. Xiao Ruohan paused for a few moments, reluctantly replied. You can come in, but do not touch my belongings. Lin Feng revealed a triumphant smile, secretly relishing his success. Whenever it involved his daughter Nan, Xiao Ruohan would always yield in these matters. At times, Lin Feng genuinely questioned whether Nan was his daughter or Xiao Ruohan's biological child, for she seemed to dote on her even more than he did. Lin Feng scrutinized the decor of Xiao Ruohan's home. This was his first visit since she moved here 6 months ago. To his surprise, the interior was not as cold as her outward demeanor suggested. The warm yellow decor exuded a gentle coziness. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, go to your room and sleep. Don't linger in front of me, Xiao Ruohan said, bringing a bowl of noodles from the kitchen and placing it on the table in front of Lin Feng. He grimaced, picking up the chopsticks. The noodles were garnished with only a few scallions and some greens. How stingy, couldn't you at least fry a couple of eggs? He mumbled while stirring the noodles. To his surprise, the noodles prepared by Xiao Ruohan were quite delicious, making Lin Feng's eyes light up after his first taste. No wonder Nan often claimed her aunt's cooking was superior to his. It's already a privilege to have you cook for me, and yet here I am, being critical, he thought. Xiao Ruohan emerged from the guest room, holding a set of men's pajamas. Casting an annoyed glance at Lin Feng as she carelessly placed the pajamas on the chair beside him. You're all sweaty. After you finish eating, hurry and take a shower. Don't dirty my bed. Men's pajamas? Are you seeing someone? I hope my brother-in-law won't mind if I stay here tonight. Lin Feng asked, surprised. Xiao Ruohan's face flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. What are you thinking? These pajamas were meant for my father. He just never stayed over, so they're still brand new. She then retreated to her bedroom. Lin Feng remained in the living room, reclining on the sofa after his meal when a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Hearing the sound, he assumed it was the takeout Xiao Ruohan had ordered. He rose and walked slowly toward the door, instinctively peering through the peephole. His expression shifted slightly upon seeing who was outside. Quickly, he tiptoed and awkwardly made his way toward Xiao Ruohan's bedroom. Without time to think, he hastily pushed open the unlocked door to the master bedroom. The sight within made his heart race. Xiao Ruohan lay on the spacious bed, clad in a light purple, sheer cotton nightgown that hugged her slender figure. She was momentarily stunned at the sudden intrusion of Lin Feng. Seizing a nearby pillow, she hurled it towards Lin Feng's face, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, you rogue." The impact of the pillow jolted Lin Feng awake. He hastily rushed forward to cover her mouth with his hand, his body succumbing to the force of inertia, collapsing onto Xiao Ruohan. Observing her thrashing beneath him, Lin Feng swiftly ensnared her waist with his legs, while his other hand firmly restrained her arms. "Don't scream, please. What do you intend to do?" I warn you, I'm a lawyer. Be careful, or I shall sue you for assault." Xiao Ruohan, muffled and struggling, exhibited a look of terror in her eyes, her cheeks betraying a flurry of panic. Clearly, even as a distinguished lawyer, faced with the unexpected intrusion of Lin Feng into her sanctuary, she displayed the vulnerability characteristic of any ordinary woman. "Please do refrain from shouting. Uncle Xiao is just outside. If he hears I am doomed." Lin Feng's expression was fraught with anxiety as he hurriedly lowered his voice, explaining with palpable tension. The sound insulation of this old apartment was notoriously poor. Sometimes in the dead of night, Lin Feng could hear the muffled cries of the neighboring couple. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruohan ceased her struggles, her eyes widening in disbelief, as though she had heard the most incredulous revelation. Only when he noticed her stillness did Lin Feng cautiously release his grip on her lips. "Is my father outside?" Xiao Ruohan's beautiful eyes were filled with skepticism. It was already past 11 at night. Would her father truly come here? "Did you not hear that loud knocking?" Lin Feng lamented, a hint of despair in his voice. The room fell silent for a few seconds, but as Xiao Ruohan heard the persistent knocking sound echoing, her previously calm demeanor was once again overtaken by panic. Chapter 6. An exciting Friday at this moment. Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. In the dead of night, a man had appeared at the residence of a single woman, prompting conjectures from others about the nature of their encounter. What made the situation even more peculiar was the unusual relationship between Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, a single father and the younger sister of a woman who was nearly to become his sister-in-law. Merely these few words would likely make headlines online. Outside the door stood Xiao Ruohan's father, Xiao Jiangwo, who was on the brink of becoming Lin Feng's father-in-law. Should Xiao Jiangwo discover this, there would be no way for Lin Feng to clear his name, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Suddenly, Xiao Ruohan's phone, resting on the bedside table, began to ring, startling the already tense pair. Instinctively, Lin Feng picked up the device and saw that the caller was none other than Xiao Jiangwo. In a hushed tone, he quietly informed Xiao Ruohan, "It's Uncle Xiao calling." Xiao Ruohan made a concerted effort to calm her racing heart. Accepting the phone from Lin Feng, she waited a few seconds for the ringing to subside before pressing the answer button. "Dad, is there something you need at this late hour?" She feigned ignorance of her father's presence outside, her voice laced with feigned confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained utterly still, afraid that any sound he made would be overheard by Xiao Jiangwo on the other end of the line. Xiao Jiangwo's voice conveyed a hint of perplexity. "Aren't you at home? I can hear a man's voice coming from your room." "No, I'm in my bedroom, already asleep. It must be the sound from the TV." Xiao Ruohan replied, affecting the demeanor of someone just awakened. Hearing her explanation, Xiao Jiangwo dismissed his doubts and chuckled. "Hurry and open the door. I brought you some delicious food." "Dad, just give me a few minutes to change my clothes," Xiao Ruohan said before hanging up. Her eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, who was still perched nervously atop her. A blush crept rapidly across her cheeks. With a puffed-up, flushed face, she exclaimed, "Aren't you going to get off me? How much longer do you intend to maintain this lewd position?" "Ah, I'll get up right away," Lin Feng stammered, his face awash with embarrassment. Their current position indeed had an air of impropriety. He hastily rolled off Xiao Ruohan. Suddenly, Xiao Ruohan sprang up from the bed, grasping Lin Feng's arm and biting down hard on the back of his hand. "Xiao Ruohan, do you have the instincts of a dog?" Lin Feng winced in pain from her bite, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry, fully aware that he dared not raise his voice with Xiao Jiangwo outside. After venting her frustration, Xiao Ruohan gradually released her grip, raising her pert nose and snorting disdainfully. "Consider this a lesson. Perhaps now you'll think twice before entering my room uninvited and sitting on my bed." Lin Feng glanced at the deep bite marks on his hand, which had begun to swell slightly. He pursed his lips and retorted quickly, "Humph. Even if you invite me into your bedroom in the future, I wouldn't dream of entering, let alone sitting on your bed." "You said it," she replied. "I said it," he echoed. "All right, please heed what you just said and keep your distance from my bedroom in the future. Don't let your words be empty promises." As Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan exchanged sharp retorts, a knocking sound resonated from the entrance, announcing Xiao Jiangwo's arrival. "Quickly, hide in the closet in my room," Xiao Ruohan urged, directing Lin Feng toward a row of wardrobes against the wall. Lin Feng opened the closet, revealing it to be filled with Xiao Ruohan's clothing, including her intimate garments hanging on the hooks inside. Turning to the blushing Xiao Ruohan, he whispered awkwardly, "If we hide here, Dad won't find out, will he?" "No. My dad never enters my room," Xiao Ruohan replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng let out a sigh. This Friday night was indeed exhilarating, with events unfolding in rapid succession, leaving his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. He found a spot in the closet that perfectly accommodated his body. After shutting the door, he inhaled the unique fragrance that belonged to Xiao Ruohan, feeling helpless as he lowered his head. "Let us endure this in the living room." Xiao Ruohan quickly tidied up the traces left by Lin Feng before she felt bold enough to open the door to the main room. Moments later, a sophisticated middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, carrying 2 exquisite thermos containers. "Dad, what brings you here so late?" Xiao Ruohan asked as she accepted the thermos from Xiao Jiangwo, placing a pair of fluffy men's slippers before him. Xiao Jiangwo gazed at his obedient daughter with a tender smile. He pointed to the thermos on the shoe rack and gently remarked, "Didn't you often crave the Buddha jumps over the wall from our hometown? Your mother has been busy all night preparing a few bowls for you." His voice trailed off as his gaze swept over a pair of men's sneakers by the shoe rack. "Dad, what's the matter?" Xiao Ruohan's heart tightened. Following his gaze to Lin Feng's sneakers, she cautiously shifted her body to obstruct Xiao Jiangwo's line of sight. "It's nothing. Your mother was worried that the Buddha jumps over the wall would lose its flavor after an overnight stay. So she asked me to bring it over for you in Xiao Feng," he continued. "Dad, you're so kind to me," Xiao Ruohan beamed, wrapping her arms around Xiao Jiangwo's. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she swiftly kicked Lin Feng's sneakers beneath the shoe rack. In the living room, Xiao Ruohan poured a glass of water for Xiao Jiangwo, quietly squatting beside him as she enjoyed the Buddha jumps over the wall from her bowl. Her peripheral vision caught Xiao Jiangwo deep in thought, causing a tumult of emotions to swell within her, contrasting with her outward calm. At this moment, she had scolded Lin Feng in her mind countless times. She had never felt so constrained before her father. Meanwhile, Lin Feng in the closet felt his ears burning, unable to suppress the urge to sneeze. He quickly covered his mouth, pressing his ears closely against the closet door to listen intently to the conversation in the living room. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jiangwo suddenly asked, "Xiao Han, am I disturbing you by coming over tonight? Is there anyone else at your home?" Xiao Ruohan instantly tensed. Her spoon froze in midair. The exquisite, dark eyes subtly rotated a few times, gazing blankly at Xiao Jiangwo. "Dad, you know well that I have very few close female friends. It's just the 2 of us at home, with no one else around." "Whose men's pajamas are those by the dining table?" Xiao Jiangwo turned to look at the sleepwear that Xiao Ruohan had placed on the dining chair for Lin Feng. "Oh no." Lin Feng, hidden in the wardrobe, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon hearing Xiao Jiangwo's words. Old Xiao is as perceptive as ever. He discovered that I spent the night at Xiao Ruohan's house. Will he? Those. I prepared those pajamas for you. They were a bit damp in the wardrobe, so I took them out to air in the sunlight today, but haven't put them back yet. Xiao Ruohan explained nonchalantly. Is that so? Xiao Jiangwo regarded Xiao Ruohan with a peculiar expression. Of course it is. Well, has my daughter ever deceived you? Xiao Ruohan, feeling somewhat guilty under his gaze, hurriedly clung to Xiao Jiangwo's arm and playfully pleaded for his trust. All right, I certainly believe my daughter, Xiao Jiangwo said, his face softening as he affectionately stroked Xiao Ruohan's head. Now, I want tea disturbed rest. It seems like Xiao Feng isn't home tonight. I've called him, but he hasn't answered. I wonder where he has gone. Please return that thermos to him tomorrow, he instructed, rising from the sofa and gesturing toward the thermos on the dining table. Bang! Lin Feng inadvertently brushed against Xiao Ruohan's clothing hanging in the wardrobe. The hanger fell from the rod, striking the cabinet wall with a crisp sound. In the stillness of the night, the noise was particularly jarring. Lin Feng quickly covered his mouth, his heart racing as anxiety surged within him. Chapter 7. Ensuring Safety Measures. Xiao Han. It seems there was another sound in your room just now. Xiao Ruohan felt a sudden surge of anxiety. She had clearly heard the noise from her bedroom. Xiao Ruohan quickly offered an explanation. Dad, there's a large rat in the house. It must have caused the commotion. A rat? Let me help you find it. With that, Xiao Jiangwo promptly headed towards Xiao Ruohan's bedroom. No, it's unnecessary. Xiao Ruohan hurriedly grasped Xiao Jiangwo's arm. It's too late today, please go home. Xiao Jiangwo regarded her with a knowing gaze and spoke solemnly. Then let Xiao Feng come over tomorrow to help you find it. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xiao Jiangwo's intention to leave. In the relatively confined space of the wardrobe, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude. His university professor had not forgotten him after 4 years. Yet, Lin Feng was also enveloped in a profound sense of guilt. He had once vowed to Xiao Jiangwo to take good care of Xiao Ruoru, but that promise now felt like a hollow utterance. In the years since Xiao Ruoru's passing, he had lacked the courage to visit Xiao Jiangwo. At the entrance to the living room, as Xiao Jiangwo changed his shoes at the shoe cabinet, his gaze swept over the pair of men's sneakers that Xiao Ruohan had hidden away, and a faint smile graced his lips. All right, no need to see me off. Tomorrow, tell Xiao Feng that Nan is doing well with me, so he need not worry. Also, Sunday is Qingling's birthday. Make sure he comes home. It has been over a year since Xiao Ruoru passed, yet that rascal still hasn't come to see me and Qingling. I understand, Dad. I'll tell him. Drive carefully on the road tonight. Xiao Jiangwo nodded, and after a brief pause, he earnestly reminded her, Xiao Han, ensure safety measures before marriage. Don't end up like your sister, having a child out of wedlock. Your father will always support you from behind. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed crimson, her earlobes slightly warming as she shyly replied, Dad, what are you saying? I don't even have a boyfriend. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. All right, I won't say another word, he conceded. After hearing the heavy sound of the door closing, Lin Feng swiftly crawled out of the wardrobe, inhaling the fresh air of the room deeply. He pushed open the master bedroom door, observing Xiao Ruohan on the sofa, her blush still evident. Feigning ignorance, he asked, What happened? What did Uncle Xiao say to you that turned your face so red? Xiao Ruohan shot him a fierce glare, coldly retorting, Didn't you hear everything clearly from inside? It's all your fault for making Dad think I have a boyfriend. Isn't having a boyfriend a perfectly normal thing? Why such a fuss? You're already over 26. Surely you've had a relationship before? Lin Feng gazed at her with a perplexed expression, pretending to be incredulous. Xiao Ruohan clenched her teeth, rising to her feet. As she passed by Lin Feng, she fiercely stepped on his foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Xiao Ruohan, are you born in the year of the dog or the year of the ox? Glancing at Lin Feng, who was groaning in pain, Xiao Ruohan turned and picked up the thermos from the dining table. Gritting her teeth, she said, My mother has prepared Buddha jumps over the wall for you. You heard my father's words. Sunday is my mother's birthday. Dad wants you to come home and eat a bit more, so you can properly court that sister who resembles a hefty gold brick. Court? Lin Feng took the thermos, and only upon Xiao Ruohan's reminder did he recall the blind date scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but the thought of it being Xie Yunxiao's cousin, an acquaintance, made him reconsider. It would be socially awkward not to go, so he resolved to merely show his face. In today's society, what kind of girl would look favorably upon a nearly 30-year-old single father, especially when the other party was a medical doctor? Do you have a clock or an alarm clock? My phone isn't charging, and I won't know what time it is in the morning. Lin Feng called out to Xiao Ruohan, who was heading toward the master bedroom. No, don't you know to look outside in the morning? Xiao Ruohan replied irritably. I sleep deeply, and I need to get up early to call a locksmith. So, remember to wake me when you get up. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, Xiao Ruohan paused, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes, and a subtle smirk appeared on her lips. Under Lin Feng's astonished gaze, she turned and walked into the study. Moments later, she emerged with a 20 centimeters tall alarm clock shaped like a husky dog. Here you go, but don't disturb my sleep tomorrow morning. Does this alarm clock still work? It looks a bit dim-witted, Lin Feng inquired skeptically, eyeing the somewhat aged clock in Xiao Ruohan's hands. Of course it works. Haju has been with me since college and has never broken down, Xiao Ruohan replied confidently. Lin Feng accepted the clock from her, examining it closely. Haju, naming a dog after a pig? You have quite the peculiar habit, Xiao Ruohan. I think it should be called hot ergo, instead of being offended. Xiao Ruohan smiled gently and kindly adjusted the alarm for Lin Feng. As she turned to leave, she casually reminded him. The window in the guest room faces the neighbor's living room. I suggest you draw the curtains while you sleep. Lin Feng stood there, momentarily stunned, before slowly nodding. At the same time, in a quaint two-story villa with a garden located in the family quarters of Jiangxing University, Xiao Jiangwo unlocked the front door and was surprised to hear the television still on in the living room. Professor Yi, are you still awake? He inquired. A middle-aged woman rose from the sofa upon hearing his voice and quickly approached Xiao Jiangwo, taking his heavy coat from him. With a tender expression, she pointed upstairs and said, Be quiet. Nan has just fallen asleep after playing all night. Afterward, she poured a glass of warm water for Xiao Jiangwo as he walked toward the sofa and gently asked, Did you see Xiao Han and Xiao Feng? Xiao Jiangwo took a large sip of the warm water, seeking to warm his chilly body. Slowly responding, Xiao Han mentioned that she was at home, but that rascal Xiao Feng was likely not there, as his phone was turned off. On such a cold day, where else could he possibly be? Ye Qingning exhibited a hint of concern. Do not worry, he is a grown man. Although the passing of Xiao Ruoru has impacted him deeply, having been his teacher throughout his university years, I know Xiao Feng well enough to believe that he will be fine. Alas, if I had not intervened in Xiao Ruoru and his marriage, perhaps Xiao Ruoru would not have left home, and none of this would have occurred. Ye Qingning's voice grew hoarse, and the corners of her eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Jiangwo gently grasped Ye Qingning's hand, soothingly remarking, The past is behind us. Let us focus on caring for Xiao Feng moving forward. While we are still relatively young, we should help him share some of his burdens. He hesitated, then added, By the way, there is something I am uncertain whether I should share with you. What is it? Ye Qingning inquired, wiping away her tears with a tissue. Her curiosity piqued. It appears that Xiao Han might be in a romantic relationship. When I visited her home tonight, I noticed a pair of men's sneakers and pajamas in her room. She has been trying hard to conceal it, likely fearing that I would inform you. She is dating someone? Ye Qingning's expression shifted to one of surprise. It seems so, and the young man may come from family similar to Xiao Feng's. Xiao Han is probably concerned that you might react as you did with her sister. That foolish child. After witnessing her sister's experience, I have come to terms with it. As long as the young man treats her sincerely, even if he hails from an ordinary family, the Xiao family can support her. On Sunday, during your birthday celebration, I will discreetly inquire about Xiao Feng. Their families are neighbors, and he may have some insights. Ye Qingning nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, on that day, Jiangya might visit. It seems she wishes for me to introduce Xiao Han to her eldest son. Jiangya? The wife of Xiao Yi, the general manager of the Qingning Group? Indeed, her son has just returned from studying abroad. He should be quite presentable. Ye Qingning continued, however, Xiao Han already has a boyfriend, and given her proud disposition, a marriage between two equally proud individuals might lead to inevitable conflicts. In truth, I would prefer Xiao Han to find someone as ordinary as Xiao Feng. Xiao Zhengwo looked at his wife in astonishment, asking, "But you initially opposed Xiao Rui and Xiao Feng's union. That is different." Xiao Rui's character was inherently gentle, while Xiao Han is quite assertive. Their partners' temperaments must complement one another. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhengwo softly replied, "Well, do not dwell on it too much. Children will find their own fortunes." After finishing his shower, Lin Feng entered his room, heeding Xiao Ruohan's suggestion to draw the curtains in the guest room. He gently patted the silly alarm clock on the nightstand. "Haju, I am counting on you to keep time tomorrow morning. Do not fail me at a critical moment." On the bed, Lin Feng listened to the rhythmic ticking of the clock as he gradually succumbed to sleep. In the adjacent room, leaning against the bed, Xiao Ruohan heard the heavy sound of Lin Feng closing the door. Gazing intently at the photograph of the woman within the frame before me, I let out a disdainful snort. Another attempt at matchmaking? Dream on. Chapter 8. The Strange Dream the Night, an endless and interminable stretch of darkness. Lin Feng had never perceived the night to be so prolonged. Throughout this extensive night, he seemed to traverse the myriad emotions of life: joy in receiving college acceptance, elation at the birth of a daughter, and the sorrow of losing a loved one. In his dreams, it felt as though he relived the events of his life over the past 2 decades. The final dream crystallized upon the delicate visage of Xiao Ruohan. Suddenly, Lin Feng awoke, his eyes wide open, scanning the pitch-black room with a look of apprehension. "Oh my God," he exclaimed, "that dream was utterly wild. Thankfully, it was merely a dream." In a state of panic, he switched on the bedside lamp, lifting the glass of water from his nightstand. The icy water momentarily quelled his racing heart. The vivid memories of last night's dreams flooded back to him. He could distinctly recall that most of the dreams depicted events from his life over the past 20 years. The last dream he experienced was of his wedding, witnessed by his parents and friends. However, when the bride turned around at the altar, he was taken aback to find it was Xiao Ruohan's charming face. There was no mistake. It was undoubtedly Xiao Ruohan, not Xiao Rui. Although the two sisters were identical twins, their resemblance often perplexed strangers. Yet, after 7 years of romance with Xiao Rui and 4 years of acquaintance with Xiao Ruohan, Lin Feng could easily discern that the bride in his dream was Xiao Ruohan. "Fool! Fool! Get up, get up! Bald Chong is coming to chop down trees again." A parrot-like voice from the alarm clock shattered Lin Feng's reverie. Frowning, he found himself vexed to be roused by a dog alarm named Haju, chiding him in the voice of a parrot. What kind of alarm clock is this? Surely, Xiao Ruohan doesn't have a penchant for masochism. With a bemused expression, Lin Feng silenced the incessant beeping and glanced at the clock's display, which read precisely 7:30 in the morning. After a full night's sleep, Lin Feng felt his body ache as he rose, stretching languidly in front of the curtains. He gently moved his sore shoulders, pulling back the heavy drapes. The blinding sunlight was a stark contrast to the darkness he had inhabited all night. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Feng stood agog at the scene outside the window. At the center of the sky, a fiery sun hung majestically. Below, the park's lawn was teeming with sunbathers, their bodies densely packed in the warm glow. Lin Feng could scarcely believe the sight before him and blinked in disbelief, continuing to widen his eyes. He checked the time on the clock once more. It was indeed after 7. Turning back to the sun, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Xiao Ruohan. Did the outside world truly resemble a typical morning at 7? If it were he, Lin Feng could traverse the numerous bridges of Jiang City in no time." At that moment, recalling Xiao Ruohan's words from the previous night, he realized he had once again fallen prey to her antics. He gazed at the silly dog alarm clock on his nightstand, feeling both exasperated and amused, remembering how he had stumbled twice in Xiao Ruohan's presence the night before. "Xiao Ruohan, please elucidate why this HRGU alarm clock is not keeping accurate time." Lin Feng, clutching the clock, rapped impatiently on the door of the master bedroom. After a prolonged silence, with no response from within, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether Xiao Ruohan was even at home. The recollection of his promise made the previous night to never enter the bedroom kept Lin Feng's impulsive urge to check at bay. At that moment, The sound of a key turning in the front door echoed from the living room, prompting Lin Feng to swiftly position himself by the shoe cabinet near the entrance. Lin Feng, it's already 1:30 in the afternoon. Have you just awoken? Why didn't you go on your blind date today? Upon seeing Xiao Ruohan enter with a fade of surprise and innocence, Lin Feng offered a cold smile. Continue with your charade, Xiao Ruohan. You should not pursue law. You ought to study acting. This year's Golden Rooster Award in Huagua should undoubtedly be bestowed upon you. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Xiao Ruohan replied with an expression of indifference. Then clarify why this HRGU alarm clock in my possession is 6 hours slow. Lin Feng, his face flushed with anger, barred Xiao Ruohan's path at the shoe cabinet. Step aside. Not until you provide an explanation. Lin Feng firmly grasped Xiao Ruohan's wrist, embodying an unyielding determination to seek clarity. Meeting Xiao Ruohan's furious gaze, which mirrored his own defiance, Lin Feng tightened his grip. Xiao Ruohan, pouting and appearing delicate, softly protested, "You're hurting me." Lin Feng, taken aback by Xiao Ruohan's demeanor, so reminiscent of his dreams, felt an uncontrollable urge to protect her. He quickly released her small hand and stepped back, unable to meet her beautiful eyes for fear of conjuring the images from the previous night's dream once more. I want to let you explain why this alarm clock is faulty. Once you've repaired your phone, can you clarify it to my friend? Lin Feng stammered. Xiao Ruohan rubbed her slightly reddened wrist, feeling her behavior was somewhat excessive, and softly replied, "All right, I can help you explain." With her assurance, Lin Feng exhaled in relief, already envisioning the exasperated expression on Xie Yinshao's face, who would undoubtedly be frantically messaging him. "Wait, your old phone 1 TB easily repaired at a regular shop. So leave it with me. I have a friend skilled in phone repairs. Once it's fixed, I'll return it to you, and in the meantime, use this new phone." Xiao Ruohan produced a new phone from her handbag and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "Xiao Ruohan, is this yet another trap you've set for me? I'm not interested in being taken advantage of." Xiao Ruohan shot him a cold glance. "Of course you should take it. After all, lawyer Xiao earns over 10 million a year. She doesn't mind this small expense." Lin Feng swiftly took the new phone from Xiao Ruohan's hands, promptly swapping the SIM card from his old device. Reluctantly, he handed the old phone back to her, saying, "Please return this to me once it is repaired. I shall return your new phone in due course." Xiao Ruohan nodded, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips, hinting at her satisfaction with a clever ruse. "You don't wish to meet my cousin and resort to such excuses. Do you take me for a child of 3? Lin Feng mused as he sank into the sofa in the living room, the irate voice of Xie Yuanshao ringing in his ears, filling him with exasperation. Once the phone powered on, apart from 2 missed calls from Xiao Jiangwo last night, the screen flashed with a slew of missed calls and messages from Xie Yuanshao. "I assure you, my phone was damaged last night, my keys were lost, and I am currently staying at my sister's place. The alarm clock malfunctioned, and I only just awoke half an hour ago." "What a coincidence. You are an only child, yet you mention a sister. I suspect there may be a hidden relationship here," Xie Yuanshao retorted, incredulity lacing his voice. "My relationship with her is rather distant. However, she drafted the legal documents for our company. I asked her to confirm the truth of my words," Lin Feng explained, catching sight of Xiao Ruohan emerging from the kitchen. He hurriedly approached her, presenting the phone and gesturing for her to clarify matters with Xie Yuanshao. Xiao Ruohan's expression remained neutral as she gracefully accepted the phone from Lin Feng. "This is Xiao Ruohan. He indeed overslept due to the malfunction of our alarm clock, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Miss Xiao, the primary reason cannot solely be attributed to your alarm clock. Please return the phone to Lin Feng. I must give him a proper reprimand," Xie Yuanshao insisted. Xiao Ruohan glanced at Lin Feng, who was attentively listening nearby, and handed the phone back to him. "Here, your friend wishes to speak with you." As Lin Feng took the phone and stepped on a balcony, he stated, "See, I was not lying. Please extend my apologies to your sister. I shall invite her to dinner when she has the time. Let us discuss that later. Could you introduce me to Miss Xiao?" Her voice was particularly enchanting. She must be a stunning beauty. Lin Feng's expression turned wary, and he retorted, "Do not entertain any notions about her. You are not her type, and she would surely overlook you." Come on, brother. To aid you, my cousin nearly severed our sibling bond. I am the vice president of Fengye, earning over 3 million a year, and I am quite handsome, with property and a vehicle in Jiangxing. Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. All right, I will arrange an introduction when the time permits. But do not blame me if you find yourself at a disadvantage with her. Please, just next Saturday evening, Fengye will hold its 4-year anniversary team-building gathering. You and Miss Xiao should join us. Chapter 9. Rising from the Ashes Gathering? Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned. It had been nearly 2 years since Xiao Ruoru's passing, and he had not set foot in the company since. Once the general manager of Fengye, he had relinquished his position to his partner, Jiang Tian, some time ago. Xie Xiao remained silent for a few seconds before sighing and stating, Old Lin, it has been almost 2 years. Ruoru's departure has deeply affected both Jiang Tian and me. We who remain must look to the future. I sincerely hope you can return and take the reins of Fengye once more. With you, Jiang Tian, and Yu Fei, the presence of my involvement in Fengye has become inconsequential. Lin Feng, after a brief silence, replied, Perhaps we shall discuss this later. Xie Xiao, hesitating, sighed again. You will understand upon your return. Fengye is no longer the same as it once was. I truly hope that the company we 5 labored to build does not meet its demise. The decision to step down as general manager stemmed from Lin Feng's commitment to a game project he and Xiao Ruoru had yet to complete. His vision for the company's development clashed with that of most within Fengye. Jiang Tian and Xie Yunxiao advocated for the cessation of the game project, opting instead for outsourcing, while Lin Feng insisted on self-development, believing that a company lacking a core product would inevitably face extinction. However, the investments in the game's development had bye substantial, and Fengye struggled under the burden. Frustrated by Jiang Tian's strong opposition, Lin Feng ultimately chose to withdraw from active management, taking on a nominal role within the company. In the afternoon, Lin Feng shamelessly lingered at Xiao Ruohan's home until finishing dinner before departing. It must be said that Xiao Ruohan had inherited her mother, Ye Qingning's culinary talents, creating dishes so exquisite that Lin Feng found it hard to leave after just one meal. As the sun began to set, he finally located a locksmith downstairs to unlock his front door. The following day, Lin Feng, sleeping on the sofa, was abruptly awakened by a series of heavy knocks on the door. Who could it be? It's too early for this, he groaned, struggling to open his eyes. With a sense of despair, he opened the door and, upon recognizing the figures standing before him, responded with resignation. Lawyer Xiao, Miss Xiao, what brings you to my door so early? Today is Sunday, not a school day, for Nan Nan. Could you possibly allow me to enjoy a day of rest? Early morning? Look at the time on your phone. It's already 10 o'clock. Did you not hear what Dad said last night? Xiao Ruohan frowned, her nose catching a whiff of alcohol lingering around Lin Feng. Her gaze swept over the empty bottles beside the sofa, and her voice turned icy. You were drinking again last night. Lin Feng offered a sheepish smile, scratching his head as he replied, I couldn't sleep and had a few drinks. It won't interfere with today's matters. With Nan Nan away, you chose to drink? The house is a mess, and it reeks of alcohol. Where do you expect her to stay when she returns tonight? Xiao Ruohan glared at Lin Feng, her discontent evident. The man before her had lost his zest for life since her sister's passing, allowing his existence to descend into chaos. Perhaps the only thing sustaining him now is Nan Nan and that game which never saw fruition. Otherwise, he might have already departed from this city that has caused him such sorrow. A flicker of sympathy crossed Xiao Ruohan's eyes. I understand. I will tidy up the house before Nan Nan returns, Lin Feng remarked as he cast a glance at the numerous gift boxes in Xiao Ruohan's hands. You should head back to Uncle Zhao's first. I might be a tad late. Rest assured, it's Aunt Ye's birthday today. I will certainly return. Noticing Xiao Ruohan still lingering at the door, seemingly doubtful of his words, Lin Feng assured her with conviction. After a brief silence, Xiao Ruohan replied, My car was scratched yesterday and is currently at the service center for repairs. I was hoping to catch a ride with you. Your car was scratched? You want to ride with me? Lin Feng said, his gaze laden with meaning. How the wheel of fate turns. Even the proud Xiao Ruohan has her moments of need. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within him. Contemplating finding an excuse on the road to treat Xiao Ruohan as she had treated him the other night, leaving her stranded to vent his frustrations. Will that work? If not, I'll just take a taxi downstairs, Xiao Ruohan asked, her brows furrowed as she regarded Lin Feng's mischievous grin. Of course it will work. It's just a matter of convenience. Wait for me to take a quick shower. Lin Feng enthusiastically invited Xiao Ruohan inside and thoughtfully poured her a cup of hot water. Xiao Ruohan, at last, you have fallen into my grasp. Do not blame me for being merciless, he chuckled sinisterly. Just as Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom, dressed in fresh attire, he found the previously disheveled clothes and blankets neatly arranged on the sofa. The clutter of household items in the living room had also been tidied up. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan entered from the balcony, cradling a bundle of organized clothing. Observing Lin Feng's stunned demeanor, she inquired, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought." Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Ruohan's familiar visage. Long-buried memories resurfaced within the confines of this room, the past vividly recalled. With a deep gaze, he said, "Ruohan, I miss your sister." Xiao Ruohan paused slightly, and as a gentle breeze swept through, she, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, felt tears welling up in her eyes. In the underground parking garage of Jiangxing University's family housing complex, Xiao Ruohan vowed, "I will never ride in your car again." Lin Feng trembled as he opened the car door, glancing warily at the equally pale Xiao Ruohan. He had not anticipated her driving skills to be so poor. It was no wonder that her Porsche Cayenne frequently required repairs. Remarkably, despite her lack of skill, she had emerged unscathed thus far. Xiao Ruohan's ears flushed with heat as she retorted, "Who knew your car would be so difficult to drive? I rarely drive manual vehicles. It's your fault for drinking at such an hour." "All right, it was my mistake. Is that sufficient?" Lin Feng replied helplessly. Realizing that he had failed to leave Xiao Ruohan behind on the roadside and had narrowly escaped disaster, nearly colliding with other vehicles on the road, Xiao Ruohan cast a glance at Lin Feng, clutching her handbag as she strode towards the elevator. "Why are you walking so quickly? Lend me a hand." "My legs feel weak," Lin Feng grumbled, propping himself against a pillar. Xiao Ruohan turned her head back, pausing for a few seconds before offering her arm to Lin Feng, saying, "You're being too dramatic. When we get home, I'll have my mother help you regain your strength." Lin Feng stood there in a daze, his face flushing with indignation as he shot an angry glance at Xiao Ruohan. This remark felt like an affront to every young man, a violation of his dignity. "Step aside. I can walk by myself. Let me show you what I'm capable of." He shrugged off Xiao Ruohan's supportive hand and staggered forward. However, his legs betrayed him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the concrete floor. The pain was excruciating, and Lin Feng bit his tongue to suppress any sound of distress in front of Xiao Ruohan. "Deserved it. You wanted to show off," Xiao Ruohan mused, helping the injured Lin Feng while a slight smile graced her lips. Lin Feng, filled with embarrassment, felt as though he could dig a hole into the ground beneath him. In a corner of the parking garage, a handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses observed Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan's departing figures with a shadowed expression. "Mom, that must be Xiao Ruohan and her boyfriend." The elegant woman in the car scrutinized Lin Feng's dilapidated vehicle, scoffing, "It must be. Ye Qingning just mentioned that her daughter has a boyfriend, but I never imagined her taste could be so poor. Have Dad look into who Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend is. I'll make it back off." Xiao Yishuan spoke coldly. The moment he laid eyes on a photograph of Xiao Ruohan, he was captivated by her unique aura. When he learned that his mother wanted him to go on a blind date with her, he resolutely abandoned his girlfriend who had been waiting for him for 2 years back home. Yet, he was suddenly struck with jealousy upon discovering that this seemingly favored girl had a boyfriend, and that the man was quite ordinary. Jiangya expressed her concern, saying, "Yishuan, Ye Qingning is a towering figure in the legal realm of Jiangxing and all of southwestern China. Don't do anything reckless." "Don't worry, Mom. Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend is certainly not someone Ye Qingning would regard highly. Climbing up the social ladder to become a phoenix isn't so easy. I will prove my worth to Xiao Ruohan," Xiao Yishuan retorted with a dismissive smile. Chapter 10. Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend Ruohan. "Please go in first. I'll step outside for a moment." "Step outside? You're not planning to sneak away again, are you?" Xiao Ruohan intercepted Lin Feng at the entrance of the villa, her gaze fixed intently on the anxious Lin Feng. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Am I that kind of person? I just felt a bit stifled in the underground parking lot, and wanted to get some fresh air. Don't make excuses. Who was it that left the gifts at the front door and slipped away during the New Year visit to my parents' house? Xiao Ruohan replied coldly. With that, she grasped Lin Feng's wrist and led him into the villa. Ruohan, wait, let me prepare myself, Lin Feng said nervously. Auntie, as Xiao Ruohan pushed open the door of the villa, a familiar, innocent child's voice entered Lin Feng's ears. Following the sound, he saw a delightful little girl resembling a porcelain doll standing at the entrance, with her hair styled in two little pigtails and a chubby face. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Xiao Ruohan knelt down and picked up the little girl, playfully pretending to be angry as she teased. Nanan, did you sneak into the kitchen again for a snack and get punished by your grandma? No, Auntie, I didn't steal anything. The girl insisted, her large, shiny eyes twinkling as she shook her round little head. You deny it? But Auntie saw all the grease around your mouth, Xiao Ruohan retorted. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his face radiating affection as he stepped forward to wipe the grease from the girl's lips, saying, if you keep sneaking snacks, you'll turn into a little pig. And the other kids at kindergarten want to play with you. Daddy, when did you arrive? The little girl stretched out her arms, her face lighting up with joy. Lin Feng felt a twinge of jealousy. Little one, with your eyes only for your auntie, you clearly can't see your father. Auntie says you're afraid of grandma and don't dare to come to her house. Lin Feng felt embarrassed and turned to Xiao Ruohan, saying angrily, Xiao Ruohan, are you spreading rumors about me outside? Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation. The law requires evidence, and facts are as such. Nanan, ignore your father. Let us see what delicious food Grandma has prepared today, Xiao Ruohan said, rolling her eyes at Lin Feng. In the kitchen, upon hearing the commotion in the hall, Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning hurried out. When they saw Lin Feng in the hall, Xiao Jiangwo paused momentarily, then jokingly scolded, you rascal. Are you finally willing to come back? It's been over a year since you visited us. What are you saying? Isn't Xiaofeng back today? Our family is finally reunited, Ye Qingning said, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke reproachfully. Lin Feng opened his mouth, overwhelmed with 1,000 emotions, yet found himself at a loss for words. Over the past year, he had deliberately avoided Xiao Jiangwo and his wife. The passing of Xiao Ruoru left him speechless in front of them. Lin Feng knew that the year after he and Xiao Ruoru graduated had been the most challenging, with Ye Qingning consistently offering them support and often sneaking in to visit them. At that time, Lin Feng harbored deep feelings within, striving diligently to earn a living with the hope of one day proposing to Ye Qingning to demonstrate that Xiao Ruoru's choice was not misguided. Yet now, Uncle Xiao, Aunt Yi, I apologize. Only now do I dare to return and meet you. Lin Feng lowered his head and murmured softly. Xiao Jiangwo feigned anger, exclaiming, you little rascal, Nanan is already this big, and you still don't call us mom and dad. Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds, his mouth opening with great difficulty. Dad, Mom. These two words seemed to drain all of Lin Feng's strength. Xiao Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Ye Qingning covered her mouth, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry for both you and Xiao Ruoru. I shouldn't have prevented you from being together back then. Lin Feng silently shook his head. Mom, don't cry. Today is your birthday. Hasn't Tihi returned? Xiao Ruohan comforted, wrapping her arms around Ye Qingning. In her embrace, Nanan used her small hands to wipe away Ye Qingning's tears. Grandma, I'll share all my hidden snacks with you, so please don't cry. As evening descended, Lin Feng consulted Xiao Jiangwo in the living room regarding some bottlenecks he encountered during game development. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruohan assisted Ye Qingning in washing the dishes in the kitchen. You little rascal, do you still have any cigarettes? Xiao Jiangwo suddenly shifted the conversation, lowering his voice. Lin Feng's heart tightened at the mention. Swiftly glancing toward the kitchen door, and whispered, Dad, has Nanan already finished the cigarettes I asked her to bring you last week? Don't mention it. I had them all hidden, but one day after smoking, the scent lingered, and your mother found out. That pack of cigarettes was confiscated. Lin Feng glanced around furtively and quietly handed Xiao Jiangwo a tightly wrapped bundle from his pocket. He whispered, Dad, I have a trick for you. Buy a few green tangerines to keep at home. After smoking, eat one, and the smell will vanish completely. Xiao Ruoru's eyes brightened. This method was indeed clever, far superior to chewing gum after a smoke, and he could use the excuse of replenishing vitamin C to deceive Ye Qingning. Dad, if you get caught smoking, don't ever say it was me who gave them to you, or Ruohan will probably block my way at the door every day. Lin Feng couldn't help but caution. Ruohan, Xiao Ruoru's expression faltered, and he said seriously, your home is directly across from hers. Does she have a boyfriend? A boyfriend? She never mentioned anything to me. Lin Feng replied. Of course, she wouldn't tell you. She even hides things from me, her father. Think carefully. Has any unfamiliar young man appeared at her house in the past 6 months? Lin Feng pondered for a few moments, seriously recalling all the males who had been around Xiao Ruohan since she moved in. After much contemplation, he realized that besides himself, there had been no other male figures in her vicinity. The only creature that had been seen near her door with any intimacy was a stray tomcat, which, after spending less than half a day with her, was sent by Xiao Ruohan to be neutered. No, there shouldn't be any unfamiliar men at her house. Lin Feng shook his head. Xiao Ruoru furrowed his brow, saying, the night before last, when I visited her house, I saw a pair of men's sneakers and a set of men's pajamas. Xiao Han is being somewhat secretive with me. It is evident that a male must be residing in her home. Given Xiao Han's character, she would not invite an unfamiliar man over, leading me to conclude that he must be her boyfriend. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as his anxious gaze fell upon the pair of sneakers by the shoe rack near the entrance. According to Xiao Ruoru's reasoning, this imaginary boyfriend of Xiao Ruohan can only be him. Can it? Xiao Feng, why do you have beads of sweat all over your forehead? It's just that the air conditioning in the house is set a bit high. I feel quite warm, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Warm? Xiao Ruoru, taken aback, adjusted the temperature down a few degrees and then stated earnestly, I have a task for you. Your home is directly opposite Xiao Han's. Keep an eye on that man in her house. Assess his character, his family background, and report any developments to me at once. Lin Feng nodded with a bitter expression. Monitoring Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend was tantamount to surveilling himself. Yet, he could not disclose the events of the previous night at Xiao Ruohan's residence to Xiao Ruoru. Chapter 11. Impossible to be together. You and Dad were just conversing in the living room. On their way back from Xiao Ruoru's house, Xiao Ruohan, cradling Lin Nan in her arms, suddenly inquired of Lin Feng, who was driving. Lin Feng was taken aback, contemplating for a few seconds before responding with a hint of guilt. We didn't discuss much. I merely consulted Dad about some internet and computing issues. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan fell silent for a moment, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she remarked, that can't be right. Nan mentioned that Dad wants you to keep an eye on me. Little one, who is truly your father. Lin Feng's gaze flickered to the peacefully sleeping Lin Nan. Feeling a surge of frustration, his daughter was nearly becoming Xiao Ruohan's child. Noticing Lin Feng's contemplative demeanor, Xiao Ruohan leisurely stated, if you don't speak, I shall reveal to Mom everything about the cigarettes you secretly gave to Dad. Wait. I'll tell you everything. I'll disclose everything. Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he let out a wry smile. Dad asked me if you have a boyfriend and advised me to keep an eye on who that boyfriend might be. A boyfriend? Xiao Ruohan exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Her father must have mistaken Lin Feng, who had stayed over at her home, for a boyfriend. So what did you tell Dad? You didn't disclose what happened last night, did you? What else could I say? Naturally, I claimed ignorance, but Dad still believes you have a boyfriend, choosing to conceal the truth from him. Lin Feng replied with a bitter smile. Xiao Ruohan hesitated for a moment, her eyes suddenly gleaming with determination as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. What are you planning? We are in the same boat. I will only inform Dad that I do not have a boyfriend. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under Xiao Ruohan's piercing stare. No, you must tell Dad that I already have a boyfriend. What? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain his curiosity. Who is this boyfriend? You've kept it so secret that I haven't the slightest clue. Xiao Ruohan replied with exasperation. Fool, I want you to tell Dad that I have a fake boyfriend. That way, Mom and Dad won't pressure me into blind dates, and it will alleviate many troubles. And when Dad inquires about your boyfriend's appearance and family background, I can't just make something up, can I? You must give me a specific range. After contemplating, Xiao Ruohan suggested, based on your own attributes, that way it won't raise any suspicions. Lin Feng felt utterly helpless. Xiao Ruohan truly had him posing as her boyfriend. He was to become a double agent between her and Xiao Jiangwo, akin to a high-ranking operative known as Pangolin from the television series. I can assist you in deceiving your parents, but you must agree to one condition. Lin Feng intended to negotiate, hoping for Xiao Ruohan's company at the upcoming Maple Leaf Gathering next week. Xiao Ruohan regarded him warily. What condition? But don't make it too excessive. Next week is the annual team-building event for Maple Leaf. Do you have time to attend with me? Xiao Ruohan pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. I can, but I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives. Are you planning something against me? Lin Feng shrugged. What could I possibly plan? Of course, it's to introduce you to that fellow, Xie Xiao. As for the outcome, that is none of my concern. Auntie, I feel unwell. In the carriage, as Xiao Ruohan cradled Lin Nannan, a weak voice suddenly called out. Startled, Xiao Ruohan's expression shifted dramatically as she realized Lin Nannan's forehead was burning, her breathing labored, and red welts of hives were appearing on her arms. Had Nannan indulged in seafood tonight? It seemed she was suffering from acute seafood allergy. Xiao Ruohan quickly raised her gaze to Lin Feng, her face betraying her anxiety. Surely, that little glutton had sneakily indulged while we were dining. Lin Feng, both exasperated and amused, reassured Xiao Ruohan, do not fret. We are quite close to Jiangcheng People's Hospital. Driving there will take less than 10 minutes. He promptly turned the car around. In under 8 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Dr. Feng, how's my daughter doing? In the pediatric emergency room of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, Lin Feng anxiously inquired, holding the test results before a masked female doctor seated in the consultation room. Nothing serious. After this 4-drip, we will observe her overnight, and she can return home, the doctor replied softly. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Among all the women he had known, he had never encountered such a melodious voice. The doctor's voice was as sweet as a lark, crisp and delightful, yet as gentle as a breeze caressing the lake's surface. Even Xiao Ruohan, with her striking beauty, seemed to pale in comparison. The doctor furrowed her brow, tapping the table, and instructed, family members, please ensure that your daughter avoids seafood in the future. Fortunately, she consumed only a little tonight, so the acute allergic reaction is not severe. Lin Feng, coming back to his senses, nodded in acknowledgement. Bed 1. Patient Lin Nannan's family member Lin Feng. Please come to the nurse's station sign. Upon hearing the nurse call from outside the consultation room, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the doctor and exited. As he signed the necessary documents at the nurse's station and proceeded downstairs to complete the admission procedures, it was already 11:30 at night. Cautiously pushing open the door to VIP Room 1, he found Xiao Ruohan, cradling the now for-free Lin Nannan, peacefully asleep in bed, utterly exhausted. Lin Feng bent down gently to awaken Xiao Ruohan from her slumber, whispering, Ruohan, you should go home and rest. Tomorrow is Monday, and you have work. I will stay here with Nannan. It's fine. I can skip work tomorrow. I want to be here with her, Xiao Ruohan murmured softly, turning over with Nannan in her arms and drifting back to sleep. Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Ruohan, who held Lin Nannan tightly, and a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. It was evident that she treated Nannan as her own daughter. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng gingerly removed Xiao Ruohan's shoes and socks, placing her delicate feet gently on the bed and covering her with the blanket. As he beheld the enchanting visage of Xiao Ruohan asleep on the hospital bed, a faint fragrance wafted from her. Memories of that fateful night began to resurface in Lin Feng's mind. Xiao Ruohan, his gaze deepened, and he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The intense pain could not quell the memories of that night, which only intensified. Before succumbing to despair, Lin Feng swiftly dashed into the restroom, where the icy, piercing water jolted him back to lucidity. Gazing at his water-drenched visage in the mirror, he murmured to himself, Oh, Lin Feng, what are you thinking? She is but Ruori's sister, and no matter what, even if I were to marry another woman, it is utterly impossible for us to be together. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Feng felt an urgent need to avoid being alone with Xiao Ruohan. This was not solely due to the haunting dream from that night. It was also because the mere sight of Xiao Ruohan evoked memories of Xiao Ruoru. As he pushed open the door to the hospital room, he nearly collided with a doctor clad in a white coat approaching from the opposite direction. Lin Feng focused his gaze and found the bespectacled female doctor somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place where he had encountered her. A look of puzzlement crossing his face. "Lin Feng, have you forgotten me so soon?" The doctor chuckled lightly. Her gentle and melodious voice instantly reminded Lin Feng of the female doctor he had seen in the emergency room moments earlier. Realization dawned on him as he exclaimed, "Dr. Feng, I hardly recognized you with your glasses on and mask off." Although the physician before him, Feng Yuting, did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Xiao Ruohan, she had a charm that grew more enchanting with each glance. Her approachable and gentle demeanor stood in stark contrast to the cold elegance of Xiao Ruohan. It was time for a fresh introduction. Feng Yuting. Chapter 12, The First Meeting. Feng Yuting. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, the name striking a familiar chord within him. Yet he could not immediately recall where he had encountered it. As he scrutinized Feng Yuting's delicate features, a memory surfaced of a photograph shared by Xie Yunxiao of his cousin. Was this not the very person he had failed to meet for a blind date just 2 days prior? Realization dawned upon Lin Feng, and he hastily extended his polite hand to grasp her slender, graceful fingers, as gentle as jade. "Do you remember? You made me wait for over an hour yesterday noon." Feng Yuting teased. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. To encounter Feng Yuting once more, and to discover she was the attending physician for his daughter, was beyond his imagination. "Dr. Feng, it was unintentional. The reason for my absence yesterday morning was—" he began, but she interrupted him. "I know. Xiao has already explained everything to me. You were involved in an accident on your way here, and your phone was damaged. You seem unharmed, having been discharged so quickly." Lin Feng felt a surge of heat on his cheeks. He had not foreseen that Xie Yunxiao would concoct such a melodramatic excuse to placate Feng Yuting. Moreover, judging by her earnest expression, she seemingly believed it. I only sustained minor injuries. Nothing serious," Lin Feng stammered, his face still burning. Seeing Lin Feng's awkward demeanor, Feng Yuting broke into a gentle smile. Her gaze shifted to the sleeping Xiao Ruohan in the ward, and she inquired, "Is that your ex-girlfriend? You seem to have a close relationship." "No, she is the sister of my late girlfriend. My girlfriend passed away over a year ago." Feng Yuting quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Xiao did not mention your girlfriend's passing. Your daughter bears a striking resemblance to her sister, especially those large eyes." Lin Feng shook his head. "It's all right. They are identical twins. Many often mistake Nan for her daughter." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a nurse's voice echoed from a distance. "Dr. Feng, bed 28 requires a checkup." Feng Yuting turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Your daughter is in stable condition. If her temperature is normal in the morning, she can be discharged." Lin Feng nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "When you have time, I would like to invite you to dinner, as I owe you for yesterday's missed appointment." "That sounds good. I will contact you when I have some free time," she replied with a crisp assurance, leaving Lin Feng with a peculiar expression. Could it be that Feng Yuting had taken an interest in him? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Though he considered himself somewhat handsome, he doubted it would evoke instant affection from any woman, particularly someone like Feng Yuting, who surely would not look his way. After Feng Yuting departed, Lin Feng sat on the cold iron bench, gazing at the slumbering Xiao Ruohan in the ward. He sighed helplessly, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, I shall have to make do with this." That night, despite resting on the bench outside the hospital ward, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in a surprisingly deep slumber. In the morning, he was roused by the clamor of conversation. As he awoke, he detected not the sterile scent of hospital disinfectant, but rather two faint, pleasant fragrances. A particular fragrance, distinctly familiar, emanated from Xiao Ruohan, while another scent was entirely foreign. "You're awake? Why didn't you return to the ward last night?" Lin Feng heard Feng Yuting's gentle voice beside him. He opened his eyes to discover that, at some point, two women's coats had been draped over him. One of these coats bore the same enchanting aroma as the one wafting from Feng Yuting. "Is this your coat?" Lin Feng hastily rose and handed the coat back to her. Feng Yuting nodded. accepting the garment with a smile. I noticed you sleeping alone on the bench late last night, just covered by a single coat, so I left my extra clothing for you. Just then, a cold voice interrupted their conversation, belonging to Xiao Ruohan. Dr. Feng, has Lin Nanan's fever subsided? Lin Feng's heart tightened at her sudden presence beside them. Feng Yuding replied, Miss Xiao, Lin Nanan has returned to a normal temperature, and I have already issued her discharge papers. She can leave today. With that, she nodded to Lin Feng and turned to depart. Xiao Ruohan took the coat from Lin Feng's hand, her gaze thoughtful as she watched Feng Yuding leave. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that Xiao Ruohan was clad only in a thin white shirt, holding a white plastic bag, likely having just returned from purchasing breakfast. In the hospital room, Xiao Ruohan sat by the bedside, feeding Lin Nanan spoonfuls of century egg and lean meat congee from a porcelain bowl. Her eyes casually drifted toward Lin Feng, and she remarked, Do you know Dr. Feng? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Nanan, who was engrossed in her meal, and replied softly, We just met. Dr. Feng is Xie Yunxiao's cousin. Xiao Ruohan's expression darkened slightly, realizing that the aforementioned doctor was Lin Feng's blind date from the previous day. Auntie, that's enough. Nanan is full, Lin Nanan protested, revealing her round little belly. Xiao Ruohan retorted coldly, Full? There's still a bit left in the bowl. Haven't your teachers taught you that every grain of rice is hard-earned? Finish what's left. Daddy, Lin Nanan pleaded with her helpless eyes, seeking Lin Feng's assistance. He coughed lightly, saying, Nanan is full. I'll help her finish the remaining congee. Xiao Ruohan shot Lin Feng an annoyed glance before turning back to Lin Nanan, stating, Seeking help from anyone else is futile. Open your mouth and finish the leftover porridge. Lin Feng shrugged in exasperation. Little Nanan, may fortune smile upon you. It's not that your father refuses to help, but your aunt happens to be in a foul mood, and I am powerless to assist. In truth, Lin Feng understood the root of Xiao Ruohan's anger. She had long attributed her sister's passing to him, and it had only been nearly 2 years since her sister's demise. Concerned for Lin Nanan's well-being, Xiao Ruohan feared that Lin Feng's remarriage might expose Nanan to mistreatment. After returning home from the hospital, Xiao Ruohan helped Lin Nanan secure a leave of absence from kindergarten, instructing Lin Feng to take good care of Nanan before departing for the law firm. It was now noon. Lin Feng propped his hand on the table, observing Lin Nanan, who was engrossed in her meal. Is the food made by Daddy delicious? Lin Nanan, her big eyes wide open, pondered seriously for a moment. It is tasty, but it pales in comparison to the dishes prepared by my little aunt. The little girl, savoring her father's cooking, was secretly thinking of her aunt, leaving Daddy feeling quite disheartened. The teacher says that children who tell lies are not good kids. Nanan must strive to be an honest child, Lin Nanan declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then continued, Nanan, could you assist Daddy this evening by visiting your little aunt to see if she's calmed down? In the past, whenever Xiao Ruohan was upset, she would not speak to him for over a week. Lin Feng was worried that Xiao Ruohan might not accompany him to the gathering this weekend. Lin Nanan's face turned to one of alarm, and she resolutely shook her head. I want to go. Every time you upset my little aunt, you make me go find her, and she always serves me dishes that are absolutely unpalatable. The clever little girl had caught on. Lin Feng, after a brief pause, tempted her with a smile. Nanan, if you help Daddy check on your little aunt tonight, I will take you to have KFC. Really? Lin Nanan's face lit up with joy. Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever made a promise he didn't keep? And this time, I assure you, your little aunt will never know. Lin Nanan contemplated for a moment, pouting as she extended her chubby little hand to gesture. Daddy, you have already tricked me 3 times. No, you have tricked me 5 times. Lin Feng felt his cheeks flush, surprised that the little girl remembered so vividly. This time, Daddy absolutely means what he says. If I deceive Nanan again, I will turn into a little dog. After a moment's reflection, Lin Nanan nodded and replied, Then Daddy must not deceive me this time, or I will reveal the photos hidden in your drawer to my little aunt. Chapter 13. The misplaced medicine. Lin Feng's face darkened as he said, Lin Nanan, you rummaged through your father's drawer again. It's your fault for hiding all of Mom's photographs. Lin Nanan pouted, her cherubic face brimming with curiosity. Daddy, are you secretly keeping Annie's picture and not returning it to her? Lin Feng's expression grew slightly uncomfortable. Last month, while sorting through photos of Xiao Ruoru, he discovered a few pictures of Xiao Ruohan interspersed among them. Initially intending to return them, he hesitated, fearing that Xiao Ruohan would stir up trouble. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, he decided to keep them hidden instead. Of course, your aunt is worried about losing them, so Daddy is keeping them safe. I also have many pictures at your aunt's place, Lin Feng explained with a light cough. Really? Lin Nan asked, her eyes wide with innocence. Absolutely, Lin Feng warned. But you mustn't let your aunt know. She is sensitive and prideful. If she finds out, she'll make you eat those dreadful dishes again. Lin Nan's expression shifted to one of concern, and she grasped Lin Feng's hand, tearfully pleading, Nan doesn't want to eat those awful dishes. Let's not tell Andy. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, hastily wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue, feeling a sense of relief. It was much easier to deceive a child than the cunning Xiao Ruohan. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, Lin Feng heard the sound of keys turning in the lock outside the door. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Nan, who was engrossed in a cartoon in the living room. Reluctantly, she tore her gaze away from the screen, muttering, Stinky Daddy, Stinky Daddy. If your aunt is in the kitchen right now, you should hurry back, Lin Feng advised earnestly. A few minutes later, noticing the unusual silence from Xiao Ruohan's home, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before cautiously opening the door. He was immediately met by Lin Nan rushing into his arms. Daddy, Annie is lying in bed, sick, she exclaimed urgently. Sick? Lin Feng inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Lin Nan nodded, pointing towards Xiao Ruohan's house. Annie's forehead is very hot, and she keeps coughing. She's sick like me and doesn't want to take medicine. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng returned to the study to retrieve the medicine cabinet. Making his way to Xiao Ruohan's home, he was aware of her habit of stubbornly enduring a slight fever or cold without seeking medical help. At the doorway of the master bedroom, Lin Feng saw Xiao Ruohan lying beneath a thick blanket, her forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. At this age, refusing to see a doctor or take medicine while lying in bed with a cold tea help you recover, he remarked as he opened the medicine cabinet. Beside him, Lin Nan squatted down, her round eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the array of medicine boxes within. Xiao Ruohan turned over in bed, observing Lin Feng with a frown as he held various medication. No need for medicine. Just lying in bed will suffice, she insisted. Do you really think one doesn't need medication when unwell? Lin Feng scoffed lightly, handing the thermometer to Lin Nan. Give this to your aunt and let her check her temperature. Lin Nan nodded eagerly, cautiously accepting the thermometer and approaching Xiao Ruohan. Annie, you must be brave, just like Nan when she is sick. All right, Annie will listen to you and take her medicine obediently, Xiao Ruohan replied, affectionately patting Lin Nan's little head. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rummaged through the medical box outside the bedroom, but found no cold medicine. After a brief silence, he instructed Nan, go to the left nightstand in Daddy's bedroom and bring me the blue medicine box. The blue one? Lin Nan puzzled for a moment before swiftly darting out the door. Moments later, she returned with a medicine box, presenting 2 strips of fever-reducing capsules to Lin Feng. Furrowing his brows, he accepted the capsules with a sense of urgency. Xiao Ruohan's temperature had soared to 39 degrees, indicating a high fever. Ordinary physical methods of cooling would likely be ineffective. Thus, medication was imperative. Lin Feng removed 1 capsule, then reconsidered and took 2, instructing Lin Nan to deliver them to the bedridden Xiao Ruohan. Only after confirming that she had swallowed them, all did he feel at ease enough to head to the kitchen to prepare some congee. Just as he placed the steaming bowl at the bedroom door, he heard Xiao Ruohan's soft voice, which now carried a hint of alluring charm. Lin Feng, what medicine did you give me? Lin Feng stood frozen, realizing that Xiao Ruohan felt an unusual warmth coursing through her after taking the medication. Her previously pale cheeks now flushed. Lin Feng, what exactly did you give me? Why do I feel so warm all over? Xiao Ruohan questioned, maintaining a trace of clarity in her eyes. Lin Feng, regaining his composure, felt a wave of ominous foreboding wash over him as he hastily searched the medical box for the fever-reducing medicine he had given her. Upon reading the prominent letters on the box, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Nan sitting on the sofa. Nan, did you retrieve this medicine box from the left nightstand in Daddy's room? Lin Nan pondered seriously for a moment before raising her delicate hand and musing aloud. Teacher Luo said the writing hand is the left or right hand. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Daddy, this side is the left," waving her right hand cheerfully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as though he might perish from frustration, looking at the innocent Lin Nan with a mixture of anger and amusement. He and Xiao Ruohan were both graduates of a prestigious university, yet their daughter couldn't even distinguish left from right. The half-semester spent in kindergarten seemed utterly wasted. What on earth were her teachers teaching? Clearly, Lin Nan had made a mistake in direction, having retrieved the medication from the right nightstand in Lin Feng's room, which contained a drug intended for couples, Hierme. This medication was developed by the state to enhance fertility rates among married couples. Initially, Lin Feng purchased this medication at the behest of Xiao. Following the tragic demise of Xiao Ruoru, Lin Feng placed the medicine on his bedside table, finding no opportunity to present it to Xiao. Xiao, you must not escape this weekend, Lin Feng muttered through clenched teeth, jotting down another note against Xiao in his ledger. Daddy, what is the matter? Lin Nan inquired, her eyes brimming with confusion. Lin Feng forced a smile upon his ashen face and despondently approached the master bedroom door. With great difficulty, he uttered, "Ruohan, just now Nan mistakenly took the wrong medication. She confused the fever reducer with Hierme. What? What kind of medicine is that?" Xiao Ruohan gasped, straining to maintain her composure. "It is a medication intended for couples," Lin Feng stammered. Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened, disbelief flooding her beautiful features as she suddenly comprehended what Lin Feng had inadvertently administered to her. Struggling against unconsciousness, she shyly articulated, "Lin Feng, you are forbidden from entering my room tonight. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall not spare you when I awaken." With that, Xiao Ruohan could no longer sustain herself and succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the door, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, gazing at the flushed and feverish face of Xiao Ruohan on the bed, acutely aware that if he neglected her tonight, her health would inevitably suffer. Chapter 14. The Portraits of the Beautiful Elderly, the Great Compassion Mantra Nan. Do you remember what your father just said? Yes, Nan remembers. When Grandma and Grandpa ask, tell them that Dad had an urgent matter to attend to back home and that Aunt is away on a business trip. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, yet he felt compelled to attend to Xiao Ruohan, who was alone at home. Given her fever and the medication she had taken, it was imperative to take her to the hospital. Waiting for the medication to wear off was simply not an option. He had just called Xiao Jiangwo and his wife, asking them to take Lin Nan home. However, he did not disclose to Xiao Ruohan the necessity of a hospital visit. Administering such medication to Xiao Ruohan was, in the grand tapestry of Chinese history, an unprecedented act. Once Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning learned of this, Lin Feng knew he would find it difficult to justify his actions. After giving Lin Nan a few instructions, Lin Feng hurriedly carried the feverish Xiao Ruohan towards the parking lot of the community. Her labored breaths and the faint fragrance she exuded stirred an unsettling turmoil within him. To avoid detection by Xiao Jiangwo and his wife, he discreetly hid his own car in an inconspicuous spot within the community before confidently driving Xiao Ruohan's Porsche Cayenne to the hospital. "Xiao Feng, how is your father's condition? Does he need to be taken to a major hospital in Jiangshan?" Lin Feng answered a call from Xiao Jiangwo while glancing at the unconscious Xiao Ruohan in the passenger seat. "Dad, there is nothing to worry about. Mom just called. Dad has been admitted to the county hospital and is out of danger. I'm just a bit anxious and wanted to check on him. Please take care of Nan and bring her home," Lin Feng stated, feeling a twinge of guilt. Earlier, he had told Xiao Jiangwo that he would not be home tonight because his father had suffered a sudden relapse and needed to return to the county urgently. After a brief silence, Xiao Jiangwo replied, "Is Xiao Han really not at home? When your mother and I entered the community, I thought I saw her Cayenne leaving." The driver appeared to be a young man, and when I tried calling her, her phone was off. Lin Feng's heart sank, nearly causing him to rear end the car in front. He had not anticipated Xiao Ruoru's swift arrival, and was grateful he had not been recognized as the driver. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng uneasily replied, "Xiao Ruohan is likely on a flight. Perhaps her boyfriend is driving her to the airport." "Xiao Ruohan, please do not hold this against me. After all, you had suggested fabricating a boyfriend to placate your parents. Have you seen Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend recently?" Xiao Ruoru seemed to accept Lin Feng's explanation. Bitterly, Lin Feng thought to himself, "How would I know?" Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed signs of Xiao Ruohan regaining consciousness and hurriedly added, "I haven't seen him yet, Dad. I need to head onto the expressway now. I'll inquire further once I return to Jiangxing." He quickly ended the call. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan stirred from her stupor due to the jolt of the car, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. "Lin Feng, where are you taking me?" Her every word was imbued with an unparalleled allure. Xiao Ruohan no longer resembled the aloof, celestial maiden of the Moon Palace. Instead, she appeared as a captivating enchantress who had descended into the mortal realm, exuding an irresistible charm with every subtle movement. "Xiao Ruohan, hold on. The hospital is just a few minutes away," Lin Feng thought, grappling with his torment as he sat beside an alluring beauty, striving to maintain his composure. He began to understand the lengths to which King Yu of Zhou would go to elicit a smile from Bao Si, or how Emperor Xuanzong of Tang hastened the delivery of fresh lychees for Yang Guifei. In her current state, Xiao Ruohan would surely be a source of calamity for the nation if she were to enter the imperial court in ancient times. Lin Feng mentally recited the heart-calming spell, the Great Compassion verse, and the Righteousness song, even conjuring images from the recent anime he had watched. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to resist Xiao Ruohan's allure, especially since she bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ruoru. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan suddenly cupped Lin Feng's face in her hands, her emotions overpowering her last vestiges of reason, and pressed her lips against his. The warmth and fragrance of her femininity flooded Lin Feng's senses, leaving him wide-eyed and weak. Cautiously steering the car to the roadside, he felt a tingling sensation on his lips, one he had only experienced with these two women. He chuckled wryly, glancing at Xiao Ruohan, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. "This is a disaster. I can only hope she doesn't remember this when she wakes up, or I might have to hide out at home for a few days." In the emergency room of Jiangcheng's second hospital, Lin Feng stood meekly. The middle-aged female doctor, around 50, reprimanded him sternly, much like a teacher scolding a student. As her husband, "What were you thinking? Your wife is suffering from severe fever, and you gave her hear-me medication, 3 pills at once. Didn't you read the instructions that state the maximum clinical dosage is just 1? Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration, unable to articulate his defense. As he attempted to explain, the doctor continued her tirade, offering him no opportunity to speak. He worried that if he managed to clarify the situation, this woman, who seemed to be of a similar age to his mother, might call the police on him. Thus, he remained silent. "I truly do not understand how you young people think. Is your life worth so little in pursuit of fleeting excitement?" Lin Feng, agitated, interjected Dr. Liu. "Is she in any danger?" Dr. Liu cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "Now you care? As a husband, you should have been aware of your partner's health status before administering such medication." Once again, Lin Feng found himself on the receiving end of her reprimands, questioning whether this Dr. Liu was perhaps experiencing menopause. "Rest assured, your wife's health is robust. I've already induced her vomiting. After she finishes her 4 treatment tonight, she can return home and take some medicine to recover," Dr. Liu said, noticing Lin Feng's anxious demeanor, her tone softening slightly. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. In the hospital room, upon returning with the medication and settling the bill, Lin Feng found Xiao Ruohan lying on the bed, her complexion pale as she gazed at the 4 drip above her. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to see Lin Feng enter, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hurriedly buried her head under the covers. Though she struggled to recall most of the events that transpired earlier, the moment she boldly kissed Lin Feng in the car was vividly etched in her memory. The mere thought of such an embarrassing incident made Xiao Ruohan's cheeks and earlobes flush with warmth. That Lin Feng, that insufferable Lin Feng. How could he give me that kind of medication? Lin Feng, visibly awkward, approached the bedside and, upon hearing Xiao Ruohan muttering incessantly beneath the covers, cleared his throat to explain, "It was my mistake to mistakenly give you that medication at home, believing it to be cold medicine. I know nothing of what happened in the car. You must not speak of it, you must not." Xiao Ruohan emerged from the blanket, biting her lip in indignation as she glared at Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Dr. Liu entered the ward for his rounds, and upon seeing the doctor, Xiao Ruohan felt her mood somewhat lighten. "Your recovery is progressing well, and your temperature has decreased. You should be able to arrange for discharge tomorrow morning," he informed them. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Doctor." Liu cast an odd glance at both Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, and as he was leaving the room, he turned back to Lin Feng and cautioned, "Your wife is currently in a fragile state. Upon returning home, she must refrain from that medication for the next week. It is advisable to delay any intimate relations for a week." Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed crimson, ready to clarify her relationship with Lin Feng to Dr. Liu. However, Lin Feng swiftly covered her mouth, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Xiao Ruohan glared at Lin Feng with eyes full of fury. Only after Dr. Liu had exited did Lin Feng cautiously release his grip from Xiao Ruohan's mouth. "For goodness sake, can you please refrain from causing me trouble?" Xiao Ruohan shot him a cold glance, turning away in silence. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief after enduring a long and challenging night at the hospital. The following day, the autumn chill enveloped Jiangcheng. Around 10 in the morning, the warm sunlight finally pierced through the thick clouds, dispelling the dense fog that cloaked the city. Lin Feng walked behind Xiao Ruohan, relieved to see her in good health as he climbed the 3 flights of stairs, ready to hand her the bag he was carrying. At that moment, the front door of the house swung open abruptly, and Xiao Zhengwo's voice, laced with suspicion, rang out. "Oh, Lin Feng, you're back so soon." A few seconds later, Xiao Zhengwo furrowed his brows and continued, "Xiao Han, you weren't home last night. Were you with your boyfriend?" Hearing his voice, Lin Feng froze in place, his heart racing in anxiety. Xiao Ruohan wore a perplexed expression, staring at Lin Feng with a half-smile. Chapter 15. The Challenge of Nurturing Women and the Petty Lin Feng. "Where do you think I went last night?" Xiao Ruohan's expression was peculiar. She had been thoroughly deceived by Lin Feng and his daughter. After finally seizing a chance, she was determined to exact a fitting revenge on Lin Feng. "See, Han, Xiao Feng returned to his hometown last night. How could he possibly know where you ventured?" Xiao Zhengwo remarked. "You were away on a business trip to Jiangcheng and didn't return home. Last night, your mother and I saw your boyfriend driving your car out of the neighborhood." "Dad, Lin Feng." Xiao Ruohan gritted her teeth, unable to explain the events of the previous night to Xiao Zhengwo. She shot a cold glance at Lin Feng and said, "As for my boyfriend, you should ask Lin Feng. He knows." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut in the corridor, and Xiao Zhengwo's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a blend of relief that Xiao Ruohan had not disclosed the truth about last night and frustration at having to weave another lie to deceive Xiao Zhengwo and his wife. "Mom and Dad, this is all I know about Ruohan's boyfriend," Lin Feng stated, sharing the basic details of Xiao Ruohan's romantic partner with Xiao Zhengwo and Ye Qingning. "He is from Jiangcheng, a small-town writer, and they fell in love during university. Due to concerns regarding social status and the potential disapproval of Xiao Zhengwo and his wife, they parted ways upon his graduation, after which he returned to a small county in Jiangcheng to teach. They recently reunited, rekindling their old flames." Lin Feng secretly reveled in his storytelling abilities, contemplating whether he could venture into the world of online literature after discontinuing game development. Perhaps in a few years, he might even become a celebrated author. Who would have imagined that Xiao Han and that boy's relationship would be so tumultuous, breaking apart and coming together over the years? Ye Qingning remarked wistfully. Yet, Xiao Zhengwo remained silent, his gaze contemplative. "How do you know so much about Xiao Han's boyfriend? Yet when I inquired before, you claim to know nothing?" He questioned Lin Feng, his eyes piercing. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng replied, "Dad, you know Xiao Han's temperament. She threatened me not to speak of her boyfriend. I only dared to tell you after obtaining her consent." Xiao Ruoru scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment, seemingly convinced by his words. After Xiao Ruoru and his wife departed from Lin Feng's home, Ye Qingning suddenly remarked, "What Xiao Feng just said about Xiao Han's boyfriend must be fabricated. He has a habit of looking up and to the right when he lies, attempting to conceal the truth from me." Xiao Ruoru chuckled. "So what should we do now? Should I call Xiao Han directly to inquire?" After a brief silence, he sighed. "Xiao Feng likely doesn't know Xiao Han's boyfriend. She may have sensed our investigation and prompted Xiao Feng to concoct a story to mislead us. If you call her now, she won't divulge anything." Ye Qingning sighed. "Then we can only observe patiently. I hope Xiao Han doesn't surprise me." Both sisters are quite the handful when it comes to their romantic pursuits. In the days that followed, apart from coming to Lin Feng's home to pick up Lin Nan for school, Xiao Ruohan did not exchange a single word with Lin Feng. As the weekend approached, Lin Feng felt increasingly restless. His concentration on coding completely dissipated. On a Friday evening, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and knocked on the door of Xiao Ruohan's home. When Xiao Ruohan opened the door, Lin Feng cautiously reminded her, "Ruohan, you promised me about this Saturday night." A faint smile graced Xiao Ruohan's lips as she replied, "What promise did I make to you?" Lin Feng, anxious, retorted, "We agreed last week that you would accompany me to the gathering. Are you now going back on your word? As a lawyer, how can you lack integrity?" "Oh," Xiao Ruohan responded nonchalantly, as if the matter held no significance for her. Lin Feng, now irritated, exclaimed, "Xiao Ruohan, your lack of credibility is infuriating. Do you dare to let my parents know the truth about your non-existent boyfriend? Fine. Do you want me to inform them about my medication as well?" Xiao Ruohan countered defiantly, undeterred by Lin Feng's threat. Lin Feng felt a pang of bitterness. Xiao Ruohan had become increasingly unreasonable, her demeanor shifting from rationality to emotionality. As the ancients said, one must be wary of deceit, and yet, women and rogues are the hardest to manage. "Speak. What condition do you wish me to acquiesce to now?" Lin Feng sighed. Xiao Ruohan paused for a few moments before stating, "Accompany me to your hometown next weekend." "Return to my hometown?" Lin Feng replied with suspicion. "What is your intention?" "My father has been ill for years and cannot withstand your whims, and besides, I have an appointment with Dr. Feng next weekend." "Oh, in that case, forget it. You can go by yourself tomorrow night," Xiao Ruohan said, preparing to close the door. "Wait, I will go with you, all right?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth and insisted. Xiao Ruohan felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Feng's words. "You are doing this of your own accord. I am not sabotaging your date with Dr. Feng." Lin Feng forced a smile. "Indeed, it is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Ruohan smiled and nodded, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Seeing you like this has lightened my mood considerably over the past few days." Lin Feng grinned mischievously, his gaze fixated on Xiao Ruohan's delicate features, his lips curling in a laughter as he leaned closer. "What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act recklessly." Xiao Ruohan instinctively recoiled at the memory of the previous night. "What are you doing? You, the stunning beauty, keep swaying in front of me. Do you not see what I am thinking?" Lin Feng said wickedly. Xiao Ruohan found herself retreating under Lin Feng's advances, drawing ever closer until she could hear his rugged breaths. Suddenly, she slipped, her balance faltering. Lin Feng, quick to react, hastily wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and they both remained frozen in place. Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Ruohan in his embrace, his vision growing hazy. The figure of the woman in his arms began to merge with the deepest memories in his mind, transforming countless unspoken words into two simple syllables. Ruoru. Xiao Ruohan's expression became complex, her gaze softening. She understood that Lin Feng had never forgotten her sister. Perhaps every time he looked at her familiar face, it stirred memories of her sister. "Annie, what game are you and Dad playing? Are you dancing?" The innocent voice of a child rang out like thunder in the ears of Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan's ears tinged with a delicate crimson hue as she struggled softly, saying, "Will you not let me go?" Nan Nan looked on curiously from the side. "Oh dear." Lin Feng hastily released his grip, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had merely intended to jest with Xiao Ruohan, but it had resulted in an awkward moment for both of them. With her face flushed, Xiao Ruohan lowered her gaze, fixating on her toes. "Daddy, what game are you and Annie playing? I want to play too." Lin Nan Nan clung, to Lin Feng's leg, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked up at him. It's quite late, and Annie needs to rest. How about we play together when we get home? Lin Feng quickly scooped up Lin Nan Nan and made a hasty retreat from Xiao Ruohan's house. In the room, Xiao Ruohan touched her blushing cheeks with both hands, shyly burrowing under the covers of her bed, revealing only her enchanting face. She retrieved a pen and a thick notebook from the drawer by her bedside, contemplating for a few moments before writing. November 24th, 2024, Sunny. Sis, Lin Feng bullied me again. Chapter 16, Learning a foreign language is indeed beneficial, and this language must be mastered. The Haifeng Grand Hotel, one of the prominent business hotels in Jiang City, has been the designated venue for Maple Leaf's team-building activities for 5 consecutive years. Standing at the entrance of the hotel, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. This establishment has borne witness to the growth of Maple Leaf, transitioning from a small hall to a grand auditorium that accommodates hundreds. Those 5 youthful individuals, once oblivious to the vastness of the world, have in many ways realized the dreams they once vowed in front of this hotel. However, for Lin Feng, a mere year has transformed everything. I'm sorry, but your name is not on the list. You cannot enter. A youthful and radiant young lady, Gu Yuani, blocked Lin Feng at the entrance, resolutely preventing his entry. Through the dialogue of employees who had just arrived for check-in, Lin Feng learned that her surname was Gu, and her given name was Yuani, a delightful name indeed. Gazing into Gu Yuani's clear yet adorably naive eyes, Lin Feng sighed. Please check again. How could my name not be on the list? I am Lin Feng, with Lin representing wood and Feng signifying the wind. Having been away from Maple Leaf for just over a year, Lin Feng found himself among a completely unfamiliar crowd. The dozen or so employees who had just checked in were strangers to him. Gu Yuani meticulously searched the list, scrutinizing each character, yet could not find Lin Feng's name. Shaking her head with a wary expression, she said, "Your name is indeed not here. Are you truly one of us at Maple Leaf?" Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. He never imagined that his return would result in being barred from entry. He had just attempted to contact Xie Yuan Xiao and the others, but none had answered. Now, he was utterly oblivious to how many familiar faces remained at Maple Leaf. "Please let me in. I am the Vice General Manager of Maple Leaf," Lin Feng declared, revealing his identity. Vice General Manager? Gu Yuani's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head. "I don't recognize you. If your name is not on the list, you cannot enter. May I go in to find someone who can verify my identity?" Gu Yuani nodded, but quickly shook her head, saying, "Can you call a colleague to come and get you? If I could reach someone, would I still be standing here for half the day?" Lin Feng replied, his frustration mounting. Gu Yuani seemed impervious to reason. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided to slip inside, while Gu Yuani was momentarily distracted. "Sir, please do not make this difficult for me. I am still in my probationary period and have only just secured this job," Gu Yuani pleaded, her eyes brimming with urgency and almost tears. At that moment, a strikingly attractive woman emerged from the hall, her presence commanding attention. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "What's going on, Gu? It's quite noisy. Didn't you hear General Jiang speaking inside?" "Secretary Chun. This gentleman claims to be an employee of Maple Leaf, but his name is not on the list," Gu Yuani explained in a hushed and anxious tone. "An employee of Maple Leaf? Which department are you from? I have never seen you before." Chen Yao questioned, her tone condescending. Lin Feng frowned slightly and replied in a deep voice, "The Software Development Department." "The Development Department?" Chen Yao scrutinized Lin Feng, her expression tinged with derision. "I am acquainted with both the product manager and the programmers in the RD department. The attire you wear, none of which exceeds 100 yuan, raises the question of your affiliation with our RD team. It is not a place where just anyone can gain entry. Furthermore, Gu Yuani, why do you persist in conversing with someone not listed on the roster? You ought to summon security to escort him away. If you cannot manage such trivial matters, do you still wish to secure your position? If not, you may proceed to the HR department tomorrow to handle your departure." Gu Yuani's expression turned anxious, and she hastily lowered her gaze. Lin Feng furrowed his brows in concern. Chen Yao cast a cold smirk at Lin Feng before re-entering the hall. Lin Feng spoke in a somber tone. "Is the secretary at Fengyan now endowed with such authority?" It seems that you and Secretary Chun do not share a superior-subordinate relationship, do you? Gu Yuanyi glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, and whispered, I have heard from my senior colleagues that Chun Yao was originally part of our administration department. She possesses exceptional language skills, and after a brief period of instruction under General Manager Jiang, she was swiftly promoted to his personal secretary. Nowadays, mid-level and senior personnel at Fengye must show deference to Chen Yao, and dismissing me, and in turn, would be a mere formality. So please, do not complicate matters for me, or I shall indeed call security. Lin Feng appeared equally helpless. At that moment, Xie Yunxiao finally called. Old Lin, where have you run off to? Are you planning to skip out tonight? Lin Feng replied tersely, Xie Yuanxiao, you finally picked up? I'm currently blocked outside the hall. Hurry and come get me. After hanging up, Gu Yuanyi, visibly shocked, exclaimed, You are truly the vice president of Fengye? She had just clearly heard Lin Feng casually address Xie Yuanxiao by name. Lin Feng shrugged in resignation. Moments later, Xie Yunxiao burst through the hall doors, exclaiming, Who is preventing our general manager Lin from entering? Xie General, Gu Yuanyi stammered nervously. After a brief pause, Xie Yunxiao flashed a charming smile. You must be the new intern from the administration department, Gu Yuanyi, am I correct? Remember this. Our Lin Feng is the general manager at Fengye. If you cannot recall, I shall have you reassigned to be my secretary. Gu Yuanyi, startled, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. There is a saying circulating within Fengye. It is better to provoke the living Yama than to be the secretary of Xiao Ruohan. Serving as Xie Yunxiao's secretary requires one to be on standby 24 hours a day and to endure some of his eccentricities. In just a year, Xie Yunxiao has replaced his secretary 5 or 6 times. Enough of bullying this young lady. Do you wish to learn languages like Jiang Tian? Lin Feng said with exasperation. Xie Yunxiao cleared his throat and glanced around. Where is Lawyer Xiao? Surely, you are not the only one present. She has matters to attend to and may arrive a bit late. You are not deceiving me, are you? You do not wish to introduce me to Lawyer Xiao. Lin Feng shot Xie Yunxiao an irritated glance before assisting the flustered Gu Yuanyi in tidying up the items on her desk. As Lin Feng, Xie Yunxiao, and Gu Yuanyi entered the hall, Jiang Tian, who had been speaking passionately on stage, suddenly paused, fixating his gaze on Lin Feng at the entrance. Jiang Tian's subtle transformation captured the attention of all employees of Maple Leaf present in the hall, their gazes collectively directed towards the entrance, igniting a flurry of discussions. Is that General Lin? He actually graced the gathering with his presence. The same General Lin? The man beside General Xie? How have we never encountered him before? You've only been at Maple Leaf for a little over a year. What do you know? He is one of the founders of Maple Leaf, having served as the general manager for 2 years, guiding the company from its inception to its current stature of over 200 employees. With the change of leadership comes the shift in personnel. Although the company underwent significant transformations during Lin Feng's absence, welcoming numerous newcomers, some veteran employees still felt a surge of excitement at Lin Feng's appearance. At the same time, at the central round table adjacent to the podium, 7 or 8 senior executives from Maple Leaf were seated. Among them, the astute and capable Song Yufei instinctively turned her gaze towards the entrance upon hearing the buzz of discussions. Upon catching sight of the somewhat handsome and impeccably groomed face, her eyes sparkled with the joy of a long-awaited rain after a parched season. Beside Song Yufei sat executives who had risen under Lin Feng's leadership, all of them filled with excitement and surprise as they watched Lin Feng enter. They were individuals who had once toiled under Lin Feng's guidance, enduring hardships to establish the company. Only Chun Yao, seated nearby and oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly assumed Lin Feng was merely a casual acquaintance of Xie Yunxiao upon seeing him walk in. Discontented, she remarked, How could General Xie casually bring a stranger here? Song Yufei shot a cold glance at Chen Yao. Secretary Chun, he is more qualified to be here than anyone else present, including you. Chapter 17. Though the tiger is aged, its might remains. Chun Yao's complexion shifted slightly. Song Yufei offered her no semblance of respect, leaving Chun Yao conspicuously embarrassed before the high-ranking executives of Maple Leaf. It was evident to Chun Yao that she was no match for Song Yufei, who had recently returned from 6 months abroad for postgraduate studies and now wielded considerable influence over the personnel affairs at Maple Leaf. Previously, Chun Yao had been poised to ascend to the position of HR director with the backing of General Manager Jiang Tian, but with Song Yufei's return, her prospects for promotion had diminished significantly. As she watched the executives rise from their seats, Chun Yao clenched her teeth in frustration and sat down. Her curiosity piqued about the identity of Lin Feng, who had garnered the company of Xie Yunxiao and evoked such animated reactions from Song Yufei and the other executives. At the entrance, Xie Yunxiao observed the scene in the hall and smiled knowingly, instinctively draping an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "It seems everyone is quite taken aback by your presence today, especially General Jiang on stage. How does it feel? After nearly 2 years of seclusion, it's high time you returned to Maple Leaf." Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance and brushed off Xie Yunxiao's arm, thinking that Jiang Tian would likely be the first to oppose his return to management. Following closely behind them, Gu Yuanyi wore a curious expression. Having been at Maple Leaf for over 3 months, she had seen the Vice President Song Yufei featured on the company's website, but remained entirely ignorant of Lin Feng's significance as Vice President. It appeared that the company had intentionally obscured Lin Feng's presence. He exchanged glances with Jiang Tian on stage and surveyed the hall, noting that there were still many familiar faces present. Lin Feng and Xie Yunxiao approached the table where Song Yufei sat. "Yufei, when did you return to the country? You didn't even inform me," Lin Feng remarked, surprised to see Song Yufei. It had been 6 months since he last laid eyes on her. A flicker of tenderness crossed Song Yufei's beautiful gaze as she replied softly, "I've been back for over a week. There has been so much to handle since my return, I haven't had a moment to visit Nan Nan. How have you and Nan Nan been?" Old Lin is living quite the vibrant life, like a young lady, hardly stepping outside. I even tried to set him up on a blind date. "And he wouldn't go?" Xie Yunxiao teased with a chuckle. "Blind date? You set that up?" Song Yufei's eyes turned icy as she regarded Xie Yunxiao, with feigned despair. Xie Yunxiao continued, "Indeed, I introduced my cousin to him. She is beautiful and a medical doctor, yet old Lin fails to appreciate her. Enough." Lin Feng hastily tugged at Xie Yunxiao's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Yufei is family. What is there to hide?" Xie Yunxiao retorted, rolling his eyes before continuing, "Yufei, I must tell you, old Lin and my cousin share a bit of fate. The day after he declined the blind date, he ran into her at the hospital." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, noticing Song Yufei's expression darkening further. With a soft sigh, it is no wonder that Xie Yunxiao's girlfriend can only endure for a maximum of 6 months. Should this matter be disclosed to Song Yufei? Song Yufei and Xiao Ruoru are the closest of friends and also Nan Nan's godmother. Informing Song Yufei about his blind date would be akin to placing him on a pyre. Song Yufei retorted coldly, "Do you truly think you need to concern yourself with Lin Feng's affairs? You have yet to sort out your own lifelong matters, yet you meddle in others. It seems you are more anxious than the emperor himself." Xie Yunxiao finally sensed that something was amiss with Song Yufei tonight. Her icy gaze seemed as if it could devour him whole, sending a chill down his spine as he gradually inched closer to Lin Feng. "Old Lin, the way Yufei is looking at me is rather terrifying. She wouldn't actually want to hit me, would she? You must protect me." "Hit you? Not only does Song Yufei want to hit you, but I also want to give you a good thrashing," Lin Feng remarked with a cold glance at Xie Yunxiao. Meanwhile, as the three conversed, Chun Yao, seated nearby, discerned from their snippets of dialogue that Lin Feng's identity was far from ordinary. Though her face remained composed, a tempest brewed within her. Having just spoken ill of Lin Feng outside the hall, she feared he might not let her off easily. The position she had painstakingly attained within Fengye could very well be jeopardized. It was all due to that little girl from the administrative department, Gu Yuanyi. Had it not been for her, Chun Yao would not have crossed paths with Lin Feng. With a sultry yet ominous glance, Chun Yao directed her gaze at Gu Yuanyi in the hall. Simultaneously, she discreetly inquired among other senior executives of Fengye regarding Lin Feng's status. Upon learning that although Lin Feng was one of the founders of Fengye and had once served as its general manager, he now wielded no power within the company, merely holding the nominal title of vice general manager. Chen Yao felt a sense of relief. The fear in her eyes when looking at Lin Feng diminished significantly. In her perspective, Lin Feng resembled a deposed emperor of an ancient dynasty, having lost in the struggle for power, while she herself basked in the favor of the current sovereign. As long as Zhang Tian stood behind her, her position within Fengye remained steadfast. At that moment, Zhang Tian descended from the stage, his shadowy gaze deeply concealed. The unexpected arrival of Lin Feng tonight caught Zhang Tian off guard, leaving him unprepared. It had taken nearly 2 years for him to gradually seize control of Fengye. Having initially ousted Lin Feng from the position of general manager under the pretext of the unfinished game requiring substantial investment, which Fengye could not sustain in the wake of Xiao Ruoru's passing. Now, with Lin Feng's unexpected presence at the annual meeting, Zhang Tian felt a surge of vigilance, fearing that Lin Feng might reclaim his former power within Fengye. Old Lin, it has been nearly 2 years since you left Fengye, and you have not come back to see us old friends, Zhang Tian said, masking his wariness with a smile, feigning a warm welcome for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, observing Zhang Tian's seemingly sincere demeanor, felt a certain unease. The once genuine friend, who had harbored an innocent heart in their school days, had now transformed, relentlessly pursuing power. It is not entirely fair to blame Zhang Tian, for society itself is akin to a vast vat, where every individual may find themselves ensnared. How many among us can truly remain unsullied in such a pervasive environment? I have returned today, have I not? Surely I am still welcome. Lin Feng jested. How could you think otherwise? The maple leaf will always be your home, Zhang Tian responded promptly, his demeanor warm. Yet, he turned to blame Xie Yunxiao. You ought to have informed me of old Lin's return this evening. Xie Yunxiao merely shrugged, disapproving of Zhang Tian's famed cordiality, which lacked the sincerity of times past. Song Yufei remained silent, her gaze towards Zhang Tian laden with suspicion. Observing this scene, Zhang Tian suppressed his rising irritation and warmly invited Lin Feng to take a seat. Lin Feng, however, perceived a deeper layer to Zhang Tian's character. Jiang, on what grounds do you think you can make me leave this table? This is a seat reserved for the senior executives of Maple Leaf, Chen Yao said, playfully shaking Zhang Tian's hand. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Tian gently removed her hand and said, Secretary Chen, please be mindful of the occasion. This is a public gathering. Lin Feng contemplated the implications, realizing that Chen Yao's audacity was indeed tied to Zhang Tian. Otherwise, how could she, in her current position, sit at the same table as the senior executives of Maple Leaf? The 12 seats at the executive table were perfectly filled by the executives and Chen Yao, until Lin Feng's unexpected arrival necessitated the departure of one individual. Secretary Chen, if you do not vacate this seat, do you intend to have General Lin leave instead? Remember your position. You are merely Zhang's secretary, Song Yufei remarked coldly. Chen Yao's face flushed with embarrassment, as none of the executives offered her support, and some even reveled in her discomfort. Feeling like a mere jester, she reluctantly rose to depart. The onlookers in the hall regarded Lin Feng with a sense of admiration, remarking, though the tiger may be aged, its remnants of power still linger. As the gathering continued for over 2 hours, the hall gradually emptied, with only a few souls lingering at each table. At Lin Feng's table, only he, Zhang Tian, and 2 others remained, as several executives of Maple Leaf had already taken their leave. Lin Feng, this time I have not lost to you, have I? Since our university days, you have triumphed over me so many times. Finally, I emerge victorious, Zhang Tian declared, drunkenly throwing an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. Victorious? When have you ever beaten me? Zhang Tian? Lin Feng retorted, slightly inebriated but taken aback. If you dispute this, let us pour another drink and see who can leave this night unscathed. Come, let us see who fears whom. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready for a bout of drinking with Zhang Tian. You both cannot drink any further. One more round and you'll end up in the hospital, Song Yufei urged, her brow furrowed in concern. Calm down, Yufei, Xie Yunxiao replied nonchalantly. This 10-degree beer will not send them to their graves. Let them drink and air out the grievances of these past years. Song Yufei shot Xie Yunxiao a disapproving glare. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruohan suddenly entered the hall and, upon spotting Lin Feng, frowned, making her way to his side. A full glass of beer was snatched from Lin Feng's hand and placed heavily on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Who is it?" Lin Feng and Jiang Tian, who were enjoying their drinks, felt a twinge of displeasure at the sudden interruption. "It is I, Xiao Ruohan." Upon hearing the familiar name and voice, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he sobered up significantly. Turning around, he was met with Xiao Ruohan's frosty visage. The trio beside him, including Song Yufei, instinctively turned to look as well. They could hardly believe their eyes and simultaneously exclaimed, "Ruoru?" Chapter 18. Infatuation, brazenly unashamed old Lin. Xiao Lawyer is truly Ruoru's sister, and not her reincarnation. Xie Xiao covertly surveyed the tranquil Xiao Ruohan dining at the adjacent table, unable to suppress a soft inquiry. Jiang Tan, beside him, perked up his ears. Only Song Yufei furrowed her brows, casting a profound glance at Xiao Ruohan. Lin Feng shot a disapproving look at Xie Xiao, whispering, "Xiao Ruohan is Ruoru's identical twin sister. Naturally, she bears some resemblance to Ruoru. I advise you not to provoke her. Her temperament is the antithesis of Ruoru's." In Lin Feng's mind, Xiao Ruohan was a cunning woman, seemingly serene and aloof, yet harboring a plethora of mischievous schemes. He had been a target of her pranks on multiple occasions. Xie Xiao adjusted his attire, clearing his throat. "A man of the world like me can navigate through a myriad of flowers without leaving a trace. I pursued Ruoru in college, and now that she has taken an interest in you, I must seize this opportunity." Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, attempting to deter Xie Xiao, but the latter, brimming with confidence, strode toward Xiao Ruohan. Since Xiao Ren entered the hall, Song Yufei, who had not uttered a word, suddenly remarked, "Lin Feng, you seem rather apprehensive of Ruoru's sister." Lin Feng's expression stiffened as he retorted, "Who is afraid of her? I merely prefer not to stoop to her level." "Is that so? I can't help but feel you resemble a mouse before a cat upon seeing Lawyer Xiao," Song Yufei said, her gaze penetrating and meaningful. Lin Feng awkwardly laughed, internally admitting a flicker of fear towards Xiao Ruohan. Jiang Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Song Yufei, lightly nudging Lin Feng. "It feels as if there is something peculiar between you and Lawyer Xiao, almost palpable." At this, Song Yufei furrowed her brows again, her eyes scrutinizing Xiao Ruohan. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, hastily countered, "You two should refrain from baseless conjectures. My relationship with Xiao Ruohan is entirely normal, akin to that which I share with you." "Why so tense, then? Surely, you're not trying to hide something," Jiang Tian retorted with a knowing glance. Lin Feng forced a laugh, lifting his water glass, feeling uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. Old Lin, Lawyer Xiao, is exceedingly aloof. After chatting for over 10 minutes, she has only uttered 3 sentences. "My throat is nearly burning," Xie Xiao exclaimed, snatching the water glass from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng shot Xie Xiao an exasperated look. Outside of work, Xiao Ruohan would instinctively activate her emotional shield around unfamiliar individuals. When Lin Feng first met Xiao Ruohan, aside from a polite greeting, it took her over a month to exchange a second word with him. "I advise you not to harbor any illusions. Your greasy flattery might charm freshly graduated female students. But with Xiao Ruohan, it's best to reconsider," Lin Feng cautioned. "Absolutely not. I am a veteran in the realm of romance. I cannot afford to give up so easily. Old Lin, you must assist me." "Assist you? Get lost. Do you wish to push me into the fire? You want me to help you pursue Xiao Ruohan? Are we not good friends? Do you truly want me to remain a lifelong bachelor? I even introduced you to my closest cousin." Xie Xiao clung to Lin Feng's arm, weeping profusely. Suddenly, Xiao Ruohan approached Lin Feng, gazing deeply into his eyes, and inquired, "Will you return home alone, or shall we go together?" "Together, together," Lin Feng hastily replied, shaking off Xie Xiao's grasp. At the entrance of Haifeng Hotel, Xie Xiao whispered conspiratorially to Lin Feng, "Old Lin, you live directly across from Lawyer Xiao. As the saying goes, the one who is near the water tower gets the moonlight first. I entrust you with what just transpired." Leave me be. Gu Yuandi is taking you home. Do not bully the young lady, Lin Feng retorted. Turning to Gu Yuandi, who had her head bowed, he reassured her. It's all right. Do not be anxious or afraid. If anything arises, just give me a call. Gu Yuandi nodded earnestly, her cheeks flushed. Old Lin, am I really that kind of person? Moreover, I have no interest in such young ladies, Xie Yinxiao huffed. With Lin Feng's support, Gu Yuandi passed by Xie Yinxiao, indignantly declaring, if it weren't for President Lin asking me to escort you, I wouldn't be alone with you. I hadn't realized this little girl was quite sharp-tongued, Xie Yinxiao remarked, just as Xiao Ruohan approached again. She quietly whispered a few words into Lin Feng's ear before taking Gu Yuandi away. Jiang Tian, having consumed alcohol that evening, found it inconvenient to drive home, so Song Yufei kindly offered to take him back. Lin Feng had initially considered calling a designated driver, but under Xiao Ruohan's insistence, he reluctantly allowed her to drive. Inside the car, Lin Feng rolled down the window and, noticing Xiao Ruohan's scan attire, felt the cold wind tousle her hair, prompting him to shut the window again. Ruohan, I merely had a few drinks. I am not drunk at all. Lin Feng felt an uncharacteristic concern for Xiao Ruohan's emotions and felt compelled to explain. Xiao Ruohan responded coolly, and the atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy once more. A few minutes later, she suddenly remarked, that Miss Song Yufei seems to have feelings for you. Lin Feng coughed violently, quickly clarifying, do not speak nonsense. Song Yufei and Jiang Tian are a couple, all right? Since their university days, Jiang has been pursuing her. So after all these years, has Jiang Tian won over that Miss Song? Xiao Ruohan continued, just now at the hotel when she learned I live across from you. There was a hint of hostility in her gaze. Xiao Ruohan herself was unsure why she was so talkative tonight, but some words felt suffocating if left unspoken. Lin Feng fell silent. Since his acquaintance with Song Yufei in university, Jiang Tian had always shown fondness for her. However, they had never publicly declared their relationship. Nan told me that Miss Song used to visit her often. Does that mean Song Yufei likes me? Xiao Ruohan queried. Then, since you spend more time with Nan than Song Yufei does that not also imply you like me? Lin Feng interjected, swiftly countering her assertion. You. In the darkness, a rosy hue blossomed on Xiao Ruohan's cheeks as she bit her lip tightly. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt at the roadside, its driver glaring furiously at Lin Feng. What do you intend to do? It's late at night, and there's not a soul in sight. I absolutely refuse to exit the car tonight. Lin Feng's expression was one of caution, his hands tightly gripping the seatbelt. Having already provoked Xiao Ruohan's ire, he resolved to embrace the situation rather than retreat. Shameless, Xiao Ruohan spat through clenched teeth. Upon returning to the community, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to swiftly carry Lin Nan into the house as Xiao Ruohan opened the door. Nan for the next couple of days. Do not visit your aunt, understood? Lin Nan obediently nodded, her curiosity piqued. Daddy, did you make Annie angry again? Lin Feng's expression faltered, and he muttered, your aunt's temper is best left unmentioned. After Lin Feng departed the room, Lin Nan discreetly picked up her phone watch and dialed. Grandpa, Annie was brought home tonight by a gentleman. I just saw it secretly. Hearing this, Xiao Jiangwo felt a surge of joy. Nan, what did that gentleman look like? Lin Nan's round eyes darted around as she whispered, He is as handsome as Daddy and just as tall. Nan, help Grandpa keep a close watch on your aunt, and do not disclose this to anyone. This is our little secret, he instructed. Lin Nan nodded, her cheeks mischievous. Grandpa, you must keep your promise. For every piece of news about Annie, take me out for a delicious meal. Of course, I'm not like your father, who does not keep his word. Little glutton, tomorrow, Grandpa will take you out for a treat. Xiao Jiangwo chuckled lightly before ending the call. Lin Nan's tiny face beamed as she snuggled into her blankets. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ruohan was away on a business trip and did not return. It wasn't until Thursday afternoon that Lin Feng prepared to head to the community school bus stop to fetch Lin Nan. However, Xiao Ruohan had already brought Lin Nan home. As she opened the door, Xiao Ruohan cast a frosty glance at Lin Feng before turning to return to her own home. Lin Feng, perplexed, wondered if Xiao Ruohan was still upset after 4 days. Glancing down, he saw Lin Nan's sorrowful little face which only deepened his confusion. Daddy, can we please not let Annie meet Teacher Luo tomorrow? Chapter 19. The fault lies with the father for not teaching. Have you seen the teacher? Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze, before he suddenly realized and furrowed his brows. Lin Nan, have you gotten into trouble at kindergarten again? And no. Lin Nan's gaze flickered, her eyes awkwardly darting to the upper right. A father knows his daughter best. Observing Lin Nan's anxious little face, Lin Feng sighed. Speak up. Did you hit another child? Or did you snatch someone else's snacks again? Suddenly, Lin Nan clung to Lin Feng's leg, tears streaming down uncontrollably. They call me a wild child without a mother, Daddy. I really miss Mommy. Lin Feng's heart ached as if it were being sliced, and he crouched down to embrace Lin Nan, softly saying, Daddy misses your mother too. He gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Nan's eyes with his thumb. Don't cry anymore. If you do, you'll look like a little raccoon. Tomorrow, Daddy will accompany you to school. In the dead of night, Lin Feng sat alone on the living room sofa, his gaze profound. A nearly extinguished cigarette firmly pinched between his index and middle fingers. Lin Feng, why are you smoking at home again? Didn't you quit? Xiao Ruohan emerged from the adjoining room, frowning as she snatched the cigarette from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng instinctively snapped back to reality, awkwardly shaking his head. He had almost forgotten that he shouldn't let Nan inhale secondhand smoke at home. Hand it over. What? The cigarettes you've secretly hidden in your pocket, Xiao Ruohan said coldly. Lin Feng cleared his throat, hesitating for a moment before replying. This is for Dad. It's not mine. Xiao Ruohan's voice turned even colder. Hand over the cigarettes for your father as well. All right, I'll give them to you, Lin Feng said, his face full of reluctance as he retrieved an entire pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly as she warned, Don't let me catch you smoking at home again. Lin Feng quickly nodded vigorously, raising his hands in surrender. Seeing Xiao Ruohan's anger dissipate, he quietly said, Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Can I accompany Nan to school? What? Do you still want to indulge and shield her? Teacher Luo has already called me. Nan made that little boy cry for an entire class period. Is she really that fierce? But that boy isn't much better. He can't even win against a little girl like Nan, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Xiao Ruohan shot him a sidelong glance. You've raised Nan like this, and you're quite pleased with it. She's not ladylike at all. She behaves like a boy. Lin Feng pouted, muttering being like a boy is better than being bullied. Nan just told me that she hit that boy because he called her a wild child without a mother, he added defensively. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan's expression darkened. I will also go to school tomorrow to meet this child's parents and see what kind of family raises such a child. The following day, outside Ye Qingning International Kindergarten, the asphalt road was crowded with a variety of luxury cars, each worth at least 300,000 to 400,000. Lin Feng's old car, worth merely 100,000, appeared utterly out of place among these extravagant vehicles. Upon disembarking, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan attracted the envious gazes of nearby fathers escorting their children to school. Lin Feng, with a peculiar expression, jested, Attorney Xiao. Walking alongside you fills me with immense pressure. The glances from the other fathers feel as though they could reduce me to ashes. Xiao Ruohan, frowning, preferred to avoid lingering in such a public space, taking little Lin Nan's hand and swiftly making her way towards the kindergarten. Lin Feng scratched his nose and followed, rolling his eyes as the chorus of lamentations arose from the fathers behind them. As Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan reached the office of the teacher, the acrid sound of a woman's vitriol could be heard even through the thick walls. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. The vitriolic words made it evident that the woman shouting was the parent of a certain boy. Xiao Ruohan's expression mirrored his displeasure. Pushing the door open, she hurried inside while holding Lin Nan's small hand, with Lin Feng closely trailing behind. Inside the office, the homeroom teacher Luo Xiaoya appeared visibly relieved upon seeing Xiao Ruohan and quickly rose to introduce herself. Ms. Xiao, these two are the parents of Haohua. This marked Lin Feng's first encounter with Luo Xiaoya, a notably young teacher. Her clear eyes suggested she had recently graduated from college. Beside the desk stood a short, portly woman adorned with a large gold ring. Upon seeing Xiao Ruohan, Her face twisted with jealousy as she coldly fixed her gaze on Lin Nan, declaring, "It's your wild child who struck my Haohua." Lin Nan, somewhat frightened, hid behind Lin Feng's leg, revealing a nervous little face. "I'm not a wild child. I have a father, an aunt, and grandparents." Lin Feng, furrowing his brow, replied solemnly, "Your child was the first to speak disrespectfully. The upbringing of my Haohua is impeccable. Surely your wild child initiated the conflict," the stout woman retorted harshly. "Daddy, Annie, I don't have those." Lin Nan shook her round little head, looking up at Lin Feng. "Nan, don't be afraid. Daddy believes you," Lin Feng spoke softly. Xiao Ruohan maintained her icy demeanor, her voice laced with sarcasm as she remarked, "Indeed, like mother, like son, fond of being the first to play the victim. Oh, and an aunt? I suspect she is merely the mistress of this wild child's father. They share such a striking resemblance. Could it be that you bore a child from an affair?" Xiao Ruohan's previously cool visage grew even colder. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger rise within him. Xiao Ruohan and Lin Nan represented his limits, especially when it came to the latter's reputation. Clenching his fists, he stepped toward the stout woman and intently stated, "If you have the audacity, repeat what you just said. What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight?" The stout woman appeared somewhat intimidated. "Where is your husband? Where has he gone? Parents, please calm down. This is merely a trivial matter. Let us not escalate it into something significant." Luo Xiaoya intervened urgently, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Finally, the tall, thin man wearing glasses, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Regarding your daughter striking my son yesterday, we can overlook it. Let us settle this with a monetary compensation." After listening, Lin Feng's anger subsided somewhat. After all, it was his daughter who had initiated the confrontation. Compensating a few hundred or even over 1,000 yuan was something he could accept. However, the man before him made Lin Feng feel uneasy, despite his seemingly refined demeanor. This man had fixed his gaze on Xiao Ruohan since she entered the office, and coupled with such a harsh wife and that kind of son, Lin Feng perceived him as a polished scoundrel. How much compensation? A few hundred or more than 1,000? The bespectacled man revealed his true nature, shaking his head with a grin and declaring 200,000, not a cent less. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes turned icy. It was evident that this man was attempting extortion. 200,000? Then we shall see each other in court. You're already suspected of committing extortion, which could result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Xiao Ruohan raised her phone and played a recording, suddenly speaking in a cold tone. The bespectacled man's expression faltered, and he chuckled nervously, saying, "Madam, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." Xiao Ruohan merely shook her head indifferently. The law values evidence, and the recording on the phone serves as proof. Even if your extortion fails, it still constitutes attempted extortion. The man's expression grew uncomfortable, not expecting Xiao Ruohan to have recorded their conversation, and at this realization, he steeled his heart. Chapter 20. Dignity lies only on the edge of a sword. Beware. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Ruohan, his gaze fierce as he confronted the bespectacled man attempting to seize her phone. In the ensuing struggle, the lanky man, lacking the stature of Lin Feng, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, was soon sent sprawling onto the office floor. "Ah, he is attacking me," cried the stout woman, rushing to the side of the bespectacled man, her hands clutching him as she glared menacingly at Lin Feng. "I will call the police and have this pair of scoundrels arrested." Lu Xiaoya, momentarily flustered, appeared to be at a loss, her inexperience in such situations evident as she anxiously attempted to mediate. Lin Feng, undeterred by the woman's vitriol, turned to gently grasp Xiao Ruohan's slightly reddened wrist. "Does it hurt? Are you injured?" Xiao Ruohan shook her head softly, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's with an intensity that filled the air with tension. Moments later, Lin Feng awkwardly released her delicate hand. Xiao Ruohan rubbed her left wrist and coolly addressed the stout woman seated on the floor. "Then do call the police. Let us see how they resolve this matter. You two scoundrels should not revel in your triumph. Having harmed my husband, I will ensure you spend a lifetime in prison," the stout woman venomously proclaimed. Lin Feng's anger ignited once more at her derogatory remarks. How dare she refer to them in such a manner? Clenching his fists, he advanced toward her again. Xiao Ruohan quickly grasped Lin Feng's hand, shaking her head gently. Do not act impulsively. The police will handle this. Lin Feng, in response, relaxed his fists, suppressing the fury that threatened to consume him. Soon, the nearby police station dispatched officers to the scene, escorting Lin Feng and his companions to the station for questioning. Officer Qian Xiao, here is the situation. This man, Qin Yuan, is suspected of extortion, having attempted to seize the recording I held and destroy evidence. Xiao Ruohan recounted the events with unwavering composure, simultaneously accusing Qin Yuan of extorting Lin Feng for 200,000 yuan, presenting the recording to the officer. The stout woman's expression shifted drastically as she retorted, "You are slandering us. Officer, she is defaming my husband. He merely made a joke, and they pushed him to the ground, causing injury." Slander? With the recording as physical evidence and teacher Lu Xiaoyao present as a witness. The legal reality is clear, Xiao Ruohan stated firmly. You must believe us, officer. Do not take this woman's word at face value. Officer Qian Xiao, feeling overwhelmed, rapped his knuckles on the desk. Both of you quiet down. This is a civil case. Our department's physician has assessed Qin Yuan's injuries. He merely sustained scrape. Can you both not come to a peaceful resolution? Absolutely not. My husband has suffered greatly. They must compensate him, or I will ensure they face imprisonment. The stout woman, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, shouted defiantly, refusing to consider reconciliation. Very well. Should you refuse to settle, I, Xiao Ruohan, shall pursue this to the end. Officer Qian Xiao, I am an attorney from Jiangcheng Hezhong Law Firm, and I hereby formally represent Lin Feng in a lawsuit for extortion against Qin Yuan. Upon hearing Xiao Ruohan's identity as a lawyer, the plump woman finally displayed a visage of fear and concern. Qian Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this striking young woman was indeed an attorney. After a brief silence, he stated, Ms. Jiang Feng, if you do not intend to settle, this lawyer Xiao is poised to sue Qin Yuan for extortion, and the court may very well impose a sentence of over a year on Qin Hao. No, no, no. We will settle. We will settle. Jiang Feng responded in a flustered manner upon hearing this. In the lobby of the police station, after both parties reached an agreement, Xiao Ruohan, holding Lin Nannan, awaited the completion of the record with a serene expression. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Lin Nannan wriggled free from Xiao Ruohan's embrace and joyfully dashed towards him. Daddy, you were such a hero just now. You looked so brave protecting Nannan and Annie. Of course, Daddy will never allow you or Annie to be harmed in the slightest. Lin Feng replied with a soft chuckle, lifting Lin Nannan from the ground as he spoke earnestly. Daddy, your beard is scratching Nannan's face. Not far away. Xiao Ruohan observed this heartwarming scene and smiled gently. You two look so alike. Nannan, remember, when faced with challenges, do not resort to violence. Instead, engage in discourse first. Lin Nannan pondered seriously for a moment, nodding her little head as she waved her tiny fists. Nannan will remember, if anyone bullies Nannan again, I will talk it out first, then act. Haha, Nannan is absolutely right. Dignity lies only at the edge of a sword, and cannon shall be fired within range. Lin Feng said, playfully pinching Lin Nannan's little nose. Daddy, even if Nannan doesn't fully understand, she feels that what you say makes a lot of sense. Xiao Ruohan shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. Just indulge her. Sooner or later, Nannan will be spoiled by you. Qin Yuan and Jiang Feng, the couple, also arrived in the lobby. As they passed by Lin Feng and his daughter, Jiang Feng maliciously remarked, Enjoy your temporary triumph. With your shabby $10,000 car, you will soon be expelled from Meicheng International Kindergarten. She then added smugly, My husband is about to join Jiangcheng Maple Leaf Group. Maple Leaf Group? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Xiao Ruohan, unfazed by the couple, raised her phone and retorted coldly, Still here boasting? Do you wish to enter the police station once more? Jiang Feng and Qin Yuan's expressions shifted as they hurriedly departed. At that moment, Luo Xiaoya exited after completing the record and quietly cautioned, Nannan's father. I've heard that Jiang Feng has some connections in Jiangcheng. You should be cautious. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine, Teacher Luo. Thank you for your testimony earlier. My father is also a police officer. This couple has truly gone too far, Luo Xiaoya said, fuming. Lin Feng smiled warmly, pleasantly surprised by how endearing Luo Xiaoya was. At the top floor of the Maple Leaf Group headquarters, Xie Yunxiao hurriedly entered Song Yufei's office. Yufei, did you interview a senior executive named Qin Yuan yesterday? Song Yufei wore a perplexed expression, pausing for a few seconds before nodding and stating, "We are hiring a senior executive from Qin Yuan." Initially, this individual was flagged due to issues with character and integrity, but since Jiang Tian had given prior notice, we had no choice but to accept him. Just now, old Lin called me inquiring about Qin Yuan. Out of curiosity, I asked him about it. It seems that old Lin, due to matters concerning Nanan, had confronted Qin Yuan and even found himself in the police station. Nanan? Song Yufei's gaze turned icy as she spoke in a low voice. I will promptly notify the HR department to rescind Qin Yuan's offer. Xie Yunxiao hastily intervened. Yufei, please do not act impulsively. Qin Yuan was recommended by Jiang Tian. Terminating his contract at this juncture would only exacerbate the conflict between you. Without hesitation, Song Yufei replied, "Do not forget that I am Nanan's godmother. I once promised Rui to take good care of Nanan, and as long as I am here, Qin Yuan will not remain at Maple Leaf." With that, Song Yufei furrowed her brow and strode towards the office door. Just as she reached the entrance, she paused, hesitated for a moment, and turned back to the bewildered Xie Yunxiao, saying, "Aren't you always thinking about Lawyer Xiao? Accompany me to Lin Feng's house tonight to see Nanan." Chapter 21. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. Old Lin. How impressive. A man's abode is kept so immaculate. Perhaps one day you could lend a hand in tidying up my place. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen and glanced at Xie Yunxiao, who was wandering about the house. He explained, "The cleanliness of my home is attributed to Xiao Ruohan, who often comes to assist with the chores. I am perpetually occupied with game development and scarcely have time for such matters." Xie Yunxiao's eyes widened as he rushed to Lin Feng's side, clutching his chest in feigned anguish. "Ah, my goddess is so callously commanded by you. It pains my heart." Lin Feng, exasperated, retorted, "Go away. If you don't help me and Yufei in the kitchen, do you still wish to enjoy hot pot tonight?" In the kitchen, Song Yufei paused momentarily in her chopping as she overheard the banter between the two. When Lin Feng entered, she casually inquired, "Does Lawyer Xiao visit your home often?" "Not particularly," Lin Feng replied. "It's just that she moved here in the past 6 months and occasionally comes to pick up Nan for school." "Oh." Song Yufei responded with a hint of contemplation on her face. At that moment, Xie Yunxiao stealthily approached Lin Feng. "Old Lin, when Lawyer Xiao returns with Nan, you must invite her to stay for dinner." Lin Feng sighed. "Do you still harbor intentions towards her? I thought I had made it clear that Xiao Ruohan would never be interested in a frivolous playboy like you. How would I know without trying? Perhaps Lawyer Xiao might be captivated by my charm." Lin Feng halted his actions and scrutinized the impeccably dressed Xie Yunxiao, who sported a meticulously styled haircut, and remarked with exasperation, "I have never encountered such a self-absorbed individual. You are truly one of a kind, Xie Yunxiao." Having said that, Lin Feng turned to see Song Yufei preparing the hot pot base and quickly cautioned, "Yufei, don't add too much base. Xiao Ruohan isn't accustomed to spicy food." "Not accustomed to spice?" Song Yufei furrowed her brows, hesitating momentarily before pouring the entire packet of hot pot base into the pot. As evening approached, the sound of keys turning in the front door echoed through the living room. The trio, who were arranging the dishes, turned their gazes toward the entrance. Xie Yunxiao nudged Lin Feng with his elbow, casting a quick glance. "Old Lin, whether we meet Lawyer Xiao tonight depends on you." With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng rose and swiftly made his way to the front door. Upon opening it, Nan dashed into his arms, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement as her little nose sniffed the air eagerly. "Daddy, did you make something delicious at home? I knew you were a little glutton. You can smell the food the moment you arrive," Lin Feng said affectionately. Hearing this, Nan wriggled free from Lin Feng's embrace, kicked off her shoes, and scampered into the living room on her bare feet. "Be careful. Run slowly. The floor is slippery, and you might fall." Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation as he accepted the backpack handed to him by Xiao Ruohan. "Ruohan, we're having hot pot for dinner tonight. Why not join us? Xiao Ruohan gave Lin Feng a discerning look, her expression suggesting flattery without cause is often a precursor to ulterior motives. What do you truly seek from me? Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly shook his head, stating that he had no other matters for her assistance, merely wishing to express gratitude for the events of the day. Thank me? You have never invited me to dinner before. This meal could very well be a trap. Xiao Ruohan replied, her expression one of caution. At that moment, the living room echoed with Lin Nan's surprised exclamation. Godmother, godmother, it has been such a long time since you visited Nan. Nan, do you miss godmother? I do, exceedingly so. Xiao Ruohan, hearing the commotion, inquired with curiosity. Do you have guests tonight? Lin Feng nodded swiftly. Yu Fei and Xie Yunxiao are aware of what transpired at the kindergarten today and have come specifically to see Nan. Upon hearing Song Yufei's name, Xiao Ruohan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, saying, Well then, since you have graciously invited me to dinner, I shall reluctantly accept. Xiao Ruohan's demeanor shifted suddenly. Lin Feng, momentarily a loss, watched as Xiao Ruohan adeptly changed into her fluffy slippers and made her way to the living room. Given the circumstances, Xiao Ruohan appeared to harbor considerable animosity towards Song Yufei. He hoped nothing untoward would occur that evening. In the dining room, beneath the soft glow of the lights, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Xiao Ruohan frowned, her gaze fixed on the fiery red hot pot brimming with chilies, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. In stark contrast, Lin Nan was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Song Yufei sat to Lin Nan's left, diligently serving her a generous portion of beef meatballs. Observing Xiao Ruohan's discomfort, Lin Feng felt a touch of embarrassment, having not anticipated the spiciness of the hot pot prepared by Song Yufei. After just one bite, Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Nan, the hot pot is exceedingly spicy tonight. Do not indulge too much, as it may upset your stomach. She gently cautioned, noticing the mound of meatballs in Lin Nan's bowl. Song Yufei, with a nonchalant air, remarked, Lawyer Xiao, the children in Jiangcheng have been fond of spicy food since childhood. This level of heat is merely mild. With that, she picked up a slice of tripe from the pot and placed it directly into Lin Nan's bowl in front of Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan's expression darkened as she poured a cup of warm water into Lin Nan's glass, saying, Nan, you are only permitted to eat this much tonight. Finish this piece of tripe and we shall stop, as overeating is detrimental to your health. Lin Nan set down her chopsticks and, rubbing her little belly, protested, Annie, but I'm still hungry. Did you not teach me to cherish food? No sooner had she spoken than she caught sight of Xiao Ruohan's icy gaze. Her eyes pleadingly turned towards Lin Feng for assistance. Ruohan, allow her to eat a bit more tonight. She seldom has hot pot. There is no need for concern this time, Lin Feng said cautiously. Xiao Ruohan shot him an exasperated glare, but ultimately did not prevent Lin Nan from continuing her meal. Granted permission, Lin Nan picked up her chopsticks with a beaming smile. Noticing that Xiao Ruohan had been drinking water without touching her meal, Lin Feng submerged a slice of tripe in the hot water for a few seconds before placing it in Xiao Ruohan's small bowl. Observing this, Song Yufei frowned slightly and remarked, Lawyer, Xiao has lived in Jiangcheng for several years. How is it that she has yet to learn to enjoy spicy food? Who says I cannot handle spicy food? I usually eat even spicier than this. A surge of indignation welled up within Xiao Ruohan. It was particularly irksome to be looked down upon by the very person before her. Fine, since Lawyer Xiao claims to enjoy spicy food. Let us compare these two plates of fresh tripe and see who can finish first. Let the contest begin with Lin Feng as the judge. With a cold huff, Xiao Ruohan showed no sign of hesitation on her face. After all, it was merely a matter of consuming spicy food. She was determined to take on the challenge tonight. Lin Feng stepped forward to intervene. Have you forgotten the last time you ate something spicy and ended up in a hospital? Perhaps we should reconsider tonight. Xiao Ruohan shot him a glare before turning to engage in the spicy tripe contest with Song Yufei. Xie Yunxiao quietly approached Lin Feng and whispered, Old Lin, the atmosphere between Lawyer Xiao and Yufei seems a bit off. This is already their second clash of the evening. Remember to keep your distance. When celestial beings engage in conflict, it is the mortals who suffer. Lin Feng bent down to offer a soft warning, and Xie Yunxiao nodded, though somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, his gaze filled with concern as he observed Xiao Ruohan's slightly flushed face. Chapter 22. New clothes are inferior to old friends. Stop eating. Xiao Ruohan, you can't have any more, Lin Feng urged anxiously. Although Xiao Ruohan had already consumed nearly half a plate of tripe, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead like raindrops. Her cheeks flushed, and her lips appeared slightly swollen from the spicy hot pot. Yet, Xiao Ruohan disregarded Lin Feng's advice, stubbornly fixating on Song Yufei before her. In contrast, Song Yufei wore an expression of ease. Beside them, Xie Yunxiao rested her chin on her hands, a smile gracing her face as she observed the silent standoff between the two women at the table. Noticing this, Lin Feng deliberately kicked Xie Yunxiao under the table, subtly signaling her with a glance. After a brief moment of confusion, Xie Yunxiao understood Lin Feng's intent. Yufei, please stop eating. You both have finished the last 2 plates of tripe. Or allow Lin and Nan supposed to eat. She chimed in. Exactly. If you finish it all, this contest will end in a tie between the two of you. Lin Feng hastily removed the remaining plates of tripe from in front of Xiao Ruohan and placed 2 cups of warm water before them. Xiao Ruohan glanced at the water, suppressing the intense spiciness in her mouth. Her expression remained remarkably calm, showing no inclination to drink. What a stubborn mule, Lin Feng thought helplessly. Xiao Ruohan's tolerance for spice could not compare to that of Song Yufei, who hailed from a lineage of 3 generations residing in Jiangsheng, making her adept at handling spiciness, far surpassing 90% of its inhabitants. In contrast, Xiao Ruohan came from a family of Suzhou and Hangzhou natives, unaccustomed to spicy food, and had only moved to Jiangsheng over a decade ago due to her parents' work. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Song Yufei frowned as she glanced at the incoming call displayed on the screen. She hung up the phone, but within seconds, it rang again. Yufei, Jiang Tian is calling. It might be important. You should answer, Lin Feng suggested, having inadvertently caught sight of the number. With a cold expression, Song Yufei picked up the phone and stepped onto the balcony, sliding the door shut behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiao Ruohan watched as Song Yufei entered the balcony. Under the astonished gaze of Lin Feng and Xie Yunxiao, she quickly downed a full glass of water, cheeks reddening, before rushing to the restroom. Xiao Ruohan is quite proud, but I like that, Xie Yunxiao whispered playfully in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng shot her a disapproving glare and, hearing the sound of running water from the restroom, hesitated briefly before heading in that direction. On the balcony, Jiang Tian's voice was low and serious. Yufei, why did you terminate the contract with Qin Yuan? I went to great lengths to recruit him from another company. Song Yufei quickly clarified, after a thorough investigation. Qin Yuan is unsuitable for the position of deputy manager in the technical department at Fengye. Serious technical discrepancies were found in the background check from his previous company, and there are concerns regarding his character. While technical skills can be developed, issues of character are beyond remedy. My decision to hire Qin Yuan was made after careful consideration. Careful consideration? Don't think I'm unaware. You chose Qin Yuan among 7 or 8 candidates solely because of Chun Yao. Qin Yuan is the cousin of Chen's secretary. You're being biased. Song Yufei initially intended to spare Jiang Tian some face, yet Jiang Tian, relentless, insisted on hiring Qin Yuan. With a cold smile, Jiang Tian remarked, selfishness? You dismissed Qin Yuan precisely because he argued with Lin Feng during the day. Do not presume I am unaware. Nan is the only daughter of Ruoru. I cannot allow her to be harmed. Song Yufei replied calmly. Ruoru? Lin Feng will never develop feelings for you. In his heart, Xiao Ruoru occupies all space. Even if Lin Feng were to marry another woman in the future, it would merely be out of obligation. Yufei, you must abandon this delusion. Lin Feng, enough. As long as I remain at Maple Leaf, Qin Yuan shall not set foot inside, Song Yufei declared coldly. In the Maple Leaf general manager's office, Jiang Tian sat grimly in his chair, his gaze deep and shadowy. Jiang, Song Yufei is truly overstepping. She leaves you no semblance of dignity. You are the general manager of Maple Leaf. We should devise a reason to relieve her of her influence over company personnel, Chen Yao suggested, her voice sultry. Jiang Tian cast a frosty glance at Chen Yao. Leave, Jiang. I am merely trying to alleviate your burdens, Chen Yao cooed, massaging his shoulders. Depart, and remember your position. You are merely a secretary, a subordinate. The role Song Yufei occupies at Maple Leaf is not for you to casually discuss, Jiang Tian retorted icily. Chen Yao's complexion flushed with a mix of red and white, her eyes brimming with jealousy, harboring resentment towards Lin Feng and Song Yufei. Reluctantly, she exited the office. Jiang Tian remained silent for a long while, retrieving a yellowed photograph from his drawer. Gazing at the youthful faces and clear eyes of the 5 individuals captured in the image, his expression grew increasingly complex. Lin Feng, a fellow product of our small town. Why do you merit the affections of Xiao Ruoru and Song Yufei? What distinguishes you from me? Yufei, I apologize for the trouble caused earlier, Lin Feng said. Having just learned from Jiang Tian that Song Yufei had dismissed Qin Yuan due to the earlier incident, which had exacerbated tensions between her and Jiang Tian. Song Yufei gently shook her head, her gaze soft as she watched Lin Nan doze on the sofa. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan's look towards Song Yufei also softened, no longer tinged with provocation. After finishing their hot pot meal, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the community, watching as Song Yufei and her companion departed before returning home. Xiao Ruohan, clad in an apron, was washing dishes in the kitchen. Upon hearing the sounds, Lin Feng gazed at her silhouette, lost in thought, memories of a past figure flooding his mind. The same time, the same place, yet different individuals. Yet the person before him made Lin Feng feel as though she still existed in this world. Clothes may not be as fine as new, yet one cannot replace the familiar presence of old acquaintances. The following day, on the highway to Wuxian, Lin Nan gazed curiously at the distant mountains. The mountains were shrouded in swirling clouds, a ray of sunlight piercing through the thick layers, illuminating the endless range. Once one has traversed the vast ocean, no other waters can compare. Apart from Wuxian, there are no clouds. Xiao Ruohan's eyes sparkled with surprise, as she couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, wore a complex expression. He recalled that when Xiao Ruohan first visited his hometown, she too had expressed her admiration for the picturesque scenery of Wuxian, reciting a poem. Father, the scenery here is so beautiful. I would love to live here, she had said. You little rascal. After all the effort it took for me to leave these mountains and come to Jiangsheng, you yearn to live here, Lin Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Ruohan teased, your father was the top scorer in the county's entrance exam, gaining admission to the computer science department at Jiangxing University. So you must strive hard, Nan. Wow, father, you are amazing. Lin Nan clapped her tiny hands, contemplating with a curious gaze tinged with confusion. But our teacher, Miss Luo, said that only the last student in her class can attend the nearby Jiangxing University. Chapter 23. The Town's Problem Solver Haha. Xiao Ruohan stifled a laugh, while Lin Feng exhibited not a trace of anger, instead wearing a proud smile. Nan, your father is indeed a humble problem solver from a small town. I progressed from our town to a small county, and then, step by step, to the big city. Although I may not be as accomplished as your aunt, I find contentment in my journey. My hometown was impoverished, and most of my childhood friends ventured into labor after completing middle school. I was the only one to take the college entrance examination and attend university. Thus, with such a high platform before you, Jiangxing offers excellent education, and you must study diligently in the future, Nan. Lin Feng's expression grew contemplative as he reminisced about the scarcity of educational resources in his hometown. In middle school, only the top 3 students could enter the county's key high school. Even in high school, only the top 1 or 2 could gain admission to prestigious 985 universities. What does it matter to be accepted into a 985 university when the illustrious universities of the capital, Tsinghua and Peking, cast an overshadowing light? There will always be mountains higher than the next. In this world, heroes abound like fish crossing a river, yet talents like Xiao Ruohan are few and far between. Ordinary people remain ordinary. Perhaps your efforts merely lead you to where others begin. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction for having navigated from a small town to a big city, akin to a journey filled with trials and tribulations. Lin Nan nodded her little head, grasping the essence of his words to some extent. Xiao Ruohan suppressed her smile, her eyes wide with surprise. The confidence radiating from Lin Feng was a stark contrast to his previous despondency. It was no wonder that her discerning sister was captivated by him, choosing the seemingly unremarkable Lin Feng among the many exceptional suitors at Jiangxing University. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan's curiosity about Lin Feng deepened. "Ruohan, please refrain from looking at me like that. It's making me uneasy," Lin Feng said, a chill running down his spine as he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ruohan's peculiar gaze in the rearview mirror, fearing she might concoct some mischievous idea. "Who is looking at you? Just focus on driving," Xiao Ruohan retorted, her cheeks flushing red as she swiftly changed the subject to mask her embarrassment, lightly kicking the backrest of the driver's seat. "Andy, your face is so flushed," Lin Nan observed with great curiosity. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks deepened in color, a rosy hue blooming near her earlobes, as she hurriedly covered Lin Nan's mouth. "Wah, Daddy, Annie is bullying me." Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that both of the young ladies in the back seat were little tyrants, and he could not afford to offend either of them. After descending the Jingwu Expressway, Lin Feng and the others took a brief respite in Wuxian before embarking on the 108 National Road toward the towns beneath Wuxian. Qingning Town, the largest town in Wuxian, is often referred to as the first town along the 10,000-mile-long Zhang River. Legend has it that the ancient emperor Yu cleaved open Qingning with an axe, guiding the waters of the Zhang River eastward into the sea. The axe's back fell from the heavens, striking a flat piece of land amidst the rugged, winding mountains, thus forming what is now Qingning Town. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Feng and his companions finally arrived on the streets of Qingning Town. The small vehicle came to a steady stop by the roadside, and Lin Feng turned to the back seat where Xiao Ruohan was diligently handling work documents, quietly inquiring. "The village you wish to visit is over 20 kilometers away along mountain roads." It was already afternoon, and the mountain roads would be treacherous at night. "I suggest you stay at my home for the night, and tomorrow morning I shall drive you. What do you think?" Xiao Ruohan lifted her head, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. "It would be rather impolite to suddenly disturb your parents. Are there hotels in town? We could manage with a small inn for the night." Lin Feng cast a discreet glance at the drowsy Lin Nan. Lin Nan instantly understood, grabbing Xiao Ruohan's hand. "Aunt, the inns in town are particularly unclean, teeming with cockroaches and rats." "Cockroaches and rats?" A look of alarm crossed Xiao Ruohan's cheeks. Lin Nan nodded earnestly, shaking Xiao Ruohan's hand. "Aunt, please accompany me home to see Grandpa and Grandma. It has been nearly 2 years since I last saw them." "Ruohan, my home is right by the street in town, and the environment is quite tidy. If my parents were to learn that you came here and stayed at an inn, they would surely be furious with me." "All right, fine," Xiao Ruohan reluctantly agreed. Lin Nan's face lit up with joy, and she secretly gestured an okay sign to Lin Feng as they were heading to Lin Feng's house. Xiao Ruohan insisted that Lin Feng drive them to the largest supermarket in town to buy some gifts for Lin Feng's parents. After parking the car by the roadside, Xiao Ruohan held hands with the bouncing Lin Nan as they made their way into the supermarket. Lin Feng leaned against the car, feeling a bit bored. To his surprise, he noticed that the young people in the small town were more numerous than before, despite his 2-year absence. In just a few minutes, several young individuals passed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is that you?" Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, he heard a somewhat uncertain male voice. Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a burly man, about 30, standing 2 meters away at the supermarket entrance. The man held 2 bags of fresh vegetables, his expression a mixture of confusion and delight. "You are?" Lin Feng gazed at the man's vaguely familiar face, but could not recall who he was despite racking his brain. "I am Bingzi, Zhao Bing," the man exclaimed joyfully. "Zhao Bing." Lin Feng suddenly realized that the man before him was his close friend from elementary and middle school. After graduating from middle school and failing to get into the county high school, Zhao Bing had gone to work along the coast with his parents and then enlisted in the military. Lin Feng had not heard from him since. I can't believe it's you. I thought I might be mistaken. It has been nearly 9 years since we last met after you graduated from high school. Xiao Bing's gaze roamed over Lin Feng. You've changed. You're much sturdier now than before. You were such a pale and scholarly lad back then. Xiao Bing playfully thumped Lin Feng's chest. You, my friend, are still the same boisterous character as ever. Lin Feng joked, feeling as if no time had passed between them. Haha, Lin Feng, now that you are back, our middle school Qilin study group of 4 has finally reunited. The Qilin study group? Lin Feng's expression subtly shifted as childhood memories surged within him. He hurriedly inquired, Is Wang Xinyue also in town? Xiao Bing nodded, lightly nudging Lin Feng with his elbow. With an enigmatic glint in his eyes, he remarked, Wang Xinyue works as a doctor at the town clinic and remains single. You two had quite an unusual connection back in junior high. She may still harbor feelings for you. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile. Recalling that winter break in his 3rd year of college when Wang Xinyue unexpectedly confessed her feelings. It had taken him by surprise, especially since he was deeply in love with Xiao Ruoru at the time, prompting him to reject Wang Xinyue outright. To dissuade her, he even showed her a photo of Xiao Ruoru, after which they ceased all communication. Lin Feng was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly wounded Wang Xinyue's heart. Xiao Bing retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Lin Feng, casually stating, Let's invite Wang Xinyue and Sun Changfeng over to my guest house tonight for a gathering. It has been years since we last convened. He added playfully, Lin Feng, you must come. Wang Xinyue's prolonged single status may very well be due to you. Lin Feng hesitated, apprehensive that a reunion with Wang Xinyue would lead to an awkward encounter. Just then, Xiao Ruohan emerged from the supermarket, laden with gifts, alongside Lin Nanan. Upon spotting Lin Feng smoking, Xiao Ruohan furrowed her brow in disapproval. Simultaneously, Lin Feng noticed her presence, and an audacious idea sparked in his mind. Under Xiao Bing's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng swiftly approached Xiao Ruohan, his voice tinged with nervousness as he said, Do me a favor, and I'll grant you any request afterward. Without waiting for her response, he took her delicate hand and, in the midst of her astonishment, proclaimed, Allow me to introduce my wife, Xiao Ruohan. Chapter 24. The child wishes to support the parents. But the parents do not wait. Xiao Bing found it somewhat hard to believe as he gazed at the strikingly graceful woman before him. With enthusiasm, he greeted her sister-in-law. Hello, I am Xiao Bing, Lin Feng's childhood classmate and friend. Xiao Ruohan's fair hand gently struggled within Lin Feng's grasp for a brief moment. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's voice, she smiled slightly and nodded in response, Hello. At that moment, Lin Feng's taut heart finally relaxed. The reason for having Xiao Ruohan pose as his wife before Xiao Bing was to allay his concerns about Wang Xinyue potentially harboring other thoughts upon their next encounter. No wonder you remain unmoved by Xinyue. It seems your heart has long been claimed. However, to marry without informing us warrants a few self-imposed drinks tonight. Certainly, Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile, tightening his grip on Xiao Ruohan's wrist. Dad, why did you and little Lin Nanan, clutching a box of chocolates, dashed over to Lin Feng and the others. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng hastily covered her mouth. Xiao Bing noticed Lin Nanan beside Lin Feng and squatted down, delighting in her growth. Is this your daughter? She's grown so much, looking even older than my son. Who's he? Lin Feng nodded and released his hand from covering Lin Nanan's mouth, saying, This is Uncle Xiao, a good friend from Daddy's childhood. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Lin Nanan called out obediently after a brief hesitation. Xiao Bing nodded with a smile and stood up, suggesting, Bring your sister-in-law and your daughter along tonight. It has been years since we last gathered. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng agreed. After watching Xiao Bing leave, a chill suddenly ran down Lin Feng's spine. He turned around cautiously to find Xiao Ruohan and Lin Nanan, one large and one small, gazing intently at him. What is the matter? Let us hurry home. We'll miss dinner if we dawdle, Lin Feng said, thickening his skin as he picked up the gift box from the ground. Dad, why did you just bully Nanan and Auntie? Lin Nanan waved her small hands, feigning ferocity. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he ruffled Lin Nanan's little head. Stop that nonsense, let us get home. As Xiao Ruohan took Lin Nanan's hand and passed by Lin Feng, she remarked casually, "Remember what you just said? You must agree to one of my requests afterward." Lin Feng could only smile wryly, having only just fulfilled one of Xiao Ruohan's demands, and now he was to owe her another. The small car meandered through the streets of Qingning town, finally stopping at a two-story courtyard at the eastern exit of the town. As Lin Feng opened the car door, he was greeted by the sounds of an argument emanating from within the courtyard, alongside a black Mercedes parked outside. After Xiao Ruohan alighted from the vehicle, she heard the commotion and softly inquired, "What is happening at home? Do you need my assistance?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly and walked toward the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a suit was earnestly trying to mediate. "Brother, please hand over that painting. Mr. appreciates it greatly, and I'm willing to pay 5 million for it. No, Lin Jun, would rather die than relinquish that painting to you. It is a priceless artifact passed down through generations of the Lin family. Your desire to hand it over to foreigners is utterly inconceivable." A middle-aged man, resembling Lin Feng, stood in the courtyard center, clutching his chest, visibly agitated. "Calm down, old man. Your heart won't withstand such fury. Please don't let your emotions get the better of you," a middle-aged woman pleaded as she supported Lin Jun anxiously. "Sister-in-law, you must persuade elder brother. 5 million in cash could sustain your family without worry for the next 20 years. If elder brother won't consider himself, think of my nephew's future. Get lost. Lin Guiqiang, your father wasted a name on you. You betray your own family, seeking glory at the cost of your country. How could my father have sired such a wayward son?" Lin Jun pointed at Lin Guiqiang, his voice filled with rage. "Don't bring up father. He may be a first-class war hero of the founding, but instead of staying in the city, he chooses to live incognito in this remote place, farming. After a lifetime of hard work, the most he achieved was being a village branch secretary," Lin Guiqiang replied, his expression dark and somber. "You, get out of the Lin family. Father's actions have their rationale," Lin Jun retorted, pushing open the courtyard gate. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted his mother, Jiang Lan, supporting the furious Lin Jun in the center of the yard. "Dad!" Lin Feng hastily set down the gifts he was carrying, seizing a stool near the entrance, and rushed over with a worried expression. "Dad, please sit down. The doctor said you must not get angry." Upon seeing Lin Feng, Jiang Lan, despite her complaints, could not suppress a smile. "You little rascal, it's been nearly 2 years, and you still care to come home. Xiao Feng is back." A trace of a long-lost smile finally appeared on Lin Jun's vexed face. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. It was his first visit home since Xiao Ruoru's passing. Observing the gray hair of both Lin Jun and Jiang Lan, he felt a deep pang of sorrow. The trees long to be still, yet the winds do not cease. Children wish to care for their parents, but time does not wait. Lin Feng silently vowed to break free from the confines of the city that had trapped him, ensuring that decades from now, he would not leave his parents with regrets. After calming Lin Jun, Lin Feng turned to Lin Guiqiang, furrowing his brow. "Who are you? You invade my home and upset my father. He has a heart condition. If anything happens, you will be held accountable." Lin Guiqiang, attempting to bridge the gap with Lin Feng, responded with a smile, "Xiao Feng, it's been many years since I last saw you. I am your second uncle, Lin Guiqiang. I even carried you when you were a child." "Second uncle?" Lin Feng replied, bewildered. He had never met this uncle before. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation from high school when Lin Jun and Jiang Lan mentioned that Lin Jun had a biological brother who had left home to seek his fortune when Lin Feng was very young. Lin Feng, feeling less than cordial towards an uncle who hadn't returned even upon the death of their father, inquired flatly, "Second uncle, since you've been away for over 20 years, what brings you back now?" "Xiao Feng, please persuade your father to sell me the family heirloom, the Endless Rivers and Mountains painting." "I can offer 5 million, Lin Guiqiang urged. "Xiao Feng, do not heed his words. He intends to sell that painting to foreigners. Your grandfather left a will, mandating that I safeguard that artwork at all costs," Lin Jun hastily declared. "The landscape of 1,000 miles?" Lin Feng pondered deeply, recalling the painting from his childhood when he had once opened it to gaze upon its beauty. That occasion marked the first time he witnessed his usually amiable grandfather in a fit of rage, punishing him severely with a bamboo stick. From that day forth, Lin Feng understood that the painting had been passed down through the Lin family since the Ming dynasty, surviving for over 5 centuries. As for Lin Jiangwo's offer of 5 million to acquire the painting, it was utterly inconceivable. While 5 million might be a substantial sum for many families, it held no allure for Lin Feng, whose shares from Feng yielded nearly 1 million in dividends annually. Although it paled in comparison to Xiao Ruohan's income in the tens of millions, it sufficed for his family's needs. Second uncle, you heard my father's words. That painting is absolutely not to be entrusted to you, and you shall not stay as a guest in our home today, Lin Feng stated calmly. Lin Guoqiang's face flushed with anger, alternating between red and white, as he snorted disdainfully. You two are short-sighted, just like that old man, forever confined to this backwater. Should you refuse to relinquish that painting, I cannot guarantee what misfortune may befall you. Noticing Lin Guoqiang's persistence, laced with threats, Lin Feng warned. If my parents suffer even the slightest harm because of you, I will not let you off easily. Let us wait and see who prevails, Lin Guoqiang retorted defiantly. Mr. Lin Guoqiang, I have recorded your words on my phone. Should Uncle Lin and Aunt Jiang come to any harm, your statements will serve as evidence in court. Xiao Ruohan interjected, having stealthily entered the courtyard, capturing the entire exchange on audio. Chapter 25, A Grand Misunderstanding Proposal. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Jun and Jiang Lan instinctively turned their gazes toward the entrance of the small courtyard. When they beheld the visage of Xiao Ruohan at the gate, expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Xiao Ruohan? Jiang Lan's gaze, filled with confusion, was fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and whispered in Jiang Lan's ear, She is Xiao Ruohan, the twin sister of Xiao Ruohan, not Xiao Ruohan herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan scrutinized Xiao Ruohan closely, and after a prolonged moment, she let out a sigh. The woman before them bore an almost identical resemblance to Xiao Ruohan, yet their demeanors were strikingly different. Grandpa, Grandma, Nan misses you so much. Lin Nan released Xiao Ruohan's hand and dashed into the embrace of Jiang Xiaolan and Lin Jun. My dear granddaughter, it has been far too long since I last saw you, Jiang Lan exclaimed, her earlier melancholy fading as she crouched down to cradle Lin Nan, her eyes brimming with affection. Lin Jun gently caressed Lin Nan's small face, his voice tender. You've lost weight. I shall prepare many delicious dishes to nourish you back to health. All right, but Daddy often complains that I eat too much and doesn't let me fill my stomach. Lin Nan replied, Do not heed your father's words. You are still growing, dear Nan, and must eat well. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. He felt betrayed by Lin Nan's remarks, for she had indeed gained weight. Uncle Lin, Aunt Jiang, greetings. Xiao Ruohan approached amiably. Jiang Lan grasped Xiao Ruohan's hand. Her expression somber. It is our Lin family's regret towards your sister. Had we proposed to your parents sooner, Xiao Ruohan would not have departed with such lingering regrets. Xiao Ruohan shook her head, gazing at the similarly despondent Lin Feng beside her, and gently said, My sister had a fulfilling life, although her time was brief. She was surrounded by love from Lin Feng, Nan, and you all, including her parents. After a few seconds, Xiao Ruohan continued, Aunt Lin, please take a moment to rest. I wish to speak with Mr. Lin Guoqiang. Turning to Lin Guoqiang, Xiao Ruohan spoke with a cold tone. Throughout history, coercive transactions have never ended well. Mr. Lin, your actions resemble those of a thief rather than a businessman. Such a sharp-tongued girl, Lin Guoqiang thought, his previously darkened face nearly startled by her words. According to the laws of our nation, Mr. Lin, your threats in this transaction hold no validity. I hope you refrain from crossing legal boundaries, Xiao Ruohan stated calmly. After the encounter with Xiao Ruohan, Lin Jun's refusal to sell made Lin Guoqiang abandon his verbal bravado, and he swiftly exited with a scoff. Jiang Lan lightly touched Lin Jun's arm and whispered, This girl seems even more formidable than Xiao Ruohan. She frightened your brother with just a few words. Aunt is a prominent lawyer. She has dealt with many nefarious characters like him. Lin Nan chimed in, waving her small fist with delight. Jiang Lan and Lin Jun exchanged glances, surprised by Xiao Ruohan's presence and demeanor. As for Xiao Ruohan's stay at the Lin residence, Jiang Lan exhibited exceptional warmth in her welcome, not only preparing the finest bedroom in the house for Xiao Ruohan, but also ensuring her comfort throughout her visit. Lin Jun had the old hen he had raised for 3 years slaughtered tonight to make soup. In a bedroom on the second floor, Lin Feng was busy tidying up the thick stacks of books on his desk, glancing at Xiao Ruohan, who was engrossed in reading beside the bookshelf. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked, "Ever since you came in my house, I feel as though I have lost the right to use my own bedroom. It wasn't my choice to move in. I have been consistently refusing Aunt Jiang," Xiao Ruohan replied without looking up, her gaze still fixed on the pages of her book. Lin Feng peered through the window at Lin Jun in the courtyard below, hesitating for a few moments before reminding her, "Eat lightly at dinner. Later, accompany me to the gathering at Zhao Bing's homestay tonight." "Oh," Xiao Ruohan responded nonchalantly, returning to her reading. "Don't be so dismissive. I have unconditionally agreed to fulfill one of your requests, so you must help me with this." Lin Feng snatched the book from her hands, urgency evident in his tone. "I have no intention of helping you. You are the one trying to show off in front of your friends," Xiao Ruohan replied, reaching for another book from the shelf. "I don't care. The fact that you did not oppose it in front of Zhao Bing indicates your consent to assist me," Lin Feng said, playfully snatching the book from her again. Xiao Ruohan, now slightly irritated, glared at Lin Feng and turned on her toes to retrieve the book from the top shelf. A large hand intercepted her before she could reach it. Frustrated, she turned around, only to find Lin Feng's robust figure blocking her way, one hand propped against the bookshelf. They were so close that they could distinctly hear each other's heartbeats. "What do you want? Are you trying to force me like your second uncle?" Xiao Ruohan's expression turned anxious, her heart racing unexpectedly. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly, teasing, "Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to coerce the esteemed lawyer Xiao. It's just that I might be tempted by the affections of an old classmate at the gathering, especially since Zhao Bing mentioned that Wang Xinyue has become quite the beauty. It's a pity for Nan Nan, though, if she ends up suffering in the future, especially if she has a son. She might be even worse off. Oh dear, poor Nan Nan. You dare." Xiao Ruohan's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed a fierce glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, somewhat intimidated by her gaze, had intended to tease her, but her reaction was unexpectedly intense. He quickly added, "As long as you accompany me, I will not be swayed by Wang Xinyue." Just as Xiao Ruohan was about to agree, the bedroom door suddenly creaked open, and Jiang Lan entered, carrying a quilt. As she walked in, she said, "Xiao Han, it's colder in the mountains at night than in Jiang City, so I brought you an extra quilt." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the sight of Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan together. The two of them instinctively turned to look at Jiang Lan, and the three stood frozen in place for a moment. Jiang Lan was the first to recover, quickly placing the quilt on a chair. "Please continue. I shall not disturb your youthful endeavors," Aunt Jiang said, swiftly exiting the bedroom and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Aunt Lin, Mom, you misunderstand us." Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng snapped back to reality, eager to clarify the situation, yet Aunt Jiang had already departed. Don't block the way." A rosy hue blossomed across Xiao Ruohan's delicate cheeks as she hastily pushed Lin Feng out of the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lin Feng stood outside, his face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily dazed before making his way to the staircase on the second floor. "Xiao Feng, to what stage have you and Xiao Han progressed?" Aunt Zhang's sudden appearance at the staircase corner startled Lin Feng from his reverie. "Mom, do you not make a sound when you walk? You nearly frightened me. Quickly, tell me, how far have you and Xiao Han gone? What do you mean by that stage? I assure you, Xiao Ruohan and I are entirely innocent and upright. Do not be bashful. Mother knows she is the biological sister of Xiao Ruohan and must care about public opinion. Surely, you two have been secretly courting. I understand the ways of young people. Mom, it is truly not as you imagine," Lin Feng implored in a flurry of explanation. Very well. I assure you, I will not speak of this to anyone, not even to your father. However, should you and Xiao Han reach the step of marriage, you must inform me immediately. I shall be the first to propose to her parents." With that, Aunt Jiang descended the stairs calling out, "Old man tonight." Unearth that jar of wine we buried 2 years ago. Let us celebrate with a few joyful cups. Alas, it seemed that further clarification was now utterly impossible. Lin Feng sat at the staircase, a bitter smile etched across his face. Chapter 26. Single for over 20 years on the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. The winter solstice approaches. This night marks the longest darkness in the northern hemisphere. As the clock nears 7, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan stroll along the streets of Qingning town, one behind the other. The depths of winter have descended, with temperatures plummeting to mere degrees outside. Yet, the town is ablaze with light and bustling with tourists. Drawn by the majestic backdrop of Wushan and the sweeping vistas of the Yangtze River, rich in tourism resources, Wushan has now been designated a 5-star scenic area by the state, welcoming a steady stream of visitors. Zhao Bing's guest house is adjacent to the Wushan Tourist Center, situated to the west of Qingning town, in stark contrast to Lin Feng's home. Have you explained everything to Aunt Jiang about what just happened? Xiao Ruohan suddenly inquired softly from behind. Lin Feng halted, turning to respond, his voice hesitant. I have explained it to my mother, but it seems she misunderstood the depth of our relationship. Xiao Ruohan's expression froze, a hint of panic crossing her features, her cheeks flushed by the biting night wind. What should we do? Aunt Jiang looked at me strangely during dinner. Perhaps I should clarify things with her tomorrow, Xiao Ruohan suggested after a moment's hesitation. No. Please don't. Lin Feng quickly interjected, elaborating. The more you rush to explain, the more it suggests there's something amiss between us, deepening my mother's misunderstanding. Why not let things unfold naturally? In a year or two, her misinterpretation will surely dissipate. Reflecting on his words, Xiao Ruohan nodded. Then you should keep your distance from me to avoid further misunderstandings with Aunt Jiang. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Feng unexpectedly grasped her wrist. Didn't you just say to keep your distance? Xiao Ruohan was taken aback, struggling against his hold. Miss Xiao, if we're play the charade, let's do it properly. Lin Feng replied with exasperation. The guest house is just beyond this bridge, and if we maintain a distance of over a meter, others might easily discern that we are not a couple. All right. Fine. Xiao Ruohan reluctantly entwined her arm with Lin Feng's, attempting to present a more intimate facade. Try not to be too stiff. This is a rare opportunity for practice. It will serve you well when you start dating, Lin Feng teased. The moment Xiao Ruohan made contact with his arm, he could feel her rigidity, a clear indication that she had remained single for over 20 years, rarely engaging in close interactions with the opposite sex. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll head back, she said coolly, her earlobes slightly flushed. I'm coming. Let us go. Lin Feng responded, refraining from further teasing. Side by side, he could clearly hear the rapid beating of Xiao Ruohan's heart, resonating in the stillness of the dark night. At the entrance of the guest house, as they approached, Zhao Bing, wearing a fur-lined cap, eagerly rushed over. Just then, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. I've been waiting for the three of you. Has your daughter not come? Zhao Bing inquired, glancing around. It's too cold outside. I worried she might catch a chill, so I asked her to stay home with my parents, Lin Feng quickly explained. Indeed, Lin Feng intentionally kept Lin Nan at home, fearing that the girl might inadvertently spill the beans and expose his true relationship with Xiao Ruohan. What a pity, Zhao Bing lamented. For this evening the inn had just roasted a local mountain goat, and my wife had prepared a special dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lin Feng chuckled. No worries, that girl needs to lose some weight, and missing a meal is just fine. Zhao Bing did not dwell on the matter. Continuing as they walked, Sun Changfeng knew you were coming and specially brought 2 bottles of aged Maotai. Tonight you are in for a treat. How has Changfeng been these past few years? Lin Feng asked bitterly. Back in middle school, Lin Feng, Sun Changfeng, and Wang Xinyue were the top 3 students in their class, with Lin Feng consistently claiming the top spot. Upon entering high school, Sun Changfeng had the opportunity to attend a prestigious county school. Unfortunately, due to his family's poverty and the responsibility of caring for his younger sister after the loss of both parents, he had no choice but to forfeit his chance at higher education. Lin Feng had mourned this loss for quite some time. Now, however, Changfeng had managed to rise above his circumstances, running a furniture factory in town, earning a net profit of over 300,000 to 400,000 annually. Zhao Bing glanced at the composed Xiao Ruohan beside him and discreetly continued to speak in Lin Feng's ear. In truth, Changfeng has been secretly in love with Xin Yue. He was too shy to confess due to his family struggles, but it seems he tried to express his feelings this year, only to be rejected by her. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that the somewhat insecure boy would harbor feelings for Wang Xinyue. Just then, Zhao Bing was summoned by a server due to a guest request, instructing Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan to proceed to the private room on the third floor. In the elevator, Xiao Ruohan expressed her surprise. "I didn't expect you to still be at the pinnacle of the food chain in your Qilin study group." Thankfully, Zhao Bing was not a female. Otherwise, their relationships would be even more intricate. She had just overheard their conversation, which resembled a melodramatic love story from a television series. "Lawyer Xiao, could you please refrain from laughing?" Lin Feng said, feeling a bit dejected. He was unaware that Jiang Xinyue and Sun Changfeng had started their secret crushes so early. His own feelings for the opposite sex had only emerged after entering university. Outside the private room on the third floor, Lin Feng extended his arm, and Xiao Ruohan, after a reluctant glance, wrapped her arm around him. At that moment, Zhao Bing rushed upstairs, and the three of them entered together. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the eyes of the two women and one man inside the room turned towards the entrance. As Lin Feng stepped in, he immediately spotted two familiar faces. Noticing the stunned expressions of Jiang Xinyue and Sun Changfeng, he was the first to break the silence. "It's been years, my old classmates. You both haven't changed a bit, though Xinyue has become even more beautiful, and Changfeng even more handsome. Lin Feng, finally back from the big city to visit us," Sun Changfeng said, striding over from the window with a teasing smile. Lin Feng smiled gently, noting that Sun Changfeng appeared more confident and mature than before. "Didn't I return today? I haven't forgotten the Qilin study group." At this moment, Jiang Xinyue, seated on a chair, also approached Lin Feng's side. However, her gaze, which initially rested upon Lin Feng, ultimately settled on Xiao Ruohan. This must be the sister-in-law. She is even more beautiful and graceful than in the photographs. A hint of melancholy laced Jiang Xinyue's voice. Xiao Ruohan glanced at Lin Feng and smiled, saying, "Dr. Jiang has given up a promising position at a major hospital to return to a rural clinic. I greatly admire her for that." After Xiao Ruohan took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Xinyue, Lin Feng felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. Noticing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhao Bing took it upon himself to introduce his wife, Zheng Yi, to Lin Feng and the others. Although Zheng Yi's appearance was not particularly striking, Lin Feng could instantly discern that she was a diligent and thrifty woman. At the dining table, the three young men engaged in lively banter over their amusing middle school experiences, while Jiang Xinyue seized opportunities to join the conversation. Xiao Ruohan quietly sat beside Lin Feng, sipping her chicken soup. Lin Feng occasionally helped her with food, hinting at a close relationship between them. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyue inquired, "How long have you and Miss Xiao been married? I haven't heard Aunt Jiang mention it." Lin Feng's expression stiffened, nearly forgetting that Jiang Xinyue hailed from the same village as his mother. Although Jiang Lan would refrain from discussing Xiao Ruohan's matters publicly, the unexpected emergence of a daughter-in-law and granddaughter would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. In the room, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. Chapter 27 in the university. Under the twilight, with the melodious sounds of bamboo flutes and wooden xylophones, Lin Feng was anxiously contemplating how to explain the situation. Xiao Ruohan set down her chopsticks and spoke in a calm voice. "Lin Feng and I have actually been married for over 4 years. We have not held a public wedding due to my parents' persistent opposition." Jiang Xinyue remained silent for a few seconds and then remarked, "That indeed seems a bit unfair to you, Miss Xiao. A woman's most beautiful moment in life should be when she wears her wedding dress. Not unfair at all," Xiao Ruohan asserted as she took Lin Feng's hand and placed it on the dining table, gazing tenderly at his cheek. "To be together with him for a lifetime, through poverty or wealth, health or illness, in times of prosperity or hardship, I, Xiao Ruohan, will never waver." Lin Feng's eyes shimmered, and the image of a girl in a white dress suddenly flashed in his mind. In the university, under the twilight, The bamboo flute and wooden xylophone harmonized beautifully, the lingering sounds enchanting the atmosphere. A sudden pang of heartache surged from his palm to his mind, pulling Lin Feng back to reality instinctively. You too, spare us the display of affection. It's giving me goosebumps, Xiao Bing said with irritation. Xingyue, do not tease Lin Feng and Miss Xiao. Their daughter is even older than my Huzi. You should be mindful of your own lifelong matters. After saying this, Xiao Bing lightly nudged Sun Chongfeng, who wore a bitter smile, his mouth filled with a sense of bitterness. With Xiao Bing's unexpected support, coupled with Xiao Ruohan's earlier words, Jiang Xingyue ceased her inquiries regarding Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan's relationship. After Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan released their hands, he cast a glance at Xiao Ruohan's serene and charming face, secretly giving her a thumbs up. Truly, she was a distinguished lawyer, composed and quick-witted. The line between truth and deception was so delicately drawn that no one could discern the reality. At 10:30 in the evening, the gathering concluded. As Lin Feng and his companions reached the entrance of the guest house, a staff member, holding an umbrella, hurried over to inform them. The upstream water has risen, and the bridge ahead is closed. Lin Feng was taken aback. Among the four of them, he was the only one residing in the eastern part of the town. The bridge ahead was a vital thoroughfare connecting the eastern and western sides of the town. You will have to endure staying at my guest house for the night, Xiao Bing said, turning around with his hands raised in resignation. Is there no other route? Xiao Ruohan pondered for a moment before inquiring. Xiao Bing explained, there is another way, but it requires a detour through Wushan, and there is a narrow dirt road for a kilometer. With the heavy rain tonight, driving will be quite unsafe. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, Lin Feng turned to seek Xiao Ruohan's opinion. Then shall we stay at the guest house tonight? What do you think? Xiao Ruohan glanced at the torrential rain outside and reluctantly nodded in agreement to stay. After bidding farewell to Jiang Xingyue and Sun Chongfeng, Xiao Bing led Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan to a suite at the end of the second-floor corridor, holding the room card. Tonight, you two will have to make do. With the heavy rain, this is the only room left. Lin Feng nodded. He and Xiao Ruohan were pretending to be a couple, and if they were to stay in separate rooms, it might arouse Xiao Bing's suspicions. Xiao Ruohan had also prepared herself mentally when she agreed to stay. Xiao Bing unlocked the door with the room card. Upon entering, Lin Feng was startled to see that there was only one large bed in the room. One bed? Is there no extra bed available? What a fuss. This bed must certainly be the same size as the one in your master bedroom, measuring 1.80 meters. Ample enough for you both to sleep comfortably. Xiao Bing found Lin Feng's sudden panic somewhat peculiar. Very well, 1.80 meters is indeed sufficient for rest. Lin Feng, with a furrowed brow, cast a glance at the dimly lit room, where Xiao Ruohan's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and replied with a hint of bitterness. Xiao Bing then pointed to the large bed, saying, the sheets and comforter have been freshly changed tonight. Given the recent incessant rain, we only have one comforter. If it gets chilly, feel free to turn on the air conditioning. All right then. Xiao Bing effectively extinguished Lin Feng's last hope of sleeping on the floor. Lin Feng's expression grew even more troubled. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruohan bit her lip, frozen in place. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer, Xiao Bing said, leaving the room key at the door before turning back to remind them. The neighboring room is occupied by an elderly couple in their 70s. Please keep your voices down tonight. We received a complaint about a couple last night. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he exchanged a glance with the blushing Xiao Ruohan, quickly averting his gaze. Understood, understood. He hurriedly waved his hand, anxious that Xiao Bing might utter something that would further embarrass both him and Xiao Ruohan. Once Xiao Bing departed, Lin Feng secured the door and turned to the still-stunned Xiao Ruohan with a wry smile. You should take the bed. I will manage on the chair beside it for the night. With her cheeks still flushed, Xiao Ruohan lowered her head and softly suggested, it's so cold. You should sleep on the bed tonight to avoid catching cold. Not to worry, I'm tough and resilient. Spending a night on the chair won't make me ill. Remember, I managed to sleep on a bench at the hospital for an entire night before. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. He dared not share bed with Xiao Ruohan. Should Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning discover this, he would find no absolution even in the depths of the Yellow River. Very well, Xiao Ruohan conceded. not wishing to insist that Lin Feng take the bed. While she went to the bathroom to freshen up, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to call home. Mom, the Zhongshui Bridge is closed tonight, so I can't return home. Xiao Ruohan and I are staying at a guest house for the night. Please look after Nan Nan. All right, just be cautious out there with Xiao Han. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan suddenly extended her hand through the bathroom door. Lin Feng, could you please hand me the bottle of facial cleanser from my bag on the bed? Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he frantically pressed the mute button, turning the call volume to its lowest setting. Mom, I can't talk. The signal here is poor. I'll hang up now. Hey, hold on. You. Lin Feng hastily ended the call, his heart racing as he patted his chest in relief. Heaven help him. He fervently hoped Xiao Ruohan's voice had not reached his mother's ears. After finishing his own ablutions and emerging from the bathroom, Lin Feng found Xiao Ruohan already lying in bed, cocooned in the comforter. Are you truly not going to sleep in bed? Xiao Ruohan asked once more. Lin Feng shook his head, adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, and settled against the hard chair. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ruohan rose from the bed and draped her down jacket over Lin Feng's shoulders. The air conditioning cannot be raised any higher. Wearing an extra layer will keep you a bit warmer. In the stillness of the deep night, outside the window, the tempest raged outside. Raindrops cascading against the window pane, creating a soft, rhythmic patter. In the confines of the room, Lin Feng struggled to shift his position, rubbing his numb thighs. His eyelids fought against the urge to close, longing for slumber. Yet, the cramped bench chair offered no comfort for rest, compounded by the ineffective air conditioning that failed to elevate the room's temperature. Lin Feng endeavored to curl up beneath the down-filled jacket of Xiao Ruohan. A chill emanating from his thighs compelled him to stifle a cough. The sound reverberated through the darkness of the quiet room. Xiao Ruohan reached for the bedside lamp, propping herself up against the headboard, softly urging, "You should go to bed. It's barely past midnight. We have a long night ahead." "It's fine. I can sleep well enough here on the chair," Lin Feng retorted stubbornly. Xiao Ruohan persisted, "You need a rest. Tomorrow we have to drive over 20 miles of mountainous roads. If you don't get enough sleep tonight, and we encounter something like what happened to my sister," Lin Feng's expression shifted at the mention of Xiao Ruohan's sister, who had tragically perished in a car accident, prompting him to reconsider the importance of a good night's rest before driving. All right, he relented after a moment of hesitation. With a rustle, he shed his outer garments and cautiously slipped into the warm, fragrant covers. His right hand inadvertently brushed against Xiao Ruohan's back, causing him to withdraw in alarm. In the darkness, Xiao Ruohan turned towards him and whispered, "Why are you more nervous than I am? You're nearly at the edge of the bed. The quilt is only this wide. Don't let us both catch a cold." Reluctantly, Lin Feng shifted slightly towards the center of the bed. As he made contact with Xiao Ruohan's soft, delicate form, he could feel her slight tremor from tension. "Aren't you afraid to share a bed with a male?" he asked impulsively. Immediately regretting his words, he chastised himself for provoking Xiao Ruohan unnecessarily. "Not at all, as this particular gentleman, despite any thoughts, lacks the audacity," she replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, he lacked such boldness, especially considering the proximity of the woman who had nearly become his aunt by marriage. The unsettling dream from weeks prior had taken him a considerable time to recover from. "Let us sleep. We have over 20 kilometers of mountain roads to navigate tomorrow." Breathing in Xiao Ruohan's faint, soothing fragrance, Lin Feng succumbed to drowsiness. Outside, the biting cold wind howled, and the rain poured incessantly. Inside, warmth enveloped the space, akin to a spring day. A brick wall separated two worlds. Chapter 28. A world for two. The following morning dawned clear and bright, as a fiery orb ascended from the river surface. Mist enveloped the mountains of Qingning town, and the floodwaters receded. Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan returned home early. Jiang Lan intercepted Lin Feng at the kitchen door, casting a peculiar glance toward the living room where Xiao Ruohan was assisting Lin Nan Nan in peeling eggs. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Xiao Feng, tell me honestly, did you spend the night with Xiao Han in the same room?" "Mom, what are you thinking? How could I share a bed with her?" Lin Feng's gaze flickered uneasily, his feet poised to escape. Have you really shared a bed? Jiang Lan gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Feng, flustered, hurriedly covered Jiang Lan's mouth and swiftly closed the kitchen door. Mom, please refrain from making baseless assumptions. My relationship with Xiao Ruohan is entirely innocent, he said, a hint of distress in his voice. You rascal, your mother is concerned about your lifelong happiness. It has been nearly 2 years since Xiao Ruohan left. Do you truly wish to spend your life single with Nan Nan? I am very satisfied with Xiao Han. She treats Nan Nan as her own daughter, and Nan Nan has no objections. She cooks wonderfully, and I feel at ease knowing she cares for both of you. All right, Mom. That's enough, Lin Feng interjected, handing her a small pot of meat porridge, anxiously ushering her out of the kitchen. Think carefully about what I've said, my son. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Lin Feng let out a bitter smile. This was a matter he had only dared to dream about, for the reality was daunting, and he scarcely allowed himself to ponder it. At the dining table, Lin Jun suddenly asked, Xiao Feng, are you planning to visit Xiaozhang village today? The mountain road there is rather treacherous at the moment. Father, you know about Xiaozhang village? Lin Feng set down his chopsticks, curiosity piqued. Lin Jun nodded, reminiscing. My first post after retiring was in Xiaozhang village, where I served for 3 years. The road leading out of the village was funded by a request I made to the town back when I was there. At this moment, Jiang Lan chimed in. I wonder how you managed to oversee the construction of that road. Last weekend, a student from my class went to Xiaozhang village, and while the surface has been hardened, it still teeters on the edge of precipice. We were quite impoverished back then. Building roads required substantial funds, Lin Jun lamented. Uncle Lin, do you know the current situation of the Jiang Han family in Xiaozhang village? I have a case involving them, Xiao Ruohan inquired. Jiang Han? I believe a student in my class, Jiang Wan, had a father named Jiang Han and a sister named Jiang Yao. Jiang Lan said, somewhat puzzled. Yes, and Jiang. Jiang Han has a son and a daughter named Jiang Wan and Jiang Yao. Xiao Ruohan remarked with delight. Alas, Jiang Wan is a pitiable child. His father was sentenced to prison 6 years ago, and his mother abandoned them, leaving behind only the 2 children and their elderly grandparents. I visited Xiaozhang village last week because of Jiang Wan. He once excelled academically in middle school, but due to his family's circumstances, he wishes to leave for work. Lin Feng said, sensing something amiss. He whispered, Ruohan, haven't you always dealt with corporate non-litigation matters? Why are you now involved in litigation? Xiao Ruohan paused for a moment before replying. This case marks my inaugural non-litigation endeavor, and indeed my sole one. My sister, during her junior year, encountered Jiang Yao while engaging in volunteer work here. Her father, Jiang Han, faced dire consequences due to his pursuit of unpaid wages, resulting in the tragic demise of the construction boss. It was my sister who initially sought my assistance with this case, which ultimately led to Jiang when being sentenced to 10 years. Presently, an opportunity has arisen that may allow for a 2-year reduction in his sentence, and Jiang Han has entrusted me to gather pertinent information from his residence. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, truly impressive, a prodigious scholar who advanced grades consecutively, entering the prestigious law school of Tsinghua and Peking University at the tender age of 14, and now, barely 20, practicing as a lawyer. Xiao Ruohan shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance, as though such accomplishments were merely commonplace to her. By the way, it seems Jiang Yao is getting married today. Jiang Lan suddenly remarked to Xiao Ruohan. Married? Aunt Nan Nan wants to see. Lin Nan Nan's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Xiao Ruohan's hand. Absolutely not. Stay at home and keep your grandfather and grandmother company. Lin Feng firmly refused. Are you and Aunt planning to ditch Nan Nan, like last night, to enjoy your private world? The moment the words escaped her lips, a heavy silence enveloped the dining table. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed with embarrassment as he helplessly regarded his beloved daughter, pondering from which television drama she had gleaned such a phrase. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze shyly lowered. Across the table, Jiang Lan's eyes lit up with intrigue as she scrutinized the expressions on Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan's faces. Only Lin Jun, blissfully unaware, smiled warmly, saying, Nan Nan, that phrase is not appropriate. It should not be used to describe your father and aunt. Oh dear, Teacher Jiang, why are you taking my bowl away? I haven't finished my meal. Jiang Lan suddenly snatched Lin Jun's bowl from the table, exclaiming irritably, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. It seems the more you consume, the more muddled you become." Lin Jun found himself momentarily bewildered. Only Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng appeared even more embarrassed upon hearing Jiang Lan's remarks. Upon entering Xiaojiang village, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan were greeted by the resounding sounds of firecrackers and the rhythmic beating of drums, creating an atmosphere of jubilance. Following the source of the commotion, Lin Feng parked the car in the village square. It seemed numerous vehicles had gathered, likely for Jiang Yao's wedding. Just in time for lunch. "Let us partake in the joyous occasion of the newlyweds," Lin Feng mused, glancing at the time on his phone with a smile. "You two only think about eating. I have official business to attend to today," he added. "Of course. We certainly won't hinder the esteemed lawyer Zhao's affairs," Lin Feng chuckled. "Is there a red envelope? It would be rather uncouth to attend a meal without offering a token of goodwill. What gift? You're bringing news of Jiang Yao's father's sentence reduction is the greatest gift of all," Xiao Ruohan retorted. Lin Feng, with a playful smile, pointed to his coat pocket. "Fear not. Everything is prepared. Wait." Xiao Ruohan pondered for a moment, then retrieved a makeup mirror from her bag to begin her preparations. "You seldom wear makeup, do you?" Lin Feng inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Of course, I must paint less attractively. Today, the bride is the focal point, and I cannot overshadow her." Xiao Ruohan responded with a gentle laugh. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Xiaojiang village, a middle-aged man inside a white van was discreetly observing Lin Feng. They had now arrived at Xiaojiang village. The middle-aged man swiftly dialed a number. "Old Sue, find a way to give Lin Feng a little lesson, but be sure not to harm him." A man's voice echoed through the phone. "Understood, boss. I know what to do. You can rest assured." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Chapter 29. The wedding. Xiao Ruohan presented a generous gift of 5,000. Lin Feng placed the bulging red envelope from his pocket before the elderly gentleman recording the gifts and softly inquired, "Xiao Ruohan, 5,000? The elderly man, engrossed in his writing, abruptly raised his head to scrutinize the unfamiliar couple before him. With a hint of confusion, he asked, "Which family do you hail from? I do not recall seeing you before." Xiao Ruohan received the gift box handed to her by an elderly lady and replied with a gentle smile, "Sir, we are friends of Jianya." "Friends?" The old man was taken aback. "I never expected Xiao Yao to have such affluent and generous friends. Even her closest relatives only offer 600 or 700. Yet here you are, presenting 5,000. The elderly women nearby exchanged glances and whispers, pointing at Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, murmured, "I told you that you were too generous. Typically, a gift of 200 is sufficient here. What do we do now? It's already given, and we cannot retrieve it. What else can we do? Just eat a bit more during lunch to make up for it." Lin Feng scrutinized Xiao Ruohan's slender figure and jested, "With that delicate waist and petite belly, I doubt you could eat enough to recoup the loss, even after 10 meals. Xiao Ruohan shot him an annoyed glare in response. Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan casually selected a spot to sit, as they did not recognize any of the guests present. With some time left before the lunch commenced, Xiao Ruohan sat beside him, engrossed in her phone, attending to work matters. Lin Feng, feeling bored, munched on sunflower seeds while listening to the gossip from the surrounding elders about the bride and groom, occasionally casting glances at the gift box that Xiao Ruohan held. Upon noticing her start to rub her arm, Lin Feng cheerfully offered, "Allow me to help you with the gift box and bag. It must be inconvenient to look at your phone like that. All right, you can carry them." Xiao Ruohan turned to glance at Lin Feng. His face brightened as he accepted the bag she handed him with one hand, while reaching for the gift box with the other. However, Xiao Ruohan calmly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the gift box, waved it before Lin Feng, and then turned to offer it to a nearby uncle who was smoking. "Weren't you just promising me yesterday that you would quit?" Xiao Ruohan inquired in a flat tone. Lin Feng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and resumed his focus on the sunflower seeds. It was indeed a struggle. Anyone who has ever smoked knows that the sensation of trying to quit is akin to being engulfed in flames. The uncle who received Xiao Ruohan's cigarettes chuckled. "Young lady, these smokes are treasures. they can alleviate a myriad of troubles. Enjoying one is also a contribution to the nation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with interest as he grasped the uncle's rough hand. Uncle, you are a kindred spirit. We smokers are selfless contributors, sacrificing ourselves to brighten the lives of others. Surely, our nation's 3 aircraft carriers owe part of their existence to our contributions. Uncle, let us step aside and discuss this further. Lin Feng enthusiastically assisted the smoking uncle to rise, intending to move out of Xiao Ruohan's line of sight. Stop. Sit down. You shall not leave my sight today. Xiao Ruohan's icy voice rang out from behind Lin Feng. He froze in place, trembling with apprehension. The elder gentleman cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Feng and, lowering his voice, remarked, "Young man, it appears your familial standing is rather precarious. Would you care for some advice from your elder brother on how to elevate your social status?" No sooner had he spoken than a formidable-looking matron seized the man's ear, exclaiming, "Your nephew is marrying today, and here you are idling away your time. Hurry along and assist in fetching the bride." Ouch, ouch, ease up a bit. With so many relatives around, could you not spare me some dignity? Dignity? Can that be consumed? Now, off you go and lend a hand. As Lin Feng watched the elder man being led away by the ear, a flicker of sympathy ignited within him. To marry a woman from Jiang City is to embrace a life of burdens. Farewell, dear brother. At that moment, a pair of delicate, alabaster hands rested upon Lin Feng's shoulder. Hand it over. What? Lin Feng feigned composure as he turned, only to be met by the icy gaze of Xiao Ruohan. That elder gentleman discreetly handed you 2 cigarettes, she stated coldly. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng reluctantly produced the 2 cigarettes concealed within his jacket pocket. Xiao Ruohan's expression softened as she took only one from his palm, whispering, "Today, I shall permit you to indulge in one, but only this once." Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, offered the remaining cigarette back to Xiao Ruohan, saying, "I promised you I would quit smoking, so I shall refrain from this one." With a melancholic demeanor, he resumed his seat, continuing to munch on sunflower seeds. Observing the 2 cigarettes in her hand, Xiao Ruohan smiled radiantly and approached Lin Feng, saying, "Extend your hand." What? Lin Feng, puzzled, extended his hand, his gaze fixed quizzically on her. "Here, peach-flavored chewing gum. I can't resist having a piece." Lin Feng was taken aback. When had Xiao Ruohan become so gentle and attentive towards him? Looking at the small bottle brimming with gum, he teased, "Ruohan, you're not trying to poison me, are you? A good deed turned into a burden if I refuse." As she reached for the gum, he dodged her slender fingers. "Eat it, why not?" Lin Feng hastily avoided Xiao Ruohan's graceful hand. He poured a piece from the bottle, and, after a few moments of chewing, his eyes lit up. Examining the exquisite container, he inquired, "Where did you procure this gum? The flavor surpasses any I've had before. I had it shipped from abroad. It just arrived this week. It will aid you in your quest to quit smoking." "That must have been quite expensive," Lin Feng remarked, eyeing the densely printed English on the bottle. Xiao Ruohan replied nonchalantly, "Not overly so, approximately 10,000 yuan per box." 10,000? Lin Feng gaped, nearly spitting out the gum he was chewing. This was no mere chewing gum. It was akin to chewing gold. Among the common folk in Jiang City, 10,000 yuan represented nearly 2 months' worth of wages. Although Lin Feng's annual income approached 1 million now, he had been frugal in his youth and could not bring himself to spend such a sum on chewing gum. "Lawyer Xiao, you truly are a little heiress," Lin Feng conceded with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Ruohan astounded everyone with her words. "There is still a box at home. It should suffice until you successfully quit smoking." Cough, cough. Lin Feng nearly choked on his drink at Xiao Ruohan's statement. During lunch, the bride and groom, accompanied by their elders, approached each table to offer their toasts. However, Lin Feng observed that the relationship between the bride and groom appeared somewhat distant, far from that of a typical newlywed couple. When this couple arrived at Lin Feng's table, Jiang Yao, who had been forcing a smile, suddenly revealed a genuine expression of delight and exclaimed, "Sister Rui, how did you know I was getting married today?" It was Jiang Yao's first encounter with Xiao Ruohan, and she was unaware of the news regarding Xiao Ruoru's passing, mistakenly identifying Xiao Ruohan as her. "Xiao Ya, this must be your friend. They just presented you with a grand gift The elderly man who had previously written the congratulatory note said kindly. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Xiao Ruohan appeared momentarily lost in thought, before lifting her glass and softly saying, "Wait a moment, sister, I have another significant gift for you." Chapter 30, A Double-Edged Sword. Fortune amidst adversity. After lunch, Jiang Yao, her eyes filled with uncertainty, poured 2 cups of hot water for Xiao Ruohan and the others. "Lawyer Xiao, I apologize. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Sister Ruoru," Jiang Yao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Ruohan shook his head and proceeded to convey the purpose of his visit. "My father can truly have his sentence reduced?" Jiang Han had exhibited exemplary behavior in prison and had formally petitioned the court for a 2-year sentence reduction. "I am currently representing him as his lawyer." Tears welled in the corners of Jiang Yao's eyes, unable to contain themselves. Their family had been sustained by her unwavering resolve over the past few years. If her father were to be released sooner, her younger brother would not be contemplating dropping out of school to work. As Xiao Ruohan gathered some information about Jiang Yao's family when it was time to leave, she accompanied them to the parking lot. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you must be Sister Ruoru's boyfriend. She has shown me your photo." Lin Feng, who had remained silent, nodded in a dazed manner upon hearing Jiang Yao's voice. Jiang Yao retrieved a 50-centimeter box from her bag and presented it to Lin Feng. "Could you please deliver this shoe brocade to Sister Ruoru for me? This phoenix and peony pattern shoe brocade has been completed for over 2 years, and I have yet to find an opportunity to give it to her." Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, but forced a smile as he accepted the box. "Ruoru is studying abroad and couldn't return for your wedding. She asked me to convey her congratulations." "It's all right. Sister Ruoru's education is of paramount importance." On the mountain road, Xiao Ruohan understood that Lin Feng was in a somber mood and refrained from disturbing him while he drove. Instead, Lin Feng initiated a conversation with Xiao Ruohan. "Jiangya and her groom may have merely settled for marriage out of compromise. Remember to marry someone you truly love." Xiao Ruohan's eyes glistened with emotion at his words. "I know you're feeling distressed right now." Lin Feng parked the car at the roadside, intending to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. However, the woman who used to light his cigarettes had long departed, and the cigarette pack had been replaced by a container of chewing gum. All that remained was a lighter. Utterly useless. "Ruohan Wei." Before he could finish his sentence, a series of impatient honks erupted from behind their vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Feng spotted a white van stopped not far behind them. As soon as Lin Feng started the car, the white van, its license plate obscured by dust, suddenly surged toward them at breakneck speed. "Lin Feng, watch out. The van is out of control," Xiao Ruohan exclaimed, her face paling. The scene before them brought forth haunting memories in Lin Feng's mind. A white sedan losing control that night, crossing the double line, and crashing directly into their vehicle. That accident had robbed him of his beloved, turning their once happy family of 3 into a shattered shell overnight. A husband losing his wife, and a daughter losing her mother. "Lin Feng, Lin Feng." Xiao Ruohan's urgent voice gradually pulled Lin Feng back to reality as he gazed into the rearview mirror at the encroaching white van. He bit his lip, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He would not allow the same tragedy to befall him twice. Seated beside him was none other than Xiao Ruoru's younger sister. If something were to happen to Xiao Ruohan, Lin Feng feared he would forever be unable to face Xiao Jiangwo and his wife. To his left loomed a mountainous wall, while to his right gaped a perilous cliff. Without a moment to ponder, Lin Feng abruptly turned the steering wheel to the right, simultaneously pulling the handbrake. The car's tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a jarring sound. A nearby van whizzed past, scraping off the rearview mirror of their small vehicle. The car grazed the left mountainside, with the left wheel perilously dangling into a drainage ditch. "Ruohan, are you all right?" Lin Feng exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety as he unbuckled Xiao Ruohan's seatbelt, his voice laced with urgency. Xiao Ruohan, still shaken, clutched her chest and shook her head. "I'm fine, just twisted my ankle." No sooner had she spoken than the ground trembled violently, a cacophony echoing through the mountains. Less than 500 meters away, a massive landslide unleashed a torrent of rocks that cascaded down from the mountainside. Lin Feng clearly saw the white van unable to evade the looming disaster, instantly crushed by the descending boulders, subsequently swept away by the debris-laden mudslide into the depths of the cliff. Xiao Ruohan's complexion turned pale as she gripped Lin Feng's hands tighter. Lin Feng steadied Xiao Ruohan as they emerged from the vehicle, guiding her to a clean and secure spot to sit. He cautiously approached the side of the landslide to assess its extent. Lin Feng, don't get too close. Be wary of falling rocks. Xiao Ruohan urgently cautioned from behind. Lin Feng nodded, then turned and made his way back along the mountain road. Moments later, he returned to crouch beside Xiao Ruohan, glancing at the time on his phone. He pointed towards the path behind them, saying, "It appears we may be stranded here for the night. Another landslide has occurred about 1,000 meters back, covering an area roughly the size of half a soccer field." Xiao Ruohan cast a glance at the towering cliff before delivering more disheartening news. "I just called the police. Rescue personnel informed me that multiple landslides have been reported along this route. We are not the only ones trapped. Several vehicles ahead are also immobilized. The rescue team is working to clear the way, but may not arrive until tomorrow morning. Who would have thought we'd be so unfortunate? It seems we have no choice but to spend the night here," Lin Feng lamented. Rising to his feet, he scrutinized the nearby cliff, noting that the geological stability here was superior to other areas. Turning to Xiao Ruohan, he jested, "In truth, our luck isn't so dire. These rocks are firmly stacked, unlike that white van which plummeted into the abyss. Stop joking and think of a way to get through tonight." "It looks like rain is imminent," Xiao Ruohan replied, just as the sky began to drizzle. "You truly have a knack for foreboding. As soon as you mention it, the rain begins," Lin Feng retorted, somewhat exasperated. At this juncture, Lin Feng had no other viable options, save for attempting to extricate the car from a ditch. With the significant temperature variation between day and night in the mountains, compounded by the depth of winter, they could do little but remain inside the vehicle to preserve body heat. Fortunately, Lin Feng's dilapidated vehicle was rear-wheel drive. Although it consumed an average of 8 to 13 liters per 100 kilometers, it compensated for this with a robust 2.0 horsepower. Without much effort, Lin Feng maneuvered the car to a secure location, using stones to block the tires and bring it to a halt, just as he helped Xiao Ruohan into the vehicle. A torrential downpour began outside, the rain cascading onto the roof and windows with a cacophonous rhythm. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly chimed. "Dad, Ruohan and I are fine. Please don't worry about Mom and you. We're just stranded on the road. Xiao Feng, our town's government has already organized a rescue with the county, but given the heavy rain, they may not reach you until tomorrow at the earliest. All right, please take care of yourselves. Don't rush into danger. Don't let Nana know about Ruohan and me. You rascal, take good care of yourself and Ruohan." After ending the call, Lin Feng gazed at the weary Xiao Ruohan and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "Please remove your socks. I want to check if the injured area is swollen and red." Chapter 31. The hidden card of Xiao Ruohan within the confines of the carriage. Xiao Ruohan curled up in the rear seat. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, her expression turned somewhat unnatural as she replied, "It's merely a slight sprain of the ankle. It's nothing serious." "Nothing serious, you say? Your stubbornness is truly remarkable. The moment you moved outside, I could see the pain etched on your face," Lin Feng retorted with irritation. Without heeding Xiao Ruohan's vigorous struggles, he forcefully removed her leather shoes. "Oh, that hurts." Xiao Ruohan bit her lip, unable to suppress a cry of discomfort. "Now you feel the pain, don't you? Yet you still cling to your pride," Lin Feng remarked as he carefully peeled off her outer Peppa Pig socks, revealing her delicate and fair feet. Chuckling, he teased, "You were hiding your feet from me because of these socks, weren't you? I never imagined that the usually composed lawyer Xiao would harbor such childlike whimsy." "Ha ha, Peppa Pig, don't laugh. You're not allowed to laugh." Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her voice turned endearingly bashful. Lin Feng struggled to contain his laughter. Xiao Ruohan's current demeanor was utterly charming, a stark contrast to her usual aloof persona. "You're still laughing. All right. I'll stop," Lin Feng acquiesced, suppressing his mirth. He then retrieved a first aid kit from the side and, under the dim light of the carriage, meticulously applied pain relief ointment to her swollen ankle, all the while chiding her, "If you don't let me treat this, your sprained ankle will leave you bedridden for at least a week." Listening to his persistent admonitions, Xiao Ruohan gazed at Lin Feng, who was diligently tending to her injury. A peculiar emotion flickered in her eyes, and on a whim, she softly inquired, "Lin Feng, what is it like to be in love with my sister?" Lin Feng paused, lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Ruohan's earnest and curious expression. After a moment of silence, he replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia and simplicity, "My love for your sister was not like the flamboyant romances of typical couples. Instead, it resembled a serene lake, calm on the surface, yet shimmering with profound depths. In the evenings, I cherished strolling hand in hand with your sister by the Weiming Lake, basking in the glow of the setting sun. I also relished the moments spent in the quietness of an empty classroom, playing the flute and piano, or simply sharing a day in the tranquil library." As he spoke, Lin Feng's eyes gently closed, and tears began to glisten at the corners of his eyes. Bending slightly, Xiao Ruohan brushed her arm against Lin Feng's and offered him a tissue, her eyes reflecting a mixture of unusual sympathy and tenderness as she observed the man before her, stripped of his facade. Wiping away the tears with his sleeve, Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head to gaze at Xiao Ruohan's soft countenance, saying, "Xiao Ruohan, do not become curious about me. A philosopher once stated that curiosity towards a man marks the beginning of love." Xiao Ruohan's ears turned slightly red, and her expression became awkward as she feigned composure, retorting coldly, "Your level of narcissism surpasses even the stones of the Great Wall." Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, pausing for a few seconds before jesting. "If you wish to comprehend the essence of love, seize the opportunity while youth still graces you with its presence, for once the years have taken their toll, such chances will be but a memory." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Ruohan, suddenly incensed, leaned down and bit Lin Feng's arm. "Ah, are you truly a dog at heart? The last time you bit me, the pain lingered for days." Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Ruohan released her grip with a huff, retorting, "My zodiac sign is indeed that of a dog. And as for your audacity to claim that a young woman will fade with age, do you not realize how much we women value our appearance?" Aware of his own fault, Lin Feng refrained from bantering back at the irate Xiao Ruohan and continued to assist her in applying the medication. "Ah, be gentle with that ointment. Are you seeking revenge for my bite?" Just as Lin Feng finished applying the medication and helped Xiao Ruohan put on her shoes, her phone in the front passenger seat suddenly rang. Noticing Xiao Ruohan's difficulty in moving, Lin Feng leaned over to retrieve the phone from her bag. Glancing at the incoming call, turning to Xiao Ruohan, he said, "It's a call from Dad." At the mention of this, Xiao Ruohan's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "Don't answer it just yet." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng had already pressed the answer button on the screen. Just as he uttered a greeting, Xiao Ruohan's phone screen abruptly went black and shut down. Lin Feng, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the lifeless screen, looking at the visibly anxious Xiao Ruohan with a puzzled expression. "Why didn't you want me to answer Uncle Zhao's call?" Xiao Ruohan lowered her head and whispered, "Mom asked me to bring my boyfriend home this week, and I lied, saying I was traveling with him. Fortunately, my phone died at a critical moment. Otherwise, Dad would have surely discovered the truth. You deceived Uncle Xiao and the others? What will you do moving forward? It might be best to find a chance to clarify the situation with them," Lin Feng suggested after a brief silence, his tone laden with resignation. Xiao Ruohan hastily replied, "No way. If my parents find out, they'll pester me about blind dates and marriage all day long. What will you do then? You don't even want to date a guy. You can't possibly hire someone to pretend to be your boyfriend." Lin Feng retorted with exasperation. "Hire someone? Pretend?" Xiao Ruohan's eyes suddenly brightened as she lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Sensing her intent, Lin Feng quickly countered, "What do you intend to do? I cannot conjure a boyfriend from thin air for you." "Why not? Aren't you the perfect candidate?" Xiao Ruohan challenged. "Absolutely not. If they discover I'm posing as your boyfriend, how will I ever leave your house?" Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, hastily rejecting the notion. "It's not like you have to meet my parents. Just get a new phone card and discreetly call them." "That is still not advisable. If they find out I'm covering for you, I will undoubtedly face the consequences. Weren't you the one who promised to fulfill any request I made yesterday? Xiao Ruohan pressed, her brow furrowed in determination. Any other request, I would gladly comply with. This one is utterly out of the question. Xiao Ruohan, perceiving Lin Feng's obstinate demeanor, coldly remarked, hand over your phone and power bank. What do you intend to do? Lin Feng, trembling at the sight of Xiao Ruohan's frosty visage, inquired. Naturally, I shall charge the phone and inform my mother of last night's events. Particularly the fact that someone spent the night in my bed, Xiao Ruohan replied, her tone unyielding. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained skeptical of Xiao Ruohan's willingness to go to extremes. He confidently asserted, Miss Xiao, as a lawyer, you are well aware that the law demands evidence. It is improbable that your word alone would suffice. As long as I maintain my silence, they shall undoubtedly dismiss your claims. Lin Feng exhibited an air of confidence, seemingly assured of his position. Oh, is that so? Xiao Ruohan's expression remained impassive as she cast a glance at Lin Feng. She then connected the data cable to the power bank, powered on the phone, and presented a photograph from her gallery before Lin Feng. The image captured while you were asleep last night is quite clear. Chapter 32, A Pleasant Collaboration. My boyfriend Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the photograph on his phone, confirming that it was indeed him in the image. The timing of the photo and the decor of the bed in the room aligned perfectly with the previous night's stay at the inn. Xiao Ruohan, you cunning woman, how dare you take a clandestine photo of me? Lin Feng exclaimed, reaching for Xiao Ruohan's phone. Seeing his intent, Xiao Ruohan swiftly reclaimed her phone and retorted. Serves you right. You snored so loudly last night, sleeping like a log. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He was aware of his habit. If he drank during the day, he would inevitably snore at night. When can you finally agree to my request? Xiao Ruohan teased, pointing to the photo on her phone. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and replied darkly, I refuse to believe you would send that photo to Uncle Xiao and the others. Still skeptical, are we? Xiao Ruohan replied coldly, proceeding to open Xiao Jiangwo's WeChat in front of Lin Feng. At this moment, the tension between them escalated, and Lin Feng, feeling defeated, sighed, all right, you win. Xiao Ruohan, pleased, patted Lin Feng's shoulder and pulled up an electronic document on her phone with a playful smile. Just sign here. Have you been plotting this all along? Lin Feng glared at the list of terms before him, his teeth clenched. Xiao Ruohan shook her head and replied slowly, I had no intention of having a subject for observation. You walked right into my trap. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng signed his name on the document. Mr. Lin Feng, the contract is now officially in effect. May our collaboration be delightful, my boyfriend, Xiao Ruohan declared, extending her delicate, fair hand. As Lin Feng gazed at the proud Xiao Ruohan, he felt his masculine dignity challenged in that moment. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, pinning her down. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened, yet there was no hint of fear in her gaze as her voice turned icy. Lin Feng smirked. A solitary man and woman in the wilderness, sitting beside a stunning beauty. What do you think I might desire? I wonder who was almost falling off the edge of the bed last night, yet now possesses such boldness? Xiao Ruohan retorted with a cold snort. Lin Feng tightened his grip on her wrist, growing frustrated. Xiao Ruohan, do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything? Do you dare? Xiao Ruohan suddenly turned her cheek and bit at Lin Feng's wrist. Just before her teeth could make contact, Lin Feng quickly released her wrist, chuckling. Having already been bitten by you twice, how could I allow a third? As soon as he finished speaking, be gentle. You really are biting, Lin Feng exclaimed, wincing as tears nearly brimmed in his eyes, hastily retreating from Xiao Ruohan. Wiping her mouth, Xiao Ruohan looked at Lin Feng, who was hurriedly clutching his wrist, and said with a hint of annoyance, serves you right. At the same time, 200 kilometers away in Jiangcheng, Xiao Jiangwo set down his phone and helplessly addressed Ye Qingning, who was attentively listening on the sofa. You heard that clearly, didn't you? The first voice that resonated on the call was that of a man. I did, Ye Qingning replied with a smile. Your friend Jianya is overly suspicious. Isn't it simply because she hasn't introduced Xiao Han to her eldest son? You should minimize your contact with her. Xiao Jiangwo responded with irritation. Ye Qingning said solemnly, Jiang has indeed gone too far. She fabricated rumors claiming that Xiao Feng is Xiao Han's boyfriend based on a photo of Xiao Han supporting Xiao Feng. Given Xiao Han's situation with Xiao Ruo's accident, could they possibly be together? Xiao Jingwo analyzed. If you doubt it, I can call Xiao Feng and ask where he is now. Ye Qingning interjected softly. There's no need to call. Didn't we just ask Nan Nan? They're currently at their hometown in Wuxian. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan were facing significant challenges. The air conditioning in the car had malfunctioned due to the recent collision, causing the temperature inside to rise steadily. As nightfall approached, the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. Lin Feng glanced at the temperature displayed on his phone, furrowing his brow as he said, Ruohan, the air conditioning is broken, and the temperature tonight might only be between 1 to 3 degrees. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruohan pointed to the trunk and said, There's a blanket and a small bag of snacks inside. This should help us get through the night. When did you put the blanket and snacks in? Lin Feng asked, surprised. Xiao Ruohan replied with irritation. What kind of father are you? Not managing anything? Didn't Nan Nan insist on going camping? I just prepared a thick blanket and a small bag of snacks to keep in the car. Lin Feng nodded begrudgingly, realizing that Nan Nan's foresight might just save them. Half an hour later, as the rain began to ease, Lin Feng retrieved the blanket and the bag of snacks from the trunk. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Not only do we have chocolate for energy, but also a few bottles of mineral water, he exclaimed. Xiao Ruohan replied nonchalantly, Preparation is key. After replenishing themselves with water and snacks, Lin Feng called Lin Jun to assure him of their safety. At that moment, the night temperature continued to drop, and suddenly, heavy rain poured down once more. Lin Feng attempted to restart the car's air conditioning several times, but it remained ineffective. This car is truly done for, he lamented, glancing at the Volkswagen that had been with him for over 3 years, feeling a pang of sorrow. This vehicle was purchased with the first money he earned alongside Xiao Ruoru. Stop fiddling with the air conditioning. The back seat can barely accommodate 2 people if it's folded down. Xiao Ruohan pointed to the adjacent space. Lin Feng moved to the back seat, leaning against the window beside Xiao Ruohan. After sharing a pillow with her the previous night, he realized that his courage had grown somewhat. Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan huddled together beneath the blanket. As the temperature plummeted suddenly and heavy rain poured from the sky, the chill was far more biting than anticipated. Lin Feng inadvertently brushed against Xiao Ruohan's icy wrist. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Ruohan, why don't you lie in my arms? It will be warmer this way. Xiao Ruohan turned her head, her brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng. He hastily clarified, I don't mean to take advantage of you. The blanket is rather thin. When the clock strikes midnight, the temperature will drop even further. We can keep each other warm. Xiao Ruohan hesitated for a moment before gradually shifting her body to rest in Lin Feng's embrace. At that moment, both wore expressions laden with discomfort. Embarrassed, Lin Feng swiftly extinguished the lights within the car. In the darkness, he could distinctly sense Xiao Ruohan's heart racing anxiously against his chest. He was unsure where he found the courage, but he held her tightly. Xiao Ruohan's body stiffened immediately, taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected boldness. Seconds turned into minutes, and gradually, the sound of Xiao Ruohan's steady breathing filled the air as she drifted into slumber. Lin Feng cautiously adjusted his position, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her, and slowly succumbed to sleep himself. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the car windows, illuminating the interior. Lin Feng gradually opened his bleary eyes, rolled down the window, and inhaled the fresh, earthy aroma that lingered in the air after the rain had fallen upon mountains. Ruohan, Xiao Ruohan, he called out, his brow furrowing in concern as he repeated her name several times. Yet there was no sign of her awakening in his embrace. Chapter 33. Special attention from the Lin family inside the car. Lin Feng gently touched Xiao Ruohan's feverish forehead, his expression shifting slightly. He anticipated that after merely a night in the vehicle, Xiao Ruohan would be suffering from a severe fever. Based on Lin Feng's life experience, he estimated her temperature had risen above 38 degrees Celsius. He paused for a few moments, softly shaking her body. Wake up, Xiao Ruohan. After a while, Xiao Ruohan wearily opened her eyes. The pale skin of her neck flushed from the heat. A sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Have we returned home? She murmured in a hoarse voice, her gaze dazed. Lin Feng replied, quietly, Are you delirious from the fever? We are still stranded on the mountain road. It is already the following morning. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruohan struggled to rise from Lin Feng's embrace. Do not move around. You have a fever, he gently cautioned. Despite her efforts, she lacked the strength to extricate herself and had no choice but to remain nestled against him. Observing the usually aloof and proud Xiao Ruohan, now resembling a fragile girl, Lin Feng teased, This is much better. You should smile more and be gentler. Do not always wear that distant expression. Boys tend to prefer softer females. Xiao Ruohan shot him a cold glance before turning her head away, ignoring him. Lin Feng refrained from further teasing, instead retrieving a medical kit from the side and rummaging through it. Fortuitously, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, There's a box of antipyretics. Following the instructions on the package, he extracted 2 capsules and placed them in Xiao Ruohan's palm. Frowning, she scrutinized the medication, hesitating before asking, Is it possible not to take this medicine? How can you recover from a cold without medication? Your fever is quite severe, Lin Feng replied, exasperated. Are you certain these are antipyretics and not something else? Xiao Ruohan's icy tone prompted Lin Feng to realize her apprehension stemmed from a previous incident where he had mistakenly given her cold medicine. This time, it is definitely antipyretics. I assure you, you can take them without worry, he insisted, pointing to the text on the box with utmost confidence. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. There will be no mistakes this time. It was Nan who mismanaged the medication last time. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled that night, hastily exclaiming, Enough! If I eat them, is that not sufficient? As noon approached, Xiao Ruohan's high fever began to subside. The Joint Fire Rescue Team from Wu County and Qimen Town had successfully opened a rescue route to reach Lin Feng and the others. The captain of this rescue team turned out to be an acquaintance of Lin Feng's. Surprised, he accepted a bottle of mineral water from his cousin Jiang Wu. Cousin, I didn't expect you to be part of the rescue team. Jiang Wu glanced at Xiao Ruohan, who was receiving treatment from the doctors beside the rescue team, and with a hint of irritation remarked, You rascal! Upon receiving the notice from Uncle, I wasted not a moment, leading the team through the rain to repair the road. Yet here you are, looking all rosy-cheeked, far from the disheveled state one might expect of someone trapped. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. For Jiang Wu and all the team members were caked in dried mud from head to toe. Jiang Wu playfully draped an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder, his expression peculiar, eyes brimming with curiosity. You sly one, do tell me how things stand between you and my cousin. Lin Feng hurriedly covered Jiang Wu's mouth, whispering, Xiao Ruohan and I are completely innocent. She is the younger sister of Ruoru. Do not spread unfounded rumors. Oh, spare me. Yesterday, my aunt called me multiple times, insisting I bring you and her daughter-in-law back in one piece. And here you are, trying to mislead your cousin. Are we not brothers? Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated his mother would discuss Xiao Ruohan with his boisterous cousin. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan softly interjected from behind him, Lin Feng. The police need to check the dashcam footage from our vehicle. Lin Feng signaled an okay to Xiao Ruohan, then turned to Jiang Wu, whispering, Cousin, please refrain from speaking carelessly in front of Xiao Ruohan. Jiang Wu gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, solemnly assuring, Do not worry. Your cousin is well aware of this small matter. I shall ensure that no one else learns of your affairs with her. Lin Feng pursed his lips, his expression rife with skepticism regarding Jiang Wu's words. He handed over the dashcam footage to 2 police officers from the Qimen Town police station. Officers, I suspect that the white van from yesterday was deliberately targeting us. Please investigate the owner's identity thoroughly. The section of road where the van lost control was a steep incline. In the heat of the moment, Lin Feng had not sensed the gravity of the situation, but now he pondered how the van could have barreled toward them with such velocity unless it had been intentional. Moreover, the license plate had been obscured, clearly indicating a desire to remain undetected. A middle-aged officer took notes, closing his notebook to respond. Rest assured, once we locate the white van and ascertain the owner's identity, Our station will conduct a thorough investigation. Just then, Jiang Wu approached Lin Feng after the police had finished their inquiries, bidding farewell. There's still several landslides ahead, and the roads to Xiaojing village and its neighboring areas remain blocked. I must leave with the team now. I have thoroughly inspected the vehicle you drove. Aside from some superficial scratches and a dislodged air conditioning filter, everything else is in order, Jiang Wu stated. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Drive carefully and stay safe. Jiang Wu smiled, waving to Xiao Ruohan behind Lin Feng. Sister-in-law, please do come to my home for dinner during the spring festival. My wife prepares authentic Jianghu cuisine. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, Xiao Ruohan cast a profound glance at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat and hurriedly spoke, "Cousin, please carry on with your work. We shall not disturb you." He quickly assisted Xiao Ruohan into the car, then swiftly started the vehicle and sped away. This insufferable lad is still as frantic as ever. After berating him, Jiang Wu turned around and immediately made a phone call. "Mom, I have delightful news. Xiao Feng has a girlfriend." "Really? Is that truly the case? Can you guess who his girlfriend is?" Inside the car, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruohan inquired of Lin Feng, "Why did your cousin refer to me as sister-in-law? Weren't you supposed to have me pretend to be your girlfriend?" "It's quite normal for my cousin to call you that," Lin Feng replied. A hint of crimson crept onto Xiao Ruohan's cheeks as she retorted angrily. "But the contract clearly stipulates that no one else is to know about our ruse." "I didn't tell him. It was my mother who did," Lin Feng replied helplessly. "Your mom?" Xiao Ruohan's expression froze momentarily. Lin Feng sighed. "Yes, it was my mother. She must have been worried about us being stranded on the mountain last night, and that's why she informed the rescue team about my cousin. So, this matter should only be known to your cousin, right?" Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Given my cousin's inability to keep secrets, the family group chat must be in an uproar by now. Xiao Ruohan appeared flustered, biting her lip as she stared at Lin Feng. "This is all your fault. You should have clearly explained everything to Aunt Jiang, but you chose to procrastinate, resulting in this significant misunderstanding." Lin Feng immediately retorted, "Part of this is your fault too. You made such a good impression at my house the other day that my mom became particularly fond of you." Xiao Ruohan fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Do you have any other solutions?" "What other solution could there be? My mother is as stubborn as a mule. Once she believes something, not even a herd of oxen could sway her." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Ruohan's spirits sank. While she could easily brush off misunderstandings from others, this was different. Lin Feng's mother was involved, and given her unique relationship with Lin Feng, she felt uncertain about how to navigate the situation when she would soon encounter Jiang Lan. Chapter 34. Not biological. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on the road outside Lin Feng's small courtyard, Xiao Ruohan sat in the car, her expression tense as she gazed at the courtyard gate in the distance. Beside her, Lin Feng appeared remarkably at ease. "Lin Feng, you just promised me that you would clarify things with Aunt Jiang," Xiao Ruohan pressed, with both hands over his heart. Lin Feng assured her, "Rest assured, I will handle this. I will definitely dispel my mother's misunderstandings about you." Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Feng supported Xiao Ruohan and was about to push open the courtyard gate when they encountered Jiang Lan walking out. Upon seeing Xiao Ruohan, who was being helped by Lin Feng, Jiang Lan's smile vanished, replaced by an immediate look of concern. "Xiao Han, are you hurt?" she asked anxiously. A warm feeling surged within Xiao Ruohan as she replied with a smile, "Aunt Jiang, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle a little. Lin Feng and the paramedic have already taken care of it." Jiang Lan bent down to examine Xiao Ruohan's ankle closely. Noticing there was no serious issue, she sighed in relief and said, "Although it's just a sprain, remember that it takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. You must avoid any strenuous activities for the next few days. I'll have your uncle prepare a chicken for you to help with your recovery." Coughing several times, Lin Feng interjected, "Teacher Jiang, you only seem to care about Xiao Ruohan. Here I am, a grown man standing right in front of you, and you don't even ask if I'm hurt." With a snort, Jiang Lan retorted, "You look perfectly lively. You hardly seem injured. I haven't even sought you out for trouble. Yet here you are, presenting yourself on my doorstep. Yesterday, Xiao Han left home in good health, and now she returns with an injury. How have you taken care of her?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Jiang Lan, pondering who truly held the position of her favored child. In that moment of shock, Jiang Lan, still supporting Xiao Ruohan, snapped at Lin Feng, "Step aside. I'm quite irritated just seeing you right now." Witnessing this exchange, Xiao Ruohan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her lips curling into a smile. Completely unbothered by her earlier tension, Lin Feng observed Jiang Lan fussing over Xiao Ruohan with genuine concern, feeling as if he were caught in a frigid winter storm, the chill penetrating deeply into his bones. Meanwhile, in a luxurious guest house in Qingning town, Lin Guoqiang paced anxiously back and forth in his room. Since yesterday afternoon, there had been no word from old Su, who had gone to Xiajiang village. At that moment, the tightly shut door swung open to reveal a young woman wearing glasses and possessing an alluring demeanor. Upon seeing her, Lin Guoqiang inquired, "Secretary Wu, have we received any news from old Su?" Wu Qian nodded just now. "The police from Qingning town informed us that old Su encountered a landslide on the mountain road and was struck by falling rocks, resulting in him being found at the bottom of a cliff. The rescue team has located his body." Lin Guoqiang's expression shifted, and after a brief silence, he pressed for more information. "What else did the police say?" "Mr. Lin," she replied, "the police seem to have discovered something and have been persistently questioning the reasons behind old Su's trip to Xiajiang village." Lin Guoqiang spoke in a deep voice. "It's nothing. As long as we maintain a consistent narrative according to our prior plan, old Su will go to Xiajiang village to collect some mountain goods from the villagers. Now that old Su is deceased, there will be no one to contradict our statements." Wu Qian continued to inquire, "Should we send someone to approach the matter of the magnificent landscape painting from another angle?" Lin Guoqiang slightly shook his head. "I am well aware of my elder brother's temperament. Even in death, he would never relinquish that painting. Furthermore, he is currently the deputy mayor of Qingning town, making it impossible to apply force against him here." After a brief pause, Lin Guoqiang added, "You should find a way to investigate my nephew's background. We must consider our options from him." After Wu Qian departed, Lin Guoqiang tightly clutched a yellowed old photograph in his hand, his gaze dark as he murmured to himself, "Elder brother, I will surely obtain that painting." At Lin Feng's residence, Lin Nanan, engrossed in a television drama, leaped into Xiao Ruohan's arms upon hearing her voice. After a day apart, she felt heavier. Had she been sneaking snacks at home? Lin Nanan's round, sparkling eyes pondered seriously. "Aunt, Nanan, didn't he sneak any snacks? Grandpa bought a lot of delicious treats." "You little glutton." Xiao Ruohan lovingly wiped the sesame seeds from the corner of Lin Nanan's mouth. Leaning close to Xiao Ruohan's ear, Lin Nanan whispered, "Grandpa called Nanan, but I didn't tell you where I was." Xiao Ruohan's expression shifted slightly, and she feigned a reprimand. "Nanan, you must not lie to Grandpa. Be an honest child." Lin Nanan felt aggrieved and kept her head down. "But this time it's fine. Later, Aunt will take you to enjoy your beloved candied hawthorns." Instantly, Lin Nanan's mood brightened, and she began to bounce around the hall. Lin Feng entered with bags of goods, and, upon overhearing the conversation between Xiao Ruohan and Lin Nanan, chuckled. "Nanan might very well be an undercover agent placed by Uncle Xiao beside you. However, it seems she has been won over by food this time." Xiao Ruohan cast a faint glance at Lin Feng before turning to enter the kitchen. Hearing laughter emanating from the kitchen, Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. When had Xiao Ruohan's relationship with Jiang Lan become so amiable? No, he needed to clarify this quickly, otherwise his status in the family would be jeopardized. After dinner, Jiang Lan grasped Xiao Ruohan's hand on the living room sofa, engaged in an animated conversation, while Lin Feng took a considerable amount of time to finish washing the dishes. Approaching the sofa, Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Ruohan and said to Jiang Lan, "Mom, there is something I need to clarify." "What is it?" Jiang Lan's attention was entirely fixated on Xiao Ruohan, and she was thoroughly satisfied with her, capable in both the parlor and the kitchen. Jiang Lan felt she could rest assured with Xiao Ruohan taking care of Lin Feng and their daughter. "Mom, Xiao Ruohan and I are not in a romantic relationship. You've misunderstood." Jiang Lan's expression stiffened, and holding Xiao Ruohan's hand, she asked with a hint of disappointment, "Xiao Han, you truly are not this rascal's girlfriend?" Such an admirable daughter-in-law. Jiang Lan felt a tinge of reluctance. Xiao Ruohan stood up and with a sudden burst of confidence, grasped Lin Feng's hand, declaring, "Aunt Jiang, Lin Feng and I are indeed in a romantic relationship. Due to my sister's circumstances, Lin Feng preferred to keep it a secret, fearing the gossip of others." Lin Feng, wide-eyed and incredulous, stared at Xiao Ruohan beside him. Just this afternoon, she had insisted he clarify their relationship, and now she was making a sudden reversal. "Oh dear, we have wronged you, Lin family," Jianglan said, her heart aching. "That is not the truth. Xiao Ruohan is clearly fabricating," Lin Feng interjected hastily. "The young lady has boldly acknowledged it, yet you still concern yourself with the opinions of others. Leave, go reflect on your actions." Jianglan swiftly expelled Lin Feng from the house. At that moment, as he was thrust out, Lin Feng caught sight of Xiao Ruohan's mischievous eyes, leaving him frozen in place outside the door. Chapter 35. To win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. As night fell, Lin Jun returned home. Pushing open the gate to the courtyard, he spotted Lin Feng curled up alone on a bench under the eaves, absorbed in his mobile device. The family's large yellow dog lay beside him. Lin Jun cast a curious glance at the closed living room door and inquired, on a bitterly cold night, "Why are you outside instead of staying cozy at home?" Lin Feng, a hint of embarrassment on his face, feigned calmness as he replied, "It's warm inside. I just wanted to enjoy a bit of fresh air." "Oh, really? You haven't been banished by your mother, have you?" Realizing his fib had been uncovered, Lin Feng quickly sprang from the bench, urgency evident in his voice. "Dad, please plead with Mom for me. I've been exiled for over an hour." Lin Jun's interest piqued. He asked with a hint of amusement, "So, how serious are you and Xiao Han?" The family group chat is overflowing with inquiries about your relationship. At the mere mention of Xiao Ruohan, Lin Feng's temper flared, and he retorted irritably, "Don't bring up Xiao Ruohan. She is the reason I'm stuck outside." Just then, the living room door swung open, and Xiao Ruohan emerged, holding a thick military coat. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng turned away, returning to his phone, deliberately ignoring her presence. Xiao Ruohan approached Lin Jun, her cheeks flushed, and said warmly, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Jiang has heated up the food for you." Lin Jun regarded Xiao Ruohan with satisfaction, then scolded Lin Feng, "You little rascal. Xiao Han has come out personally to bring you a coat, and you still act so aloof." Lin Feng shot a cold glance at Xiao Ruohan, suspecting her intentions were less than honorable, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Lin Jun observed the peculiar exchange between them with a knowing smile before retreating into the living room. Under the eaves, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan stood in silence, each ignoring the other. Xiao Ruohan tightly embraced the coat, her expression serene as she gazed at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes reflecting a depth of thought unbeknownst to him. After a few minutes of discomfort under her unwavering stare, Lin Feng broke the silence. "Miss Xiao, why are you outside with me instead of staying home?" She replied softly, "I had Aunt Jiang find you a thick coat. You can wear this." "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Xiao, but I fear that donning this coat would only lead me further into your trap," Lin Feng replied curtly. Ever since she had come to the police station to secure his release, he had found himself in compromising situations before her on several occasions. The once rational Xiao Ruohan seemed a distant memory. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruohan awkwardly admitted, "I apologize, all right? I was in the wrong." With that, she extended the military coat towards Lin Feng. Turning to face her, Lin Feng regarded her with a strange expression and remarked mockingly, "I never expected the typically proud lawyer Xiao would one day offer me an apology." Xiao Ruohan's complexion flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and spoke in a calm tone. "Regardless, I have already apologized. It is your choice not to accept it. If you catch a cold, do not blame me." With that, Xiao Ruohan retrieved the military coat that had been resting before Lin Feng. "Wait!" Lin Feng exclaimed urgently, swiftly snatching the coat from her hands and draping it over his shoulders. Moments ago, Lin Feng had feigned indifference, but in truth, he had been shivering from the cold. Now that Xiao Ruohan had stepped forward to apologize, she had provided him with a way out, and he felt no need to continue putting on a brave face. After all, a true gentleman knows when to yield and when to be strong. It is not a mark of shame. "Is there anything to eat at home?" I didn't have enough for dinner, Lin Feng said, his voice trembling as he wrapped himself in the coat. Having been outside in the frigid air for over an hour, he was now both cold and hungry. If Xiao Ruohan had not come out to apologize, he felt he could only endure for another 10 minutes. Are you really that afraid of Aunt Jiang? Would you rather freeze and starve than go inside? Xiao Ruohan observed Lin Feng's disheveled appearance, a smile tugging at her lips. But her curiosity got the better of her. Lin Feng peeked through the crack of the door and whispered, "My family situation is a bit different. At home, it's a stern mother and a kind father. Based on my past experiences of upsetting my mother, I know she will need at least another 2 hours to cool off." After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Ruohan suggested, "Then let me cook you a bowl of noodles." Lin Feng eagerly nodded and added, "And fry 2 eggs while you're at it." Xiao Ruohan nodded in agreement, and then turned to enter the house. Before long, she emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he accepted the chopsticks she offered and began to eat voraciously. Within just a few minutes, he had devoured the entire bowl, including the broth. "Ruohan, aside from your beauty, I believe you have a significant advantage in future romantic endeavors. Your culinary skills are exceptional. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. In today's world, girls who can cook are a rarity," Lin Feng remarked. Xiao Ruohan looked at him with a peculiar expression, her gaze holding deeper meaning as she replied, "Am I not your girlfriend now?" Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze, followed by a curious inquiry. "Did you not insist that I clarify the misunderstanding between us? Why the sudden change in front of my mother? I cannot believe this is merely a ploy to make me stumble. Did my mother say something to you in the living room?" At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned nonchalance. "I was merely considering your situation." "Considering me?" Lin Feng replied, puzzled. "You pretend to be my boyfriend in front of my parents, and I pretend to be your girlfriend in front of yours. This will shield you from numerous matchmaking attempts. Aunt Jiang has mentioned that over the past 6 months, she has repeatedly urged you to return home for blind dates, which you have been reluctant to do." Upon hearing Xiao Ruohan's explanation, Lin Feng found it plausible, yet something felt amiss. Just as he was about to probe further, as Lin Feng cradled his phone, it suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Xie Yunxiao. "You are not at home. I've been knocking on your door for quite some time with no response." Lin Feng replied with a hint of annoyance, "I am currently in Wuxian, not in Jiangcheng." Of course, no one would be home after such a lengthy knock. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Xie Yunxiao was not deterred and cheerfully remarked, "I also wondered where Lawyer Xiao is. She seems to be out as well, and my attempts to reach her have gone unanswered." Lin Feng was left speechless, pondering the emotional intelligence of his friend, who seemed oblivious to the fact that a girl not answering his calls indicated a lack of interest. Chapter 36. The stars in the sky cannot compare to you. Lin Feng cast a glance at the already entered Xiao Ruohan and lowered his voice to advise. "Old Xia, heed my counsel. You're simply not her type." In Lin Feng's eyes, Xiao Ruohan had exceedingly high standards and an exceedingly proud disposition. 99% of the boys in this world would fail to capture her attention. The personality of Xie Yunxiao might suit someone like Gu Yuani, the adorable girl, but he and Xiao Ruohan are utterly mismatched. "Old Lin, do not underestimate me. If you help me uncover Xiao Lawyer's interests and her favorite foods, I can tailor my approach and surely win over my goddess," Xie Yunxiao declared with great confidence. Lin Feng's expression faltered. Xie Yunxiao sought his assistance as a strategist. He retorted, "You should focus your efforts on the management of Fengye. Jiang Tian and Song Yufei would have a much easier time, and Yufei wouldn't frequently complain to me about your frivolous behavior. I have no intention of meddling in their affairs." "They quarreled again this weekend," Lin Feng remarked. "They quarreled? What was the reason? Why don't you help mediate?" Lin Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled. With a sigh, Xie Yunxiao replied, "It is still because of you." "Because of me?" Lin Feng was increasingly bewildered. The Fengye annual conference is scheduled for next Thursday, where the selection of the next year's general manager and related personnel arrangements will be determined. Yufei suggested that you return to Fengye to manage the RD department. Lin Feng suddenly grasped the situation, realizing why Jiang Tian and Song Yufei had argued. The RD department is the core of Fengye, and since Lin Feng's departure, it has been managed by Jiang Tian's trusted aide. Noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, Xie Yunxiao continued, Old Lin, you should return to Fengye next year. Although Fengye has developed well over the past year, I still feel that relying on outsourcing is not a sustainable path. You were vehemently opposed to my pursuit of independent research and development, Lin Feng teased. That was because your ambitions were too grand. Independent research and development must be approached gradually. One cannot expect to achieve it all at once. During that time, Lin Feng had indeed been blinded by the death of Xiao Ruoru, disregarding Fengye's financial and human resources, eager to launch that game as soon as possible. Reflecting on it now, had Lin Feng recklessly pursued the development of that game without restraint, Fengye might have already gone bankrupt. Xie Yunxiao continued, You must attend the Fengye annual conference next Thursday. It pertains to the future development of Fengye. After all, you are part of Fengye. Fine. Since both you and Yufei are so insistent in inviting me, I shall certainly be there, Lin Feng replied with a light smile. Are you returning to Jiangxing tomorrow? I have ordered a bouquet to be delivered to your community. Remember to hand it to my goddess personally, Xie Yunxiao suddenly chuckled. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. Will you personally deliver it? Or will you have a delivery person bring it to her? Xie Yunxiao shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his features. No. You simply do not understand. Based on my years of experience in pursuing girls, at the beginning, if I deliver it myself or have a delivery person do it, Xiao Ruoru would undoubtedly refuse to accept it. Only by having those familiar to her assist in delivering gifts would lawyer Xiao accept them. You happen to be the most suitable candidate, but do not let her know they are from me. I did not expect your experience in pursuing women to be rather extensive. It must stem from various failures during your university days, Lin Feng remarked slowly. Xie Yunxiao hurriedly retorted, Aside from my unsuccessful pursuit of Ruoru in our sophomore year, I have always succeeded in my endeavors, all right? Should I share some tips on courting women so that you might win over my cousin? No need. When I was dating Ruoru, it was she who pursued me. Now that I am older, I have no desire for romance, Lin Feng replied. Xie Yunxiao clutched his chest, lamenting, I cannot converse with you. Just the thought that it was Ruoru who pursued you causes me great anguish, for she was my ethereal goddess during university. Since I met you in college, it appears you have changed your idealized goddess 8 or 9 times. Lin Feng scolded playfully. Xie Yunxiao grinned unabashedly. Do not be so rigid. Us men should always maintain an attitude of appreciating beauty, and having more ethereal goddesses is certainly advantageous. Get lost, you scoundrel. Beware of being beaten with a black cane one day on the street. Lin Feng scoffed, decisively ending the call. The following morning, Lin Feng drove to the town's auto repair shop for vehicle maintenance. Awkwardly, he discovered that this repair shop belonged to Jiang Xinyue's family, and coincidentally, Jiang Xinyue was on leave at home. Jiang Xinyue poured a cup of hot water for the upright Lin Feng and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, I heard from Zhao Bing that you and Miss Xiao were stranded on the mountain road all night. Were you injured? No, I'm fine. Ruohan merely twisted her ankle a bit. Lin Feng replied somewhat uncomfortably. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Xinyue, gathering her courage, inquired, Miss Xiao is not your wife, is she? Lin Feng abruptly looked up, astonished by the seriousness etched on Jiang Xinyue's face. How did you know? He asked. Jiang Xinyue calmly took a seat across from Lin Feng and softly explained, Although you and Miss Xiao deliberately exhibit a close relationship, there remains a palpable distance between you. Lin Feng was taken aback by Jiang Xinyue's astuteness in noticing the anomalies in his relationship with Xiao Ruohan. After a moment's contemplation, he shared the details of his relationship with Xiao Ruohan and the circumstances surrounding Xiao Ruoru with Jiang Xinyue. With a sigh, Jiang Xinyue softly remarked, I had no idea you had endured so much over the years. It must have been quite arduous. Lin Feng shook his head. After experiencing numerous trials, his sole wish now was to raise his daughter safely and soundly. Once the vehicle repairs were complete and Lin Feng bid farewell to Jiang Xinyue, her father, Jiang Haoda, inquired about the direction Lin Feng had departed, asking, Is he the reason you have not dated anyone these past few years? Jiang Xinyue nodded, her expression melancholic. Perhaps I encountered someone too extraordinary in my youth, and I still find myself unable to forget him. But Dad, I also wish to keep pace with him, alas. He soars too high and too far for me to catch up. Jiang Hao sighed in resignation. Once upon a time, he too harbored feelings for someone in secret, lacking the courage that his daughter possessed, relegating his affections to the confines of his heart. Ultimately, one can only return home to seek marriage through introductions, as if in search of a partner to share one's life with. This is perhaps the path trodden by most ordinary individuals. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, it was nearly noon. Lin Feng dropped Lin Nan off at school, while Xiao Ruohan, due to a sprained ankle, remained at home to rest. As Lin Feng entered the community, he suddenly recalled that Xie Yunxiao had tasked him with delivering flowers to Xiao Ruohan the previous night. After locating the flower shop's address, Lin Feng begrudgingly paid 3,000 yuan. Only then did the shop assistant hand him a bouquet of exquisite pink gypsophila, kindly remarking, "Sir, the meaning of gypsophila is that even when bestowing the stars of the sky, one still feels they pale in comparison to the one they adore. You must truly cherish your beloved." Lin Feng forced an awkward smile, realizing that gypsophila was commonly regarded as the flower of a sycophant, and he, the Navi fool, had spent 3,000 yuan on it for Xie Yunxiao. At Xiao Ruohan's doorstep, Lin Feng stood holding the bouquet, contemplating what excuse he might use to persuade her to accept the flowers. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon seeing the person who answered, Lin Feng felt a surge of panic, attempting to conceal the gypsophila behind him, but it was too late. His expression was one of disarray. "Mom, when did you arrive?" Chapter 37. The Secret of Xiao Ruohan. At the entrance, Ye Qingning wore a look of perplexity on her face, pointing at the bouquet of baby's breath cradled in Lin Feng's arms. "Xiao Feng, what is this?" Lin Feng's mind raced as he found himself unexpectedly confronted by Ye Qingning while attempting to present flowers to Xiao Ruohan for the first time. It truly felt like entering a high-stakes game right from the start. "Mom, I heard from Nan that Ruohan twisted her ankle, so I brought a bouquet to see her." Lin Feng struggled to conjure any other plausible reason, hoping that the excuse of visiting a sick friend would suffice to keep Ye Qingning from becoming suspicious. Ye Qingning chuckled softly upon hearing this, remarking, "With that bouquet in your arms, I almost mistook you for Xiao Han's boyfriend." A fleeting moment of stiffness crossed Lin Feng's face, but he quickly feigned nonchalance, responding, "As if I could ever be your boyfriend, Mom. Don't tease me." At that moment, Xiao Ruohan, who had been engrossed in reading in her study, heard the conversation from the living room and gradually made her way out. Upon seeing the bouquet of baby's breath in Lin Feng's grasp, her expression shifted rapidly. Disbelief etched across her features. "Xiao Feng, these flowers are a lovely shade of pink. What kind are they?" Ye Qingning suddenly inquired. The question sent a chill down the spines of both Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, as they were acutely aware of the flower's connotation. Lin Feng swallowed hard, casting a glance at the equally stiff Xiao Ruohan, and awkwardly replied, "I'm not quite sure what these flowers are. I just let the floors choose a bunch." Ye Qingning's face bore a contemplative expression, and after a moment, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "I believe I've seen this flower before. If I'm not mistaken, it's called baby's breath. However, I'm not entirely certain about its meaning. I'll need to look it up." Lin Feng's heart raced at her words, and he quickly shot a warning glance at Xiao Ruohan. If Ye Qingning discovered the meaning behind baby's breath, his situation could become dire. Xiao Ruohan glared at Lin Feng with irritation, bewildered as to why he would present her with such a bouquet. Realizing that they were in this predicament together, she hurriedly snatched the bouquet from Lin Feng's grasp and exclaimed, "Mom, please don't block Lin Feng at the door. It's not every day he buys me flowers. Isn't there soup simmering in the kitchen?" Ye Qingning, upon hearing this, smiled warmly and said, "Xiao Feng, you're having lunch at Xiao Han's today. I'm making a nourishing soup with cordyceps and duck for you too." Lin Feng, heart pounding with trepidation, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a small card slipped from the bouquet in Xiao Ruohan's arms, landing directly at Ye Qingning's feet. In that instant, Lin Feng's mind went blank, his anxious heart racing to his throat. Fortunately, Ye Qingning did not notice the card nestled in the corner, preoccupied as she was with her task in the kitchen. Once Ye Qingning had completely entered the kitchen, Lin Feng swiftly bent down to retrieve the card, gripping it tightly in his palm, his body nearly collapsing from the overwhelming tension. Xiao Ruohan also noticed the small card that had just fallen to the floor and was able to discern its content. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice and retorted, "What were you thinking, presenting me with flowers right in front of my mother, especially a bouquet of gypsophila?" Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling that Xiao had advised him not to let Xiao Ruohan know he was the one who had sent the flowers. Resigned, he claimed the gesture as his own. "After all, I am your boyfriend now. Is it so strange for me to gift you a bouquet?" Lin Feng said, mustering his courage. Xiao Ruohan appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Have you taken the wrong medicine today? Don't forget, this so-called boyfriend of yours is merely a facade, nothing more than a pretense." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly awkward, and he sulkily muttered, "Fine then, if you are so unwilling to accept this bouquet, I might as well take it back." With that, he feigned reaching for the flowers that Xiao Ruohan was cradling. "Why would I refuse? It's the first gift you've ever given me after knowing each other for so long," Xiao Ruohan admitted, her face brightening slightly. She then turned to place the flowers in the bedroom. "Wait." Lin Feng pondered for a few moments before stepping in front of Xiao Ruohan and placing the small card back atop the bouquet. "This is my first time giving flowers to my girlfriend. The card, which signifies the flower's meaning, must be yours," Lin Feng said earnestly, his tone imbued with sincerity. Xiao Ruohan looked at Lin Feng with surprise in her eyes, responding flatly with, "Oh." She then turned and entered the bedroom. Lin Feng stood rooted in place, letting out a sigh of frustration. Xiao Ruohan was indeed more rational than other women. Reflecting on the past month, Lin Feng gradually sensed that a subtle shift had occurred in their relationship. Initially, Xiao Ruohan had always treated him with icy indifference. Yet now she no longer exhibited the same coldness. Not only that, but she often became unreasonable during their interactions. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng decided to test Xiao Ruohan's reaction to him. Fortunately, her recent calm demeanor fell within the realm of his expectations. Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive and self-delusional. How could Xiao Ruohan possibly develop feelings for him? Lin Feng shook his head, secretly mocking himself. In the master bedroom, Xiao Ruohan sat beside the vanity, her gaze fixed intently on the bouquet of gypsophila on the table. Beneath the soft glow of the lamp, a faint blush graced her delicate features. Her porcelain hands tightly grasped the small card that represented the meaning of the gypsophila. Memories of Lin Feng presenting her with the card flooded her mind. "Sister, he suddenly gifted me a bouquet of gypsophila in front of Mom today. I don't know what it signifies. Does he like me, or is there another reason?" Xiao Ruohan pondered, her cheeks still tinged with warmth. After a brief silence, she continued, "Sister, I don't think the reason behind his gift is that he likes me. It's been nearly 2 years, and he still hasn't forgotten you." Xiao Ruohan retrieved her familiar notebook from the drawer, flipping it open to reveal a yellowed photograph tucked within its pages. Gazing intently at the woman in the picture, her voice dripped with melancholy. "Rest assured, I shall guard the little secrets shared between us sisters, regardless of what the future holds. I will ensure that Nan grows up safely." After having lunch at Xiao Ruohan's home, Lin Feng returned to his own residence early. He had barely settled onto the sofa in the living room for a few minutes when a call from Xiao interrupted his peace. As soon as he answered, Xiao hurriedly inquired, "Did Lawyer Xiao receive the flowers I sent?" The moment Xiao brought up the topic, Lin Feng's anger ignited. He shouted into the phone, "How could you send flowers without giving me money in advance? I ended up being the one to pay a whopping 3,000 yuan. Moreover, were those flowers really from you? They have nothing to do with you." The experience of sending those flowers left Lin Feng feeling as though he had danced on the brink of death, and even now, he was still haunted by the memory. "All right, fine. Let us consider these flowers as your gift. Is that satisfactory?" Xiao replied nonchalantly. He continued, "Weren't you planning to invite my cousin out for a meal? She is free tomorrow at noon. You must not bail this time, otherwise I want to know how to explain it to her." Upon hearing Xiao's words, Lin Feng's anger gradually dissipated. Chapter 38. The One I Adore at 5:30 in the afternoon. The winter sun in Jiangcheng began its descent towards the horizon. Golden rays bathed the streets and edifices of the city. Due to a sprained ankle, Xiao Ruohan found herself somewhat incapacitated. Lin Feng took it upon himself to pick up Lin Nan from school. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he greeted the exuberant Lin Nan, who bounced out with delight. As they returned to their residential complex, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Just as Lin Feng parked the car and stepped out with Lin Nan, they encountered Xiao Ruohan descending the stairs with a bag of trash. "Andy!" Lin Nan exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Ruohan, her previously glum expression transforming into a radiant smile. She eagerly prepared to run towards her aunt. However, Lin Feng quickly grasped her small hand and spoke in a hushed tone. Nan, your aunt has a sprained ankle and is having difficulty walking. You mustn't disturb her." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan pouted, her large, watery eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Her cherubic face dimmed somewhat. Xiao Ruohan, witnessing this tender scene, felt a surge of affection. She hurriedly approached, her eyes filled with fondness, and asked, "What's the matter? Nan, why do you look so unhappy?" As she spoke, Xiao Ruohan gently caressed Lin Nan's adorable head. Lin Nan, clinging to Xiao Ruohan's leg, sulked. "That mean Daddy lied. He promised to take me out for delicious food after school, but now he's deceiving me." Lin Feng, upon hearing his daughter's complaint, could not help but chuckle, albeit exasperatedly retorting, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Look at you. You're nearly turning into a little chubby girl. Soon, no one will fancy you." Xiao Ruohan shot Lin Feng a reproachful glare. Then, bending down, she softly reassured Lin Nan, "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Let us ignore him. By the way, I haven't had dinner yet either. How about we go to that grilled fish restaurant we visited last time?" "Yay!" Lin Nan's eyes sparkled at the mention of grilled fish, her face beaming with joy as she danced with excitement. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a mix of helplessness and concern. He glanced at Xiao Ruohan's slightly injured ankle and urged, "Perhaps we should eat at home. Although that grilled fish place is not far from our complex, it still requires a bit of walking." And with your injury, Xiao Ruohan shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Don't worry. This minor injury won't hinder me. I should be able to manage." Before Lin Feng could protest further, she took Lin Nan's hand and strode confidently towards the exit of the complex without a backward glance. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "These two, the big and the small, truly they are a handful." With that, he hurriedly followed in their wake. 2 hours later, as the night quietly descended, the city streets were illuminated by radiant lights. Lin Feng, Lin Nan, and Xiao Ruohan slowly emerged from the grilled fish restaurant. Lin Nan, clutching a string of bright red candied hawthorns, joyfully led the way. Lin Feng carefully supported the nearby Xiao Ruohan while shaking his head in resignation. Observing the lively Lin Nan ahead, he chuckled wryly, "Alas, I truly cannot fathom why this girl has such a hearty appetite." Suddenly struck by an amusing thought, Lin Feng exclaimed, "However, Nan, much like you, is allergic to seafood like prawns. Your sister and I, on the other hand, have no issues at all." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan, who had been relatively calm, suddenly stiffened. A fleeting look of barely concealed panic crossed her eyes, and she turned to Lin Feng, her voice rising with agitation. "What's so strange about that? There's no scientific rule stating that if parents are not allergic to seafood, their children will be fine with it either." Caught off guard by her vehement reaction, Lin Feng stood there in shock, never expecting that a mere offhand remark could provoke such anger from Xiao Ruohan. Bewildered, he looked at her and said, "I was just making a casual comment. Is it really necessary to be this furious?" However, at that moment, Xiao Ruohan shot him an exasperated glare, forcefully shrugged off his supportive hand, and briskly walked ahead towards Lin Nan without a backward glance. Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, watching her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. A few minutes later, he caught up with Xiao Ruohan, who was resting on the roadside. At that moment, she bit her lip tightly, her delicate hands incessantly rubbing her injured ankle, seemingly attempting to alleviate the pain. Lin Feng hesitated for considerable while before finally kneeling down before her. He turned his head to look at the still irate Xiao Ruohan and gently said, "It's quite a long way home. Why not let me carry you back? If you keep walking on that ankle, you might end up needing to recuperate at home for an entire week." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan fell silent, her face reflecting indecision. Don't be stubborn. Are you truly going to act like a child and wait for me to offer to carry you? Lin Feng teased, lowering his voice slightly. Xiao Ruohan shot him a fierce glare, yet, despite her reluctance, she gently leaned against his back. Feeling her weight, Lin Feng cautiously stood up. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a momentary daze, and memories of carrying Xiao Ruoru surfaced in his mind. Just then a clear, youthful voice rang out. Daddy, Nan wants to be carried too. Lin Feng cleared his throat gently and replied, Your aunt isn't feeling well, so Daddy is unable to carry Nan today. Nan, with her sparkling big eyes, pondered for a moment before saying, Annie, you are the third person my father has carried, besides me and Mom. I believe that he must like you to carry you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruohan, perched on his back, blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Flustered, Lin Feng hurriedly clarified, I never said anything like that about liking you, Annie. Lin, scratching her head innocently, replied, But Dad, you clearly told me before that only those who like someone would carry them. Have you forgotten? Stunned by his daughter's inquiry, Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Internally lamenting the difficult nature of this little one, he could only darken his expression and urge Lin Nan to hurry along. At the front door, Lin Feng had just unlocked it when Lin Nan rushed inside. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan had already dismounted from Lin Feng's back. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow I have an appointment. Is there something urgent? Lin Feng responded after a few seconds of silence. Xiao Ruohan contemplated for a while, seemingly realizing who Lin Feng's appointment was with, and replied blandly, It's nothing serious. With that, she quickly entered the house, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. Left alone, Lin Feng stood in the corridor, his heart filled with bitterness. Chapter 39. Peculiar views on marriage the following morning, at a CAF near the Yangtze River in the heart of Jiang City. Lin Feng anxiously parked his car in the CAF's lot and rushed inside as if competing in a sprint. The CAF was sparsely populated and exceptionally tranquil. As Lin Feng entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to Feng Yuting, who was seated by the window. At that moment, she wore the glasses she had on during their first meeting at the hospital and held a copy of 100 Years of Solitude. Her gaze fixed intently upon the pages. Lin Feng hurriedly took a seat across from her and began to explain his tardiness. I apologize for being late. I was caught in traffic and delayed by 5 minutes. Feng Yuting closed her book upon hearing his voice and looked at the flustered Lin Feng, a light chuckle escaping her lips. I thought you might not return today either. Lin Feng felt a pang of embarrassment, having already missed their last 2 appointments. Her playful teasing only heightened his discomfort. It's certainly one to be a trifecta. I promise to come this time. As Feng Yuting stirred her coffee, she suddenly lifted her gaze and inquired, Lin Feng, I presume Yin Xiao has briefed you on my background? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then nodded. He appreciated Feng Yuting's forthrightness, devoid of circumlocution. His primary intention in meeting her was to convey that they were not suited for one another. With her bringing it up, he spoke candidly. Dr. Feng, I am aware of your situation. Yin Xiao has informed me. Your family is likely eager for you to meet someone. Feng Yuting gently shook her head. This meeting is entirely my choice. Lin Feng was taken aback, having assumed she was compelled by familial pressures to participate in the blind date. Dr. Feng, you must understand that I am a single father. Our circumstances, I know. She interjected, her gaze piercing into his cheeks with sincerity. I understand your enduring love for your daughter's mother. Loving someone is a lifelong commitment, and it's entirely possible that you may never love another. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Then why pursue a match with me? Even if we were to marry, I might never develop feelings for you. In his view, marriage was a union of 2 individuals in love. An arrangement devoid of affection would only result in a daily confrontation with a cold visage, making marriage seem futile. Feng Yuting glanced out at the yellow-leaved trees, her eyes reflecting a profound sadness. Because, like you, I too may never love another. She turned to Lin Feng, whose expression held a hint of confusion, and patiently elaborated, her voice low and hoarse. I once loved someone, a senior from my university. During my senior year, he went abroad for medical assistance, but amidst local turmoil, he went missing in the conflict. He promised to confess his feelings upon his return, yet I can wait no longer. As she concluded her story, a veil of tears shimmered in her eyes. Apologies for my previous indiscretion. Lin Feng shook his head, and upon hearing Feng Yuding's narrative, he realized that she too was deeply enamored. Feng Yuding continued, "Our situations are somewhat alike. You wouldn't develop feelings for anyone else, and neither would I. As for your daughter, once we marry, I shall regard her as my own." Lin Feng discerned that Feng Yuding merely sought a partner for marriage, and perhaps due to their similar circumstances, neither harbored affection for the other, thus alleviating any emotional burden. "Dr. Feng, you, and here not in a romantic relationship. After all these years, do you not wish to embark on a new romance?" Lin Feng could not restrain his curiosity. Feng Yuding chuckled lightly and earnestly countered, "And you, having lost her nearly 2 years ago, do you not wish to seek love anew?" Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback as the image of Xiao Ruohan surfaced in his mind. "After marriage, I shall embrace my responsibilities, and I shall not shy away from the marital obligations," she asserted. Lin Feng was taken aback. It was evident that her medical background had rendered her perspectives rather liberal. It felt as though marrying Feng Yuding would be akin to bringing home a robot. "Dr. Feng, I cannot concur with your views on marriage. If two individuals lack affection, it may lead to significant complications in their shared life," Lin Feng opined, for he had never believed in the notion of love blossoming post-marriage. Feng Yuding furrowed her brows slightly and suggested, "Then allow me to make a concession. After we wed, your personal life shall remain your own concern, as long as you do not bring it home or let your family be aware." Lin Feng found Feng Yuding's perspective somewhat unsettling, yet was curious about the kind of man who had captivated her so thoroughly that she believed she would never love another. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, she calmly stated, "Lin Feng, do not be so quick to refuse. I shall grant you 2 months to contemplate this." 2 months? Lin Feng felt an immediate urge to decline her offer. However, reconsidering, he decided it prudent to afford her some courtesy, given the 2-month contemplation period. A direct refusal would seem somewhat impolite, especially as she was Xie Yunxiao's cousin. Later, during midday, Feng Yuding received an urgent notification from the hospital, requiring her to return for consultation. Lin Feng gallantly offered to escort her back to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, they coincidentally encountered Xiao Ruohan and her mother, Ye Qingning, exiting the premises. Lin Feng contemplated slipping away, but it was too late. Ye Qingning had already spotted him, her gaze fixating on Feng Yuding beside him. "Xiaofeng, and who might this be?" Ye Qingning inquired, her eyes keenly scrutinizing Feng Yuding. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he furtively glanced at Xiao Ruohan beside Ye Qingning. The calm and indifferent expression on Xiao Ruohan's face inexplicably stirred a sense of loss within him. "Hello, Auntie. I suppose I am Lin Feng's prospective match." Feng Yuding introduced herself with unabashed confidence. Ye Qingning regarded Feng Yuding with a solemn expression, posing a series of inquiries. "My dear, where do you work? Where is your home? And how many family members do you have? Mother, must you be so bothersome? Are you conducting a census?" Feng Yuding's irritation was palpable. "Doctor, Feng is employed at this very hospital. Please do not disturb her." Xiao Ruohan, feeling inexplicably agitated, found herself snapping at Ye Qingning for the first time in her life. "Child, I am essentially half a mother to Xiaofeng. Why should I not inquire?" "Mother, Dr. Feng is occupied with urgent matters at the hospital. We can discuss this later." Lin Feng interjected hastily. "Auntie, there are patients in need of my consultation. I must take my leave." Feng Yuding glanced at her watch before departing, making a point to bid farewell to Xiao Ruohan. Once Feng Yuding had exited, Ye Qingning turned her gaze toward Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, do you not think you should clarify the matter concerning Dr. Feng and the bouquet from last night to your mother?" Chapter 40. What is love? Love is a selfish flower. What flower? Lin Feng instinctively glanced at Xiao Ruohan, noticing her serene and composed visage. It suddenly dawned on him that he had sent flowers to Xiao Ruohan the previous night. Could it be that Ye Qingning discovered the meaning of the gypsophila? Or had Xiao Ruohan confided in Ye Qingning about their relationship? A chilling wave surged from his heart to his mind as he observed that Xiao Ruohan's expression remained unchanged. He resolved to feign ignorance, casting a bewildered gaze at Ye Qingning. Didn't I send those flowers to Ruohan last night? Surely those flowers weren't meant for Ruohan. They were intended for Dr. Feng, whom you just met, Ye Qingning remarked with a light chuckle. Her words caught Lin Feng off guard. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's previously tranquil demeanor finally shifted. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, seemingly struggling to suppress the anger that had ignited within her. Xiao Feng, I do not blame you. I understand that Xiao Ruoru has been gone for nearly 2 years. It is only natural that you seek companionship and live life fully. Dr. Feng is a commendable choice, so do not hide it from me. Embrace your feelings openly. Pursue romance without reservation. Lin Feng, taken aback, parted his lips, eager to clarify his relationship with Feng Yuding. Yet, it seemed that the reality was as she suggested. He was indeed on a blind date with Feng Yuding today. He could not dispute Ye Qingning's assertion regarding the gypsophila he had sent to Xiao Ruohan, as she likely understood the significance of the pink flowers. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly acknowledging that the bouquet was intended for Feng Yuding. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of rebuttal, Xiao Ruohan let out a cold laugh. You should take that bouquet back when you visit my home tonight. I feel unworthy of the flowers you have given. A bitter taste filled Lin Feng's mouth. It was all thanks to Xie Yunxiao, who had foolishly sent flowers to Xiao Ruohan in his name. Lin Feng mentally noted this down in his mind's ledger against Xie Yunxiao. On the way home, Ye Qingning, burdened by an urgent matter at school, asked Lin Feng to escort Xiao Ruohan back. As they drove along the road, an air of silence enveloped the car. For reasons unknown, Lin Feng found himself increasingly attuned to Xiao Ruohan's feelings and felt compelled to explain, Ruohan, that bouquet last night was truly meant for you. Xiao Ruohan responded with a frosty smile. For me? Do you understand the meaning of gypsophila? What was your intention in sending me those flowers? Or was it merely a ruse, akin to your pretense of having a fake girlfriend last night? Have you lost your mind? Abruptly, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes. Fortunate that this stretch of road was along the riverbank with minimal traffic. No vehicles were behind them, preventing a collision. Inside the car, Lin Feng glared fiercely at Xiao Ruohan, feeling an unexpected surge of courage as he shouted, Yes, I have lost my mind. Ever since that night, I had that dream. I've been mad. Xiao Ruohan gazed at Lin Feng, who was suddenly ablaze with anger. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes glistening with the sheen of unshed tears. Defiance shone in her gaze as she locked eyes with Lin Feng. It was only when the vehicles behind them incessantly honked that Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Steadying the car at the roadside, after disembarking, Lin Feng approached the passenger side and opened the door, unfastening the seatbelt that restrained Xiao Ruohan. She remained seated, unwavering, her eyes fixed stubbornly on Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused for a moment upon hearing her words, then swiftly walked to the trunk of the car, retrieving a can of beer, which he proceeded to down in front of Xiao Ruohan. Subsequently, under her astonished gaze, he hastily lifted her from the passenger seat. Lin Feng, what are you trying to do? Xiao Ruohan, staring at the man so close before her, finally revealed a flicker of fear on her face, her voice trembling slightly. Did you not say I was insane? Then allow me to demonstrate, Lin Feng declared, swiftly pulling Xiao Ruohan close, and in her astonishment, he pressed his lips against hers. Xiao Ruohan's delicate features contorted in disbelief, her body stiffening in place, hands clenched tightly, her gaze gradually unfocused. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. If he did not act now, he would lose Xiao Ruohan forever. He had initially believed he could forget that fateful night's dream, until Xie Yunxiao expressed his desire to pursue Xiao Ruohan, and today, her sudden outburst of anger confirmed his fears. He understood he could no longer suppress his feelings. He was terrified that Xiao Ruohan might abruptly depart from his life, terrified that Xie Yunxiao might succeed in winning her heart. Whether this was love or merely him seeing Xiao Ruohan as a substitute for Xiao Ruoru, he could not discern at that moment. All he knew was that he wanted to keep her by his side. Perhaps this was indeed love for Xiao Ruohan. For love is selfless. At that moment, the distant sound of a cruise ship's horn reached Xiao Ruohan's ears, gradually bringing clarity to her thoughts. With urgency, she pushed Lin Feng away, her face flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze. Moments later, she swiftly hailed a taxi at the roadside, making her escape. Lin Feng slowly rose from the ground, watching the taxi disappear in the distance, a sudden wave of exhilaration washing over him. He shouted towards the tranquil and expansive river. Liberated, utterly liberated. Passers-by regarded him as though he were a fool. Lin Feng, grinning foolishly, spent the afternoon perched on the riverbank. He realized that from this day forth, he would no longer stifle his emotions. Just then, his phone rang in his pocket. As he answered, the innocent voice of Lin Nan chimed in. "Daddy, do you not want Nan anymore? All the kids in my class have left, and I'm the only one left at school." Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly replied, "My dear daughter, I'm so sorry. Just wait a few more minutes. Daddy will come pick you up from school." After hanging up, Lin Feng quickly arranged for a designated driver, heading to the kindergarten to collect Lin Nan and take her home. As he passed by Xiao Ruohan's residence, Lin Nan wished to knock on the door to visit Xiao Ruohan, but was halted by Lin Feng. He sensed that Xiao Ruohan's heart was tumultuous at that moment. The two had decided it was best not to meet for a few days, allowing them both to regain their composure. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, just a mere door away, Xiao Ruohan pressed her hands against her flushed cheeks, murmuring softly, "Sister, is he confessing to me? What should I do now?" In the days that followed, Xiao Ruohan deliberately avoided Lin Feng. It was not until Wednesday evening that Lin Feng took the initiative to stand before Xiao Ruohan's door, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally knocked on her door. Chapter 41. From today on, she has a boyfriend at the entrance. Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety as he knocked on the door of Xiao Ruohan's home, uncertain whether she would come out to see him. Seconds ticked by, and just as he was about to give up and turn away, the door creaked open slightly. Moments later, it swung wide, revealing Xiao Ruohan in a soft beige loungewear, her dark hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. She softly called out to Lin Feng, who was about to leave. "Do you have something to discuss with me this late?" Lin Feng turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ruohan as he stepped forward slightly. She appeared flustered, her slender form instinctively leaning back, her pale hands resting on the doorknob. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly awkward, and he lowered his voice to inquire quietly, "Ruohan, I would like to ask about your sister's 15% stake in Fengya. Is it in your possession?" Previously, Lin Feng had spoken with Ye Qingning regarding Xiao Ruoru's shares in Fengya. According to the agreement drafted at Fengya's inception, the shares belonging to the deceased founder would automatically transfer to their immediate relatives. Initially, Lin Feng believed the shares were held by Ye Qingning and Xiao Jiangwo, but they had informed him that they had been transferred to Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan nodded softly, confirming, "Yes, my sister's shares are indeed with me. Are you interested in acquiring her portion?" Lin Feng slightly shook his head. His inquiry about the shares stemmed from his concern that at tomorrow's annual meeting, Jiang Tian would obstruct his return to Fengya's management. With this in mind, he looked at Xiao Ruohan, who was lowering her head. "Do you have time tomorrow morning? Fengya is holding its annual meeting, and you are now considered a shareholder. Have you decided if you wish to reclaim your position at Fengya?" Xiao Ruohan looked up, surprise etched on her face. Being astute, she quickly discerned Lin Feng's intentions. He wanted her support at the meeting. After all, a significant reason Lin Feng had left Fengya was due to his shares being unable to compete with those of the other shareholders. Having been confined at home for nearly 2 years, it was time for him to break free from this cage. A sense of relief washed over Lin Feng as he felt the shackles of the past begin to dissolve. His return to Fengya was not solely for the continuation of the game's development, fulfilling Xiao Ruoru's dream, but more importantly, it was for Xiao Ruohan. He did not want to face familial and societal obstacles in the future if he would be with her. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to silence any voices that sought to keep him from her. This resolve had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. Xiao Ruohan observed the transformation in Lin Feng, who now radiated confidence, like a withered tree blossoming anew. "If you wish to return to Fengya, I will certainly support you, she declared earnestly. Lin Feng's gaze softened, and his hands instinctively reached toward her exquisite face. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting away as she whispered, Lin Feng, could you give me a little more time? Lin Feng's hands paused in midair, gradually retracting as he tenderly expressed, I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Tears began to well up in Xiao Ruohan's eyes, stifling the emotions she harbored for Lin Feng. He yearned to reach out and wipe away her tears, but reason held him back. Turning to leave, Lin Feng sought to provide them both with space and time for contemplation. Just as he turned, Xiao Ruohan suddenly embraced him tightly from behind. Her soft weeping resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng, I don't know when it started, but I have grown accustomed to bickering with you, to wanting to be by your side, alongside Nan Nan. I dislike the idea of you dating other girls. I resent the presence of any other girl near you. To be honest, when we shared a bed that night, I secretly watched you all night long. When Aunt Jiang mistook me for your girlfriend, I found no resistance in my heart. I have never been in love before, and I'm unsure if this is what liking someone feels like. Hearing Xiao Ruohan's myriad of emotions, Lin Feng turned to see her tear-streaked face. He enveloped her in a tight embrace, murmuring, Ruohan, don't cry. From now on, I shall teach you how to love. That night, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan lay awake in their respective beds, restless. Xiao Ruohan clutched a yellowed photograph tightly in her hand. Sister, you once told me that among all the women in the world, I am the most deserving to accompany him for the rest of his life, urging me to try to love him. I believe I have fallen for him now. You will bless us. One to you? Just a few walls away, Lin Feng retrieved a delicate box from his bedside drawer. Upon opening it, he found it filled with envelopes adorned with stamps. With a gentle expression, he sat at his desk and habitually took out a blank envelope. He intended to reach for a cigarette from his outer pocket, only to find a pack of gum instead. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the box in his hands, aware that the girl who had accompanied him for 6 years would never return. Dear Xiao Ruohan, it has been 700 days since you left, and throughout this long span of time, you have never left my thoughts. Before you departed, you told me that if I ever met a girl whom I found bothersome, and she felt the same about me, I should treat her kindly. I believe I have met such a girl. Pausing slightly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the pack of gum on the table as he continued to write. Her name is Xiao Ruohan, your sister. Whenever I am with her, your image inevitably surfaces in my mind, causing me to almost believe that you are still by my side. Over the past 2 years, she has cared for Nan Nan, and our playful arguments have become a source of joy in my otherwise mundane life. She has been my companion through these 2 years of despair, reigniting my hope for the future. Tomorrow, I shall return to Maple Leaf, to the place where we once strived together, fulfilling the promise I made to you. Xiao Hui, you will bless Ruohan and me. One to you? This may be the final letter I write to you in these 2 years. Yet the memories of you shall remain etched in my heart for a lifetime. Yours lovingly, Lin Feng. December 4th, 2024. Upon completing this letter, Lin Feng affixed a stamp and carefully placed it back into the box, which he then set atop the highest shelf of the wardrobe. Having accomplished this, Lin Feng reclined on his bed, gazing intently at the pack of gum in his hand, before resolutely picking up his phone. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Calling me in the dead of night, disrupting my beautiful dream with my goddess. Yun Xiao, from this moment forward, you need not pursue Xiao Ruohan. She is no longer your goddess. Why? Lin Feng heard Xie Yun Xiao's bewildered voice and replied with utmost seriousness, because as of today, she has a boyfriend. Chapter 42. The Maple of Maple Leaves. The Maple of Lin Feng the following day, in the bustling CBD of Jiangbei District, Jiang City. Lin Feng stood alone beneath the towering edifice of maple leaves, clad in a pristine suit. Surrounding him were young professionals, sharply dressed and hastening to their offices. Due to an urgent matter at Xiao Ruohan law firm, Lin Feng had arrived early, left to his own devices. Maple Leaves occupied the 18th floor of the building, an expanse exceeding 1,000 square meters, exclusively housing this single company. It was a monumental investment Lin Feng had made during his tenure at Maple Leaves. As he re-entered this office space, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 attractive receptionists intercepted him. Sir, whom are you here to see? Do you have an appointment? Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. It was hard to fathom that less than 2 years had passed since he last stood here. And now he found himself barred from entry. Although he had attended the annual conference organized by Maple Leaves this year, most employees had only a fleeting acquaintance with him and had likely forgotten his visage. My name is Lin Feng. I'm also affiliated with Maple Leaves, he replied after a brief moment of contemplation, directing his gaze toward a name tag belonging to a tall woman named Gao Lily. Upon hearing his name, Gao Lily's demeanor shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Moments later, she feigned enthusiasm as she spoke to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, please wait in the adjacent lounge for a moment while I check our internal system for your name. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, sensing that Gao Lily's reaction had betrayed her awareness of his identity. Now, however, she pretended not to recognize him. It appeared that certain individuals within Maple Leaves were obstructing his entry today. After a brief period of reflection, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby reception area, curious to discover who was preventing him from entering. Was it Jiang Tian or another? Once Lin Feng had departed, another young woman named Jiang Yu, sporting a high ponytail, whispered conspiratorially to Gao Lily, Lily, Lin Feng is the founder and former vice president of Maple Leaves. Will the managers hold us accountable for keeping him outside? Have you forgotten what Secretary Chen mentioned this morning? Gao Lily replied dismissively. If Lin Feng shows up today, we absolutely cannot let him in. The leadership is convening for the annual meeting, which will determine next year's personnel directives within the company. Secretary Chen Yao is highly likely to be appointed as the manager of the administrative department, becoming our direct superior. As for a vice president who has been absent for 2 years and holds no power, she cast a scornful glance at the departing Lin Feng. Jiang Yu listened to Gao Lily's words, concern etching her features. Although Lin Feng may have lacked actual authority, he remained the founder of Maple Leaves. The internal strife within the company was palpable, with many employees beginning to align themselves with different factions. Gao Lily was evidently aligned with Jiang Tian and Chen Yao's camp, willing to offend Lin Feng to curry favor with them. As a mere newcomer who had just completed her internship, Jiang Yu realized that she might be the first to face dismissal should any issues arise. With this thought, she gradually solidified her resolve. Seizing the opportunity to deliver water to Lin Feng, she discreetly left him a small note. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the departing Jiang Yu, finding the young girl rather intriguing. She risked offending Chen Yao by sending him a message. The note boldly proclaimed, Chen Yao does not permit your entry. Lin Feng recalled the biting sarcasm of Chen Yao, Jiang Tian's secretary, on the night of the annual meeting. It appeared that Jiang Tian truly intended to bar his entrance. Lin Feng's expression grew contemplative. Checking the time on his phone, Lin Feng exited the meeting room and approached the reception desk, his tone somber as he inquired, Have you not yet resolved this? Gao Lily's face betrayed a hint of panic as she feigned patience in her explanation. There is a minor issue with the internal system. We will need a little more time. Lin Feng's voice turned icy. You are fabricating excuses to prevent my entry, are you not? Realizing her deception had been uncovered, Gao Lily persisted, Mr. Lin, our internal system is rather outdated and has not been upgraded. I kindly ask for your patience. Lin Feng shot her a cold glance. Having already contacted Song Yufei before leaving the meeting room, she should be emerging shortly. Before long, Song Yufei appeared from the company lobby, accompanied by Gu Yuendi. Upon seeing Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Feng, you have finally decided to return to Maple Leaf. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. Having been away for 2 years, I now find myself unable to even step into Maple Leaf. Song Yufei's expression turned frosty as she coldly regarded Gao Lily and Jiang Yu at the reception. Yuendi, take them to the HR department to process their termination paperwork and compensate them according to labor contract laws. Understood, General Manager Song. A sense of foreboding washed over Gao Lily upon seeing Song Yufei emerge. When she heard that Song Yufei intended to dismiss her, a chill gripped her heart. She quickly protested, General Manager Song. I did not intend to obstruct Mr. Lin. It was Secretary Chen Yao who instructed me to prevent his entry. Fearing the loss of her job in an already challenging market, where positions at Maple Leaf offered a 30% higher salary than competitors, she was desperate to retain her position, especially with a promotion to HR supervisor on the horizon, promising a 20% pay increase. Chen Yao? Song Yufei's demeanor grew even colder as she turned to Gu Yuandi and commanded, "Call Chen Yao and instruct her to report to the front desk immediately." Observing Song Yufei's decisive and unyielding approach to employee dismissals, Lin Feng remarked, "Yufei, the girl named Jiang Yu is rather commendable. Let us not dismiss her this time." Song Yufei regarded the anxious Jiang Yu beside her, contemplating for a moment before decisively stating, "Jiang Yu, from this day forth, you are transferred to the HR department. Proceed to handle the transfer paperwork at once." Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Lin Feng. This transfer would shield her from Chen Yao's potential retaliation, as the HR department had always been under Song Yufei's management. As Chen Yao finally emerged, Song Yufei immediately confronted her with a frigid inquiry. "Secretary Chen, did you instruct the front desk to deny Mr. Lin access to Maple Leaf?" Chen Yao's complexion shifted slightly as she observed the hopeful gaze of Gao Lily. She feigned a look of confusion. "Mr. Song, I have never told the front desk to prevent Mr. Lin from entering. Someone must be lying and framing me." Gao Lily's expression turned grave, and she urgently interjected. "Secretary Chen, you told me this yourself this morning. Jiang Yu can attest to it." Chen Yao fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. "Did you hear me say such a thing this morning?" As Jiang Yu was about to speak, Chen Yao continued, "Jiang Yu, choose your words carefully. Making false accusations can lead to dismissal." Jiang Yu's face instantly turned anxious. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Chen Yao was indeed formidable. Her words were laced with veiled threats. Even if Jiang Yu corroborated that Chen Yao had made such a statement, Song Yufei would find it difficult to take action against her. As long as Jiang Tian remained at Maple Leaf, he would serve as Chen Yao's shield. However, Jiang Yu's future at Maple Leaf would be precarious. And no, Secretary Chen did not say that. Jiang Yu stammered. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. Hearing this, Gao Lily's complexion paled, struggling to maintain her composure. Song Yufei cast a significant glance at Chen Yao before instructing Gao Lily to proceed to the Human Resources Department to complete her resignation process. As she passed by Chen Yao, Song Yufei coldly reminded her, "Secretary Chen, remember, the Maple Inn Maple Leaf belongs to Lin Feng." Chen Yao's eyes darkened as she glared in the direction of Song Yufei and Lin Feng, her expression gradually morphing into one of malevolence. Chapter 43. Photos from Xiao Ruohan's Moments. Lin Feng. Today marks the annual conference of Maple Leaf, and Jiang Tian may not easily allow your return to the company. I just saw that Yang Ming is also at Maple Leaf today. Yang Ming? Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Fundamentally, it is Yang Ming who possesses the largest stake in Maple Leaf, holding 30% of its shares. However, there was a clear stipulation at the inception of Maple Leaf that Yang Ming could only act as an investor, without direct involvement in the day-to-day management of the company. Nevertheless, Yang Ming has the capacity to support any of the five of them in managing the enterprise. The reason Lin Feng departed from Maple Leaf a year ago was due to Yang Ming's backing of Jiang Tian. His holdings did not surpass theirs. Song Yufei's expression bore a hint of worry as she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Rest assured, both Xie Yunxiao and I will support you. Yet combined, our shares amount to only 40%. While Yang Ming and Jiang Tian hold 45%. Lin Feng's brows slightly relaxed, and a confident smile graced his face. "Do not worry. Even if Jiang Tian has Yang Ming's support, I shall certainly be at Maple Leaf today." Observing the confidence radiating from Lin Feng, Song Yufei's eyes brightened after a moment of silence. "Do you hold that 15% of shares from Ruoru?" Lin Feng shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "You will find out in due time." At that moment, the boisterous voice of Xie Yunxiao resonated from outside the room. "Yufei, according to Gu Yuani, Lin Feng has already arrived at the company. He is there now." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned to glance at the office door. Xie Yunxiao stormed into the office, visibly upset. As he laid eyes on Lin Feng, he marched over with indignation. "Old Lin, what was the meaning of that call you made to me last night? My goddess has a boyfriend?" Lin Feng cleared his throat. Last night, in a fit of impulsiveness, he had called Xie Yunxiao. Fortunately, he had managed to refrain from revealing that he was Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend. Otherwise, given Xie Yunxiao's nature. The news would have reached Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning's ears within a day. How would I know when Xiao Ruohan started dating? It could have been during her university days, or perhaps just in the last couple of days. Lin Feng replied ambiguously. Then tell me, who is Lawyer Zhao's boyfriend? I wish to challenge him to a fair duel, Xie Yunxiao demanded. Unknown to me. I have never met him, Lin Feng answered nonchalantly. Xie Yunxiao glared at Lin Feng in exasperation, retorting, You seem to know nothing at all. How are you even a strategist? He added, regardless. Since Xiao Ruohan is now involved with someone, you should cease your pursuit of her. Beside them, Song Yufei, having overheard the conversation between Xie Yunxiao and Lin Feng, expressed her disbelief and turned to Lin Feng. Lawyer Xiao is dating someone? Yufei, this guy called me in the dead of night to inform me that my goddess has a boyfriend. Xie Yunxiao lamented while clinging to Lin Feng's arm. Tears and snot mingling as he cried out. Lin Feng disdainfully extracted his arm from Xie Yunxiao's embrace and said helplessly, Why can't you two believe it? It is customary for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Xiao Ruohan is already 26 years old. Having a boyfriend is perfectly normal. Xie Yunxiao retrieved his phone from his pocket, gritting his teeth as he declared, No, I refuse to accept that. If my goddess has a boyfriend, I must find him and see which despicable man Lawyer Xiao has chosen. Lin Feng, having just taken a sip of water, nearly spat it out at Xie Yunxiao's words. Speak sensibly. Xiao Ruohan's taste could very well be flawed. Her boyfriend must be charming and handsome, just like me. You're not even Lawyer Zhao's boyfriend. Why are you being so narcissistic? Xie Yunxiao shot Lin Feng a glare. Moments later, Xie Yunxiao grasped Lin Feng's sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, Old Lin, my goddess truly has a boyfriend. She posted on Moments this morning. Lin Feng, taken aback, responded, When did you add Xiao Ruohan on WeChat? I added her several days ago. It was just approved last night. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze bore into Xie Yunxiao, who had only known Xiao Ruohan for a few days, yet managed to connect with her on WeChat, while Lin Feng, who had known her for years, had not. Help me analyze this. I feel this figure is somewhat familiar. Xie Yunxiao handed his phone to Lin Feng, furrowing his brow. Lin Feng glanced at the photo on Xiao Ruohan's Moments and broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing. The image depicted a blurry silhouette of a young man, appearing even more indistinct in the moonlight. Unless one examined it closely, it would be nearly impossible to identify the figure. Yet, Lin Feng immediately recognized himself, as the watch he was wearing in the picture was strikingly conspicuous, a gift from Xiao Ruohan the day after she gave him a phone. Seizing the opportunity while Xie Yunxiao was engrossed in the photo, Lin Feng discreetly concealed the watch in his sleeve. How absurd! How would I know who this young man is? Lin Feng feigned seriousness as he glanced at it. Xie Yunxiao turned to scrutinize Lin Feng, then the photo again. Lin Feng felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Could Xie Yunxiao have discerned that the young man in the picture was him? Ugh! Can't figure out who this jerk is? Xie Yunxiao stood up in frustration. Lin Feng sighed in relief, grateful that Xie Yunxiao could not make the connection. Yufei, there is still half an hour until the meeting. I'll take old Lin to the company for a tour. He hasn't been there in nearly 2 years. Song Yufei nodded in agreement. In the office, Song Yufei stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought. Even now, she found it hard to believe that Xiao Ruohan had a boyfriend. Although they had only met twice, she sensed a subtle hostility from Xiao Ruohan. Song Yufei felt there was something special in the way Xiao Ruohan looked at Lin Feng. It seemed impossible for her to have a boyfriend. Perhaps I am merely being overly sensitive, Song Yufei murmured to herself, her gaze profound. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng and Xie Yunxiao entered the grand hall of the conference room together. Several senior and mid-level leaders from Fengye had already arrived early for the meeting. Upon seeing Lin Feng's entrance, they began to whisper and speculate among themselves. Why has President Lin suddenly decided to attend the annual meeting this year? Is he planning to reclaim control over Fengye? You might not be aware, but rumors have been circulating for quite some time. President Song even had a heated argument with President Jiang over this matter. Many within the company have begun to take sides, and it remains uncertain whether President Lin can successfully return today. Just then, Jiang Tian entered the conference room alongside a bald, rotund man, followed closely by Chun Yao. Upon spotting Lin Feng in the meeting room, he appeared unfazed. Xie and Xiao leaned in and whispered, "Old Lin, Jiang Tian, and Yang Ming seem to share a close bond. They are likely to oppose your return. Do not worry. I am confident in my ability to return." Lin Feng replied with a faint smile as he glanced at his phone. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted palpably after Jiang Tian's arrival, evoking a sense of tension akin to that found on a battlefield. Chapter 44. Return to Maple Leaf Crisis. As the meeting commenced, Jiang Tian began by discussing the accomplishments and challenges of the current year, followed by a rather lackluster presentation of the development plans for the upcoming year. When the agenda turned to personnel arrangements for the following year, the atmosphere in the conference room became charged with anticipation. Everyone was aware that aside from the general manager Jiang Tian, the human resources and marketing departments were under the management of Song Yufei and Xie Yunxiao, respectively. Consequently, significant changes were anticipated in the personnel of other departments. Notably, this meeting also addressed the appointment of another vice president for Maple Leaf. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Tian consented to Lin Feng's return. "Lin, you have just returned and are not yet familiar with Maple Leaf's operations. Chen Yu from the logistics department is departing next month. You should oversee that department for now," Jiang Tian stated. The room fell silent as attendees exchanged glances. The logistics department was among the least prioritized within Maple Leaf, and assigning Lin Feng to manage it was an obvious attempt by Jiang Tian to sideline him. Lin Feng, taken aback by Jiang Tian's strategic retreat, was astonished that he was allowed to return only to be relegated to overseeing the logistics department. Song Yufei furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "General Manager Jiang, is it not an egregious misallocation of talent to have Lin oversee the logistics department? Indeed, Old Lin is a distinguished graduate from the computer science department at Jiangxing University. The R&D department is in dire need of leadership. Why not have him manage that instead?" Xie Yunxiao chimed in supportively. Jiang Tian's expression darkened as he directed his gaze toward Lin Feng. "Lin, do you have any objections to my arrangement?" Lin Feng responded, "I believe that a company should position its personnel appropriately. Although I have been away from Maple Leaf for nearly 2 years, I am confident in my ability to manage the R&D department." Jiang Tian's countenance grew even more somber. The R&D department was the heart of Maple Leaf, and he could not possibly entrust it to Lin Feng. "Since the three of you have expressed discontent with my arrangement, let us adhere to the legal stipulations established at Maple Leaf's inception. We shall proceed with a vote based on the current equity distribution. I concur with General Manager Zhang's perspective. Lin has just returned. He should take the time to acclimate himself to the logistics department before we consider other positions." Yang Ming, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward to support Jiang Tian. "Lin, the outcome is evident. Yang and I currently hold 45% of the shares, while you, Song, and Xie collectively possess only 40%. The expressions of Song Yufei and Xie Yunxiao darkened at Jiang Tian's words. Their combined shares were now inferior to those of Jiang Tian and Yang Ming. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Has General Manager Jiang forgotten? There is still a missing 15% of the shares. Jiang Tian's expression shifted as he regarded the self-assured Lin Feng, an ominous feeling stirring within him. "You and Xiao Ruoru did not register your marriage. The stipulation was that the shares among us could not be transferred to any one individual. You do not possess that 15%. As Jiang Tian's words hung in the air, the conference room door was abruptly pushed open, and Xiao Ruohan's icy voice resonated within. "I hold that 15% of the shares." Lin Feng caught sight of the familiar silhouette of Xiao Ruohan, and a wave of relief washed over him. He quickly rose to his feet, nudging the oblivious Xie Yunxiao with his foot, urging her to make room. "Who is this person? I've never seen them before. However, their appearance bears a striking resemblance to the late General Manager Xiao." The middle and upper management gathered in the conference room murmured softly among themselves. Xiao Ruohan approached Lin Feng, her gaze gentle as she met his eyes for a fleeting moment before turning to Jiang Tian. "The 15% of shares that belong to my sister is now held by me." Lin Feng smiled lightly upon hearing this. "General Manager Jiang, I now possess 55% of the shares. You have no objections, do you?" Jiang Tian's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since Xiao Ruohan entered the conference room, He understood that he could not impede Lin Feng's management of the RD department, though he felt a deep sense of resentment. They shared the same background, attended the same class, graduated from the same school. In college, Lin Feng had enjoyed the favor of the teachers. Even now, he continues to receive support from many, including the one he admires. Why is that? Despite his relentless efforts to catch up, he would always remain inferior in the eyes of others. Old Lin, did you see Zhang Tian's grim face just now? Not only have you successfully regained control of the RD department, but his secretary, Chen Yao, also failed to secure the position of administrative manager. How satisfying. Lin Feng, observing the elation on Xie Yunxiao's face, inquired. Has the conflict between you and Zhang Tian escalated to such a degree? The smile faded from Xie Yunxiao's face as she sighed. If you and Yu Fei hadn't returned, I might have been forced out of Fengye by Zhang Tian next year, just as you once were, to retire at home. Zhang Tian is no longer the person he used to be. Xie Yunxiao's expression grew somewhat despondent. Lin Feng was at a loss for how to console her. After this meeting, his relationship with Zhang Tian would undoubtedly reach a freezing point. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Fengye, General Manager Jiang, Song Yufei and Lin Feng completely disregarded you today. You are the general manager of Fengye. Zhang Tian glanced coldly at Chen Yao, his voice low and steady. You took it upon yourself to block Lin Feng from entering the company without my consent today. Do you think I am not present? Chen Yao's expression shifted rapidly as she hurriedly explained, General Manager Jiang, I did it for your sake. If Lin Feng hadn't entered the company today, the RD department would not have allowed him to manage. Silence. Zhang Tian stood up, slamming his hands on the table, the sound startling Chen Yao into trembling. The matters between the four of us do not require the interference of outsiders. Chen Yao, remember this. Lin Feng is the founder of Fengye, and he is also its master. Even if he does not return to work, as long as Fengye exists, he remains one of us. If this happens again, you will go to the HR department and resign immediately. Chen Yao reluctantly nodded, her eyes filled with resentment as she exited the office. Zhang Tian, burdened with heavy thoughts, sat back in his chair, murmuring to himself. Lin Feng, why do you insist on returning to Maple Leaf? Isn't it better to stay at home? In the afternoon, Lin Feng immersed himself in the business processes of the RD department at Maple Leaf, remaining until all the employees had left for the day. Xie Yunxiao pushed open the office door and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Is this your first day back at Maple Leaf, and you're already working overtime? You should head home. I still have some time to wait. Lin Feng glanced at Xie Yunxiao, but continued to organize the documents on his desk. Xie Yunxiao approached and shut the laptop. Tonight, we should celebrate at a bar. Lin Feng checked the time on his phone and shook his head. No, I cannot. I'm now a family man. A family man? You're single and raising a child. What family do you have? Regardless, I'm not going. You can go by yourself. I've already arranged to meet you, Fei, and Lawyer Xiao. Lawyer Xiao just dropped Nan off at Professor Xiao's house. Lin Feng's hands halted, and he couldn't help but interject, Xiao Ruohan already has a boyfriend. You should stop pursuing her. Lin Feng was concerned that once Xie Yunxiao learned of his relationship with Xiao Ruohan, it would jeopardize their brotherhood. You are not Lawyer Xiao's boyfriend, so why the jealousy? I have no intention of pursuing her. I merely admire her. Besides, my admiration extends beyond just her. We single men should embrace a spirit of universal love. Lin Feng was taken aback by Xie Yunxiao's affectionate demeanor, feeling a chill run down his spine. Indeed, they were family, yet they were polar opposites. One a scoundrel, the other a hopeless romantic. As Lin Feng and Xie Yunxiao departed Maple Leaf, a pair of sinister eyes discreetly followed Lin Feng's retreating figure. Cousin, Lin Feng has left. Have your wife send someone to follow him discreetly. Find a secluded place to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, your wife has connections. Lin Feng has repeatedly disrupted our family's affairs. This time, let him spend a few months in the hospital. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Yao ended the call, consumed by rage. As long as Lin Feng remained at Maple Leaf, she would be restless. Chapter 45. Lin Feng and the dogman Lin Feng. You and Lawyer Xiao should not just sit idly on the sofa. Come over and join me and Yu Fei for some karaoke. You and Yu Fei can sing first. I'll take my time. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat reserved. Ever since the last kiss and confession with Xiao Ruohan, a silent understanding had blossomed between them, prompting them to maintain a deliberate distance in front of others. They were wary that any overtly intimate gesture might attract attention. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze would occasionally dart towards Xiao Ruohan, who was maintaining a distance of about a meter from him. He felt an invisible force drawing him closer, inching towards her direction. Xiao Ruohan seemed oblivious to Lin Feng's subtle movements, remaining quietly seated. As Xie Yunxiao and Song Yufei were engrossed in their singing, their attention completely diverted from the two. Lin Feng cautiously extended his left hand, stealthily grasping Xiao Ruohan's slightly warm hand. In an instant, Xiao Ruohan's body stiffened as if struck by electricity. With a flustered expression, she turned her head, her eyes quickly scanning the direction of Xie Yunxiao and Song Yufei. Lin Feng whispered, "It's fine. They can't see us." A few seconds later, emboldened by the moment, Lin Feng's right hand slowly ventured towards Xiao Ruohan's slender waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Xiao Ruohan's body softened slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. In that moment, her mind went blank, and the world seemed to dissolve, leaving only her and Lin Feng. The previously raucous karaoke sounds faded into oblivion as time appeared to stand still. Unsure of how long had passed, Lin Feng snapped back to reality when the singing in the room suddenly ceased. Just as Xie Yunxiao and Song Yufei turned around, he hurriedly released Xiao Ruohan from his arms, though his hand remained firmly clasped around her delicate one. Xie Yunxiao set down the microphone and sat beside Lin Feng, his eyes filled with curiosity as he scrutinized him. "Why do you seem a bit flustered?" Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety, but endeavored to maintain composure, hastily explaining, "Not at all. It's probably just a bit warm in here." Hearing this, Xie Yunxiao turned his attention to Xiao Ruohan. "Lawyer Xiao, do you think it's warm in here?" The blush on Xiao Ruohan's cheeks had yet to fade completely. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the room spared her from drawing Xie Yunxiao as suspicion. She feigned calmness and replied, It's all right." Xie Yunxiao, oblivious to the unusual tension between them, suddenly had a spark of inspiration, revealing a mysterious smile. Lowering his voice, he leaned in close to Lin Feng's ear and said meaningfully, "Old Lin, I perceive that your prolonged singlehood has intensified your inner fire. However, fear not, for once you marry my cousin next year, that heat will surely dissipate." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's heart stirred. He contemplated revealing to Xie Yunxiao that he had already declined Feng Yuding's advances. Yet, the memory of that night when he called to refuse Feng Yuding surfaced in his mind. She had requested that he keep the matter under wraps for the time being. After much hesitation, he ultimately swallowed the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, Song Yufei suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze directly on Xiao Ruohan, and inquired, "I heard Lin Feng mention earlier that you have a boyfriend. Why hasn't he joined you tonight? It would be a good opportunity to introduce him to everyone." As soon as these words were uttered, Xie Yunxiao perked up, his ears instantly attentive, anxious not to miss a single word from Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan's delicate features gradually regained their composure, her keen intuition signaling that Song Yufei's sudden question regarding her boyfriend was undoubtedly linked to Lin Feng. Realizing this, she couldn't help but inwardly cursed Lin Feng. Who would have thought your romantic fortunes would be so prosperous? A hint of barely perceptible resentment flickered in her enchanting eyes, while her soft, jade-like hand subtly struggled within Lin Feng's grasp. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's heart raced. He pondered whether he had inadvertently disclosed Xiao Ruohan's relationship status to Song Yufei, thus inciting her ire. He hastily interjected to clarify, "Yufei, Ruohan's boyfriend, must have had something to attend to." Song Yufei's lips curled into a slight smile as she swiftly retorted, "You're not Ruohan's boyfriend. How could you possibly know whether he is available?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Xiao Ruohan, who had remained silent until now, tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hand. She lifted her gaze, her expression icy as she met Song Yufei's eyes, and calmly stated, "Miss Song, when the time is right, I will naturally introduce him to everyone. However, I am quite curious as to why you seem so invested in my boyfriend affairs. Are you perhaps concerned about something?" Song Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she contemplated that Xiao Ruohan was indeed as eloquent as Ruoru had described. This evening, she had intended to test whether Xiao Ruohan truly had a boyfriend, yet she found herself deftly outmaneuvered, landing in a predicament of her own making. Observing the exchange, Xie Xiao leaned towards Lin Feng and whispered, "Old Lin, it seems that Lawyer Xiao and Yufei are rather envious of one another." Lin Feng's expression shifted in surprise. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Envious? Envious of whom?" He momentarily struggled to grasp Xie Xiao's words. Yet, as he meticulously recalled the conversation he had with Xiao Ruohan in the car that night, fragments of understanding began to emerge in his mind. The reason Song Yufei had consistently declined to be with Jiang Tian, who had persistently pursued her, might indeed be linked to him. At this thought, Lin Feng felt a tremor in his heart, as a shocking truth loomed on the horizon. With a tense expression, he turned to gaze at Song Yufei. At that moment, Xie Xiao suddenly exclaimed in Lin Feng's ear, "I understand. It's possible that Lawyer Xiao and Yufei have both developed feelings for the same man. No wonder they felt something unusual since their first meeting." Lin Feng turned to look at Jiang Tian, whose face was marked by astonishment, feeling a slight shock himself. This scoundrel could even deduce this. After the singing concluded, Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei, having abstained from alcohol, headed to the underground parking garage to retrieve their car. With a mischievous grin, Xie Xiao approached Lin Feng at the bar's entrance. "Old Lin, let us find out who the man that Lawyer Xiao and Yufei are both envious of is." Lin Feng was taken aback, his heart racing as he hurriedly responded, "What do you intend to do once you find him?" "Of course, we'll give that scoundrel a good beating. How dare he play both sides? Pursuing Yufei while being with Lawyer Xiao." Lin Feng, his face darkened, looked at the indignant Xie Xiao and quickly interjected, "It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. They certainly won't tell anyone else, and we won't be able to find him." Xie Xiao smiled enigmatically. "Aside from you and me, and Jiang Tian, as long as we identify a man that both Lawyer Xiao and Yufei are acquainted with, there's a high likelihood he's the scoundrel. You can inquire about Lawyer Zhao's side, and I'll look into Yufei's. We must find him." Lin Feng sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xie Xiao's simplistic thinking had excluded him from suspicion. Chapter 46. Destined Encounters. Inside the car, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Xiao Ruohan's beautiful eyes were intently fixed on the road ahead, yet her thoughts had drifted to Lin Feng, who sat beside her in the passenger seat. That annoying Lin Feng, usually so talkative, was now utterly silent. The more she pondered this, the more her anger flared, prompting her to grip the steering wheel tightly, as if to release her pent-up frustration through this gesture. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat rigidly beside her, clutching the seatbelt. Ever since they had entered the car, Xiao Ruohan had worn a frosty expression. He understood that she was in a foul mood and dared not utter a word, fearing that a careless remark might provoke her further. Thus, they drove in silence along Changqiang Avenue for some time. After a moment, the car came to a gentle stop by the roadside. "Get out." Xiao Ruohan turned her head, glaring at Lin Feng, her voice sharp with anger. Startled by her sudden outburst, Lin Feng glanced out the window, only to find the surroundings desolate, devoid of any human presence. "You're not planning to leave me here, are you? I want to get out this time," he declared stubbornly, remaining motionless in the passenger seat. No matter how Xiao Ruohan urged him, he refused to budge. They remained locked in this standoff for what felt like an eternity. "Please don't be angry, all right? I'll get out if that's what you want." Lin Feng finally spoke, his heart softening at the sight of Xiao Ruohan's pitiful expression. This time, he had his phone with him. If Xiao Ruohan truly abandoned him here, he could easily call for a ride home. With a slow, reluctant motion, Lin Feng opened the car door and stepped out. As he did, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the spot where Xiao Ruohan had parked the car. Turning his gaze to the nearby railing, memories flooded back. This was precisely the place where he had confessed his feelings to Xiao Ruohan last time, sitting there foolishly for an entire afternoon. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan also exited the vehicle, striding directly in front of Lin Feng. With an assertive tone that brooked no argument, she commanded, "Lin Feng, confess to me." At her words, astonishment flared across Lin Feng's face. He stammered in response, but Didn't I already confess here last time? Xiao Ruohan's brows furrowed in annoyance. Her expression one of indignation. That doesn't count. You never actually said those words to me directly. This time, I want you to declare your feelings in front of this flowing river and the vast Changxiang, face to face. Seeing the seriousness in Xiao Ruohan's demeanor, Lin Feng's gaze softened, and he pulled her into a tight embrace, greedily inhaling the familiar fragrance that lingered around her. Xiao Ruohan, regardless of what the future holds or the challenges that lie ahead, would you be willing to accompany me on this journey? Xiao Ruohan lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's tender visage and softly inquired, "Do you recall when we first met?" "Of course I remember. You had just returned from completing your doctorate abroad," he replied. "Your sister introduced us, and I was taken aback, astonished that someone could resemble another so closely." With a playful smile, Xiao Ruohan asked, "If I were standing before you alongside my sister now, would you be able to distinguish between us?" "I certainly could. The moment I laid eyes on you, the difference was apparent." "Is that truly the case?" she questioned, her expression curious. "Absolutely," Lin Feng responded confidently. Xiao Ruohan's demeanor shifted, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "In fact, that was not our first encounter." Lin Feng's brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at her. "Have we met before?" She nodded, letting out a scoff. "Our first meeting occurred even before you knew my sister. Do you recall the first time you visited my father's office during your sophomore year?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Was it you who assisted me in writing that reflection in the office that day? Who else could it have been? You mistook me for my sister." My sister returned home that day, mentioning a classmate who inexplicably came to thank her with a box of milk. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He had always believed that his first encounter with Xiao Ruoru was in that office. He had preserved the 5,000-word reflection all this time, only to discover it had been penned by Xiao Ruohan. How wondrous fate is, as if everything is preordained. He had formed a connection with Xiao Ruoru through that reflection, which in turn led him to meet Xiao Ruohan. Their paths had circled back to the beginning. "Am I not a matchmaker for you and your sister?" Xiao Ruohan teased. "Indeed you are. Yet, it seems that my sister and I lack a touch of destiny," Lin Feng replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Releasing Lin Feng's embrace, Xiao Ruohan extended her hand towards him earnestly. "Your sister did not accompany you through the remainder of your life. Mr. Lin Feng, do you believe I could?" Lin Feng grasped her delicate hand tightly, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, as the rain falls upon the riverside city, one shall hold the umbrella while three shall walk together. Miss Xiao, I look forward to your guidance in the years to come." "Splendid, splendid. Who would have thought we would witness such a grand declaration of love?" A round of applause interrupted Lin Feng's heartfelt confession to Xiao Ruohan. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng turned to see three young men approaching them, and instinctively drew Xiao Ruohan behind him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader, a bald man, smirked, pointing at Lin Feng's thigh. "Someone sent us to teach you a lesson, to break a leg. Will you do it yourself? Or shall we take matters into our own hands?" Lin Feng let out a cold snort. Having trained in martial arts with the old man from the town since childhood, he had never feared anyone, and he was also the National College martial arts champion. Xiao Ruohan tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand, her face displaying a hint of panic as she struggled to maintain her composure, saying, "Aren't you afraid of the law? Threatening and harming others can lead to at least 3 years of imprisonment." "The law?" The bald man chuckled. "Our gang has dealt with a few cases and spent some time behind bars." Behind the bald man, a scar-faced individual leered at Xiao Ruohan. "Boss, this girl is truly beautiful." Lin Feng's expression darkened further. "Scarface, I'll leave her to you," the bald man said with a grin. The scar-faced man shrugged off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, clenching his fists as he approached Lin Feng. "Boss, watch closely. Let me show you how to handle this pretty boy." "Ruohan, step back a few paces," Lin Feng said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the scar-faced man's fist was already inches from Lin Feng's face. "Be careful," Xiao Ruohan urgently called from behind. Lin Feng leaned back slightly, evading the incoming punch. He then swiftly executed a counter move, subduing the scar-faced man to the ground. "Ouch, ouch. Boss, you've got some skills. Your strikes are quite solid." Hearing this, Lin Feng tightened his grip. "Ah, boss, save me, save me." The bald man's expression changed drastically as he pulled a 10 centimeters knife from his pocket and lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, watch out! Xiao Ruohan suddenly threw herself in front of Lin Feng, using her body to shield him from the knife's thrust. Ruohan! Lin Feng's face paled as he kicked the subdued, scar-faced man away and forcefully pulled Xiao Ruohan behind him, protecting her. Everything happened in a flash. A few seconds later, the pain he had anticipated from a knife did not materialize. He quickly grasped Xiao Ruohan's hand and retreated several steps, maintaining a safe distance from the bald man. Ruohan, are you hurt? Lin Feng asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on her. Xiao Ruohan shook her head slightly. At that moment, a teasing voice from a young man behind Lin Feng broke the tension. Cousin, so he is the brother-in-law you've been hiding from aunt and uncle? Chapter 47. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my blossoms will bloom and slay all others. Cousin? Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Ruohan with a look of skepticism. Xiao Ruohan, equally surprised, exchanged a glance with him before both turned to look behind them. Not far away, the enigmatic man in the cap had firmly subdued the bald man beneath him. The bald man, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, struggled desperately. But to no avail. The sharp knife, originally clutched in his hand, lay discarded on the ground a distance away. The man in the cap slowly lifted his head, a sly smile dancing on his lips as he observed Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan with keen interest. With a playful tone, he said, Cousin, I've saved you yet again. How do you intend to thank me? Upon recognizing the face beneath the cap, Xiao Ruohan's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. After a brief pause, she let out a cold huff and retorted, Ye Qingning, why did you not intervene sooner? Must you wait until the situation is so dire to make your appearance? At her words, Ye Qingning's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and explained, Cousin, please don't be angry. I had to wait for the right moment to act. Moreover, I wish to observe just how capable my brother-in-law truly is. As he spoke, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Feng, surprised to discover that Xiao Ruohan indeed had a boyfriend, one he found oddly familiar. Ye Qingning, so you are the undercover agent within the gang. The bald man bellowed in a frenzy, his body thrashing on the ground. His bloodshot eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Ye Qingning. Be honest, I am a member of the Jiangxing Criminal Police, Ye Qingning declared coldly, exuding an undeniable authority. The bald man spat through clenched teeth. Don't think this will end well for me. Someone will come to rescue me. Ye Qingning regarded him with a steely gaze and continued, We have already gathered complete evidence of your crimes at the police station. No one will come to save you. By now, we have apprehended all members of your gang in Jiangxing. This time, none of you will escape. Standing quietly to the side, Lin Feng listened intently to their exchange, his expression growing increasingly contemplative. After a moment, he finally broke the silence, directing his inquiry toward Ye Qingning. Who sent them tonight? Lin Feng was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend who harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him, willing to risk legal repercussions by hiring assailants. Had Ye Qingning not fortuitously been present this evening, both he and Xiao Ruohan might have found themselves in peril. Cousin, a woman named Jiang Feng paid them over 300,000 to come after you. Ye Qingning turned to Lin Feng and responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. He was aware that there existed some conflicts and tensions between him and Jiang Feng, primarily due to Nan Nan. Recalling that Qin Yuan had previously been rejected upon joining Fengye, it was conceivable that Jiang Feng harbored resentment. Could it truly be that such trivial matters led Jiang Feng to have him beaten to the point of hospitalization? Lin Feng found this utterly unbelievable. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Beside him, Xiao Ruohan's expression was dark, her cheeks seemingly coated with a layer of frost, her tone icy. Upon returning to the law firm tomorrow, I will immediately file a lawsuit against Jiang Feng. Just moments ago, the situation had been dire. Xiao Ruohan had clearly seen the sharp blade less than half a meter away from them. A slight misstep could have resulted in catastrophic consequences. Before long, 2 police cars arrived at the scene. The bald man and the scarred thug had long lost their previous bravado, complying with the officers as they were handcuffed and escorted into the patrol vehicle. Meanwhile, after discussing a few matters, Ye Qingning approached Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, who had just completed their statements. As his gaze inadvertently swept over the record and landed on Lin Feng's signature, he was struck as if by lightning, momentarily frozen in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, you're not Nan Nan's father, are you? Ye Qing's voice was laced with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law held such a significant identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face instantly turned a deep shade of embarrassment. He never imagined that after confessing to Xiao Ruohan, he would encounter someone he knew. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not retreat in the face of Ye Qing's words. Instead, in front of him, she took the initiative to grasp Lin Feng's hand. You must not tell anyone in the family. Ye Qingning was taken aback at first, then chuckled mischievously. Cousin, rest assured, as a police officer, I am absolutely top-notch at keeping secrets. With that, he playfully winked at Lin Feng. Brother-in-law, impressive. You managed to win over both of my cousins. Could you perhaps share some tips on how to pursue women? At that moment, Lin Feng's tense demeanor relaxed. He had met Xiao Ruohan's relatives a few times before, and they had all appeared rather stern. Ye Qingning was truly a refreshing change. What experience does your brother-in-law have in courting women? He's just a wooden-headed fool, Xiao Ruohan retorted. Ye Qingning, incredulous, exclaimed, could it be that you and Sister Rue are both the ones who take the initiative in pursuing your brother-in-law? Xiao Ruohan's face turned even redder as she shot Ye Qingning a fierce glare. As Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan prepared to leave, Ye Qingning suddenly draped his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders and whispered, brother-in-law, if you wish to marry Sister Ruohan in the future, it might be even more challenging than marrying Sister Ruoru, even if aunt and uncle do not oppose it. The antiquated members of the Xiao family might consider your situation as tarnishing the family's reputation. You must be prepared for this. Lin Feng, with an expression of calmness and a voice that exuded tranquility, replied, I am aware. When I decided to be with Ruohan, I had already contemplated these circumstances. One day, when those decayed family rules can no longer hinder my union with Ruohan, I shall personally propose. Until that time, could you keep this secret between Ruohan and me? Ye Qingning patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, chuckling softly. Rest assured, I have long harbored a disdain for those antiquated regulations. Brother-in-law, I have faith in you. Marry my cousin before those old men, and give them a resounding slap in the face. Observing the indignant demeanor of Ye Qingning, Lin Feng could tell that he too felt the weight of such oppressive traditions. He understood that a prestigious family like the Xiao clan, with its century-long legacy, places immense importance on family customs and reputation. The marriages of their offspring undergo rigorous scrutiny, emphasizing social standing and compatibility. The primary reason he and Xiao Ruoru had not formalized their union, despite having a child, was the staunch opposition from the elder generation of the Xiao family. As of now, the Xiao family has yet to acknowledge Lin Nan as one of their own. However, this does not concern him. The ancestors of Huagua had already paved the way over 2 millennia ago. What do 100 or 1,000 years of family legacy matter? As the autumn approaches on the 8th of September, when my flowers bloom with brilliance, Lin Feng firmly believes that what was once accomplished by that ancient ancestor, he too shall achieve in the future. Chapter 48. The World of Two. The following afternoon, Lin Nan sat in the back seat of the car, her small mouth pouting and her cherubic face reflecting her displeasure. Daddy, you sent me to my grandpa's house again. Lin Feng, driving the car, wore an awkward expression and quickly explained, Daddy has just returned to work. I have been exceedingly busy lately, so I can only let you stay at Grandpa's for a couple of days. You're lying. You're just off to play with my aunt without me, she huffed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened, and he hastily retorted, Don't speak nonsense. I have a business trip tomorrow, and your aunt is busy as well. She has no time to look after you. Despite Lin Feng's explanation, Lin Nan remained sulky. As twilight descended, Lin Feng dropped Lin Nan off at Xiao Jian's house and drove to the underground parking lot of a Zhong law firm. Xiao Ruohan approached the car and gently opened the passenger door. Upon noticing the absence of Lin Nan in the back seat, she inquired with curiosity, Where's Nan? Didn't you go to pick her up after work? Lin Feng chuckled and took Xiao Ruohan's hand, saying, That little girl is my spy, you know? I was concerned she might intrude upon our time together, so I sent her to her grandpa's. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a shy glare at Lin Feng. She then handed him a file. I have already investigated. The mastermind behind last night's incident is indeed Jiang Feng. However, there are also individuals from Fengye involved. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he perused the document, surprised to find Chun Yao's name among the details. Xiao Ruohan continued. Qin Yuan and Chun Yao are cousins. I discovered that Chun Yao called Qin Yuan at 6 o'clock last night. When I finished work, Chun Yao was still at Fengye. The police did not detain her. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice, realizing that Chun Yao might indeed be the true mastermind behind the incident. She harbored resentment towards him for not being promoted to manager of the administration department at Fengye. Xiao Ruohan produced another document and said slowly, Qin Yuan took the blame alone, confessing that it was he who instructed Jiang Feng to hire someone to harm you. Lin Feng, you must be cautious. Although the police spoke with her tonight, after this incident, Qin Yao will undoubtedly harbor even more animosity towards you. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of coldness. I hope Qin Yao stays in line from now on. Otherwise, even with Zhang Tian backing her, I will find a way to ensure she is expelled from Fengye. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jiang City, Zhang Tian sat on the sofa in a spacious living room, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Chun Yao, who was clad in a bathrobe. Mr. Jiang, it's been a long time since you visited my home. I missed you dearly. Chun Yao's voice was enchanting and captivating, her hands teasingly caressing Zhang Tian's face. However, Zhang Tian's expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, he seized Chun Yao's wrist tightly, his voice chilling. Is it true that the assailants who nearly injured Lin Feng last night were hired by you? At that moment, Chun Yao's once alluring visage became rigid, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes as she feigned composure. Mr. Jiang, I am entirely unaware of Lin Feng's incident last night. Zhang Tian let out a cold scoff. You know nothing? Today, the police not only questioned you, but also sought me out. Could these be mere coincidences? Upon hearing this, Chun Yao's body trembled slightly, and the color drained from her face. Zhang Tian's tone grew increasingly severe. I have already warned you before. Should there be a next time, I will have you report to the HR department for your resignation. Chun Yao, you're to go to HR next Monday to complete your departure procedures. Having uttered these words, Zhang Tian ruthlessly released her hand and stood up from the sofa, striding towards the door. Witnessing Zhang Tian's unwavering resolve, Chun Yao's composure shattered entirely. Disregarding her image, she shouted in exasperation, Zhang Tian, you cannot force me to leave Fengye. Zhang Tian did not pause, nor did he glance back, continuing his path to the exit. Chun Yao's emotions spiraled out of control as she cried out frantically, Zhang Tian, stop right there. If you insist on making me leave Fengye, I will leap from this building with your child in my womb. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and turned slowly to face her, his gaze landing on Chun Yao's abdomen. You cannot possibly be carrying my child. Chun Yao let out a cold laugh, laced with self-mockery and derision. Are you suggesting that we always use protection? Yet, you failed to consider that I had secretly pricked holes in those condoms with a needle. With that, she glared at Zhang Tian defiantly, her eyes glimmering with a frenzied light. Hearing this, Zhang Tian's expression darkened considerably. Chun Yao felt a surge of vindictive satisfaction. The one you are so infatuated with. Song Yufei does not even harbor feelings for you. Her affections lie with Lin Feng. Each time we were together in bed, you called out her name. Have you ever pondered how much that hurt me? Thus, I vowed to become the mistress of Fengye. At this moment, Chun Yao had completely lost her sanity. You now have two choices. Either allow me to remain at Fengye, or I will jump from this building with your unborn child. Later that night, at Xiao Ruohan's home, Ruohan, may I stay over at your place tonight? No, that's not possible. Xiao Ruohan's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. She lowered her head, her gaze flickering uncertainly, as if recalling certain memories, feeling restless and uneasy. In a state of fluster, she exclaimed, you have a business trip tomorrow. Hurry back and get some rest. With that, Xiao Ruohan extended her hands and forcefully pushed the reluctant Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned around, swept Xiao Ruohan into his arms, and embraced her tightly. In that instant, the atmosphere in the living room transformed into an intoxicating haze. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the faint fragrance emanating from the woman in his arms. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan, cradled within his embrace, bit down on her lip. Her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. Her large, doe-like eyes brimmed with shyness and confusion, presenting a pitiful visage that stirred an uncontrollable impulse within Lin Feng, who had initially intended only a gentle embrace. Their gazes gradually intertwined, becoming increasingly hazy. Their minds appeared to lose the ability to think as their breaths quickened, drawing them closer together. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, shattering the intimate ambience. The crisp sound was like a thunderclap on a clear day, jolting the two from their reverie. Xiao Ruohan's face turned ashen, and in a panic, she struggled to free herself from Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng shot a resentful glare towards the door, muttering complaints. Who on earth is it, disturbing us at this late hour? Chapter 49. The scent of a man. Xiao Ruohan peered through the peephole, and in an instant, her cheeks tensed and her expression shifted to one of anxiety. She swiftly turned to Lin Feng, lowering her voice urgently. Quick, hide! Lin Feng's face froze, his heart racing with trepidation, and he swallowed hard. Could it be my parents outside? No sooner had he spoken than a young woman's sobs echoed from beyond the door. Almost immediately, the phone on the sofa began to ring loudly. Seeing Xiao Ruohan's intense reaction and realizing that the people outside were not her parents, Lin Feng, filled with doubt, asked, "Who is it out there?" At that moment, Xiao Ruohan could spare no time for explanations. In a state of desperation, she forcefully urged Lin Feng towards her bedroom. "You must hide. Don't let her see you. I will explain everything later." With a mix of confusion and resignation, Lin Feng entered the bedroom. While others could openly express their affection, he and Xiao Ruohan had to conceal their relationship as if they were thieves. In the living room, Xiao Ruohan quickly tidied up the traces Lin Feng had left behind and smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. As the door swung open, a woman stood outside, tightly embracing Xiao Ruohan, tears streaming down her face. "Xiao Han, the woman sobbed. "Lin Weidong, that bastard has cheated on me." As she recounted her plight, her emotions surged. On the sofa, Xiao Ruohan retrieved a pack of tissues from the coffee table, handing several to the weeping Sun Yuan. "Please, stop crying, Yuan," she said softly. Sun Yuan accepted the tissues, dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes, yet the tears continued to fall. "Lin Weidong, that scoundrel. I've only been abroad for 6 months, and he's already with that woman." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, unleashing a torrent of curses. Xiao Ruohan grasped Sun Yuan's hand, gently advising, "Yuan, perhaps you've misunderstood. It might not be as you think." "Misunderstood?" Sun Yuan's eyes widened as she shouted in anger. "Ruohan, don't defend him. I saw with my own eyes that Lin Weidong didn't come to the airport to meet me tonight. Instead, he went to Ye Qingnin's house." As she spoke, her previously halted tears began to flow freely once more. They were all over each other in the noodle shop at Ye Qingnin's place. "What do I lack compared to that home-wrecking woman?" Hearing Sun Yuan's words, Xiao Ruohan softly explained, "Lin Weidong and Ye Qingning are brother and sister-in-law. It cannot possibly be as you imagine." But Sun Yuan, now crying even more fiercely, was beyond listening to Xiao Ruohan's reassurances, her conviction in her assumptions only growing stronger. Amidst her sobs, she retorted, "Ruohan, are there not many immoral deeds like this in reality? The younger brother entangled with his sister-in-law, the sister-in-law eloping with her brother-in-law in disregard of ethics, and the elder brother marrying his own younger sister. Such absurdities abound. Lin Weidong, harboring ulterior motives, undoubtedly wishes to emulate this and bring home a sister-in-law who is a full 8 years his senior." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan's expression darkened considerably, rendering her immobile. Her relationship with Lin Feng mirrored precisely what Sun Yuan had described, an affair between a sister-in-law and her brother-in-law. Although Lin Feng and her elder sister lacked a legally recognized marriage, their affair was well known among relatives. Should their romantic involvement be publicly acknowledged, her parents would likely be the first to oppose it. The elders in the family, who valued family traditions and customs above all else, would also vehemently intervene. In the bedroom, Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the exquisite picture frame atop the bedside table, which housed a captivating photograph of Xiao Ruohan. The clear dialogue from the hall still echoed in Lin Feng's mind. He understood that the path he and Xiao Ruohan were about to tread would be fraught with challenges, as they would be defying a tradition that had endured for 5 millennia in Hua country. Suddenly, a faint sound of a door creaking broke the silence of the room, jolting Lin Feng from his reverie. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly slipped behind the heavy curtains. Lin Feng, a gentle voice called out. Xiao Ruohan softly pressed the switch on the wall, bathing the bedroom in a warm, yellow glow. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng stealthily emerged from behind the curtains, pointing towards the door and whispering, "Is she not leaving tonight?" Xiao Ruohan nodded slightly, taking Lin Feng's hand and sitting on the edge of the bed. Yuan had just had a fierce argument with her boyfriend, so she would likely need to stay the night. After speaking, Xiao Ruohan lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her once fair and delicate cheeks now marred by deep-seated worry. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. He opened his arms and enveloped Xiao Ruohan tightly, savoring the warmth of her presence and relishing the tranquility of the moment. "Ruohan, I understand your concerns. No matter the storms that may arise in the future, I will stand before you as a shield." Just then, the previously quiet room was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent, crisp knocks at the door. The sudden noise shattered the serene atmosphere, causing both Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan's hearts to leap into their throats. "Ruohan," Sun Yuan banged on the bedroom door, her voice ringing out. "Why are you locking the door? Come out and join us for a drink." Upon hearing Sun Yuan's voice, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying a sense of panic. In the wardrobe, Xiao Ruohan frantically pointed to the nearby wardrobe, whispering urgently to Lin Feng, "Quick, hide in there." Lin Feng dared not hesitate for even a moment, swiftly shedding his shoes. He rose onto his toes, cautiously slipping into the somewhat cramped wardrobe. Outside, Sun Yuan grew increasingly impatient, her knocks on the door intensifying as she incessantly voiced her complaints about the delay. When the door finally swung open, Xiao Ruohan's expression appeared exceedingly unnatural. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze flickered uneasily. Observing Xiao Ruohan's demeanor, Sun Yuan's curiosity was piqued, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring with confusion, "What is the matter with you? Your face is so red, and you seem quite flustered." As Xiao Ruohan forced a laugh to brush off Sun Yuan's concern, she hurriedly grasped her arm, attempting to steer her towards the living room in a bid to divert her attention. "Wait!" Sun Yuan suddenly halted, breaking free from Xiao Ruohan's grasp. She leaned closer, tilting her head slightly, her prominent nose sniffing around Xiao Ruohan. The unexpected gesture made Xiao Ruohan's heart race, her body instinctively stiffening. "Xiao Henin, why do you carry the scent of a man?" Chapter 50. You are forcing me to commit a crime at this moment, beneath the seemingly calm visage of Xiao Ruohan. Tumultuous waves surged within her heart, fraught with anxiety. She endeavored to maintain an outward semblance of tranquility. Hidden within the cramped confines of the wardrobe, Lin Feng curled himself into a tight ball, scarcely daring to breathe. Upon hearing the voice of Sun Yuan, his expression darkened immediately. Was this woman, Sun Yuan, akin to a dog, possessing such keen senses that she could detect his scent lingering on Xiao Ruohan? After a brief moment, Lin Feng discerned Xiao Ruohan's voice. Now slightly steadied as she replied, "I keep a respectful distance from my male colleagues at the law firm. How could I possibly carry any trace of a man's scent?" Sun Yuan pondered this seriously, leaning closer to Xiao Ruohan's form, inhaling deeply. Yet, her expression grew increasingly perplexed. "However, you do possess a scent reminiscent of that scoundrel Lin Weidong." "Oh, it is likely because my father visited for a short while this evening," Xiao Ruohan casually explained, while simultaneously grasping Sun Yuan's arm and guiding her toward the living room. "Wait!" Sun Yuan halted suddenly after taking a few steps, causing Xiao Ruohan's heart to race, her face adopting an expression of feigned helplessness. "What now? Are you still planning to drink tonight?" She intentionally raised her voice, attempting to divert Sun Yuan's attention. Sun Yuan, however, regarded her with an odd gaze, fixated on Xiao Ruohan's shoulder as if uncovering a hidden truth. She extended her slender finger, delicately plucking a short black hair, merely 3 centimeters long, for the shoulder of Xiao Ruohan's white down jacket. Xiao Henin, this surely doesn't tea belong to you, does it? Sun Yuan squinted slightly, her tone laced with inquiry. How could you have a man's short hair on you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning indifference as she glanced at the hair. It must belong to my father. Really? Sun Yuan's disbelief was palpable, her gaze growing even more peculiar. Based on my experience, this hair likely belongs to a young man aged between 25 and 30. As she spoke, she scrutinized Xiao Ruohan with a piercing gaze, pressing closer. Xiao Henin, confess honestly, are you secretly in a relationship? Both Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng, concealed within the wardrobe, felt their hearts drop simultaneously. How could I possibly be in a relationship? You know me well, Xiao Ruohan replied, her voice rising in feigned calmness. Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, she slowly responded, that does seem plausible before discovering that scoundrel. You had vowed never to engage in a romantic relationship. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan's face was completely fraught with panic as she swiftly covered Sun Yuan's mouth, her restless eyes darting towards the bedroom. Following that, she firmly grasped Sun Yuan's arm, dragging her into the center of the living room. Once they reached the living room, Xiao Ruohan finally released her grip, deliberately lowering her voice to remind Sun Yuan in a grave tone. This matter is meant to be kept close to your heart. You must not disclose it to anyone. Sun Yuan was startled by Xiao Ruohan's intense reaction, instinctively placing her hands over her mouth. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and gently tugged at Xiao Ruohan's sleeve, a look of apology gracing her features. Please don't be angry. I realize my mistake. I assure you, I will never bring up this matter again. Xiao Ruohan's previously frosty demeanor began to soften. This secret is known only to you and my sister. Now that she has departed, you must safeguard it diligently. Sun Yuan nodded slowly in response, a brief silence enveloping them. She then lowered her voice once more, a hint of curiosity and confusion in her tone. How could that despicable scoundrel remain elusive? You have yet to tell me his name, which leaves me uncertain about how to assist you. Xiao Ruohan remained silent, quietly twisting open a beer bottle on the table, her gaze drifting towards the bedroom, her expression gradually becoming gentler. There is no need to search. In truth, he has always been by my side. In the bedroom, Lin Feng was rubbing his sore arms, cautiously peeking out from the wardrobe, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had clearly heard Sun Yuan refer to someone as a scoundrel, which left him astonished. Could it be that Xiao Ruohan had not dated anyone since being hurt by a boy? Yet, to his recollection, he had never heard of her being in a relationship. Surely, that couldn't be the case. Lin Feng internally dismissed the thought. In the deep of night, Lin Feng was nearly drifting in a slumber on Xiao Ruohan's warm bed. In the living room, not a sound penetrated the silence. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Lin Feng gradually sat up. After hesitating for a few moments, he cautiously pushed open the bedroom door, tiptoeing towards the living room. The sight that greeted him made him momentarily pause. There lay Xiao Ruohan and Sun Yuan, both renowned beauties, utterly inebriated and sprawled on the soft carpet, entirely devoid of composure. Scattered around them were 5 or 6 empty beer bottles. With a resigned smile, Lin Feng turned and walked towards the guest room, retrieving a blanket to drape over Sun Yuan before switching on the air conditioning in the living room. Having completed these tasks, he then carefully lifted the slumbering Xiao Ruohan from the carpet. As Lin Feng turned it apart, he inadvertently brushed against an empty wine bottle resting on the floor. The vacant beer bottle tumbled to the ground, producing a sharp, resonant thud. A sudden tension gripped Lin Feng's heart as his gaze fixated on Sun Yuan, who lay asleep on the carpet. Fortunately, she merely shifted in her slumber, murmuring a few indistinct words without waking. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. In the bedroom, Lin Feng gently laid Xiao Ruohan upon the bed. Abruptly, she opened her alluring eyes, her hands entwining tightly around the nape of Lin Feng's neck, preventing him from withdrawing. Her enchanting visage radiated an irresistible allure. Lawyer Xiao, Your actions are compelling me towards transgression. Chapter 51. 1,000 years of resting together, Xiao Ruohan's fair cheeks bore no trace of embarrassment as she gazed intently at Lin Feng. The book stated that boys are akin to kites soaring in the sky, while girls sometimes need to deftly reel in the line. Only in this manner can you avoid severing the string and disappearing without a trace. As Lin Feng listened to Xiao Ruohan's gentle words, an unnamed flame ignited within him, burning fiercely and gradually filling his heart. An indescribable emotion flickered in his gaze. Before he knew it, Lin Feng instinctively extended his hands and gently embraced Xiao Ruohan's slender waist. In that moment, Xiao Ruohan suddenly realized that her earlier teasing had perhaps gone a tad too far. Instantly, a soft blush crept up her previously pale cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Endearing and charming. In the warmly lit room, an ambiguous atmosphere quickly enveloped them, quickening Lin Feng's heartbeat. At this moment, Xiao Ruohan appeared even more alluring to him than usual, her enchanting visage illuminated by the soft glow. At this pivotal juncture, Xiao Ruohan, slightly flustered, exclaimed no. Hastily, she released her grip on Lin Feng's neck, using both hands to shield her face from his advancing proximity. She began to struggle slightly, but Lin Feng was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. He firmly held her hands down against the bed, his gaze fixated on her, a wicked smile playing upon his lips as he whispered in her ear, "Lawyer Xiao, you have just ignited my criminal thoughts. Do you wish for me to cease my transgressions now?" Lin Feng paid no heed to Sun Yuan still in the living room. As his right hand moved to unzip Xiao Ruohan's down jacket, Lin Feng, I'm out of my safe period today. Her words fell like a bucket of icy water, dousing the fervor in Lin Feng's heart. His movements halted abruptly, clarity returning to his eyes as he regarded Xiao Ruohan's flushed face, her anxiety palpable. The flames of desire within him gradually extinguished, replaced by profound guilt and remorse. He had nearly led Xiao Ruohan down the same path as her sister. Xiao Ruohan's hands caressed Lin Feng's cheeks, her gaze brimming with tenderness. "Lin Feng, could you grant me just a little more time?" Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Looking at her pitiable expression, Lin Feng's heart surged with compassion. "It was my fault for being too hasty." As the words left his lips, he slowly sat up from the soft, comfortable bed. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ruohan quickly reached out her delicate, fair hands, clutching the hem of Lin Feng's shirt. "Please, don't leave tonight," she spoke softly, her tone imbued with a hint of shyness. "Let us sleep here." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's face flickered with hesitation. He pointed discreetly towards the living room and lowered his voice, saying, "Your friend is still outside. Won't she discover us?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan's lips curled into a slight smile, a mischievous glint illuminating her captivating features. "Rest assured, she won't find out," she playfully winked. "Tonight, I deliberately made her drink a glass of white wine and then had her consume several bottles of beer. I suspect she may sleep until noon tomorrow." Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as realization dawned upon him. "So that's it. You weren't drunk at all. You had planned to intoxicate your friend to ensure I stayed here tonight?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Ruohan's expression shifted to one of irritation. She bit her lip and retorted, "Humph. If you're not going to sleep here, then you can go home." With that, she turned her head defiantly away from him, refusing to meet his gaze. Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback by her sudden anger, standing dazed at the edge of the bed for several seconds. Eventually, he regained his composure, quietly shedding his coat and turning off the warm yellow light emanating from the wall lamp, before slowly creeping under the cozy covers. Unlike before, this time he did not distance himself from Xiao Ruohan. Instead, he reached out his arms and embraced her back tightly. In that moment, his gaze was pure, devoid of any impure thoughts. In the darkness, Xiao Ruohan, who had initially appeared irate, subtly revealed a hint of a sly smile. Gathering her courage, she gently turned in Lin Feng's embrace and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. "Silly," she murmured, "this is your reward." Lin Feng distinctly felt a warm and gentle breath against his face, his expression freezing in astonishment, as if he had turned to stone. This was indeed the first time Xiao Ruohan had taken the initiative to kiss him. Pouting slightly, she playfully whispered into Lin Feng's ear, "You must report to me every day while you're on your business trip with Song Yufei for 3 days. You're not to exhibit even the slightest hint of flirtation with her, nor can you dally with anyone else outside. Do you understand?" Gazing at the jealous Xiao Ruohan before him, Lin Feng felt a wave of sweetness wash over him. He gently brushed his fingers along her prominent nose, nodded solemnly, and replied tenderly, "Rest assured, Lawyer Xiao, I will ensure it." In the dead of night, a sudden and loud knock echoed sharply, akin to a clap of thunder that jolted Lin Feng, deeply immersed in slumber, awake in an instant. Blinking blearily, he struggled to fully regain consciousness as he heard Sun Yueyin's anxious voice calling out to him. His expression shifted slightly, and he silently lamented. "Why is Sun Yueyuan awake so early?" Lin Feng cautiously turned his head, gently shaking the slumbering Xiao Ruohan, who rested on his arm. "Ruohan, awaken. Your friend seems to have already risen." At that moment, Xiao Ruohan, who had just opened her eyes, was devoid of any remnants of sleepiness. Upon hearing Sun Yueyuan's familiar voice outside the door, she retorted with irritation, "Had I known, I should have poured her another glass of white wine." Beside her, Lin Feng wore a look of helplessness. He glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that the hour hand remained fixed at 4 o'clock. The sky outside was still shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, the knocking at the door grew increasingly urgent. "Ruohan, please open the door. I'm scared," Sun Yueyuan cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of resigned despair as he obediently retreated once more into the wardrobe. Chapter 52. The hidden beauty next door. With a creak, the door swung open. Xiao Ruohan, her face etched with confusion, beheld a nervous Sun Yueyuan, who clutched a quilt tightly in her arms. Like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, Sun Yueyuan lunged toward Xiao Ruohan, seizing her arm in desperation. "Ruohan, is your home haunted? I think I saw a man carrying you away." Xiao Ruohan, taken aback by the statement, feigned annoyance. "I've lived here for over half a year and have never encountered any ghosts. You must have drunk too much last night and had a nightmare. This cannot be a dream. I truly believe I saw it with my own eyes." Sun Yueyuan trembled as the chill of fear coursed through her body, involuntarily shivering. She widened her eyes, scanning the room anxiously. "Ruohan, didn't you feel a bone-chilling draft?" As she spoke, she clutched Xiao Ruohan's arm even tighter. With an air of resignation, Xiao Ruohan pointed towards the open window in the bedroom. "It's merely the cold wind from outside. Stop scaring yourself and return to bed." After saying this, Xiao Ruohan turned to head back into the bedroom, but Sun Yueyuan hurriedly followed her in, grasping the sleeve of her shirt tightly. "Ruohan, please let me sleep with you tonight." Before Xiao Ruohan could respond, Sun Yueyuan released her grip, swiftly darting to the bedside, deftly removing her shoes, and burrowing into the covers beneath Xiao Ruohan's watchful gaze. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Both Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng wore expressions of anxiety. Lin Feng, hiding in the wardrobe, had entered in such a panic that he hadn't even had time to put on his outer garment. Despite the warmth of the air conditioning, the winter chill seeped into him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He felt an itch in his nose, a powerful urge to sneeze rising within him, and he hastily covered his mouth and nose with his hands, struggling to suppress it. A wry smile crossed his mind as he pondered why he and Xiao Ruohan consistently found themselves in such awkward predicaments. Yesterday, it was Ye Qingning, and today it was Sun Yueyuan. Through the narrow crack of the wardrobe, Lin Feng glared at Sun Yueyuan, who had commandeered his rightful sleeping spot on the bed. Just as he was about to jot down a note about her in his little notebook, Sun Yueyuan emitted a sound of surprise. "What is this?" Immediately, Lin Feng observed her extracting a small black square package from the bed. The moment she unveiled the package, Xiao Ruohan, who had been standing angrily at the bedside, experienced a sudden shift in her expression. Panic-stricken, she reached out, attempting to snatch the package from Sun Yueyuan's grasp. Sun Yueyuan, with remarkable agility, deftly evaded Xiao Ruohan's reach. Her eyes were filled with a peculiar gleam as she fixed her gaze intently on the flushed face of Xiao Ruohan. "What on earth is this, Xiaohan?" Sun Yueyuan inquired, a hint of playful mockery gracing her lips. She lifted the black packaging bag, waving it in front of Xiao Ruohan's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's delicate face turned as crimson as a ripe Fuji apple, nearly burying itself in the floor, her toes digging into the ground in embarrassment. From a short distance away, in the wardrobe, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at the bag Sun Yueyin held. He silently pondered the unexpected revelation that Xiao Ruohan had prepared such an item, leading him to wonder about her earlier actions. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sun Yueyin wore a strange smile and spoke slowly. "Xiaoan, do enlighten me. Why is there a Durex condom on your bed? From the looks of it, it seems to be a large size." Upon hearing the phrase large size, a look of confusion crossed Lin Feng's face. How could Xiao Ruohan possibly know his size? Wasn't it true that he needed a large one? Typically, one should select the appropriate size when purchasing condoms. Otherwise, they would be rendered ineffective. Beside the bed, Xiao Ruohan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ever since Lin Feng confessed his feelings to her, she had discreetly prepared condoms at home to avoid a repeat of past incidents. If Lin Feng did not heed her earlier advice that night, she was ready with safety measures, having just retrieved one from her hidden drawer. Sun Yueyin rose from the bed, her eyes locked on Xiao Ruohan's flushed cheeks, pressing her for answers. "You must have a boyfriend. Speak up. Who is the lucky fellow who has laid claim to this beautiful cabbage beside me?" From within the wardrobe, Lin Feng felt a tickle in his nose, and before he could cover it, a loud sneeze echoed through the room. Sun Yueyin, who had been interrogating Xiao Ruohan, suddenly turned pale, her expression frantic as she hid behind Xiao Ruohan, her eyes fixed on the wardrobe where Lin Feng was concealed. "Xiao Ruohan, there must be something untoward in your home," she exclaimed. Xiao Ruohan, sitting on the edge of the bed in resignation, felt Sun Yueyin nervously grasp her wrist, drawing closer. "Lin Feng, you can come out now." She has already figured it out. Trembling, Lin Feng emerged from the wardrobe, awkwardly donning his down jacket under Sun Yueyin's astonished gaze. "Xiao Ruohan, how could you keep this from me?" "Hiding a beauty in a golden house," he teased, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Sun Yueyin interjected with a cough, correcting him. "Hiding a beauty in a golden house refers to females. I'm a male, all right? Well, if it's not hiding a beauty, are you perhaps the neighbor Wang?" Sun Yueyin retorted, and both Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan exchanged embarrassed glances. Her guess was indeed accurate. Lin Feng truly was the neighbor Wang. "Wait a moment." Sun Yueyin stood up from the bed, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely before turning to Xiao Ruohan. Her voice filled with indignation. "How could you conspire with this fellow Lin Feng to scare me?" Lin Feng curled his lips in protest, saying, "When have I ever pretended to be a ghost to frighten you? Without my offering of a quilt, you would be freezing outside." At that moment, Xiao Ruohan rose from the bed and helped Lin Feng adjust his clothing, softly urging, "You should return to sleep. Dawn is still far off." Lin Feng nodded and shot a disgruntled glare at Sun Yueyin, who had interrupted his and Xiao Ruohan's slumber before stepping out of her house. After Lin Feng's departure, Sun Yueyin furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself, "Lin Feng, that name seems familiar." A few seconds later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the composed Xiao Ruohan. "Is that Lin Feng, your sister's boyfriend?" Xiao Ruohan silently nodded in response. Sun Yueyin hastily inquired, "Ruohan, why did you choose Lin Feng? He is your sister's boyfriend and nearly became your brother-in-law. If you two are together, your family's elders will never approve." "I am aware," Xiao Ruohan replied. "Then why do you still wish to be with him?" Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Ruohan's cool and delicate face, akin to a begonia blooming in the winter sun. Meeting the astonished gaze of Sun Yueyin, she spoke earnestly, "Because he is the father of my child." Chapter 53. The Dead White Moonlight at 10 in the morning. Lin Feng was diligently organizing the necessities for his business trip at home. Suddenly, he heard the sound of keys turning in the lock at the front door. Lin Feng paused his tasks and swiftly made his way to the entrance. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open. He saw Xiao Ruohan and Sun Yueyin standing at the threshold, with Xiao Ruohan holding a black bag in her hand. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a smile brightened Xiao Ruohan's face, while Sun Yueyin cast a wary glance at him. Xiao Ruohan stepped forward and gently presented the black bag to Lin Feng. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "The weather in Rongqing is quite chilly. I bought you a sweater this morning. Try it on and see if it fits. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Feng's heart as he cheerfully accepted the bag from Xiao Ruohan. As long as you picked it out, it will surely fit. Hearing this, Sun Yueyin couldn't help but roll her eyes, disdainfully remarking, "You two are utterly nauseating. Can you refrain from flaunting your affection in front of me? It gives me goosebumps." Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red at Sun Yueyin's words, while Lin Feng shot an irritated glance at Sun Yueyin, standing behind Xiao Ruohan, and retorted, "Who told you to stay here? If you can't stand it, you are free to leave. No one is stopping you." Lin Feng was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Sun Yueyin glared at him fiercely. Grit her teeth. "You scoundrel. If I weren't here watching over Ruohan, what if you took advantage of her again?" Lin Feng was taken aback by Sun Yueyin's suddenly fierce expression, wondering to himself, had he truly provoked her? Never mind. For Ruohan's sake, he preferred not to engage in an argument. "I have no intention of arguing with you," he said coolly. "Bah, I don't wish to argue with you either. You, scoundrel, are making Ruohan." At this point, Xiao Ruohan's expression shifted, and she hurriedly covered Sun Yueyin's mouth. Lin Feng, please be careful on the road," Xiao Ruohan said, her demeanor flustered as she pulled Sun Yueyin into her home. Lin Feng watched this scene, utterly perplexed. Inside Xiao Ruohan's home, Sun Yueyin stood at the door, peering through the peephole to gaze at Lin Feng, who stood there in a daze, motionless. Turning back, she huffed, "Just seeing that scoundrel Lin Feng makes my blood boil." Xiao Ruohan buried her face, her cheeks slightly flushed. "He is not a scoundrel. That night, we both drank too much, and he merely mistook me for my sister." Sun Yueyin rolled her eyes at this, exasperatedly saying, "You are hopelessly love-struck. Why not reveal the truth to Lin Feng now?" Xiao Ruohan lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Nan Nan is the sole remnant left by his sister, and if the truth were to be revealed at this moment, he would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Sun Yueyin's eyes brimmed with compassion, her expression laden with helplessness. "Had I known from the outset that Sister Rui was unable to conceive, I would have surely advised you against bringing Nan Nan into this world. For the sake of this child, you and Sister Rui spent a whole year abroad. Now Lin Feng, that scoundrel, is utterly oblivious to the identity of the child's biological mother." The mere mention of Lin Feng's name stirs a wave of ire within Sun Yueyin. Xiao Ruohan shook her head, her cheeks aglow with a radiant smile. "If my sister were still alive, I would watch from afar, cherishing the role of Nan Nan's aunt for a lifetime. Now that my sister has departed, I find solace in being by their side, caring for them." As Sun Yueyin observed the blissful smile gracing Xiao Ruohan's face, a sudden pang of concern pierced her heart. She contemplated the need to caution Xiao Ruohan, but restrained herself. It was difficult for her to believe that Lin Feng, who had been in love with Xiao Ruoru for 7 years, could fall for Xiao Ruohan in the span of just 2 years. After all, Xiao Ruoru had left this world at the pinnacle of her perfection in Lin Feng's heart. The memory of a lost love often holds the most profound impact. Perhaps Lin Feng merely sees Xiao Ruohan as a substitute due to her resemblance to Xiao Ruoru. "Lin Feng, I sincerely hope you do not wound Ruohan's heart in the future. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." A glint of cold fury flickered in Sun Yueyin's eyes. Upon entering the house, Lin Feng suddenly felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine, compelling him to clutch his arms tightly and murmur, "Has the weather turned cold again?" In the outdoor parking lot beneath the Maple Leaf Building, Lin Feng watched as Song Yufei, with her handbag in hand, entered the car alone. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Where is Xie Xiao? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Song Yufei fastened her seatbelt and replied nonchalantly, "He has some urgent matters to attend to. It's just the two of us on this business trip to Rongqing." A flicker of anxiety crossed Lin Feng's face. What could old Xie possibly have? Did he not agree yesterday that the three of us would go together? Is it not acceptable for you and me to go on this trip together? Are you worried I might eat you? Song Yufei retorted, her tone tinged with annoyance. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. Ever since he realized that Song Yufei might harbor feelings for him, he felt strange in her company. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, Song Yufei urged, "Let's get going. Xiao Yi and Zhou Yun have already gone ahead to set things up. We might miss our schedule." "Mr. Xie, This is the annual approval list submitted by Ms. Song to the finance department. It requires your immediate verification and signature. In the finance office of Maple Leaf, Gu Yuanyi placed a large box of approval lists on a desk. Xie Yunxiao glanced at the mountain of documents, exasperation evident in his voice. Is your HR department out of their minds? Calling me in on a weekend. Couldn't this wait until the office opens? Ms. Song stated she needed it by next Monday. Hence, your prompt approval is required. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunxiao's frustration intensified. He had planned to seize the opportunity of his business trip to Rongqing to enjoy the beauty of the place and its lovely ladies. At present, he finds himself obstructed by Song Yufei within the confines of the company. Were it not for the knowledge of Song Yufei's affection for Lawyer Zhao's boyfriend, he might have almost believed that she was deliberately seeking an excuse to indulge in a private world with Lin Feng. Could it be that Lawyer Zhao's boyfriend resides in Rongqing? Is Song Yufei's trip to Rongqing a covert rendezvous with that scoundrel? A sudden glimmer of realization sparkled in Xie Yunxiao's eyes, his expression contemplative. No wonder Song Yufei had insisted he refrain from accompanying her to Rongqing today. She must have feared he would uncover her secret. As for old Lin, that socially inept fellow, strong in physique yet simple-minded, his sole intelligence dedicated to the development of games, it was no surprise that Song Yufei felt at ease having Lin Feng accompany her. With this thought, Xie Yunxiao hastily retrieved his phone and discreetly sent Lin Feng a message. Be cautious of Yufei. Her invitation to Rongqing carries ulterior motives. While driving, Lin Feng glanced at the message from Xie Yunxiao, momentarily taken aback, and covertly stole a glance at the composed expression of Song Yufei in the passenger seat. An unsettling fear began to creep in. What were Song Yufei's intentions? Could it be that she truly harbored malicious designs against him? Chapter 54. The dragon-slaying youth becomes a malevolent dragon. Rongqing University, apart from Qingbin University and a few other C9 institutions, stands as one of the premier 985 engineering universities in the realm of computer science and electronics in China. Initially, Lin Feng aspired to enroll in the computer science department at Rongqing University, yet he narrowly missed the opportunity by merely 3 points. Today marks the dual selection fair at Rongqing University, with hundreds of enterprises in attendance. On the football field, Lin Feng navigated through the throngs of students, distributing recruitment flyers and gift boxes to those holding resumes. Dear students, would you be interested in learning more? For computer-related majors, the annual salary is 250,000 yuan for undergraduates, 350,000 for master's degrees, and 550,000 for doctoral candidates. As for humanities and management or economics majors, the annual salary ranges from 110,000 to 130,000 yuan for both undergraduates and master's degrees. Indeed, our company is located not in Rongqing, but in the adjacent Jiangxing. Additionally, we offer comprehensive benefits, including 5 insurances and 2 funds. Many university students, upon seeing the recruitment information, approached Lin Feng with keen inquiries, as the remuneration offered by Feng Ye was exceptionally appealing, even to students from a top-tier 985 institution like Rongqing University. Senior Lin Feng, an unfamiliar yet surprised voice reached Lin Feng's ears, tinged with uncertainty. He turned, momentarily stunned to discover that someone from Rongqing University recognized him. Who are you? He inquired. Before him stood a girl of considerable beauty, though not quite rivaling the likes of Xiao Ruohan or Song Yufei. She was certainly striking. Tao Xia, her cheeks flushed with excitement, hurried to Lin Feng's side and exclaimed, Senior, don't you remember me? I'm Tao Xia from Jiangxing University, class of 2018, Computer Science Department. Tao Xia? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the girl before him. He had a vivid memory of her, particularly due to her audacity in confessing her feelings for him in front of Xiao Ruoru. It turned out that she had lost a game of truth or dare with her roommates, which compelled her to confess to a boy who already had a girlfriend, and she had chosen Lin Feng. However, nearly 5 years had passed since they last met, and Tao Xia had changed so much that Lin Feng almost failed to recognize her. Senior, is your company hiring? Tao Xia's question snapped Lin Feng back to reality. Yes, Jiangxing Fengye Internet Company. Would you like to know more? He then handed her the last recruitment flyer he had left. Lin Feng recalled that Tao Xia was a local from Jiangsheng and likely wished to return there for her career. Tao Xia examined the recruitment details intently, her eyes lighting up, and subsequently handed her resume to Lin Feng. Senior, here is my resume. Lin Feng reviewed her resume with astonishment. It was exceptionally impressive, ranked in the top 4 of her class, holding a graduate degree in computer science, a recipient of the National Scholarship, and winner of the first prize in the National Computer Competition, as well as a gold medal in the International Collegiate Programming Contest. Junior, if you're interested in Fengye, I can assist you in applying for an annual salary of 400,000 yuan. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within him. Master Tao Xia's research focus was on artificial intelligence and visual technology, precisely the talent he urgently needed for his project team. Suddenly, an unpleasant interruption shattered the dialogue between Lin Feng and Tao Xia. How could a low-level employee possibly assist you in securing a raise? Fengye is renowned in both Jiangsheng and Rongqing. You might not even gain entry through the gates of Fengye, let alone hope for a salary increase. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, observing a heavily made-up young woman abruptly approach them. Zhou Qi, whether Fengye recruits me or not seems to be none of your concern. Tao Xia's voice was as cold as ice. Zhou Qi cast a casual glance at Lin Feng, then mockingly addressed Tao Xia. Don't think that just because you excel academically, a company will hire you. The real world is nothing like school. It relies on connections and background. My aunt is one of the recruiters for Fengye this time, and if you kneel to apologize to me, I might assist you. Zhou Qi kneel to you? You must be dreaming. Tao Xia retorted, her spirit undaunted. You have some backbone. But when you're ultimately rejected by Fengye and come begging for my help, it will be too late. Lin Feng could no longer bear to watch. After all, Tao Xia was his junior from university, and he could not allow her to be bullied like this. This student, he interjected, Fengye's recruitment emphasizes transparency and fairness, prioritizing competence. Do not tarnish the image of Fengye. Zhou Qi scoffed, threatening Lin Feng. You must be Tao Xia's senior from university, right? My aunt is the deputy manager of the HR department for this recruitment. It would be wise for you not to assist her, lest you find yourself jeopardizing your own position. After saying this, she provocatively waved her resume in front of Tao Xia before leaving with a mocking expression. Tao Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Senior Lin, I'm sorry if I've implicated you in this. Lin Feng shook his head, curiosity piquing his interest. Is this Zhou Qi also an academic prodigy like you? He understood that some geniuses could be arrogant, but he also recognized that such arrogance stemmed from genuine capability. Tao Xia replied coldly. She is someone who relied on connections to gain admission to the computer science program at Rongqing University, consistently ranking among the lowest in her class, even below an ordinary undergraduate. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If Zhou Qi truly lacked merit, he would certainly not permit her into the research and development department. He was indifferent to other departments, but the R&D sector would not entertain hiring someone devoid of expertise. He had no desire to recruit a mere decorative piece to place in the department. Senior, I'll go explore recruitment opportunities at other companies. Tao Xia's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He quickly stopped her. Do you not wish to join Fengye? Your home is in Jiangsheng. If you join Fengye, you could return home every day after work. I do want to join desperately, she confessed. But Zhou Qi's aunt is the HR deputy manager at Fengye and is responsible for this recruitment. My chances of getting in are slim. Tao Xia's expression was one of despondency. Fengye was her best option, offering high remuneration and proximity to home. Lin Feng chuckled softly and said, Then I shall take your resume. Tomorrow morning, do remember to attend the interview at classroom 305 of the comprehensive building at your school. Tao Xia, taken aback, hurriedly exclaimed, Senior Lin Feng, you must help me. It could jeopardize your job. Lin Feng smiled enigmatically and replied earnestly, Not at all. I am quite familiar with the manager of the Human Resources Department at Maple Leaf. I will not be dismissed. You should perform confidently tomorrow. Later that evening, as Lin Feng and Song Yufei were sifting through resumes, he spotted one belonging to a certain Zhou Qian among the numerous qualified applications. Without a second thought, he surmised that Zhou Qian's resume had undoubtedly been submitted by her aunt, Zhou Yun, and was likely fabricated. Lin Feng chose not to voice any objections. Zhou Qian was indeed correct. In society, the measure of success often hinges on the strength of one's network and connections. Nonetheless, it was unfortunate that Zhou Qian's standing in relation to Maple Leaf paled in comparison to that of Tao Xia. For Lin Feng himself was the embodiment of connections and influence. It was ironic that the once heroic young man had now transformed into a formidable dragon. Lin Feng found himself engulfed in self-deprecating thoughts. While everyone resents capital, they simultaneously aspire to become it. Yet, the allure of capital is undeniably intoxicating. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to his hotel room early, clutching his room card. Once inside, he quickly shut the door and dove into bed. With heightened emotions, he dialed a number. "Ruohan, do you miss me? Having not seen you for a day feels like 3 autumns have passed." After several seconds of silence, he received no response from Xiao Ruohan. "Ruohan, lawyer Xiao, Xiao Han Han," Lin Feng urgently called out repeatedly. Finally, a strange woman's voice echoed through the phone. "Lin Feng, you sound so greasy and cheesy." Xiao Han Han was a term exclusive to her. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, asking with a hint of exasperation, "Why are you still at Ruohan's house? Is she not there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the bright voice of Song Yufei. "Lin Feng, are you asleep? I need to talk to you." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, he heard the furious voice of Sun Yueyin. "You scoundrel! How could there be a woman's voice in your room? You're finished. Prepare to return and grovel." Xiao Han Han just got out of the shower. I will tell her immediately. Chapter 55. An unexpected visit from Song Yufei. "Have I disturbed your rest?" Song Yufei inquired, her expression tinged with regret as she regarded Lin Feng, who had just opened the door. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had just managed to get through to Xiao Ruohan when Song Yufei appeared at his door. To make matters worse, Sun Yueyin had overheard their conversation. Given Sun Yueyin's temperament, who had previously harbored some resentment towards him, it was certain she would relay this to Xiao Ruohan. The thought of having to explain himself to Xiao Ruohan again caused Lin Feng considerable distress. "Yufei, is there something you need at this late hour?" Song Yufei gazed intently at Lin Feng, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while?" Lin Feng's expression stiffened, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him. What could Song Yufei possibly want such a late hour? Lin Feng, Song Yufei observed his stunned reaction. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Feng cautiously peeked out into the corridor, ensuring no one was around before he boldly replied, "Then, please, come in and take a seat." Inside the room, Lin Feng poured a cup of freshly boiled water for Song Yufei, who was perched on the edge of the bed. He quietly moved a chair 2 meters away from her before finally sitting down, hastily zipping his down jacket up to his neck at that very moment. Song Yufei, noticing Lin Feng's awkward demeanor, removed her outer coat right before him, her expression filled with surprise. "Lin Feng, the temperature in here is quite warm. Aren't you hot in that down jacket?" When Lin Feng saw her shed her coat, revealing her slender and shapely figure, his face froze, and he quickly turned away. "Yufei, I turned off the air conditioning. You should really put your coat back on." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Yufei glanced down at her distinctly contoured figure, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks as she wore only a thin, fitted top. After a few moments, she draped her discarded coat back over herself. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension. Both Lin Feng and Song Yufei wore expressions of embarrassment, particularly Lin Feng, whose cheeks burned with discomfort. "I came to discuss tomorrow's recruitment with you." Song Yufei softly broke the awkward silence, her cheeks still flushed. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Song Yufei's visit was purely for business. His demeanor gradually returned to calm as he replied earnestly, "Yufei, I don't concern myself with how many people other departments are hiring or the type they are seeking, but I must personally oversee the candidates for the Research and Development Department. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" After a brief pause, Song Yufei asked, "In the resumes, I must have the girl named Tao Xia. She is essential for the artificial intelligence visual direction needed for my game development. There are a few other candidates as well. The boy named Lin has a decent resume. Let's test him with a few questions during the interview tomorrow." Song Yufei nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's words. The resumes of the two individuals you mentioned are indeed exceptional, but the girl named Zhou Qian is quite impressive as well. Although her GPA is slightly lacking, her competition results on her resume are commendable. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked at Song Yufei and said in a low voice, Zhou Qian was recommended to you by Zhou Yun from your HR department. Wasn't she? Song Yufei nodded and replied softly, Zhou Yun was assigned to the HR department by Jiang Tian this time. I do not wish to strain my relationship with Jiang Tian, as it would be detrimental to the development of our maple leaf. She continued, Zhou Qian's resume may not measure up to the excellence of Tao Xia and Li Lin that you have selected, but it is still quite good. Besides, the RD department has surplus positions. We can give Zhou Qian a chance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed, surprised that Zhou Yun could persuade Song Yufei. Had he not personally conducted the recruitment this week, Zhou Qian would undoubtedly have been accepted into the RD department. Yufei, during tomorrow's interview, I will pose a few questions to the candidates. If Zhou Qian can answer even one correctly, I will allow her entry into the RD department. That evening, as Song Yufei personally advocated for Zhou Qian, Lin Feng was reluctant to let this affect his relationship with her. If Zhou Qian truly turned out to be as mediocre as Tao Xia suggested, and Song Yufei still wished to recruit her, then let her be placed in another department. Song Yufei's face lit up with joy. Although Zhou Yun was placed in the HR department by Jiang Tian, she sought to win Zhou Yun over to her side through this opportunity. Lin Feng, observing her enthusiasm, gently cautioned, do not harbor excessive expectations. It is possible that Zhou Qian may not answer any of the questions I pose. However, Song Yufei appeared remarkably relaxed, smiling as she said, as long as the questions you ask aren't too difficult. She is a graduate student in computer science from Rongqing University. One question should be quite manageable for her. Meanwhile, in a room a few doors down from Lin Feng's hotel, a well-maintained middle-aged woman was conversing with a stranger on the phone. Secretary Chun, I must give this matter serious consideration. Manager Chun, although you are currently in the HR department, do not forget that it was Director Jiang who supported you in ascending to the position of deputy manager, the voice on the other end replied. Secretary Chun, Director Jiang did not instruct me to carry out these tasks. If Director Song and Director Lin were to discover this, I could be immediately dismissed from Maple Leaf. With Director Jiang backing you, why fear Lin Feng and Song Yufei? I will grant you one more day to think it over carefully. Zhou Qian, hearing the phone abruptly disconnect with a series of beeps, wore a wry smile, her heart heavy with worry. The internal strife within Maple Leaf was intensifying. Caught between Jiang Tian and Song Yufei, she found herself in a difficult position. Tonight, she had implored Song Yufei to intercede with Lin Feng on behalf of her niece, seeking a spot in the RD department. At this moment, if she were to assist Chun Yao with her affairs as well, she felt a sense of moral conflict. For now, she could only take it one step at a time. In Lin Feng's room, Song Yufei continued to discuss the recruitment process for the upcoming interview with him. Seated beside him, Lin Feng appeared somewhat distracted, offering only perfunctory responses as Song Yufei spoke. His gaze frequently drifted towards the mobile phone resting on the table. Noticing Lin Feng's absent-minded demeanor, Song Yufei suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, Lin Feng, what are your plans for the future? What plans? Lin Feng responded, somewhat perplexed. Song Yufei's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she softly pressed, are you planning to raise Nan all alone? At that moment, Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest, cold sweat trickling down his back. Could this be the scheme that Xie Yunxiao had spoken of regarding Song Yufei? He found himself at a loss for how to reply, torn between feigning ignorance and confessing outright. Just then, the phone on the table rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, Lin Feng's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Chapter 56. I believe it in your phone is ringing. Song Yufei softly reminded Lin Feng, who sat dazed in his seat. Startled, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and hurriedly reached for his phone resting on the table. A look of hesitation crossed his face as he contemplated answering the call from Xiao Ruohan in front of Song Yufei. Yet he was apprehensive about her discovering the nature of his relationship with Xiao Ruohan. The phone continued to ring incessantly in Lin Feng's hand. Just as he was at a loss, Song Yufei, seated by the bed, observed the indecisive expression on Lin Feng's face. After a brief silence, she stood up from the edge of the bed, seemingly lost in thought, and said to Lin Feng, "It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest." With that, she swiftly walked past him, her gaze subtly falling on the screen of Lin Feng's phone. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a slight relaxation of his tense heart. After seeing Song Yufei to the door, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly answered the call from Xiao Ruohan. Outside the door, Song Yufei remained frozen at the entrance, her expression gradually deepening. She had clearly seen the incoming call information on Lin Feng's phone screen as she passed by. Lin Feng's reluctance to answer the call in her presence indicated his desire to keep things hidden from her. Xiao Ruohan. Song Yufei had always remained vigilant towards this sister, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ruoru. It couldn't be as I suspect, could it? With a grave expression, Song Yufei turned and left. Inside the room, after connecting the call, Lin Feng hurriedly began to explain to Xiao Ruohan, "Ruohan, please don't listen to Sun Yuan. Song Yufei just came to my room to discuss tomorrow's recruitment. When we were alone, I kept a distance of more than 2 meters from her, not even brushing against her clothes. Concerned that Xiao Ruohan might misunderstand, Lin Feng meticulously recounted every word and action from the moment he let Song Yufei into his room, including the moment she removed her coat and the 2 significant remarks she had made to him in the end. He spoke for a full 5 minutes on the phone, feeling as though his throat might catch fire from the effort. After finishing, he swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Ruohan, can you believe what I just said?" After a moment of silence, a familiar gentle voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Lin Feng, I miss you." Lin Feng stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape as the familiar visage of Xiao Ruohan filled his mind. In that instant, all the words he wished to convey to her distilled into a single phrase. "Ruohan, I miss you too." Lin Feng lay on the bed, attentively listening as Xiao Ruohan recounted the amusing events of the day spent at the amusement park with Lin Nannan and Sun Yuan. Although the tales were trivial, the sound of Xiao Ruohan's familiar voice brought him immense joy. "I didn't expect you to be afraid of heights. When I return, let us walk on the glass walkway together," Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin. Xiao Ruohan scrunched her nose and let out a light huff. "You mischievous Lin Feng. Are you trying to make me embarrass myself? My dear wife, fret not. When the time comes, I shall carry you over," eliciting envy from those gentlemen around us. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully responded, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall hang up." "No, no, no." Lin Feng exclaimed urgently. "Please don't hang up just yet. I wish to converse with you a while longer." "Still chatting? You two have been on the phone for over 2 hours. If you continue, will you even get any sleep?" Lin Feng suddenly heard Sun Yuan's disgruntled voice, lowering his tone as he retorted, "Why is Sun Yuan still at your house? Doesn't she have a place in Jiangchen?" "Lin Feng, why has your voice suddenly dropped? Are you secretly whispering to Xiao Hong?" Sun Yuan exclaimed loudly into the phone. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, ceased to suppress his volume. "Sun Yuan, what are you doing hogging Ruohan's time when you have a home to return to?" Sun Yuan, feeling irked, shot back, "Is this your home? Before you and Xiao Hong were married, it was not yours, and besides, Xiao Hong is not solely yours." Hearing the verbal sparring between the two, Xiao Ruohan interjected helplessly, "All right, you two, cease your squabbling. Lin Feng, it's getting late. I must take Nan into bed." Upon hearing Xiao Ruohan's words, Lin Feng's irritation dissipated slightly. After hanging up, he gazed at the white pillow before him, rubbing it vexedly. That insufferable Sun Yuan. As he squished the pillow into a distorted shape, Lin Feng's anger gradually subsided. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers away in Jiangcheng, Sun Yuan furiously tossed the pillow on the sofa, rising with her hands on her hips, seething, "That scoundrel is disdainful of my presence in your home. Just moments ago, I kept his secret by not revealing the sounds of a woman in his room. It was he himself who cried, 'Thief,' revealing his own guilt. Ruohan, do you truly believe his words?" Xiao Ruohan looked tenderly at her slumbering Lin Nannan, a maternal glow radiating from her cheeks, softly replying, "I believe him, just as my sister has always believed in him." "Oh no, the world has gained another love-struck fool." Sun Yuan sat in a daze on the sofa, glancing at Xiao Ruohan beside her, unable to restrain herself from saying, "Is Lin Feng truly that remarkable?" From university until now, all the boys pursuing you have far surpassed Lin Feng. Why do you two sisters insist on clinging to him? Xiao Ruohan rose from the sofa, cradling Lin Nan, her tone resolute as she proclaimed, "In my heart, he is the most exceptional. No one else can compare. I believe many will come to recognize his greatness in the future." The following day, outside classroom 305 in the comprehensive teaching building of Rongqing University, a long queue had formed, predominantly occupied by males, with only a few females present. Tao Xia was among the crowd, yet her cheeks displayed signs of anxiety. After contemplating all night, she finally mustered the courage to come. She did not wish to squander this rare opportunity. Having stood in line for quite some time, she had yet to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng. At this moment, Tao Xia felt a twinge of concern that Lin Feng might have been expelled because of her. Is this really Tao Xia? Today she even came to participate in an interview. A voice that she found utterly loathsome echoed in her ears, causing her expression to darken immediately. Zhou Qian, with an air of disdain, walked beside Tao Xia, lowering her voice to conspiratorially remark, "The Fengye Research and Development Department is only recruiting 3 individuals from Rongqing University this time, and I've already secured my position. My aunt informed me that among the top 10 students in our major, 5 are here to compete, so you stand no chance. It's futile to seek my assistance now. Your senior was likely expelled last night." Tao Xia clenched her teeth, her hands balled into fists, her gaze burning with fury as she stared at Zhou Qian. Chapter 57. An unexpected outcome at this moment. Qiao Yi, the personnel officer from Maple Leaf, emerged from the classroom holding a list. The bustling crowd outside fell silent in an instant. "Those whose names I called, please follow me to classroom 307. For those applying for the research and development position, we need to temporarily organize a written examination, which will be personally supervised by the deputy head of the RD department." At this point, the smile on Zhou Qian's face was abruptly replaced by panic, her heart tightening. Her aunt hadn't mentioned anything about a written exam. Recalling her aunt's assurance from the previous night, Zhou Qian managed to calm her anxious heart slightly. "Li Lin, Xiao Yan, Shi Hao Yifan." Zhou Qian, as Qiao Yi finished reading the names on the list, she did not call out Tao Xia's name. Zhou Qian cast a triumphant glance at Tao Xia, taunting, "You didn't even pass the resume screening. You have no chance to take the written exam. Your senior must have definitely been expelled." Tao Xia's face gradually flushed with anger as she tightly gripped the pen in her hand. Watching Zhou Qian's departing figure, a sense of grievance surged within her. Why was it that despite her outstanding academic performance, she was denied the opportunity to participate in the written exam? Zhou Qian could openly take the test. Tears welled in Tao Xia's eyes as she felt dejected, just as she was about to leave. Suddenly, she heard Qiao Yi's voice. "Is Tao Xia here?" Several seconds passed without a response, and the students in line began to glance around, murmuring amongst themselves. "Who is Tao Xia? She didn't come today. Who knows? Perhaps she has a better offer and looks down on Maple Leaf. Ah, it's really disheartening. We might not even get a chance for an interview. Yet she doesn't even show up. Is Tao Xia present?" Qiao Yi asked again. "Hello, I am." Tao Xia slightly raised her hand, her expression uncertain as she replied. Qiao Yi approached Tao Xia, astonished as she inquired, "Are you Tao Xia from the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence class?" Tao Xia nodded earnestly, a look of confusion on her face. Once Qiao Yi confirmed that the girl beside her was indeed Tao Xia, an expression of envy crossed her features. Just moments ago, Mr. Lin from the RD department had advocated for her, directly securing her a position and negotiating an annual salary of 380,000. "Tao Xia, you need not take the written exam. Please follow me to classroom 307 and wait until they finish. You will go directly to the interview." A look of shock spread across Tao Xia's face. She had almost given up hope, yet now, a glimmer of immense possibility had been restored. The surrounding students, upon hearing Qiao Yi's words, regarded Tao Xia with a mix of envy and jealousy. To bypass the written exam and leap straight into the interview signified Tao Xia's distinction from her peers. Provided nothing extraordinary occurred, her chances of being accepted were undoubtedly at 90%. As Tao Xia walked behind Qiao Yi, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Excuse me, About the boy named Lin Feng who was distributing the recruitment flyers yesterday. Has he been expelled? Xiao Yi turned around, gazing curiously at the blushing Tao Xia before him, and inquired, "Do you know Lin Feng? What is your relation to him?" Tao Xia hastily replied, "He is a senior for my undergraduate studies. I did not see him at the recruitment event today, and I wanted to ask if he is still at Maple Leaf." Xiao Yi's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he observed the anxious Tao Xia, who suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder she could be directly shortlisted. It turned out she was Senior Lin's junior. Xiao Yi felt an even deeper envy. Once Tao Xia entered Maple Leaf, her future prospects would be boundless. "You will know once you enter the classroom," Xiao Yi remarked with a mysterious smile. Although Tao Xia was filled with questions, she followed Xiao Yi into the classroom. Inside the classroom, Zhou Qian sat at her desk, her face revealing a tense expression, while her heart was filled with dread. She never anticipated that Tao Xia Sr. would be the vice president of Maple Leaf, specifically overseeing the research and development department. Zhou Qian regretted her actions immensely. Despite her aunt's assurances, she could not solve any of the 3 major questions on the exam paper before her. Having offended the vice president of the research and development department, she felt her chances of entering Maple Leaf S.R.D. department were bleak. It was all Tao Xia's fault. Zhou Qian's face displayed a venomous expression. Is he really the vice president of Maple Leaf? Tao Xia gazed incredulously at Lin Feng, who was seated at the podium. Xiao Yi nodded and softly said, "Classmate Tao, from now on, we will be colleagues. If you need any assistance, feel free to approach me at the HR department." Remembering her conversation with Lin Feng the previous day, Tao Xia's cheeks flushed. No wonder Senior Lin had mentioned he could help her with a salary increase. It turned out he held such a position. In the afternoon, after the interviews concluded, Lin Feng, Song Yufei, and Zhou Yun stood at the podium. At that moment, Zhou Yun wore a grim expression. Lin Feng and Song Yufei had just finalized a list of candidates for this recruitment. However, Zhou Qian's name was absent from the list. Song Yufei glanced at Lin Feng, whose demeanor remained indifferent, feeling quite helpless. Zhou Qian had not answered a single question correctly, leaving Song Yufei no choice but to recruit 3 others as per Lin Feng's instructions. Checking the time on his phone, Lin Feng felt it was about time and stated calmly, "Song, we can announce the results of this recruitment now." Outside the classroom, Xiao Yi posted the final number of accepted candidates on the door. Surrounding students quickly gathered around. This time, Maple Leaf recruited a total of 22 individuals from Rongqing University, with only 3 positions available in the research and development department. Lin Feng had initially intended to give Zhou Qian a chance, but she had proven to be unaware of even the basic principles of computer science. He questioned how Zhou Qian had managed to gain admission to Rongqing University for her graduate studies. Lin Feng harbored doubts about whether she would successfully graduate in June of the following year, unless Zhou Qian relied on her looks to become an academic seductress. She might have a slim chance of graduating smoothly. This is impossible. It is unfair. I was not admitted, yet Tao Xia, who did not even attend the written test, was accepted. Zhou Qian staggered back a few steps, incredulously gazing at the name of Tao Xia on the list. After standing in a daze for several seconds, her face flushed with indignation as she rushed into the classroom, confronting Lin Feng. "This recruitment is unjust. Tao Xia was admitted without even participating in the written examination. There must be some unspeakable relationship between you and her, aside from the mere senior-junior connection." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhou Qian had undoubtedly been spoiled by her family. He replied in a calm tone, "Tao Xia was admitted due to her research direction, which aligns with the requirements of the newly established project team at Maple Leaf. As I mentioned yesterday, admissions are based on merit. Tao Xia's capabilities warranted her exemption from the written exam. Beside them, Song Yufei spoke up sternly, "This student, if you lack evidence to slander others, I could call the police right now to have you escorted away. Zhou Qian, leave at once." Zhou Yun urged upon hearing the authoritative tone of Lin Feng and the others. "Aunt, they're ganging up on my niece." Zhou Yun's expression shifted rapidly as she continued, "If you do not leave, Mr. Lin has his reasons for admitting Tao Xia." With that, Zhou Yun furiously dragged Zhou Qian out. At that moment, Song Yufei quietly leaned closer to Lin Feng whispering, "Be cautious, Lin Feng. I know Zhou Yun. She is a woman who harbors grudges." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "No matter. I have already offended many upon returning to Maple Leaf. I can afford to disregard Zhou Yun." Chapter 58. The Sudden Retribution Ant. It is undoubtedly that Lin, the one who has captivated you, is responsible for the troubles befalling my niece. You stand idly by while they conspire against her. Zhou Qian shook Zhou Yun's wrist, her face awash with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice incessantly lamenting. "Stop crying." Zhou Yun furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. "You have truly been spoiled by your brother." With that, Zhou Yun disregarded the weeping Zhou Qian and stepped aside, noticing the absence of others around. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed a number. "Secretary Chun, I have made my decision." "Senior, thank you for your assistance." Tao Xia gazed up at Lin Feng with heartfelt gratitude, knowing that without his help, she would not have gained entry into the Maple Leaf. Lin Feng shook his head with a light chuckle, saying, "Your own abilities are commendable, and your research aligns perfectly with my recruitment criteria." Encouraged by his words, Tao Xia blushed and mustered the courage to invite, "Senior, may I treat you to dinner tonight?" Lin Feng paused for a few seconds, having originally planned to leave Rongqing after the recruitment. However, he recalled an internal exchange meeting in the computer industry scheduled for the following day. Nodding in agreement, he added, "Would it be acceptable if I brought an additional guest?" Of course. After their conversation, Lin Feng and Tao Xia departed from the classroom corridor. Concealed in the shadows, Zhou Qian emerged from the classroom with a malicious glint in her eyes. At 7 in the evening, the night enveloped the city in a thick fog. Lin Feng and Song Yufei had just finished their meal and exited the restaurant when a group of young men with dyed hair approached them. As they passed by Lin Feng, one of the men deliberately collided with him, tumbling to the concrete floor. "Ouch!" The man clutched his chest, wincing in pain on the ground. Lin Feng stood frozen, having witnessed elderly individuals feigning injury, but never a young man in perfect health engaging in such deceit. Is the job market truly this dire? "Brother, what happened?" The leader of the group, sporting yellow hair, suddenly lunged at the fallen man, shouting loudly. Moments later, the yellow-haired man turned to glare at Lin Feng. "You knocked my brother down. Pay $1 million or don't think of leaving." Lin Feng frowned at the audacity of the yellow-haired man, realizing that this group was not merely seeking to feign injury, but was intent on causing trouble. Song Yufei stepped closer to Lin Feng, her voice cold. "Lin Feng, let us call the police and let them handle this." "Call the police?" "Beheo, block them." The yellow-haired man sneered. "Understood, boss." The other men, grinning wickedly, began to encroach upon Lin Feng and his companions. "Kid, you sure have good fortune. Surrounded by two stunning beauties. Why not share the wealth with us?" Lin Feng's expression grew even colder. Behind her, Tao Xia had never witnessed such a scene, tightly clutching Song Yufei's arm. Although Song Yufei's expression remained calm, her gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with concern. The crowd surrounding them halted in their tracks, and several concerned bystanders, having observed the unfolding events, transformed into vigilant witnesses, urging, "Young man, show mercy where it is due." Indeed, it was merely a gentle collision, yet a demand for $1 million in compensation was outrageous. Is this not extortion? Clearly, it was a deliberate act of fraud. My vehicle's dashcam captured everything vividly. That man sprawled on the ground had evidently intended to provoke the incident. As the yellow-haired man heard the crowd's murmurs directed at them, some courageous young men stepped forward to assist Lin Feng. "Step back, all of you." The yellow-haired man suddenly brandished a concealed dagger from his clothing, shouting at the onlookers. The young men who had intended to help Lin Feng hesitated upon seeing the weapon, their courage faltering. However, many in the crowd chose to call the police. "Kid, let me make this clear," the yellow-haired man threatened. "You've crossed the wrong person. Tonight, you'll learn a lesson in Rongqing. Remember, even a powerful dragon fears the local snake." With that, he signaled the group surrounding Lin Feng to approach and teach him a lesson. Lin Feng. Song Yufei's face turned anxious. She wanted to help him, but was blocked by the yellow-haired man's accomplices. "Yufei, stay back and take care of Tao Xia," Lin Feng instructed solemnly. At that moment, though his expression was calm, he felt no sense of relief. The situation tonight was far more perilous than before. as he faced 6 adult men. Kid, remember this lesson. Next time you come to Rongqing, keep a low profile. With those words, the group of thugs advanced on Lin Feng. Moments later, the thugs surrounding him lay defeated on the ground. One of them, bruised and battered, crawled to the yellow-haired man's side, groaning, "Boss, this guy knows martial arts." The yellow-haired man, flustered, gripped his dagger tightly, feigning composure as he shouted, "What are you panicking for? No matter how skilled he is, he fears a kitchen knife." Everyone attacked together. He then signaled the thugs encircling Song Yufei and Tao Xia to seize them as leverage against Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he evaded a punch aimed at him, hastily moving towards Song Yufei and the others, delivering a blow that sent one thug staggering back. However, in doing so, he exposed a vulnerability. The yellow-haired man, waiting for this opportunity, felt a surge of delight and seized a nearby stool, swinging it towards Lin Feng's head. "Lin Feng, watch out behind you." Song Yufei's face paled as she shouted a warning. In that instant, as Lin Feng turned, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, followed by a blurring of consciousness, before collapsing heavily onto the concrete floor, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's home in Jiangqing, while Xiao Ruohan was cooking in the kitchen, an inexplicable pain suddenly surged within her heart, leaving her with a profound emptiness, as if she had abruptly lost someone of immense significance. "Allow me to speak," she implored. "These ruffians have gone too far, brazenly committing acts of violence in plain sight. If we do not intervene now, how can we honor the benevolence and moral integrity bequeathed to us by our ancestors?" The actions of the gang, led by the blonde-haired man, finally ignited the indignation of the surrounding crowd. Undeterred by the peril to themselves, they gathered around, their faces aflame with anger, encircling the blonde-haired thug and his cohorts. Previously, they had retreated in fear when threatened by the knife-wielding ruffian. But in the moment Lin Feng fell, it awakened the latent warrior spirit ingrained deep within the veins of the Chinese people. Chapter 59. What should I do from now on? Step back. Are you out of your mind? Everyone retreat. The blond man gripped his dagger tightly, his expression fraught with anxiety and fear. Not far away, Song Yufei knelt on the concrete floor, her hands trembling as she clutched Lin Feng, her eyes vacant and hollow, staring blankly ahead, her complexion pale and devoid of color. "Yufei, the ambulance will arrive in 5 minutes," Tao Xia said, anxiously putting down her phone. At the sound of her voice, a hint of color returned to Song Yufei's cheeks. She looked up to see the encircled blond man and his companions. Cautiously handing Lin Feng over to Tao Xia, seizing a nearby stool, her gaze filled with fury, she strode forward resolutely. "Get back, or I swear, I'll make you regret it." The blond man continued to shout defiantly. As Song Yufei pushed through the crowd, she struck the blond man vigorously on the arm with the stool. Instantly, the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as a cry of pain erupted from his lips. He yelled, writhing in agony. "You filthy woman, how dare you strike me?" The blond man gritted his teeth, shouting in anger. Song Yufei showed no sign of fear. Instead, she advanced menacingly, the stool still in hand. "Boss, this woman is insane. We should retreat." "Retreat? Am I afraid of this crazy woman?" Just then, the distant sound of sirens echoed. "Brother, the police are coming. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The blond man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly barked back, "I'll let you go today, you wretched woman." With that, before anyone could react, he dashed over the roadside barrier and hastily jumped into a van parked at the curb. His gang followed suit, scrambling through the crowd in a frantic bid for escape. At Lin Feng's home, Xiao Ruohan sat alone on the sofa, her expression dazed as she stared at the phone clutched tightly in her hand. Sun Yueyan emerged from the kitchen, pouring a glass of warm water and placing it before Xiao Ruohan, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Xiao Han, why do you look so dispirited?" Xiao Ruohan did not respond. Since she began cooking in the kitchen, a sense of unease had settled over her, a troubling feeling that something dreadful had occurred. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, jolting Xiao Ruohan from her stupor. She quickly grabbed the phone, a faint smile appearing on her face. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Lan's hurried and anxious voice came through. "Xiao Han, how is Xiao Feng? When will he wake up?" Panic flooded Xiao Ruohan's face as she stammered, Jiang. Aunt Jiang, how did you find out? What happened to Lin Feng? Don't you know? A woman named Song Yufei, who claims to be Lin Feng's colleague, informed me that he suffered a head injury and is currently in a coma. He is being taken to the hospital in Rongqing. Xiao Ruohan felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing Jiang Lan's anxious words. Her gaze turned vacant, and her body stiffened, causing the glass in her left hand to slip and shatter into countless pieces on the tiled floor of the living room. The loud crash jolted her back to reality. And Jiang, Lin Feng is on a business trip in Rongqing. Do not worry. I will head to Rongqing immediately, Xiao Ruohan spoke with a calm voice, attempting to reassure Jiang Lan. Yet, the tears welling in her eyes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruohan could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Sun Yueyin, sitting beside her, noticed the sudden outpour of emotion and quickly inquired, Ruohan, has something happened to Lin Feng? Xiao Ruohan, in tears, stood frozen on the sofa for a few moments before hurriedly rushing to the shoe cabinet by the door. Yueyin, please take care of Nan Nan for the next couple of days. Lin Feng has been injured. I must go to Rongqing tonight. Sun Yueyin hurried to the shoe cabinet, her voice filled with urgency. Your driving skills are not the best, and it's over 200 miles from Jiangcheng to Rongqing. Driving at night is unsafe. You should go tomorrow during the day. Xiao Ruohan stubbornly shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Feng needs me by his side right now. In the darkness, an endless void surrounded Lin Feng, and he had lost track of how long he had been walking. Suddenly, a beam of blinding white light appeared not far away. Struggling to open his tightly shut eyes, he first saw a white ceiling. Then, a sharp scent of disinfectant reached his nostrils, mingled with a familiar fragrance that puzzled him. Turning his head slightly, he felt a wave of dizziness and, to his astonishment, saw Xiao Ruohan's familiar figure hunched by the edge of the bed. He froze momentarily, fighting to sit up, but inadvertently brushed his hand against Xiao Ruohan's forehead. After a moment, Xiao Ruohan slowly lifted her head. Upon seeing Lin Feng awake, her swollen eyes filled with tears that flowed uncontrollably. Lin Feng, feeling helpless and flustered, stammered, Ruohan, please don't cry. I'm fine, see? However, Xiao Ruohan's sobs intensified. Lin Feng reached out to wipe away her tears, but the moment his hand touched her delicate face, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on the back of his hand. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock as pain shot from his hand up to his head. This time, Xiao Ruohan was truly biting him, with a fierceness surpassing any previous instance. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, Lin Feng clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound. After a long while, Xiao Ruohan finally released her grip, her glistening eyes fixed intently on him. Ruohan, Lin Feng, under her penetrating gaze, felt defeated, his face etched with remorse. Lin Feng, what if something truly happened to you? What will become of Nan Nan and me? When you asked Nan Nan to inquire about me from Dad, how should I respond to her? As Xiao Ruohan spoke, her tears, which had previously ceased, began to flow anew. Lin Feng's heart, laden with guilt, ached painfully at the sound of Xiao Ruohan's cries. He held her tightly in his embrace, softly saying, Ruohan, now that you and Nan Nan care for me, I shall abandon my quest for personal heroism. In the face of danger henceforth, I will quietly retreat and play the role of coward. Half an hour later, Lin Feng managed to console the weeping Xiao Ruohan. Does it hurt? She gently caressed the deep red bite marks on Lin Feng's hand, her heart aching. As long as you are by my side, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. You have a sharp tongue, Xiao Ruohan replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Just as Lin Feng was about to retort and tease her further, the door to the hospital room was suddenly flung open. Xiao Ruohan hastily stood up from Lin Feng's embrace, her demeanor becoming reserved as she lowered her head to conceal the blush on her face. Accompanying Lin Feng's attending physician, Dr. Liu, was Song Yufei. Upon seeing Xiao Ruohan unexpectedly present in the room, she was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ruohan, noticing Song Yufei's entrance, slowly lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on her. An eerie atmosphere instantly enveloped the room. Lin Feng, caught in the eye of the storm, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine his gaze darting between Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei. Chapter 60. The sudden arena of chaos. He's fine, just a mild concussion. Lu Yuan remarked with a light chuckle after examining Lin Feng's pupils and the wound on his head. You're quite fortunate. The most vulnerable areas of your brain remain unharmed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly recall something moments later, urging, "Doctor, could you conduct a full-body examination? We must ensure there are no other issues. The patient has sustained head trauma, yet there is no damage to the nervous system." Lu Yuan began, his voice momentarily pausing before he continued. "Let me check for any additional injuries." Lin Feng's complexion shifted slightly as he discreetly concealed his right hand, which bore the mark of Xiao Ruohan's bite, beneath his sleeve. "Is that really necessary? I can tell if something feels amiss with my own body." At that moment, Song Yufei, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Lin Feng, do not be obstinate. Allow Dr. Lu to conduct a thorough examination." Lin Feng's expression stiffened upon her words. The tone in Song Yufei's voice carried an inexplicable weight, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning his head, he met Xiao Ruohan's wide-eyed gaze, and, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he complied with Dr. Lu's request. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan drew back the curtain surrounding the bed and informed Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei there are no other injuries on his body. However, Xiao Ruohan's heart tightened, her expression shifting as she anxiously inquired, "Dr. Lu, does he have any other issues?" Beside her, Song Yufei echoed with urgency, "Dr. Lu, please be forthright with us." Hearing this, Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. "You needn't be so melodramatic. Do I look like someone gravely unwell? If it weren't for the foredrip, I could easily run 1,000 meters right now." Rest assured, Lin Feng's health is quite robust. It seems he has a deep set of bite marks on the back of his hand, though it does not appear to be from a dog. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, a blush crept across Xiao Ruohan's delicate features, her gaze shyly lowering. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. "So, was my injury inflicted by a dog, or perhaps a particularly attractive Samoyed?" After speaking, he cast an odd glance at Xiao Ruohan. "Then I shall administer 3 rabies vaccinations," Lu Yuan suggested earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed deeper, and she shot Lin Feng an indignant glare before hastily interjecting, "No need, Dr. Lu. The Samoyed that bit him has already been vaccinated. It does not carry the rabies virus." Lu Yuan regarded Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan with a knowing look and replied slowly, "Very well then. We shall forego the rabies vaccine. I will have a nurse bring some alcohol to disinfect the wound shortly." Upon concluding his words, Lu Yuan turned to leave but couldn't resist casting a peculiar glance at Xiao Ruohan, cautioning her, "Do refrain from allowing that little creature to bite him again. It appears rather pitiful, with teeth marks still visible on its arm." Xiao Ruohan's delicate complexion deepened in hue, a blush blooming near her earlobes. After a brief moment, she responded softly with an affirmative sound. Once Lu Yuan departed, only Lin Feng and the 2 ladies remained in the ward. At that moment, Song Yufei furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, lost in her thoughts. Lin Feng internally sighed, realizing that the recent exchange had likely led Song Yufei to deduce the nature of his relationship with Xiao Ruohan. With this in mind, Lin Feng began to speak, intending to clarify matters with Song Yufei. Yufei, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the ward door was abruptly pushed open. Turning his head, Lin Feng saw Xie Yunxiao entering with a flustered expression. "Old Lin, how could you return from a business trip in such a state?" Upon entering, Xie Yunxiao rushed to Lin Feng's bedside, eager to examine his head. "Do not touch him," both Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances, their eyes locking momentarily. Xie Yunxiao halted mid-motion, offering an awkward smile. "Lawyer Xiao is here too." Lin Feng looked at the unexpectedly appearing Xie Yunxiao with a sense of resignation, wondering why he only appeared during critical moments. Just then, a nurse entered the ward, presenting a payment slip to Xiao Ruohan and the others. "Who among you is the patient's family member? You need to settle Lin Feng's medical expenses at the first-floor lobby." As soon as she finished speaking, both Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei reached for the payment slip simultaneously. Moments later, they locked gazes and an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. Observing this, Lin Feng coughed heavily, casting a discreet glance at Xie Yunxiao, who stood nearby. Yufei, Lawyer Xiao, allow me to handle this. Old Lin was injured on duty. As the financial manager of the company, I cannot let you incur expenses. Xie Yunxiao hurried to stand beside Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei. Under their icy stares, he took the payment slip from their hands. In the afternoon, after Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei had exited the ward, Xie Yunxiao quietly approached Lin Feng, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Old Lin, I've uncovered a significant secret. What secret? Lin Feng, pausing mid-bite of his apple, looked at Xie Yunxiao, his expression tense. Lawyer Zhao's boyfriend is currently in Rongqing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng erupted into a fit of coughing, nearly choking on Xie Yunxiao's revelation. After regaining his composure, he responded, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is not mere conjecture. I have solid evidence," Xie Yunxiao retorted impatiently. He then patiently elaborated for Lin Feng. Is it merely coincidence that both Lawyer Xiao and Yufei appeared in Rongqing simultaneously, solely for a business trip and to see you? They have all coincidentally gathered here, undoubtedly for that scoundrel. Lin Feng observed Xie Yunxiao confidently deducing the situation, feeling considerably relieved. Fortunately, Xie Yunxiao possessed a blend of half-wit and half-idiocy. She had only guessed part of the truth. Just moments ago, Xiao Ruohan and Song Fei's conspicuous actions went unnoticed. Outside the hospital room, Xiao Ruohan had just collected the medication from the lobby on the first floor and had stepped out of the elevator when she unexpectedly encountered Song Yufei, who was waiting at the elevator entrance. Lawyer Xiao, may we have a moment to converse? Xiao Ruohan's gaze sharpened, yet her demeanor remained composed as she replied in a calm tone. Certainly. I was just hoping to have a thorough discussion with Miss Song regarding Lin Feng. Chapter 61. Do you like me when you are together? Miss Song, Lin Feng is now my boyfriend. I kindly request that you maintain a respectful distance from him henceforth. Xiao Ruohan followed Song Yufei to a secluded area of the hospital. Before Song Yufei could speak, she candidly stated, "Upon hearing your words," Song Yufei's expression sharpened. Yet there was no trace of anger on her face. Instead, she inquired softly, "Does Professor Yi approve of your relationship with Lin Feng?" Xiao Ruohan's demeanor grew increasingly somber as she replied, "Concerning Lin Feng, I shall clarify matters with my parents. There is no need for you to fret about it." Song Yufei let out a light laugh. "Even if Professor Yi and the others consent, I suspect that your elders may not share the same sentiment." Xiao Ruohan's voice turned icy at that moment. "I am not my sister. Their disapproval holds little significance for me. In the future, they cannot prevent Lin Feng and me from being together." With that, she turned to leave. "Do you truly believe that Lin Feng has fallen for you?" Song Yufei suddenly asked from behind Xiao Ruohan. Xiao Ruohan halted, her expression growing colder, her brows knitting together. Song Yufei continued, unhurriedly, "You are well aware that Lin Feng's affections may not be genuine. Rather, it could be that you merely resemble Ruoru. Lin Feng and Ruoru shared 7 years of love, a bond one have never witnessed before. Therefore, it is implausible for him to have developed feelings for you so swiftly after Ruoru's passing. You may simply be a substitute for her." Each of Song Yufei's words pierced Xiao Ruohan's heart, echoing the very questions she sought to evade. Was Lin Feng truly in love with her, or did he merely see her as a sister? After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruohan's expression gradually regained its composure as she turned to face Song Yufei. "You may be right. Lin Feng's connection to me could stem from my sister. But so what? He is by my side now, and I will ensure that he falls in love with me." Xiao Ruohan wore a carefree smile, although she could not dictate Lin Feng's feelings. Her affection for him sufficed. Previously, she had wished to keep him away from other girls due to Nan's situation. However, over the course of 2 years, she had come to realize her true feelings for Lin Feng. She was determined to fight for him, unwilling to relinquish her claim. Even if you are with Lin Feng now, there is no guarantee he will develop feelings for you in the future. The future is uncertain for everyone. Therefore, Song Yufei paused slightly, then shifted her tone. "Please understand that I have not given up on Lin Feng," Xiao Ruohan coldly retorted. "Then let us wait and see." With that, she swiftly departed, leaving only the silhouette of Song Yufei in the empty corridor. As Song Yufei gazed at the vanishing figure of Xiao Ruohan, a sense of melancholy enveloped her face, and she murmured softly, Ruoru, please forgive me. During the time you were together, I could only wish you well from afar. However, now that you have been gone for 2 years, I do not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps he has forgotten me, but I will never forget that little boy from over a decade ago on a cold winter's night. In the hospital room, Lin Feng gazed at Xiao Ruohan as she entered, her brow furrowed in concern. He set aside the tablet he had been holding, his expression one of confusion. What is wrong? You seem a bit out of sorts, he remarked. Xiao Ruohan slowly approached Lin Feng, sitting at the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. It's because of you, always gallivanting about, she replied with a huff. Lin Feng was taken aback, his voice laced with tension. Didn't I explain everything about Song Yufei to you the night before last? If it weren't for Xie Yunxiao suddenly barging in, I would have already confessed our relationship to her. No need for that. I've already clarified things with her. Xiao Ruohan gently took Lin Feng's hand as she spoke. That's good. As long as you've made yourself clear, Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, earnestly asking, Lin Feng, tell me honestly, do you like me because you truly care for me? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he averted his gaze momentarily. After a few seconds, he declared loudly, Of course I like you. Otherwise, how could you be my girlfriend? With that, he embraced Xiao Ruohan tightly. In such moments, when a boyfriend is asked if he likes his girlfriend, the answer must surely be affirmative, unless one is lacking in sanity. Deep down, Lin Feng was aware that his affection for Xiao Ruohan was not entirely pure. The root of his turmoil always circled back to the one who had departed. Xiao Ruohan lay quietly in Lin Feng's embrace, feeling the warmth he provided, gradually finding peace within herself. Eventually, she fell into a stable slumber in his arms. Lin Feng, looking down at the peacefully sleeping girl, felt a twinge of sorrow. Earlier, when his mother Jianglan had called, Lin Feng learned that Xiao Ruohan had driven all night from Jiangcheng upon hearing of his injury. She had driven for 5 or 6 hours straight in the dead of night. Lin Feng still felt a chill of apprehension, given Xiao Ruohan's driving skills. The thought of such a long drive on the dark highway was daunting. Thankfully, she arrived safely in Rongqing. Had anything happened akin to Xiao Ruohan's situation, Lin Feng could hardly fathom how he would cope. Awakening to such news would surely drive him mad. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Feng sat by the window, watching as the sun gradually sank behind the snow-capped mountains. The sky twinkled with the first stars of the evening. Just then, Xie Yunxiao entered the hospital room, carrying a thermos, and exclaimed, How come you're out of bed? Didn't the doctor advise you to rest? Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng turned his head, quietly gesturing towards the bed, urging in a hushed tone, Lower your voice. Ruohan is still asleep. Xie Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously approached Lin Feng, inquiring with surprise, Why is Lawyer Xiao still here? Isn't she with her boyfriend? Lin Feng cast a faint glance at Xie Yunxiao, contemplating within himself. Regardless of whether Xie Yunxiao could deduce the truth, he pondered if he might be bolder with Xiao Ruohan in the future. Where has Yufei been? I haven't seen her all afternoon. Has she returned to Jiangcheng? Lin Feng accepted the chopsticks from Xie Yunxiao's hand. After a moment of thought, Xie Yunxiao replied, She is probably still at the police station giving her statement. He then continued, Old Lin, have you gotten into any trouble in Rongqing? According to Yufei, that group of ruffians seems to be targeting you. Lin Feng's grip on the chopsticks faltered slightly as he gazed at the solitary bird perched on a distant tree. Turning his head slowly, he remarked, I have a general idea of who it might be. Chapter 62. You have long set sail on this ship outside the police station. Song Yufei sat alone in her car, her gaze gradually deepening with contemplation. Moments ago, while giving her statement at the precinct, Officer Wu informed her that they had apprehended the group led by the blonde-haired man. However, the man insisted vehemently that he acted alone, without any influence or involvement from others. Song Yufei found it implausible. It was evident that someone was attempting to coerce him into taking full responsibility. With that thought, her expression turned notably frigid. After a prolonged hesitation within the confines of her vehicle, she finally picked up her phone and dialed the number of a person she had hoped never to contact again. As the call connected, a joyous male voice resonated through the receiver. "You, what made you think to call me?" Song Yufei's expression momentarily lost focus before she coolly responded. "Could you assist me in locating someone? If you are unwilling, then it is of no consequence." I am willing. The man on the other end hastily replied. "As long as it is in Rongqing, I will search high and low to find whoever you seek." Upon hearing this, the chill in Song Yufei's demeanor began to thaw. "Please investigate a person named Jiang Feng and see who he has been in contact with recently." "Certainly. I will commence the search immediately and ensure that I have news for you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest," the man assured her. He then continued to express concern. "How have you been faring in Jiangqing? If you're unhappy, you're always welcome to return to Rongqing. My home will always embrace you." As his words lingered, the calmness on Song Yufei's countenance swiftly reverted to ice. "Cui Mingjing, you abandoned my mother and me to marry that woman. I am no longer a member of the Cui family, so do not entertain the notion of my return. My mother and I are thriving in Jiangqing, and I implore you not to disrupt our lives." Without allowing Cui Mingjing a chance to respond, she abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa district in the eastern part of Rongqing, where every inch of land was precious and only the affluent could reside, a middle-aged man listened with a wry smile to the sound of the call disconnecting. With a gentle gaze, he picked up a framed photograph from the table, revealing a picture of Song Yufei from her university days. "My dear daughter, I once wronged you and your mother. Now, should you desire the stars in the sky, I shall find a way to bring them down for you." In a hospital room, Lin Feng sat dazed on the edge of the bed, gazing tenderly at the sleeping Xiao Ruohan. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him. "Why am I sleeping on your hospital bed?" Lin Feng smiled softly and gently touched her adorable little nose. "Last night, my adorable Samyed kept vigil over me, sacrificing her sleep, which tugged at my heartstrings. I allowed her to rest soundly on the bed." Xiao Ruohan, pouting adorably, snuggled in bed, displaying her affection. "Understanding my concern, I hope she refrains from causing further worry for Nan Nan and me in the future." Lin Feng held Xiao Ruohan close, whispering tenderly against her forehead. Moments later, Xiao Ruohan slowly lifted her head, gazing at Lin Feng's bandaged head, her heart aching as she remarked, "Serves you right. You wanted to be the hero rescuing a damsel in distress, helping your junior. Now you've become the target of disdain, ending up in the hospital." Lin Feng, taken aback, asked in astonishment, "How did you know?" Earlier that afternoon, he had suspected that Zhou Qian harbored resentment and had sent someone to trouble him. With the assistance of a senior from Rongqing, he had uncovered the connection to Zhou Qian. How did Xiao Ruohan learn of it before him? Playfully, Xiao Ruohan replied, "I knew before you even woke up. My uncle is the director of the police bureau in Rongqing. I had him investigate your whereabouts and encounters over the past few days. You tried to recruit your junior into Fengye, and that student named Zhou Qian secretly came to cause you trouble, didn't she?" Lin Feng sighed. "It seems that my every action is under your surveillance. Is it too late to regret?" "It's too late. You're already in my grasp, and you shall never escape in this lifetime," Xiao Ruohan declared firmly, clutching Lin Feng's hand. "Then it appears I am bound to your ship for life," Lin Feng mused. Xiao Ruohan huffed lightly, regarding Lin Feng. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling? You've already boarded my vessel. How could I have not realized I was aboard your ship? When did that happen?" Lin Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's expression stiffened before she swiftly changed the subject. "Lin Feng, what do you plan to do about Zhou Qian?" Lin Feng, unaware of the shift in Xiao Ruohan's demeanor, hesitated briefly before responding, "I will hand over the evidence to the police and let the law take its course regarding Zhou Qian. Considering she is still a prospective college graduate, I won't pursue her with undue severity." Xiao Ruohan's gaze turned icy as she retorted coldly, "That's unacceptable. Although she is still a student, she is already over 18. She had people injure you and put you in the hospital. If she isn't severely punished, what good is my role as her lawyer?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, teasing, "I didn't realize that lawyer Xiao could be so vindictive. My man is not someone who can be bullied so easily." Xiao Ruohan, replied with a huff. Outside Rongqing University, Zhou Qian approached Zhou Yun, her expression tense. Aunt, you must help me. The police just questioned me. I don't want to go to jail. Zhou Qian's face was grim as she scolded. How could you be so foolish, just like your inept father? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, someone actually dared to incite violence against Lin Feng, resulting in him being hospitalized. At this moment, Zhou Qian's face reflected a heightened sense of urgency. Aunt, how could I have known that Brother Feng would strike so severely? I merely intended to teach that Lin Feng a lesson. Now, this has escalated into such a grave situation. Aunt, please help me devise a plan. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Yun lifted her head and replied, Isn't your mother, who married into the Gu family, the one who paid to silence Jiang Feng? For now, you should simply attend your classes at school and act as if nothing has transpired. They lack evidence and cannot take any action against you. Zhou Qian hastily nodded in agreement. Suddenly, at that moment, the ringtone of Zhou Qian's phone pierced the air, and upon glancing at the caller information on the screen, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her once more. Chapter 63. Do you like calling me your wife? This is Officer Wu Yong from the Jiangxi Police Department in Rongqing. I have a case that requires your immediate cooperation at the police station. Upon hearing the request for her presence at the police station, Zhou Qian's expression turned frantic. But didn't the police already interview me this afternoon? There has been new progress in Lin Feng's case, thus necessitating your further questioning at the station. On the other end of the call, Wu Yong spoke in a gentle tone to reassure Zhou Qian while instructing an officer nearby to locate her position. Moments later, Zhou Qian hastily hung up the phone, her face tense as she glanced at her aunt, Zhou Yun. Aunt, the police want me to go to the station now for an investigation. Has Jiang Feng confessed? Zhou Yun fell silent for a few moments before responding, her tone grave. That should not be the case. Your mother paid him a substantial sum. After contemplating further, she added, You cannot think of evading this. The police have countless ways to find you. You must go to the station and firmly assert that you have no connection to Lin Feng's matter. I will call your mother to assist you. After all, you are her biological daughter, and she won't abandon you in your time of need. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's tense expression slightly eased, though worry still lingered in her eyes. The following morning, the weather in Rongqing was clear. After a night of heavy rain, in the small courtyard outside the hospital, Xiao Ruohan sat with Lin Feng in a gazebo. As Lin Feng inhaled the fresh air following the rain, he was reminded of the earthy scent that filled the atmosphere. This was the first time in 7 or 8 years of living in the city that he had experienced such a nostalgic aroma. Noticing Lin Feng relaxing with his eyes closed, Xiao Ruohan retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket. She unwrapped it and unexpectedly fed it to Lin Feng. Is it sweet? Lin Feng's expression shifted in surprise as he opened his eyes to find Xiao Ruohan smiling beside him. Where did you get this candy? Since entering middle school, it had been his first encounter with such a treat, evoking memories of sneaking sweets from the family jar during his childhood. Xiao Ruohan giggled. Just now, a little boy complimented my beauty and gave me 2 pieces of white rabbit candy. Lin Feng pretended to be slightly annoyed, extending his palm toward her. Hand it over. What? Xiao Ruohan looked puzzled. The other piece of white rabbit candy. That little rascal dares to try to win my affection while I am away? Xiao Ruohan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, then playfully placed the other candy into his hand, teasing, I didn't expect you to be so possessive. That little boy merely gifted me 2 pieces of candy, and you're already jealous. If other boys give me gifts in the future, will you be even more envious? That would be unacceptable. If any boy dares to present you with a gift in the future, I shall cast him into the river, Lin Feng declared. Holding Xiao Ruohan tightly in his embrace, his voice filled with indignation. Are you truly jealous? Xiao Ruohan gazed at the irate Lin Feng, her eyes wide with surprise. Of course I am jealous. You are my wife. How could I not be angry? A sweetness filled Xiao Ruohan's heart as she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's and gently kissed his cheek, murmuring softly, I enjoy hearing you call me your wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng tightened his hold on Xiao Ruohan, leaning slowly towards her lips. Lin Feng, this is not appropriate. Shall we return to our room? Xiao Ruohan understood Lin Feng's intentions, her voice tinged with shyness. Lin Feng did not reply. Instead, he possessively cradled her head, his eyes brimming with desire as he pressed his lips to hers. Xiao Ruohan's gaze gradually became hazy. At that moment, a youthful, jubilant voice broke through the air beside them. "Beautiful sister?" Xiao Ruohan's eyes instantly sharpened, and she hurriedly extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace. Her cheeks flushed like a small white rabbit hiding its head. Lin Feng helplessly stared at the little boy standing not far away. The boy appeared to be of similar age to his daughter, clad in an ill-fitting hospital gown, clutching a paper kite. His sparkling, inquisitive eyes scrutinized Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. As the boy recognized Xiao Ruohan's face, he joyfully bounded over. Beautiful sister, beautiful sister." Hearing the boy repeatedly call for her, Xiao Ruohan slowly lifted her head, a smile brightening her rosy cheeks. She immediately crouched down, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. "Tong Tong, why are you outside? Your mother will be looking for you soon." Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze as he glanced at Xiao Ruohan, astonished. "Do you know him?" Xiao Ruohan softly replied. "He is the little boy who previously gave me milk candy." "Oh, so you're the little rascal who wishes to steal my wife," Lin Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. With that, he reached out to pat the boy's head, but the little boy swiftly dodged Lin Feng's hand, planting his hands on his hips and staring defiantly at him. "Hey, beautiful sister, is this strange uncle bullying you?" Lin Feng widened his eyes, somewhat irritated. "You call her beautiful sister and me strange uncle? This beautiful sister is now my girlfriend. You should refer to me as handsome brother." "No way. You are just a strange uncle, and, just like the teacher said, a big rogue." "Hey, is this little rascal looking for trouble? What if I bully your beautiful sister? In fact, I intend to bully her often from now on." With that, Lin Feng brazenly pulled Xiao Ruohan into his embrace. Tears began to well in the little boy's eyes as he glared at Lin Feng. "You bad man. The police uncle will arrest you." Xiao Ruohan, witnessing this, shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. "You are already so grown up, yet you behave like a child." Xiao Ruohan knelt beside the little boy, gently wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. "Tong Tong, this strange uncle did not bully your sister. Our relationship is akin to that of your father and mother." Gradually, the boy ceased his sobbing, gazing blankly at Lin Feng. "Is that true?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is true. How could this strange uncle possibly mistreat your beautiful sister when he cares for her so deeply?" Lin Feng replied with a playful smile. At that moment, a woman's anxious voice echoed through the courtyard, calling for Tong Tong. The little boy turned his gaze toward the source of the sound for a moment, then looked back at Xiao Ruohan. "Beautiful sister, my mother has come to find me. If this strange uncle ever bothers you again, remember to seek help from the police." With that, he handed the kite in his hand to Xiao Ruohan. Chapter 64. The Ming family of Rongqing Lin Feng observed the departing figure of the little boy, chuckling softly. "Fortunately, my dear one is a considerate little darling, unlike this mischievous boy." Xiao Ruohan rose from the ground with a cold snort. "Isn't the little boy adorable? So charming. When I was heavily pregnant, I thought I was having a boy." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. Lin Feng, taken aback, grasped Xiao Ruohan's hand and smiled cheerfully. "Then we should have a brother for Nan Nan in the future." "I refuse. Giving birth is so painful." "Painful? How would you know, having never given birth?" Xiao Ruohan's expression stiffened, and she suddenly exclaimed in anger, "It's painful. Isn't that what they say online? You are not a woman. How could you possibly understand our suffering in childbirth?" Startled by Xiao Ruohan's sudden outburst, Lin Feng hurriedly embraced her, soothingly saying, all right. If we don't want to have another, then we want tea. After all, having just Nan Nan at home is sufficient. Who said we shouldn't? Wouldn't it be nice to have a brother for Nan Nan to keep her company?" Xiao Ruohan looked dreamily optimistic. "Ah," Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, noting how Xiao Ruohan had become as unreasonable as other women. At noon, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan strolled around the hospital before returning after their meal. As they exited the elevator, they immediately noticed two young men clad in black suits and sunglasses standing at the entrance of the ward. "Who are these two? They look like two guardians. Did you arrange this?" Lin Feng queried, glancing at Xiao Ruohan with suspicion. Xiao Ruohan shook her head, exasperated. "These two resemble bodyguards from a television show. Do you think I would be so dull? Let us go and ask them she said, pulling Lin Feng along. Excuse me. You cannot enter this ward. The two men in black interjected before Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan could even inquire. This is my private ward. Why can't I enter? Lin Feng's expression turned increasingly frosty as he spoke in a low voice. One of the men removed his sunglasses and scrutinized Lin Feng, exclaiming in surprise. You are Lin Feng? I am not Lin Feng. Are you? Lin Feng replied, feeling a hint of disdain at the man's gaze. The man, unfazed, responded coolly. My wife has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Please mind your tone once you enter. The man's words further chilled Xiao Ruohan's demeanor. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. With a calm expression, he pushed open the door, curious to see which noble lady warranted such an elaborate reception. Inside the ward, as Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan entered, they beheld a woman in her 40s, adorned with a hat, seated on the sofa. Beside her stood a young lady holding a coat. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the woman, and he was momentarily taken aback. She bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Qian. Could she be the mother of Zhou Qian? Lin Feng had conducted an investigation yesterday. Zhou Qian's mother, Wang Yi, divorced shortly after giving birth to Zhou Qian and later married into the Rongqing Ming family, becoming the wife of Ming Tianhao. At that moment, Wang Yi noticed Lin Feng and the approaching Xiao Ruohan. Initially taken aback by Xiao Ruohan's beauty, her gaze then shifted to Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng, correct? I am Lin Feng, and you must be Zhou Qian's mother, Wang Yi? Lin Feng replied calmly. Wang Yi's expression momentarily faltered before she regarded Lin Feng with disdain. It seems you possess some skill, having uncovered my identity. I shall not beat around the bush. Zhou Qian is my daughter. I offer you 200,000, and we can put an end to any matters between you and her. As she spoke, she gestured for a young woman beside her to present a bank card worth 200,000 to Lin Feng. 200,000? Lin Feng chuckled softly. While that may have been enticing upon my university graduation, it holds no allure for me now. Mrs. Wang, if you had come sincerely to apologize, I would certainly not hold your daughter accountable. But do you exhibit any genuine remorse? Lin Feng could not abide Wang Yi's haughty demeanor, as if her daughter Zhou Qian were the true victim. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, the blow from that yellow-haired man could have proved fatal, leaving him in a state of eternal unconsciousness. At that moment, the young woman before Lin Feng spoke haughtily. You're turning down a gracious offer? Our lady has personally come to seek you out, which is already a considerable favor. Xiao Ruohan, standing nearby, retorted coldly, is the Ming family of Rongqing so domineering? Mrs. Wang, do not forget that your family's wealth is merely a product of national benefits, having only risen in prominence over the past 2 decades. The law of the land still governs, and the Ming family cannot wield absolute power in Rongqing. Wang Yi's expression darkened as she slowly rose from the sofa. Such a sharp-tongued young lady. My family has held sway in Rongqing for over 20 years, and you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. I offer you one last chance. Take the 200,000 or prepare for a relentless struggle against my family. Lin Feng scoffed. Mrs. Wang, how do you think Ming Tianhao would feel knowing you are willing to sacrifice over 20 years of the Ming family's reputation to bully others for your ex-husband's daughter? Furthermore, I am aware that your esteemed daughter has always held reservations about you. Wang Yi furrowed her brow, realizing that Lin Feng was not as naive as Zhou Qian. The fact that he had uncovered so much sensitive information about the Ming family in such a short time suggested he possessed both connections and influence. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, I have no desire to provoke the Ming family in Rongqing. Consider today as if you never came. As for your daughter hiring someone to inflict harm, that will be judged according to the laws of Huagua. The young woman, supporting the standing Wang Yi, spoke with anger. Lin Feng, you truly are ungrateful. How dare you threaten our lady? Wang Yi suddenly interjected. Silence, Secretary Liu. Madam, they are bullying you, especially when there is no one from the Ming family present. Secretary Liu urgently interjected. Wang Yi cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng and, as she passed by him, offered a warning, young man. Sometimes it is wise to lower your stance. Otherwise, you may find yourself battered and bruised. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And our Ming family has been established in Rongqing for over 20 years. Lin Feng chuckled softly at her words and replied earnestly, I cannot say whether I am a strong dragon, but your Ming family is certainly not a mere local snake in Rongqing. Wang Yi's expression shifted from anger to delight. Good. I shall await the outcome and see who prevails in this contest, she declared before pushing open the door and departing. Lin Feng. Wang Yi is undoubtedly not as simple as she appears, Xiao Ruohan cautioned in a serious tone. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that Wang Yi, having stood resilient as the second wife of Ming Tianhao for over a decade, must possess exceptional qualities. However, it was certain that some individuals were already eager to seek him out for collaboration. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed. Lin Feng glanced at the message on his screen and smiled faintly. Chapter 65. Lin Feng's Ambition. Greetings, sir. May I inquire if you have a prior appointment? In a high-end tea house in Rongqing, Lin Feng, wearing a black hat and adorned with a scarf recently purchased by Xiao Ruohan, approached the front desk to inquire. Has Miss Ming from Room 8 arrived? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the young receptionist's tone softened, her demeanor more cordial. Are you Mr. Lin Feng? Miss Ming specifically instructed me that upon your arrival, you may proceed directly to Room 8. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and followed the staff upstairs to the second floor of the tea house. Mr. Lin Feng, Miss Ming is waiting for you ahead. The staff opened the door to the private room for Lin Feng. Upon entering, he was taken aback, pondering whether the lives of the affluent were truly this extravagant. This was no mere private room, but rather an open-air garden in the sky. Within, there were artificial mountains, pavilions, and a variety of exotic fish, alongside numerous precious flowers and trees. At that moment, in the center of this garden, a slender woman dressed in a qipao sat in a small pavilion, engrossed in a book. Beside her was another woman preparing tea. As she heard Lin Feng's footsteps approaching, she set down her book and graciously rose to welcome him. I have long heard of Mr. Lin Feng's esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you in person. After hearing this, Lin Feng took a seat before the woman, maintaining a calm expression. Miss Ming, let us not beat around the bush. May I ask what prompted your invitation today? Lin Feng's voice faltered momentarily, for the woman before him was none other than Mingyu, the eldest daughter of the Ming family in Rongqing, the sole offspring of Ming Tianhao's first legitimate wife. I invited you here today, Mr. Lin Feng, and I trust someone as astute as yourself has already discerned my intentions. Mingyu placed a cup of brewed tea before him. Lin Feng's gaze briefly flicked to the book on the nearby table, a smile gracing his lips. It appears that Miss Ming does not aspire to be Lin Daiyu, but rather wishes to be Shui Baochai of the Ming family. Many women yearn to be Lin Daiyu, yet being born into the Ming family necessitates competition. I wish to be Shui Baochai of the Ming family, and I wonder if Mr. Lin Feng would assist me in this endeavor. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea, a hint of self-deprecation in his demeanor. What ability do I possess to aid you? Your family's renowned lady, Wang Shifeng, holds considerable influence in Rongqing. Assisting you would surely incite her ire. However, you have already incurred her displeasure. I am quite familiar with her character. She has likely harbored resentment towards you for some time. As for your capabilities, I suspect you are not merely an ordinary individual, given your ability to uncover the numerous secrets of the Ming family in such a short span. Furthermore, Mr. Lin Feng's visit to Rongqing is not solely for the university recruitment event, is it? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his attention fixed on Mingyu. Miss Ming truly possesses extensive connections to be aware of this. It seems my background has already been thoroughly investigated by her. While my ostensible purpose for coming to Rongqing is the university recruitment, there are indeed other matters at play. When the matter was of such utmost confidentiality, it was rather surprising for Lin Feng to learn that Mingyu was aware of it. Mingyu gently shook her head, expressing that her inquiry was merely a cursory investigation and requested Lin Feng not to take offense. Mr. Lin Feng, since you are so earnest in your confession, I would like to present my conditions. Please feel free to state your conditions, and within my capacity, I shall certainly comply, Lin Feng replied. He was aware that the Ming family possessed a portion of their enterprises related to the computer and internet sectors, and he hoped they could entrust this segment to Feng Ye. Lin Feng was making a bold proposal, seeking to collaborate with the Ming family on the internet business in Rongqing. The rationale behind this request was that the market in Jiangsheng was simply too limited. Previously, Lin Feng's sole ambition was to develop that game. deeming an annual income of 3 to 4 million sufficient for him and Nan to sustain their lives. However, now that he was in a relationship with Xiao Ruohan, Lin Feng understood that once their romance became public, they would face considerable opposition from the Xiao family. Mingyu pondered seriously upon hearing this, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Lin Feng was in no rush, savoring his tea and allowing Mingyu the time to contemplate. Mr. Lin Feng, it appears you are not the tranquil individual I had envisioned. Your ambitions are indeed substantial. Merely the Jiangxing market cannot satiate your appetite. You also wish to target the market in Rongqing. However, considering the scale of Fengye, do you possess the capability to capture the Rongqing market? Lin Feng chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, Ms. Ming, have you not heard that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish? Your family's rise was also due to your father's decision to forsake a stable job and strive for success. Expanding Fengye's market in Rongqing presents both opportunities and risks. Yet I am eager to seize this chance. Mingyu slowly rose, extending her right hand and speaking coldly. Mr. Lin Feng, since you possess such audacity, I can relinquish a portion of the Ming family's market in Rongqing. However, you must assist me in ousting Wang Yi from the position of Executive Vice President of the Ming Group. Agreed, Ms. Ming. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lin Feng responded as he stood and grasped Ming Yu's somewhat cold hand. Ms. Ming, is Lin Feng truly capable of this? Being merely the vice president of a medium-sized enterprise in Jiangxing, can he contend with Wang Yi, a young woman who had remained silent until now? Inquired as she watched Lin Feng's departing figure. Mingyu resumed her hold on the book Dream of the Red Chamber and remarked distantly, Qingwei, do you know which character from this book I favor the most? Huang Qingwei pondered for a moment. Surely, it must be Wang Shifeng, who can manage the entire Jia family's finances, or perhaps Jia Mu, who governs the family's future. Mingyu gently shook her head, her expression unchanging. Neither. It is not Lin Daiyu, nor Shui Baochai, nor any of the other 12 beauties, but rather, it is Lin Daiyu's teacher, Jia Yuzuan, who ultimately led to the downfall of the Jia family. Jia Yuzuan? The Jia family aided him during their decline, yet he repaid their kindness with enmity. Is Ms. Ming truly fond of him? Huang Qingwei expressed her disbelief. I implore you to read Dream of the Red Chamber with a more discerning eye. Mingyu gently tapped Huang Qingyue's head. The true benefactor of Jia Yuzuan was Lin Ruohai. His ultimate act of seizing Jia Mansion was likely in revenge for the deceased Lin Daiyu. After a brief pause, Mingyu continued earnestly. Do you not perceive the similarities between Lin Feng and Jia Yuzuan? On the surface, they seem vulnerable to anyone's bullying. Yet Lin Feng conceals the most profound depths. The century-old noble family of the Jiangxing region, the Xiao family, shares a unique connection with him. Furthermore, our own Shui family's illegitimate daughter in Rongqing maintains an ambiguous relationship with him. As for his capabilities, being able to navigate freely in that realm, I cannot believe he is merely an ordinary merchant. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Huang Qingwei pondered for a few seconds and replied seriously, Ming, if you continue to collaborate with him, what if this leads to inviting a wolf into the fold? Mingyu sighed lightly. This endeavor is also for the benefit of the Ming family. You are aware that despite our family's seemingly prosperous exterior, we're no longer on par with the other 3 families. Wang Yi has already stirred up a conflict with Lin Feng, and given her disposition, she will undoubtedly seek trouble with him. I can only hope that the Ming family navigates this storm with stability, while simultaneously consolidating control over our house. Chapter 66. Expanding greatly and creating brilliance anew. Have you reached an agreement with a young lady from the Ming family? As Xiao Ruohan saw Lin Feng enter, she soon exited the tea house, her expression tinged with curiosity. Lin Feng settled into the car, his brow furrowed as he regarded Xiao Ruohan. The young lady from the Ming family was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. While she sought to cultivate my favor, she simultaneously aimed to oust Wang Yi from her position as the CEO of the Ming Group. Xiao Ruohan, after assessing Lin Feng's demeanor, spoke in a low voice. Since last year, Ming Tianhao has been gravely ill, and now most of the power within the Ming Group rests in Wang Yi's hands. However, her expression shifted to one of concern as she paused for a few seconds before continuing. You need not exacerbate the conflict between me and Wang Yi. Just like before, focus on your work at Fengye in peace. I'll handle the elders of the Xiao family. Lin Feng turned to embrace Xiao Ruohan tenderly, his heart aching at the thought of her facing the tempestuous Xiao family alone. As a man, how can I merely stand behind you while you confront the storms of the Xiao family? He had contemplated collaborating with Mingyu for quite some time and recognized that he could not forfeit this opportunity for Fengye's growth. Yet, he was apprehensive about the dangers that might await her in Rongqing. Knowing Wang, it would be formidable. Xiao Ruohan's face bore worry. Lin Feng released her, his expression resolute as he reassured her, "You must trust me. I failed to fulfill the promise I made to your sister, but this time I shall proudly bring you into my family." Lin Feng, honestly, I do not require elaborate ceremonies or extravagant adornments. I only wish for a peaceful life spent with you and Nan Nan. Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion, grasping Xiao Ruohan's hand tightly. "Very well. Let us strive towards this dream together." "Old Lin, why have you and Lawyer Xiao arrived only now? Yu Fei and I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Outside a trendy hot pot restaurant in the urban village of Rongqing, Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng had just parked the car when Xie Xiao hurried towards them, a hint of complaint in his tone. Lin Feng shot a helpless glance at Xie Xiao and retorted, "What were you thinking, eating Jiangxing-style hot pot in Rongqing?" Xie Xiao glanced at Xiao Ruohan beside Lin Feng, lowering his voice to whisper, "This trendy hot pot restaurant is a must-visit in Rongqing. Not only can we enjoy hot pot, but we can also admire beautiful women. It's an essential spot for single men like us." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the somewhat revealing attire of some women within the establishment. Were it not for the enticing aroma of hot pot, he might have mistaken this place for a bar. However, the owner of this establishment was undeniably astute, employing such tactics to attract patrons. Lin Feng noted that most of the diners indulging in hot pot were men. Indeed, the allure of food and beauty is a fundamental human trait. On the second floor, outside a private room, Xiao Ruohan had been frowning since entering the restaurant. She seemed rather discontent with the establishment's atmosphere. Xie Xiao accompanied Lin Feng, leisurely strolling behind, observing Xiao Ruohan ahead. He whispered, "Why is Lawyer Xiao still by your side? Isn't she off to find her boyfriend?" Lin Feng cast an odd glance at Xie Xiao and replied nonchalantly, "Who says she isn't? She has been with her boyfriend all day." Xie Xiao lightly tapped Lin Feng's arm, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "This scoundrel is truly enigmatic." And Yu Fei is as tight-lipped as ever, revealing not a shred of information about this man. "Do you possess any insights from Lawyer Xiao?" Lin Feng sighed with a sense of helplessness, pondering how he sometimes wished to disclose the truth to this foolish friend. In the private room, as Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan entered together, they caught the gaze of Song Yufei. Lin Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness. Xiao Ruohan had already informed Song Yufei about their respective romantic entanglements. Yet, it seems Song Yufei showed no signs of relinquishing her interest, her gaze toward Lin Feng growing bolder. Overwhelmed by Song Yufei's intense stare, Lin Feng hastily lowered his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruohan remained composed, sitting down with ease before Song Yufei. At the dining table, just as Lin Feng savored a slice of fresh tripe, he heard Song Yufei's voice. "Lin Feng, we have thoroughly investigated the individual who instigated Jiang Feng to trouble us that night. The mastermind behind it is Zhou Qian, whom you previously rejected." Lin Feng slowly set down his chopsticks, responding gravely, "I am aware. Zhou Qian harbors resentment due to my refusal to accept her into Fengye. Do you know that Zhou Qian's mother is Wang Yi from a Ming family, one of the 4 prominent families in Rongqing?" Song Yufei continued, "I have intel that Wang Yi is maneuvering connections to secure Zhou Qian's release." Lin Feng looked at Song Yufei with surprise, having sensed her enigmatic nature during their university days. A freshly graduated student, with a mother who was merely an ordinary doctor, could effortlessly provide 1 million in funding at the inception of their venture. Now, she had uncovered the secrets between Zhou Qian and Wang Yi. It appeared that Song Yufei was concealing some matters from them. We're the 4 prominent families of Rongqing. How would I know? Xie Xiao, engrossed in his meal, raised his head in confusion. Xiao Ruohan set down her chopsticks and explained, The four families are led by the Luo, Shi, Cui, and Ming families, all of which wield substantial influence in Rongqing's business sector. They have formed the Rongqing Chamber of Commerce in conjunction with various small to medium enterprises. Generally, external companies seeking to enter Rongqing must secure their approval. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunxiao's expression shifted, and he hurriedly addressed Lin Feng. Then why did you ask me to gather information on the internet industry in Rongqing over the past few days? Wang is Zhou Qian's mother and also a member of the Ming family. Can we still penetrate the Rongqing market with Fengye? Lin Feng responded with a faint smile. Speaking earnestly, the Ming family is currently embroiled in significant internal strife. I have formed an alliance with Mingyu. As long as we assist her in gaining control over the Ming family, she will allocate a portion of Rongqing's market operations to Fengye. Xie Yunxiao's face lit up with joy as he embraced Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, "It seems your injury was truly worthwhile. As long as Fengye establishes a firm foothold in Rongqing, we can expand and thrive, achieving greatness once more." Ha ha! At that moment, Song Yufei furrowed her brows slightly and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "In truth, you need not take the risk of collaborating with Mingyu. I also have ways to secure the approval of the four prominent families for Fengye to enter the Rongqing market." Lin Feng shook his head gently, explaining, "Wang Yi harbors even greater animosity towards me now. Collaborating with Mingyu is also a strategy to bring her down. Otherwise, Fengye would undoubtedly find impossible to make any progress in Rongqing in the future. As for the outcome, we shall see tomorrow." Chapter 67. Using a knife to kill, destroying the bridge after crossing the following day at the Ming family estate in Rongqing. "Miss, the madam has now departed from the Ming family." In a study on the second floor, the steward of the Ming family, Zheng Fu, stood respectfully before Mingyu. Mingyu slowly lifted her gaze from her desk, focusing on Zheng Fu. "Uncle Fu, how many years have you served the Ming family?" "I have been with Chairman Ming since the eldest lady was born, working in the Ming family for over 20 years, Zheng Fu replied, bowing slightly in deference. Upon hearing this, Mingyu's expression turned reflective. "Did my mother recruit you to the Ming family? Before she passed away, she told me that you were the most trustworthy person in the entire Ming family, second only to my father. Uncle Ifu, do you think I can still trust you now?" Mingyu's eyes bore into Zheng Fu. "Miss," Zheng Fu began, "the madam has done me a great favor. She aided me in my times of hardship. Apart from Chairman Ming, I have always been sincere and devoted to you." Mingyu rose from her desk and approached the window, gazing at the vast snow-capped mountains beyond the plains of Rongqing, her voice icy. "Uncle Fu, my father is gravely ill. You have watched me grow since childhood. I've always regarded you as my elder. Today, I intend to reclaim control of the Ming group." Zheng Fu followed closely behind Mingyu, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Miss, I will always stand by your side and support. However, if you aim to expel the madam from the group and relinquish the Ming family's presence in some of Rongqing's internet markets, Chairman Ming will not permit such actions." Mingyu let out a light laugh, turning her gaze to Zheng Fu. "Uncle Fu, do you truly believe I wish to concede these markets to Lin Feng?" Zheng Fu's expression faltered momentarily, and he hastily replied, "Isn't the eldest lady already in talks for collaboration with Lin Feng?" Mingyu responded nonchalantly, "That is merely a temporary measure. Lin Feng possesses considerable backing, yet these markets are integral to the Ming family's core business. I shall not waver in protecting the foundation of our family. Otherwise, we will surely fall behind in competition with the other three families." "But miss, are you not afraid of potential retaliation from Lin Feng afterward?" Zheng Fu inquired, perplexed. Mingyu remained silent for a few seconds, then analyzed. Lin Feng's support primarily stems from the Xiao family in Jiangcheng, alongside the illegitimate daughter of the Cui family and certain others. His connection to the Xiao family is merely through a child with the late Miss Xiao, which has yet to be acknowledged by the elder generations. As for the Cui family's illegitimate daughter, I doubt that the Cui family's eldest son would allow Song Yufei to return to their ranks. Regarding those other connections, they will not overstep to assist Lin Feng. After hearing Mingyu's analysis, Zheng Fu understood that she did not regard Lin Feng as a threat. Her intention to engage with him was likely to utilize him as a means to eliminate Wang. After leaving Mingyu's study, Zheng Fu made his way alone to a small courtyard within the estate. He traversed the tranquil garden path, arriving at the pavilion by a small pond in the courtyard. Chairman, the young lady has taken action against the madam. Zheng Fu spoke respectfully in a hushed tone to the middle-aged man seated in a wheelchair within the pavilion. The man in the wheelchair was none other than Ming Tianhao of the Ming family. At that moment, his complexion was pallid, bearing a sickly appearance, as he tremulously raised his hand to scatter bait into the small pond, provoking the fish within to fiercely vie for it. "Old brother, what do you think of the chances of Xiao Yu against Wang Yi?" Zheng Fu hastily stepped forward, supporting Ming Tianhao's hand, and spoke in a low voice. "I am utterly ignorant of the business world and cannot gauge the young lady's chances of success this time." You old sly fox." Ming Tianhao replied with a smile, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he inquired slowly, "What is your perspective on the catalyst this time?" The young man named Lin Feng? Upon hearing this, Zheng Fu pondered earnestly, his expression tinged with concern. The young lady intends to utilize Lin Feng as a knife to eliminate the madam, yet afterward, she may not wish to honor her promise. I worry that Lin Feng might retaliate against the Ming family later. Ming Tianhao gradually withdrew his smile. Xiao Yu's vision remains too narrow, lacking foresight. After all, Lin Feng has special ties with Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning. The Xiao family in Jiangcheng will not sit idly by. That old coot, Cui Dongshan, has a particular fondness for his illegitimate daughter. Had it not been for his incompetent son, he would have long reclaimed her into the Cui family. Moreover, Lin Feng's recognition by such circles indicates he possesses national backing. Upon hearing Ming Tianhao's words, Zheng Fu grew anxious. "Chairman, what shall we do now? If the young lady fails to fulfill her promise to Lin Feng, it will surely create enemies for the Ming family." Ming Tianhao, however, remained remarkably composed. Regardless of the outcome of today's contest between Xiao Yu and Wang Yi, the Ming family must concede a portion of the internet market in Rongqing to Lin Feng. After speaking, Ming Tianhao cast a peculiar gaze upon the fish foraging in the water and continued, "Having known Wang Yi for over a decade, I understand her well. This time, she is particularly reckless, which is uncharacteristic of her usual approach." Zheng Fu's eyes sharpened. "Chairman, do you suggest that the madam—" At that moment, Ming Tianhao interrupted Zheng Fu with a series of heavy coughs. "This is merely conjecture. Regardless of today's outcome, the Ming family shall be entrusted to either of these two women. Rest assured." After this incident, the long-standing conflict between Xiao Yu and Wang Yi should reach its conclusion. After my demise, the Ming family shall no longer engage in internal strife. "Chairman, please take care of your health," Zheng Fu said, his gaze filled with concern for Wang Tianhao. "I am well aware of my own condition. I must arrange the Ming family's affairs while I still have the strength." Wang Tianhao replied, shaking his head slowly. This time, he refrained from obstructing the internal conflict between Ming Yu and Wang Yi for the sake of the Ming family's future. Originally, he had a son with Wang Yi, intending to pass the family legacy to him, but his son was still too young, and he feared he might not endure until the boy matures. Now, he had no choice but to choose between Ming Yu and Wang Yi, leaving the rest to fate. Wang Tianhao gazed upward at the azure sky, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. After a lifetime of arduous struggle, amassing a fortune exceeding billions, to conclude with such an outcome is indeed disheartening. Outside the Rongqing hospital, Lin Feng and his entourage of 4 departed from the entrance of the hospital. After a brief drive, Lin Feng turned to the driver, Xie Yunxiao, and spoke in a low, serious tone at the upcoming intersection. "Take a right turn towards the Jinjiang City CAF." Xie Yunxiao's expression shifted, and he pulled over to the side of the road, turning to Lin Feng in the back seat with a puzzled look. "Aren't we heading to the Rongqing police station today?" Xiao Ruohan and Song Yufei also bore expressions of confusion, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently shook his head, his eyes glinting with determination. "Today, we shall not visit the police station. Instead, we are destined to meet someone." Chapter 68. A Second Chance at Love in the CAF. Lin Feng and his 3 companions were led by the waiter to the entrance of a private room on the 3rd floor. At that moment, Xie Yunxiao wore a look of increased curiosity and quietly inquired of Lin Feng, "Who is inside? So mysterious." You haven't even revealed anything to the three of us. Lin Feng responded with a mysterious smile and pushed open the door to the room. We'll find out once we step inside. With that, he entered the room slowly. Behind him, Xiao Ruohan appeared deep in thought. Suddenly her eyes flickered, as if she had guessed something, though she felt somewhat uncertain. She paused for a few seconds before following Lin Feng inside. Xie Yunxiao, exasperated, shrugged at Song Yufei, indicating he was just as clueless. Inside the private room, Lin Feng approached the screen and spotted Wang Yi sitting near the window, alongside another individual he had met at the hospital. He felt no surprise at the sight. "Madam Wang, I hope we're not late," Lin Feng said softly, addressing Wang Yi politely. "Mr. Lin, your timing is impeccable. My hand-ground coffee is just ready," Wang Yi replied. At that moment, the atmosphere between Lin Feng and Wang Yi was no longer filled with the tension they had at the hospital. Instead, they appeared as warm as old friends. In the room, Xie Yunxiao looked astonished. Though he had never met Wang Yi in person, he had seen her photo online. "Yufei, lawyer Xiao, didn't old Lin and Wang Yi have animosity towards each other? They seem to harbor no ill feelings now," Xie Yunxiao whispered, his voice low as he addressed the two women. Song Yufei furrowed her brows, seemingly piecing together a vague understanding, while Xiao Ruohan remained composed, having already deduced the identities of those inside the room. "Why are you all still standing there?" "This is Madame Wang Yi from the Ming family, our primary partner in Rongqing," Lin Feng said with a cheerful smile, turning to Xie Yunxiao and the others. Although Xie Yunxiao felt puzzled, he followed Xiao Ruohan and the others to the coffee table. "Madame Wang, I need not introduce these three. I'm certain you are already acquainted," Lin Feng said as he accepted the coffee Wang Yi handed him, reflecting on how the two women from Ming family were indeed quite similar. One favored tea, while the other preferred coffee. Wang Yi smiled as her gaze passed over Xiao Ruohan and the others, finally settling on Song Yufei. "Miss Song, I look forward to collaborating with you more in Rongqing," she remarked. Song Yufei slightly furrowed her brow, but nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had expected Wang Yi to greet Xiao Ruohan first. At that moment, Wang Yi interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. "Mr. Lin, we have brought the contract from the Ming Group. The Ming family can concede part of the market and invest some capital. However, as per our previous agreement, the Ming Group will take 20% of the profits from your game project." Lin Feng nodded and proceeded to explain the collaborative project plan to Xie Yunxiao and the others. "Yunxiao, Yufei, and Ruohan, do you three have any objections?" "I have none. I shall not partake in the operations of Fengye," Xiao Ruohan stated first. "I too have no objections. It is worthwhile for Fengye to penetrate the market in Rongqing, even if it incurs some losses from your game," Song Yufei remarked softly. Xie Yunxiao pondered seriously, gazing at Lin Feng. "Have you discussed this matter with Jiang Tian? I fear he may not consent." "Rest assured, I contacted Jiang Tian last night. He has entrusted me with the full authority to handle the collaboration with the Ming family," Lin Feng replied with an air of ease. Yet, he felt a hint of confusion, for in the past, Jiang Tian would undoubtedly oppose him. Lin Feng had intended to discuss further with Jiang Tian, should he refuse. He planned to enlist Xie Yunxiao and others to exert pressure through equity. However, to his surprise, Jiang Tian readily agreed last night, leaving Lin Feng feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton, caught off guard. "Since you all have no objections, I shall certainly approve," Xie Yunxiao quickly affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately suggested, "Madame Wang, let us discuss the specifics of our collaborative plan." An hour later, Lin Feng and Wang Yi affixed their signatures to the contract. "Madame Wang, this is the information that General Ming Yu requested I disclose at the police station. I entrust it all to you. Furthermore, I have neither reviewed nor backed up the data contained within this USB drive. I trust in General Lin's integrity and appreciate that he has not pursued responsibility from Zhou Qian," Wang Yi stated as she received the USB from Lin Feng, her expression calm, as if she were not surprised by its contents. "Then, Madame Wang, you should hasten back to the Ming Group. I believe General Ming is convening a shareholders' meeting," Lin Feng gently reminded. After Wang Yi's departure, only Lin Feng and the three others remained in the private room. Lin Feng placed a sugar cube into the freshly brewed coffee and set it before Xiao Ruohan. Observing the puzzled expression on Xie Yunxiao's face, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Old Lin, are you not enemies with Wang Yi? And weren't we initially collaborating with Mingyu? How is it that we are now working with Wang Yi? After Xie Yunxiao spoke, Song Yufei also fixed her gaze intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained to them calmly. In truth, the mastermind behind my hospitalization was Mingyu. Mingyu? Wasn't she someone Zhou Qian recruited? Song Yufei could not help but exclaim. Xiao Ruohan furrowed her brow slightly. Lin Feng nodded and explained. Jiang Feng was simultaneously hired by both Zhou Qian and Mingyu. Zhou Qian merely sought to extort me, while Mingyu intended to incite conflict between me and Wang Yi, using me as a tool to oust Wang Yi from the Ming group. However, both Wang Yi and I uncovered this scheme. Mingyu's cunning is rather alarming. She has been plotting for quite some time, Xiao Ruohan remarked coldly. Lin Feng then shared another piece of news with Xie Yunxiao and the others. In fact, Mingyu does not genuinely wish to collaborate with Feng Ye. I have asked Yunxiao to investigate the primary business operations of the Ming family in recent years, which predominantly lie within the realm of the internet. Mingyu merely acquiesced verbally. She is quite likely to undermine our bridge once crossed. Thus, I consented to discuss collaboration with Wang Yi. Xie Yunxiao pondered seriously, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Feng. I have discerned your deceptions surpass even those of Jiang Tian. How did you find yourself expelled from Maple Leaf? Back then, my heart was already extinguished, but now, I possess ambitions to strive for. Lin Feng suddenly clasped Xiao Ruohan's hand tightly beneath the table. Instinctively, Xiao Ruohan's body stiffened. Though her expression remained placid, the tips of her ears had begun to redden imperceptibly. Among the other three at the table, only Song Yufei noticed Xiao Ruohan's unusual demeanor. Very well, Lin Feng, Wang Yi, they have surprisingly joined forces. Just moments ago, Mingyu convened the shareholders' meeting, yet the news broadcast reported Zhou Qian's exoneration, and Lin Feng refrained from disclosing certain information about Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi seized this shareholders' meeting to extricate herself from the Ming group and its inner circle. Mingyu, overwhelmed, slumped helplessly into her office chair. Simultaneously, by the banks of the small river in Rongqing, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan walked hand in hand along the riverside promenade. Accustomed to the tumultuous waters of Jiangcheng, Lin Feng found a unique charm in the tranquility of this modest river. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's gentle voice suddenly reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng, take me to school to experience the process of your romance with your sister. Would that be possible? Lin Feng turned to regard the woman beside him, her eyes brimming with longing. He tenderly nodded in affirmation. Chapter 69. A fortuitous encounter at university. The following day, at Rongqing University, early in the morning, Lin Feng discreetly led Xiao Ruohan out of Rongqing Hospital and subsequently into the university just in time for the Tuesday morning class. Lin Feng, this doesn't seem right. Xiao Ruohan hesitated, glancing at him as she heard the teacher calling out names in the classroom. With a playful smile, Lin Feng gently grasped her hand and whispered, "My sister and I used to sneak out after roll call and slip back in before class ended." With that, he quietly opened the back door of the classroom, and they settled into the last row as the teacher animatedly lectured at the front. The duo felt distinctly out of place among the other students. "I'm feeling a bit anxious," Xiao Ruohan murmured, her cheeks flushing as she clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback and teased her in a lowered voice. "Surely, the esteemed lawyer Xiao hasn't been afraid of sneaking into class like this since childhood?" Xiao Ruohan shot him an exasperated glance. "Do you think I'm like my sister? She frequently skipped classes, while I advanced through school by skipping grades from elementary to high school. With such academic prowess, can you solve the advanced math problems the teacher is discussing?" Lin Feng asked with a knowing smile. Xiao Ruohan turned to glance at a problem posed by the middle-aged teacher on the blackboard, responding with a faint smile. "It's quite simple. Shall we have a little contest to see who can solve it first?" "Absolutely." Lin Feng's interest piqued, his confidence evident. "During the college entrance examination, I scored 146 in mathematics. Had it not been for my scores in Chinese and English, I would have had a great chance of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University." As Lin Feng finished speaking, the bespectacled teacher suddenly addressed them, the two students at the back, while everyone else is focused on solving problems. You seem to be chatting incessantly. Are you capable of solving this problem? At that moment, every student in the classroom paused their writing and turned to look at Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. Even the composed Xiao Ruohan felt a flush of embarrassment as she discreetly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve beneath the desk. This is all your fault. You spoke so loudly that the teacher heard us, she chastised him. Lin Feng, slightly embarrassed, stood up brazenly. Teacher, my classmate Xiao and I were just about to have a friendly competition to see who could solve the problem on the board first. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into murmurs among the 100 or so students. Who are they? I've never seen them in this class before. That girl is quite beautiful. She doesn't seem like a typical university student. How can you tell she isn't? She could very well be a graduate student. Of course, they don't have that silly, naive look on their faces like you do. Nevertheless, if they can solve that problem, they might indeed be upperclassmen. All right, everyone quiet down. The middle-aged teacher at the podium no longer appeared as stern as moments ago. He smiled at Lin Feng. This question was one of the most challenging from this year's National College Mathematics competition. Are you both certain you wish to come up and try it? Lin Feng nodded slowly, boldly extending his right hand. In front of everyone's gaze, he gracefully smiled at Xiao Ruohan and asked, "Would you like to join me at the blackboard to solve this problem together?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the male students in the classroom erupted in dismay. Is he the boyfriend of that senior? I was hoping to get her contact after class. Look in the mirror. Do you really think she would notice you? Xiao Ruohan shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, but, with poise, stood up and grasped his hand. It was indeed true. He was the senior's boyfriend. In this class, the majority of students were male, with only a handful of females present. As Lin Feng led Xiao Ruohan to the podium, he felt as though he might be pierced by the envious gazes of his male peers. The middle-aged teacher on stage handed 2 markers to Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. Students, my fastest time to solve this problem was 15 minutes. If either of you can solve it within that time frame, I shall overlook your blatant display of affection in my classroom. Though Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan felt slightly awkward, they quickly regained their composure. They took the markers and began to write the formulas on the blackboard with fervor. At that moment, the classroom fell silent. Lin Feng was confident in his ability to outpace Xiao Ruohan. Over the years since graduation, he had been engaged in software development and had continuously applied his mathematical knowledge. Fortuitously, the problem fit perfectly within his thought process, despite its somewhat cumbersome solution. Time ticked by. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of completing the final step of the problem, he heard a chorus of astonished cheers erupt from the classroom. Turning his head, he was stunned to see that Xiao Ruohan had already solved the problem on the blackboard. He was taken aback. How could a liberal arts student like her possibly accomplish this? Lin Feng immediately refocused on his solution strategy and managed to arrive at the answer within the allotted time. Meanwhile, many classmates below were quietly discussing among themselves. Their answers are identical. It must be correct. How would I know? Even if you told me the correct answer, I wouldn't be able to solve it. The teacher, Mr. Wang, scrutinized Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan's solution steps intently. Lin Feng stood beside Xiao Ruohan and whispered, "I can't believe you solved it so quickly. Are you cheating?" Xiao Ruohan slightly lifted the corner of her mouth, casting a nonchalant glance at Lin Feng and scoffed. "I was admitted to Qingbei through my math competition first prize. As for the math on the college entrance exam, isn't it easy enough to score over 140 on such questions?" Lin Feng felt a pang of indignation. How could she look down upon his proud mathematical skills? "Ms. Xiao, please refrain from engaging in flirtation there. In the remaining hour and a half, could you assist your classmates in discussing the problem-solving approach for this question?" Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Xiao Ruohan hastily clarified, "We are not students of this class. I am aware of that. You must be from the graduate school, correct? You could certainly share your insights with your junior peers." Just as Xiao Ruohan was about to deny being a student of Rongqing University, Lin Feng suddenly covered her mouth, whispering helplessly, "Let us just agree to it for now. If they discover that we are not students here, we might swiftly find ourselves escorted out by the security." At noon, within the bustling cafeteria of Rongqing University, Xiao Ruohan vented all her frustrations on the beef rice bowl, muttering incessantly, "It's all your fault, Lin Feng. I've spoken more in this hour than I do in an entire day. My throat is nearly on fire. Lin Feng, grinning foolishly, gazed at Xiao Ruohan's adorably furious expression. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at a nearby table, sending a wave of anxiety through him. He quickly grasped Xiao Ruohan's arm and urged her to lower her head, his voice tinged with urgency. "D-Dad is dining nearby." Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. With great difficulty, she swallowed the mouthful of rice and followed the direction indicated by Lin Feng's finger. There, she saw Xiao Jiangwo dining with 4 middle-aged men, one of whom, sporting glasses, was their former instructor for class. Chapter 70. The Discovery of Xiao Jiangwo. Why is Dad here in Rongqing? Xiao Ruohan inquired anxiously, gripping Lin Feng's wrist tightly. He must be attending an academic conference at Rongqing University, Lin Feng replied, gesturing towards an academic poster affixed to the wall, prominently featuring Xiao Jiangwo's credentials. Xiao Ruohan covered her cheek with her sleeve and lowered her voice. "They don't know I've come to Rongqing? Yesterday, Yuan dropped Nan back at my parents' house, and I asked him to conceal our trip, saying we were both on business." Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of distress as he looked at Xiao Ruohan. "We absolutely cannot let Dad find out. Otherwise, he surely won't spare me." Just then, Xiao Ruohan let out a cold snort. "Oomph. Are you frightened now? When you confessed to me, did you worry about my parents' disapproval?" Taken aback by Xiao Ruohan's sudden ire, Lin Feng hesitated. "Then I shall clarify to Dad that you are my girlfriend." With that, he slowly rose to his feet. "Don't." Xiao Ruohan urgently grasped Lin Feng's hand, her cheeks flushed. "Wait, let us save it for another time. I'm not mentally prepared yet." Having grown up alongside her father, this was only the second time she had secretly spent time with Lin Feng without Xiao Jiangwo's knowledge. Lin Feng smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Xiao Ruohan's slender waist. "In truth, I'm not entirely prepared either. If Dad discovers I've taken away his most cherished and obedient daughter, I fear it might unnerve him to illness. If one day other boys were to confront me, claiming they wish to marry Nan, I certainly would not let that boy off lightly." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, who were discreetly hiding from Xiao Jiangwo, their former middle-aged teacher, Wang Ru, approached Xiao Jiangwo with a grin. "Old classmate, this morning in class, I encountered 2 mathematical prodigies. While the rest of the class struggled with the challenging problem you posed for this year's math competition, they managed to solve it entirely correctly within 15 minutes. Xiao Jiangwo appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this. He knew the problem was likely solvable only by the top 5 competitors in the national mathematics competition. It was unexpected to encounter such talent at Rongqing University. His curiosity piqued. Xiao Jiangwo asked, "Are they undergraduates you teach? From your department in computer science?" Wang Ru laughed heartily. "You might be disappointed. They seem to be a couple and are not from my class. I'm not sure which department the boy belongs to, but the girl who solved it in exactly 10 minutes appears to be from the law school." After a brief pause, Wang Ru continued, chuckling in surprise. "Interestingly, her surname is the same as yours. Both are Xiao." At this moment, Xiao Jiangwo felt a sudden jolt of surprise and replied with irritation. "Are you once again harboring intentions toward my daughter? Did I not inform you previously that Ruan is currently in a relationship? It is impossible for us to become in-laws. I cannot be the one to disrupt their union for the sake of that. I am not jesting. The girl truly shares your surname," Wang Ru hastily clarified. His expression then betrayed a hint of disappointment as he lamented his ignorance of the girl's full name, promising to inquire about it at the law school the following day. Such a brilliant mathematical talent, attending Rome University for law instead of pursuing mathematics, is indeed a waste of gift. At this moment, Xiao Jiangwo fell into contemplation. Could it be mere coincidence? A prodigious talent in mathematics, capable of solving that final problem within 10 minutes, and she shares the surname Xiao. Yet, Xiaoan should be on a business trip in Yancheng. She must merely be a namesake. His expression softened slightly, but when he glanced up, he found Wang Ru gazing intently at him. "Old classmate, that girl seems to bear a resemblance to you. Could she be your illegitimate daughter, concealed from Qingning?" Wang Ru's words made Xiao Jiangwo furrow his brow, and after a moment of silence, he rose from his chair and stepped aside to make a phone call. At that moment, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan had just stealthily exited the restaurant hand in hand. Suddenly, the ringtone of the phone in Xiao Ruohan's other hand blared, startling both Lin Feng and her, who were already on edge. Glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Ruohan was taken aback, her face tightening with anxiety as she turned to Lin Feng. "It's a call from Dad. Has he discovered us?" Lin Feng quickly urged Xiao Ruohan to retreat to a secluded stairwell. "It should be fine. The table where he was dining is obscured by a screen. He would have seen us. Try not to panic." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan's tense expression eased slightly. Just as she answered the call, her father's voice rang through. "Xiaoan, how much longer will you remain in Yangqing? When will you return?" "I should be flying back to Jiangshan tomorrow, Dad. Is something the matter at home?" Xiao Ruohan's face flushed as she endeavored to maintain her composure. "Nothing significant. I merely wanted to ask when you would be back. You and that rascal Xiao Feng have been away from Jiangcheng for several days, leaving Nanan all alone at home. Once you finish, please return to Jiangxing promptly. Nanan has been clamoring to see you and Xiao Feng since yesterday after school." Xiao Ruohan's expression turned slightly guilty at this. "Dad, Lin Feng and I will head back to Jiangxing as soon as we finish. Xiao Feng is also in Yangqing? Are you together?" Xiao Zhengwo questioned, his curiosity piqued. A wave of panic surged within Xiao Ruohan as she rushed to clarify. "No, not at all. I just spoke with him today. He should be returning to Jiangshan tomorrow as well." After hanging up, Xiao Ruohan cast a worried glance at Lin Feng. "Do you think Dad suspects anything?" Lin Feng, feeling uncertain himself, clasped Xiao Ruohan's hand reassuringly. "Do not dwell on it. If Dad discovers anything, I will be here to shield you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He hastily retrieved it and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the caller ID. "Xie Xiao, must you always cause a stir? The sudden ringing of the phone is enough to startle one to death. Are you up to something dubious that you would frighten someone in broad daylight?" Xie Xiao paused for a moment and retorted, "What is it? Speak quickly." Lin Feng's expression darkened at her tone. "It's nothing of great importance. Rongqing University is close to your hospital. Yu Fei and I have been preoccupied with the collaboration with the Ming Corporation and cannot leave. You should go to Rongqing University to discuss the upcoming job fair with the head of the employment office." "Very well." Lin Feng reluctantly nodded. Xiao Zhengwo is at Rongqing University, and both he and Xiao Ruohan actually wish to leave the school immediately. After hanging up, he looked towards Xiao Ruohan. "Wait for me in the parking lot. Being together makes us too conspicuous, and it might alert Dad." Xiao Ruohan slowly nodded. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, over an hour had passed since parting ways with Lin Feng. Xiao Ruohan sat alone in the car, air conditioning on, gazing at the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber that Lin Feng had purposely purchased. At that moment, engrossed in her reading, she heard a tapping sound on the car window. Instinctively, she looked up, and, upon seeing that familiar face, anxiety surged within her. "Dad, when did you arrive in Rongqing?" Xiao Zhengwo, with an unusual expression, opened the car door and, under Xiao Ruohan's anxious gaze, settled into the seat. Speaking in a low tone, "I want to see which scoundrel has taken away my precious daughter. I can't believe you would deceive your father for him." Chapter 71. She will marry no one but him. He will wed no one but her. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng, filled with trepidation, departed from the administrative building of Rongqing University, traversing the campus. Upon arriving at the parking lot and catching sight of Xiao Ruohan's Porsche Cayenne in the distance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng had been plagued by anxiety, fearing an encounter with Xiao Zhengwo. Fortunately, those 10 minutes passed without incident. "Ruohan, let us be off. Father should have left Rongqing University by now." Lin Feng promptly opened the passenger door, hastily seating himself while fastening his seatbelt. Speaking as he did so, a few seconds later, noticing Xiao Ruohan's lack of response, he turned to her with a puzzled expression. Observing the awkward demeanor on her otherwise lovely face, Lin Feng grasped her tense, pale hand and inquired gently, "What is the matter?" "We return to Jiangqing tomorrow. Father will not discover anything." Lin Feng assumed that Xiao Ruohan's apprehension stemmed from their earlier encounter with Xiao Zhengwo and his sudden phone call, which might expose their relationship. Thus, he spoke soothingly to reassure her. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruohan's delicate features stiffened, her gaze instinctively drifting to the back seat. At that moment, Xiao Jiangwo, seated in the rear, cleared his throat softly, muttering, "I never anticipated this. One must guard against all, yet the most treacherous lies within the home. It appears you rascal, intend to whisk away my precious daughter." Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With great difficulty, he twisted his body to face Xiao Jiangwo's furrowed brow and awkwardly replied, "Father, Ruohan and I never meant to keep this from you." In a tea-house's private room outside Rongqing University, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan stood before Xiao Jiangwo like two children caught in wrongdoing, their heads bowed in shame. Xiao Jiangwo removed his glasses, his piercing gaze fixated on them, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Speak. When did you two begin your relationship?" Xiao Ruohan felt a jolt of surprise. Her father had always been a figure of kindness in her eyes. This was the first time she witnessed him so enraged. Even when her sister passed away, he had not displayed such fury. "Father, Xiao Ruohan began, but was interrupted. "I did not ask you. Let Xiao Feng answer me." Xiao Jiangwo interjected sharply, his voice elevated. "Father." Tears welled in Xiao Ruohan's eyes as she took a small step forward, a wave of indignation surging within her. At that moment, Lin Feng grasped Xiao Ruohan's hand tightly, leaning slightly forward, his face devoid of fear as he met Xiao Jiangwo's gaze. "Father, Ruohan and I have been together for 2 years. We began with playful banter, which blossomed into mutual affection. I have grown accustomed to her presence by my side, feeling particularly at ease with her accompanying me in Nan Nan. If you ask when I fell for her, I cannot say. Others may believe my affection for Xiao Ruohan stems from my feelings for Ruoru. I must concede that my affection for Xiao Han is not yet wholly pure. However, I am determined to diligently refine this heart that yearns for her." Lin Feng's response to Xiao Ruoru was, on the surface, an answer. It was a profound expression of his deepest feelings for Xiao Ruohan. He recognized the emotional barriers Xiao Ruohan harbored, believing he regarded her merely as a substitute for Ruoru. Today, Lin Feng seizes the opportunity to convey his true sentiments to Xiao Ruohan. As his words lingered in the air, Xiao Ruohan gripped Lin Feng's hand more tightly, her gaze soft and dazed, fixed upon his resolute visage. In that moment, Lin Feng had already become the companion with whom she envisioned traversing the remainder of her life. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Xiao Jiangwo's expression softened from its previous chill, his voice steady and grave. Lin Feng replied with a calmness that suggested he had anticipated the inquiry. "Do you comprehend? When I decided to be with Ruohan, I had already contemplated the challenges that lay ahead." Xiao Jiangwo's words were sharp as he slowly articulated. "The obstacles you face with Xiao Han are even greater than those with Xiao Ruoru. The Xiao family, established during the Jiaqing era, had a lineage that boasted scholarly achievements and traditions spanning over 2 centuries. They had long held the teachings of Confucius and Mencius in high regard. Your relationship with Xiao Han has already breached numerous familial taboos." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and replied, "Father, times are evolving. Certain antiquated customs ought to be discarded." Xiao Jiangwo let out a cold laugh. "Your words sound appealing, yet a nation has its laws and a family its traditions. Should you and Xiao Han attempt to challenge the customs established over these 2 centuries, you may find yourselves grievously wounded." Unfazed, Lin Feng retorted, "Rules may be rigid, but individuals are dynamic. If we grow strong enough, the traditions of the Xiao family shall not bind me and Ruohan. You reckless child, are you intent on pursuing this path to its bitter end?" Xiao Jiangwo was both amused and infuriated by Lin Feng's defiance, his hand striking the tea table with force. Observing this, Xiao Ruohan quickly interjected, her voice resolute, "Father, the intimate bond between Lin Feng and me has already been forged. I shall marry no one but him in this lifetime." Her declaration reverberated through the room, startling Lin Feng, who understood that Xiao Ruohan was professing her purity before her father. He realized that he, too, could never wed anyone but Xiao Ruohan. "Is it true, Xiao Feng, what Xiao Han has declared?" Xiao Jiangwo's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. He understood that if his daughter had entrusted her purity to Lin Feng, he could not thwart their union. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, Although he and Xiao Ruohan had merely shared a kiss, her words compelled him to embrace responsibility as a man. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's affirmation, Xiao Zhangwo's tense countenance suddenly relaxed. Very well, very well. After all, you have always called me father, so I shall trust you with Xiao Han. I never anticipated that both my daughters would find themselves entangled with you, you scoundrel. Had I known, I would not have allowed you into my office. Lin Feng's face brightened at these words. Father, do you approve of my relationship with Ruohan? Xiao Zhangwo replied with a hint of irritation. My foolish daughter, like her sister, is infatuated with this little rascal. Do you expect me to intervene and thwart your romance? Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed crimson as she dashed to her father's side, playfully wrapping her arms around his wrist. Father, if you continue to tease me, I shall ignore you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhangwo chuckled, then turned to Lin Feng with a serious expression. I shall keep this matter confidential for you. Not even Qingning shall be informed. This arrangement would remain until the day Lin Feng boldly approached the Xiao family with his proposal. Thank you, father. I shall not keep Ruohan waiting, Lin Feng declared with unwavering determination. Xiao Zhangwo nodded in satisfaction and continued. Xiao Feng, please step outside for a moment. I wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Xiao Han. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds, but after receiving a nod of approval from Xiao Ruohan, he felt assured enough to leave. As Lin Feng closed the door behind him, Xiao Zhangwo turned to Xiao Ruohan. Now speak up. Confess any other matters you have yet to disclose to both your father and Lin Feng. Chapter 72. Xiao Zhangwo's admonition. Dad. Xiao Ruohan exclaimed with a playful pout. What else could I possibly be concealing from you? Yet, as she spoke, her gaze involuntarily flickered away. Gently shaking Xiao Zhangwo's wrist, her voice softened. Spare me the theatrics, Xiao Zhangwo replied, his brow furrowing as he fixed an intense gaze upon Xiao Ruohan. You are my daughter, and I know you exceedingly well. You are undoubtedly harboring secrets, not only from me, but also from that Lin Feng boy. Upon hearing this, a flush crept across Xiao Ruohan's cheeks, and her hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her garment. Xiao Zhangwo continued, before Xiao Ruo's passing, your relationship with Lin Feng was rather strained. Yet, shortly after your sister's demise, you began frequenting Lin Feng's home to visit Nan Nan. Subsequently, you even moved directly across from his residence. Such peculiar behavior struck me as decidedly odd. Now, tell me what is truly going on. Xiao Ruohan's face reddened further, and she bit her lip in trepidation. After a prolonged silence, she finally summoned the courage to lower her head and whisper, Actually, Nan Nan is my biological daughter with Lin Feng. What? The revelation rendered Xiao Zhangwo nearly leaping from his seat in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Ruohan. Outside, Lin Feng, upon hearing Xiao Zhangwo's sudden exclamation, leaned forward slightly, swiftly rising to his feet, concern etched across his features as he glanced toward the private room. Meanwhile, inside, Xiao Ruohan appeared flustered. She anxiously clutched Xiao Zhangwo's arm. Dad, please lower your voice. He is unaware of this matter. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhangwo sighed deeply, shaking his head as he muttered, Alas, you have truly astonished me throughout her life. Xiao Ruohan had always been the obedient and understanding child, the one who never caused her parents worry. She excelled among her peers and was lauded by neighbors as a model child. Who would have imagined that Nan Nan was, in fact, his biological granddaughter? Contemplating this revelation, Xiao Zhangwo's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening. In a low and serious tone, he inquired, Lin Feng is completely oblivious to this? Xiao Ruohan trembled slightly, her hands tightly clasped together as she began to explain. 5 years ago, on that fateful night, we were both intoxicated, and he mistook me for my sister. At this point, she bit her lip, a hint of shyness crossing her features. Not long after, I went abroad. However, less than 2 months later, I began to feel unwell, and it was during a hospital visit that I discovered I was pregnant. Xiao Ruohan lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Zhangwo's, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When my sister learned of this, she urged me to keep the child, for she had just undergone tests and found out she could no longer bear children. In truth, I also desire this child. At that time, I simply could not bear to let her be so cruelly terminated before she even entered the world. As these words fell, Xiao Ruohan's face flushed crimson with shame, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Zhangwo's gaze. At that moment, Xiao Zhangwo's countenance darkened with fury, and through clenched teeth, he exclaimed, "You two sisters truly give me no peace of mind whatsoever. Moreover, that little rascal Xiao Feng cannot even distinguish between you and Xiao Ruohan." Upon hearing Xiao Zhangwo's rebuke, Xiao Ruohan's heart grew increasingly frantic. She hastily grasped his wrist, pleading, "Dad, regarding Nan being my biological daughter, I implore you not to disclose this to Mom or Lin Feng. Thus far, apart from my sister, only you and Yue are aware of this matter." After a brief silence, the anger on Xiao Zhangwo's face gradually waned. He gently caressed Xiao Ruohan's head, his voice laced with compassion. "You truly have endured much. Although you and Nan are flesh and blood, you cannot acknowledge her." Xiao Ruohan slightly shook her head, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Xiao Zhangwo. "As long as I can remain by their side, I'm already content." In the hall, Lin Feng stood quietly in place. At that moment, the door to the private room finally emitted a faint sound and slowly swung open. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's formerly tense expression instantly relaxed, and he hurriedly moved toward Xiao Ruohan. At this time, Xiao Zhangwo regarded the approaching Lin Feng with a serious demeanor, his eyes reflecting both anger and profound helplessness. As Lin Feng reached him, Xiao Zhangwo could not suppress his words. "You little rascal, let me warn you. If I ever discover that you treat Xiao Han poorly, even if you're Nanan's biological father, do not expect to enter the Xiao family home." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not react with anger or retort. Instead, he took hold of Xiao Ruohan's delicate hand and turned to Xiao Zhangwo, solemnly assuring him, "Dad, rest assured, I will devote my entire heart to loving her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhangwo's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Xiao Ruohan, saying, "You shall return to Jiangsheng with your father shortly. Otherwise, that little girl Nan will surely create a commotion tonight." Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng exchanged glances, and Lin Feng gently suggested, "You and Dad should head home first. I plan to discharge myself today, and tomorrow I will finalize the collaboration with the Ming family before returning promptly." Xiao Ruohan's eyes brimmed with reluctance, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded gently. Witnessing the parting of this young couple, Xiao Zhangwo teased with a hint of jest, "I say, you two, it is merely a temporary separation, not a scene of life and death. Is it truly so difficult to part?" Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Xiao Ruohan's fair cheeks, and her eyes glimmered with shyness. Lin Feng, standing beside her, also felt a touch of embarrassment. As Lin Feng assisted Xiao Ruohan and her companions into the vehicle, he turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Zhangwo hesitated slightly, lowered the car window, and gazed intently at Lin Feng. His expression grew serious, and his tone became weighty. "Lin Feng, when you are in Rongqing attending to matters, you must remember to deliberate thoroughly and consider every aspect carefully. Do not act recklessly and impulsively as you have in the past." Lin Feng listened quietly to Xiao Zhangwo's admonition, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware that he must ensure Xiao Ruohan never worries at home again. At 5:30 in the afternoon, before the doctor's shift concluded, Lin Feng completed his discharge procedures. Upon reaching the entrance of the hospital, he prepared to await Xie Yunxiao's arrival. Just then, a black Mercedes suddenly screeched to a halt before him. Two burly men clad in black suits stepped out of the vehicle. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, one of the younger men, displaying utmost politeness, inquired, "Are you Mr. Lin Feng? Our employer wishes to meet with you." Chapter 73. In ancient times, sons-in-law were seized under the rankings. Today, they are snatched by Cui Dongshan by the lake. At the entrance of the hospital, Lin Feng stood in astonishment, gazing at the two men clad in black before him. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that Ming Yu had sent people to capture him? However, Ming Yu's audacity was truly remarkable, attempting to abduct him in broad daylight, amidst the watchful eyes of the public. Noticing Lin Feng's shocked and hesitant expression, One of the black-clad men suddenly recalled something and hastily explained, Mr. Lin Feng, we are not from the Ming family. The individual desiring to meet you is the chairman of Dongshan Group. Kui Dongshan? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Among the 4 prominent families in Rongqing, the Cui family stood out as the most unusual. While the other 3 families had risen through commerce, the Cui family had transitioned from darkness to light. Under the leadership of the former underworld boss, Cui Dongshan, the Cui family had ascended to become one of the 4 great families in just over a decade. It was said that the 4 families intermarried, and Cui Dongshan had even wed the daughter of the Shi family. With this in mind, Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, I have no acquaintance with your Chairman Cui. Is there a specific reason for this meeting? Lin Feng was no longer the Na'vi youth fresh out of college. He was aware that he was now collaborating with the Ming family, albeit considered minor players in the eyes of the 4 great families. Cui Dongshan's interest in him was rather intriguing. Though you may not know Chairman Cui personally, he mentioned that he's been aware of your name for 5 or 6 years, the man continued. Lin Feng's expression grew more perplexed as he fell silent for a few moments. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xie Yunxiao before following the 2 men in black to their vehicle. Meanwhile, upon receiving the text, Xie Yunxiao's face turned tense. He quickly pulled over and dialed Song Yufei. Yufei, old Lin has been taken by someone sent by Cui Dongshan of the Cui family. He texted me that he would send a location once he arrives. He also mentioned that if we don't hear from him in an hour, we should contact the police. In response, Song Yufei paused in shock, then urgently replied, wait until you see where Lin Feng's location is. Come pick me up right away. I will go find him. After hanging up, Song Yufei furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying deep concern as she murmured, Cui Dongshan, what are your intentions? 10 minutes later, upon receiving Lin Feng's location from Xie Yunxiao, Song Yufei hastily grabbed her bag from the table and rushed out of the room. In a private estate on the outskirts of Rongqing, Lin Feng alighted from the vehicle, marveling at the opulence of the wealthy. From the moment he entered the estate, he noted the time. The car had driven for a mere 5 minutes to arrive at this location. Mr. Lin Feng, Chairman Cui, is fishing by the lake. One of the men in black gestured toward a small pavilion by the water's edge. Lin Feng followed the direction of the finger and observed a vague silhouette of a man within the pavilion. After a moment's silence, he approached. Inside the pavilion, as Lin Feng drew closer, Cui Dongshan, engrossed in his fishing, heard the sound of footsteps and swiftly turned with a smile to survey Lin Feng. As Lin Feng caught the gaze of Cui Dongshan, he paused momentarily, scrutinizing the man before him. After a brief silence, Lin Feng could not help but inquire, Mr. Cui, may I ask what brings you to seek me? Cui Dongshan, with a warm expression, replied, let us not stand on ceremony. I am 30 years your senior. You may call me Uncle Cui. Lin Feng found this rather peculiar, as he and Cui Dongshan were complete strangers. Moreover, the way Cui Dongshan regarded him bore an unsettling resemblance to a father's gaze upon his son. Uncle, Kui, Lin Feng stammered, perplexed, pondering whether he had fortuitously acquired a wealthy uncle after only a few days in Rongqing. Cui Dongshan nodded in satisfaction and handed Lin Feng a fishing rod that was resting beside him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, examining the rod in his hands. Although he had never used this particular rod, he was familiar with its brand, which was worth several 100,000 at the very least. Lin Feng, do you know why I invited you here? Cui Dongshan suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. How could he possibly know? Having just emerged from the hospital, only to be brought here? Cui Dongshan cleared his throat and stated in a neutral tone. This estate is the dowry my daughter has prepared for you. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Cui Dongshan, incredulous. Was this elder perhaps not in his right mind? First, he wished to be an uncle, and now he aspired to be a father. Despite Lin Feng having never even met his daughter. Mr. Cui, I believe you are mistaken. I have no acquaintance with your daughter, Lin Feng politely replied. Cui Dongshan erupted into hearty laughter, producing a photograph from his pocket and presenting it to Lin Feng. My daughter has known you for 6 or 7 years, and you claim not to recognize her. As Lin Feng gazed at the girl in the photograph, a look of realization crossed his face. Cui Dongshan was indeed the father of Song Yufei. Cui Dongshan continued, on the day of Xiao Fei's wedding, There will be other valuable gifts presented to you. Lin Feng took a deep breath, allowing a few moments of silence to process the information swirling in his mind before he responded earnestly. Mr. Cui, while Yu Fei and I have known each other for many years, we share nothing more than a platonic friendship. You must be mistaken, and I am currently interested in another girl. Lin Feng's words caused a shift in Cui Dongshan's expression, his voice growing increasingly cold. You do not have feelings for my daughter? Are you not aware that she has harbored affection for you for quite some time? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, responding calmly. Love is a matter between two individuals. It cannot be forced. I will make my feelings clear to Yu Fei. At that moment, Cui Dongshan's demeanor darkened further as he stepped closer to Lin Feng, pointing towards the lake. Do you know why I enjoy fishing here? Once at a wild lake, I caught not a single fish. So, I had the water completely drained to collect every last fish and bring them here. Though Cui Dongshan's tone was unremarkable, Lin Feng understood the underlying meaning of his words and replied in a low voice, Mr. Cui, I am not a fish in this lake for you to dispose of at will. Cui Dongshan let out a chilling smile, asserting with an air of dominance towards Lin Feng, whatever my daughter desires, I, Cui Dongshan, will obtain it, even if I must shatter the heavens above. Do not presume that I fear the Xiao family behind you. After a lifetime of navigating this world, I have yet to encounter anyone who instills fear in me. Cui Dongshan's words left Lin Feng in a state of distress. This was not the demeanor of a corporate leader. He appeared instead as a ruthless gang leader devoid of reason. At that moment, a cold feminine voice echoed from a distance. Cui Dongshan, what are you intending to do? Both Lin Feng and Cui Dongshan lifted their gazes simultaneously to see Song Yufei hastily approaching them. Several men in black flanking her attempted to intervene, yet hesitated to obstruct Song Yufei. Upon catching sight of her, Cui Dongshan's demeanor transformed entirely. He donned a sycophantic smile, draping an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, and whispered menacingly, You little brat, do not dare to relay my previous remarks to Xiao Fei. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Chapter 74 Unexpected Collaboration. Cui Dongshan. In an instant, Song Yufei hurriedly approached Lin Feng and his companions. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger, fixated intently on Cui Dongshan. What do you intend to do? Bring in my friend here? Cui Dongshan forced a sheepish smile, tightening his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder with increased fervor. His gaze emanated a benevolent warmth as he addressed Song Yufei. I merely sought to discuss future collaboration with my young brother Lin Feng. There are no ulterior motives. Upon hearing Cui Dongshan's words, Lin Feng displayed an odd expression. It became apparent that Cui Dongshan was rather smitten. The series of reactions from Cui Dongshan earlier clearly indicated his eagerness to please Song Yufei. Lin Feng, is what he just said true? Song Yufei inquired with a hint of disbelief, her tone serious as she turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, noticing that Cui Dongshan's grip had tightened further. Just moments ago, he had brazenly threatened Lin Feng, yet now he resembled a meek cat before Song Yufei. Young brother Lin Feng, please respond thoughtfully. Cui Dongshan's forced smile bore a trace of menace. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance, feigning profundity in front of Song Yufei. Cui, well, after a brief pause, the atmosphere grew tense. Cui Dongshan's expression tightened instantly. Lin Feng smiled benignly, choosing not to continue intimidating Cui Dongshan. Cui, you kindly invited me to discuss potential collaborations. We were just contemplating a more in-depth partnership between Fengye and Dongshan Group, building upon our existing cooperation with the Ming family. Cui also intends to relinquish a portion of the market to demonstrate his sincerity in partnering with Fengye. Cui Dongshan's expression gradually stiffened upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Cui, was that not our recent discussion? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Cui Dongshan with a playful grin. Cui Dongshan, inwardly cursing Lin Feng, thought, You rascal. How dare you threaten me in return? Despite having 100 reservations, faced with Song Yufei's gaze, he could only acquiesce, echoing Lin Feng's sentiments. Indeed, my young brother Lin Feng and I were merely fishing while discussing specific collaboration projects between our two companies. As Song Yufei processed his words, her anger began to dissipate, her expression softening from its previous chill. Cui Dongshan felt a subtle relief. Just then, he heard Lin Feng's voice again, and his anxiety resurfaced. Kui, our general manager Song from Fengye happens to be here as well. Can we finalize the intelligent cooperation project for new energy vehicles we just discussed? After all, mere words hold little weight. The moment Lin Feng heard about Cui Dongshan's collaboration, a bold idea had suddenly surged in his mind. While Fengye had secured a portion of the market through the Ming family, it was merely within the online realm of the internet sector. To thrive, Fengye must seize the domestic opportunity, especially as the nation vigorously promotes new energy vehicles. One of the most crucial components of electric vehicles is the intelligent vehicle system. The Cui family stands as the foremost automotive power in Rongqing, currently making significant strides in the realm of new energy vehicle technology. Collaborating with the Cui family is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After listening, Cui Dongshan's expression darkened slightly, and with an unusual glint in his eyes, he remarked, Lin Feng, I did not anticipate your ambition. Can you truly handle the critical vehicle system of the new energy vehicles that you wish to entrust to Fengye? Song Yufei was equally taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity in discussing a partnership with the Cui family regarding new energy projects. She had not expected him to be so bold. Lin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor and exuding confidence, responded, in truth, our intelligent vehicle system at Fengye has been under development for quite some time, although it has previously been utilized in traditional fuel vehicles. We have made significant breakthroughs in the technology for new energy vehicles. His confidence stemmed from a proposal he made 2 years prior during Fengye's inaugural 5-year plan, where he asserted that new energy vehicles would inevitably replace fuel cars. While Fengye currently lacks the capacity for comprehensive new energy vehicle manufacturing, it can certainly contribute to a smaller segment, the intelligent vehicle system. This project commenced 2 years ago. Although Jiang Tian had consistently opted for outsourcing to make quick profits, he recognized the future importance of new energy vehicles as a new engine for economic growth. The 14th 5-year plan of Huagua explicitly identifies new energy vehicles as a vital driver of future productive forces. Consequently, Jiang Tian has invested considerable manpower and resources into this project over the past 2 years, although some technologies are still under development. Cui Dongshan pondered for a moment before looking at Song Yufei, standing before him, and solemnly addressed Lin Feng. All right, I agree to collaborate with Fengye on this project. However, it must be overseen by both you and Xiao Fei. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows and glanced at Song Yufei, seeking her opinion. Although he was unaware of the strained relationship and conflicts between Song Yufei and Cui Dongshan, he would not impose if she were unwilling. Song Yufei hesitated, biting her lip for an extended period before ultimately nodding in agreement. Despite her desire to limit her connections with the Cui family and Cui Dongshan throughout her life, she felt compelled to acquiesce to his request for the sake of Fengye. At this moment, Cui Dongshan's expression brightened as he grasped Lin Feng's hand and cheerfully stated, Come, let us discuss the specifics of this project further. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Cui Dongshan swiftly refined the details of their cooperative plan. After finishing a phone call with Jiang Tian, Song Yufei approached Lin Feng and nodded at him. Lin Feng's face lit up. Kui Zong. Then let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Cui Dongshan nodded with a smile and glanced at his watch, wishing to keep Song Yufei there for a meal. Song Yufei cast a fleeting glance at Cui Dongshan, swiftly placed the contract into a folder, and exited hastily. Lin Feng chuckled softly, lowering his voice as he remarked, Cui Shu, good things take time. There will be plenty of opportunities to strengthen my relationship with her. With that, he hurried off in pursuit of Song Yufei. What a mischievous young man. Cui Dongshan gazed in admiration at the direction in which Lin Feng had departed. In Lin Feng, he perceived the shadow of his younger self. At that moment, a young woman beside him, adorned with spectacles, inquired, Mr. Cui, does your agreement to collaborate with Fengye stem from Miss Song's influence? Upon hearing her words, Cui Dongshan swiftly concealed the smile from his face and replied in a somber tone, After toiling for nearly a lifetime, I have finally amassed this modest fortune. I cannot allow the Cui family to be entirely squandered by that ungrateful scion. I will first negotiate a partnership with Feng Ye to familiarize Xiao Fei with some of the Cui family's business, gradually entrusting her with the Dongshan group. As he spoke, Cui Dongshan turned to the young woman beside him, his voice chillingly firm. Secretary Zhang, you and Feng Ye will oversee this project. Remember, keep this from the rest of the Cui family, especially that ungrateful child. I have nurtured you with the intent that you may serve as Xiao Fei's right hand in the Dongshan group. Zhang Yuhan felt a sudden tightening in her chest. She understood that her fate was irrevocably intertwined with Song Yufei's. Chapter 75. Love is a matter of two on the winding path of the manor. Song Yufei walked ahead while Lin Feng followed closely behind, his hands cradling the back of his head. At this moment, Lin Feng's spirits were remarkably high. This trip to Rongqing had proven to be quite fruitful, not only establishing the market for maple leaf in Rongqing, but also broadening the scope of their business. Particularly noteworthy was the collaboration with Cui Dongshan that evening. As they walked, Song Yufei suddenly halted in her tracks. Lin Feng quickly sidestepped to avoid colliding with her as she turned around. Lin Feng, it's just the two of us tonight. Can we talk? Song Yufei mustered her courage and spoke earnestly to Lin Feng. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. It was indeed the right time to clarify their relationship and prevent any further misunderstandings. Song Yufei hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Feng, you and Lawyer Xiao. Lin Feng understood the question she was hinting at and responded seriously. I am indeed with Ruohan. Upon uttering those words, an unsettling feeling washed over him, a sudden surge of guilt enveloping his entire being. Damn it, why do you feel like a scoundrel? As Song Yufei absorbed Lin Feng's response, tears began to well in her eyes, her gaze reddening. Do you truly love her? The question seemed to drain her of all strength. Seeing the tears spill from the corners of her eyes struck Lin Feng profoundly. Clenching his jaw, he decided that a swift resolution was better than prolonged suffering, and he replied solemnly, yes. And it has nothing to do with Ruoru. She was there for me during my 2 years of despair, sharing my days and engaging in playful banter. She reignited my hope for life. Lin Feng's words struck a chord within Song Yufei, causing her to tremble slightly, regret evident on her face. Lin Feng, do you know, I made a grave mistake. During the 2 years Ruohan was gone, when you were at your lowest and most vulnerable, I failed to be by your side. I squandered that opportunity. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds, letting out a sigh before responding gently. Yufei, you are extraordinary. You will encounter someone far better than me. Someone who will take care of you. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei forced a tragic smile, staggering a few steps back and shaking her head. More than a decade ago, since that little boy, I have been unable to harbor feelings for anyone else. Lin Feng, you planted that seed in my heart 10 years ago. Now, you expect me to forget and seek out other girls? Song Yufei's emotions surged, her voice growing louder with each word. As she spoke, Lin Feng found himself captivated by her features, which increasingly resembled the contours etched in his childhood memories. That year, that winter, Lin Feng's first and only trip to Jiangsheng was marred by being abducted. In that cold, frostbitten little room, he spent half a month alongside that little girl. During that time, he and the little girl were each other's only support. For her sake, he had once suffered an injury at the hands of human traffickers. He had shared tales of the Xiangfei bamboo and recounted the story of Zhou Hao and the bamboo carving of plum blossoms. Have you finally remembered? Song Yufei said with a forlorn smile. With a slow motion, she retrieved a bamboo slip from her pocket, which bore a simple engraving of a little girl's outline. This is the bamboo carving you gifted me 10 years ago, depicting my childhood likeness. You once told me that Yufei sounds more melodious than Xiangfei, and that once we escaped, I should change my name to Yufei. When we grow up, you would bring many Xiangfei bamboos carved with plum blossoms to marry me. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He had uttered those words solely to ensure Song Yufei's survival. At that time, the girl known as Song Xiangfei was frail and despondent. Lin Feng had no choice but to tell her stories every day, making promises to instill in her the will to live. He never anticipated that Song Yufei would take those promises to heart, preserving the bamboo slip until now. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze faltered, and he hesitantly said, Yu Fei? That promise was merely a childish jest. We were just kids back then. I just. Song Yu Fei wept, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. You know how I felt watching you and Ruoru together every day? When Ruoru left, I thought my chance had come. Only for you to turn around and be with Xiao Ruohan. Now you tell me that promise was just a jest. Lin Feng slowly lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, murmuring, I'm sorry. Love is a matter for two. It cannot be forced. My heart is now entirely devoted to Ruohan. Song Yufei laughed coldly. You are right. Feelings cannot be coerced. But you cannot compel me to stop liking that little boy. Lin Feng stood there, stunned in his silence, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtlessness in childhood. After a long while, Song Yufei wiped away her tears and smiled lightly. Today, I've finally spoken the words I've buried in my heart for over a decade. It feels much better now. Lin Feng, please don't feel burdened. You and lawyer Xiao should be happy together. I won't disrupt your relationship, just as I kept my distance while watching you with Ruoru. With that, she turned and walked away, but in that moment, a tear escaped the corner of her eye. On the path, only Lin Feng remained, standing in a daze at the roadside, his gaze following Song Yufei's departing figure. At that moment, a cold male voice pierced the silence from behind him. You little brat. If it weren't for the sake of Xiao Fei, I would really want to break your legs right here. Lin Feng slowly turned around, gazing at the furious Cui Dongshan who was staring at him intently. In a deep voice, he remarked, the current state of Yu Fei cannot be entirely blamed on me. You must bear some responsibility as well. What did you say? Repeat that. Cui Dongshan swiftly approached Lin Feng, his voice laced with anger. Lin Feng responded with a cold smile. Had you not abandoned her and her mother back then, how could Yu Fei have been kidnapped? It was not fated for her to encounter me, nor would her emotions have led to her present predicament. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Cui Dongshan fell silent, resembling a withered eggplant, his expression one of profound melancholy. What you say is true. This situation with Xiao Fei is indeed my fault for abandoning them both. Then, pausing for a few seconds, Cui Dongshan solemnly added, Lin Kid, as Xiao Fei's father, I must advise you, if you do not harbor feelings for her, please do not give her even the slightest glimmer of hope. I do not wish for her to live a life of solitude as I have. With that, he departed, a visage of sorrow etched upon his face. On the narrow path, Lin Feng pondered deeply, retrieving his phone from his pocket to make a call. Moments later, upon hearing that familiar voice on the other end, he spoke with a tone of distress. Wife, it seems I have made a grave mistake. Chapter 76. Lin Feng inquires. Xie Yunxiao's imagination soars the following day. On the highway from Rongqing to Jiangsheng, Xie Yunxiao glanced at Lin Feng, who was seated in the passenger seat, engrossed in typing on his tablet. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, after Rain Fei left the Cui family last night, her eyes were quite red, and she appeared somewhat distracted. What transpired during your hours at the Cui residence? You both have kept a secret from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Initially, he had planned to remain in Rongqing for a few more days due to the collaboration with the Cui family on a new energy project. However, after the words spoken by Song Yufei the previous night, he found his interactions with her rather awkward and decided to return to Jiangsheng, allowing her to stay in Rongqing to manage the collaboration. Yet, recalling her tear-streaked cheeks and Cui Dongshan's parting admonition filled him with a headache. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the driving Xie Yunxiao and cautiously asked, Yunxiao, I have a friend who is rather inexperienced in romance, having only had 2 relationships. I've heard that your romantic history is quite extensive, and I'm hoping to seek your counsel on his behalf. Xie Yunxiao's interest was piqued immediately, his expression brimming with confidence as he replied, Your friend has indeed come to the right person. In Jiangsheng, and perhaps even across the entire Huagua, few can rival my romantic experiences. Over the years, I have pursued at least a battalion of girls. Well, enough of that boastfulness. Your success in attracting women over the past few years has been rather sparse. Lin Feng quickly interrupted Xie Yunxiao, realizing that if this fellow continued, he could recount tales from his first romantic pursuit for days on end. Xie Yunxiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked seriously, although I have only successfully courted a handful of girls. I have gained invaluable insights from my failures. I possess a profound understanding of women. Tell me, what sort of woman does your friend wish to pursue? Is she innocent or more mature? A lowly or mature lady? I have ample experience with women of such contrasting types. Lin Feng shook his head lightly and replied slowly, there are two exceptionally beautiful girls who are simultaneously interested in my friend. What? Xie Yunxiao's voice suddenly rose, his cheeks displaying envy as he eagerly urged, do tell me how your friend managed to win the affections of two girls. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Feng began to boast slowly, my friend is somewhat handsome, standing over 1.8 meters tall, successful in his career, and possesses a bit of wealth. He seldom smokes or frequents nightclubs, only enjoying a bit of wine at home on weekends. Apart from being a single father like me, he has no apparent flaws. In fact, all right, Xie Yunxiao interjected, feigning annoyance. Brother Lin, you're rambling on like an old woman with a long and tedious tale. Could you focus on the key points of the two girls' affections for him? Please refrain from starting from the creation of the world. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, cast a glance at Xie Yunxiao and quickly replied, a friend of mine is currently in a romantic relationship with one of the girls. However, he recently discovered that the other girl has also harbored feelings for him all along. This girl shares a profound childhood bond with him, which likely fostered her feelings for him from that time onwards. Although my friend had initially rejected her, witnessing her sadness as she left stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Lin Feng narrated the intricate dynamics between himself, Xiao Ruohan, and Song Yufei from the perspective of a friend, hoping to glean some insight from the outsider, Xie Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunxiao swiftly inquired, does your friend have feelings for the girl he shared a childhood bond with? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. He probably does not. Prior to her confession, they were merely good friends. He simply finds himself at a loss regarding how to face her now. You're just as fortunate as your friend. I am more handsome than you, yet I have no other girls secretly admiring me. Xie Yunxiao lamented dramatically. Lin Feng shot him a disapproving look and asked, what would you do if you were in my friend's position? Xie Yunxiao smirked mischievously. Naturally, I would embrace both sides. I would visit one girl on odd days and the other on even days. As for Sundays, well, I would prepare some oysters, chicken, pig kidneys, and turtle soup, accompanied by some chives to replenish my vitality for the week ahead. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Following Xie Yunxiao's reckless approach would likely lead to his own demise before a week had passed. Could you offer some constructive advice? In Huagua, we adhere to monogamy. My friend's girlfriend is a lawyer. If he were to act in such a manner, he would likely leave empty-handed, and the worst outcome could result in mutual destruction between them. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Xie Yunxiao pulled into a highway service area. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Lin Feng. The two girls you mentioned are sounding increasingly familiar. Lin Feng's heart raced momentarily before he gradually relaxed. After all, he and Xiao Ruohan were already in a relationship, and both Xiao Jiangwo and Song Yufei were aware of this. As long as it didn't reach Ye Qingning's ears, it didn't matter if Xie Yunxiao knew. At that moment, Xie Yunxiao's expression morphed into one of realization, followed by rage as he gritted his teeth. Old Lin, are those two girls Yufei and Lawyer Xiao? Lin Feng nodded slowly, his face reflecting remorse as he looked at Xie Yunxiao. I did not intend to conceal this from you. It's just, I know. Xie Yunxiao interrupted Lin Feng, his expression growing even more furious. In your pursuit of Maple Leaf's advancement, you have endured humiliation and been compelled to feign camaraderie with that scoundrel. Old Lin, when you forced a smile alongside that cad, I'm certain your heart felt heavy, just as mine did. Lin Feng appeared utterly bewildered, grappling to comprehend the words tumbling from Xie Yunxiao's lips. Why was he unable to keep pace with Xie Yunxiao's fervent rhythm? Old Lin, truly you've been wronged. With a mix of sorrow and indignation, Xie Yunxiao patted Lin Feng's shoulder and continued, the friend you speak of, could he be none other than the son of the Cui family, Cui Dongshan, the despicable Cui Wensheng? In an instant, Lin Feng was jolted to clarity. It dawned on him that Xie Yunxiao had once again misconstrued the situation. He hurriedly sought to clarify the misunderstanding. However, Xie Yunxiao, with a look of sympathy, halted Lin Feng's attempts. Old Lin, do not attempt to defend that scoundrel. I understand you. All that you have shared with me was, in truth, a plea to rescue lawyer Xiao and Yu Fei. With that, Xie Yunxiao sighed deeply, gazing skyward. Old Xie, you are gravely mistaken. It is not Chui Wensheng, but rather I who am the scoundrel. Bah, I am indeed Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend. Lin Feng, in a state of urgency and flustered desperation, swiftly endeavored to elucidate his position to Xie Yunxiao, anxious that this simpleton might delve even deeper into misunderstanding. Chapter 77. The Pursuer of Xiao Ruohan. Old Lin, cease your words. I am well aware that you speak thus to shield Chui Wensheng from blame. For the sake of collaboration with the Chui family, you would even allege that Chui Dongshan is the biological father of Yu Fei, and Chui Wensheng her own brother. I comprehend your motives entirely. Lin Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. How could this fellow, Xie Yunxiao, be so stubborn? His mind, albeit dim-witted, was inching closer to the truth, yet he consistently veered off course. Observing Lin Feng's obstinate demeanor, Xie Yunxiao pressed on with his analysis. Last night, that scoundrel summoned you under the pretense of Chui Dongshan's authority. I surmise he intended for you to persuade Yu Fei. Chui Wensheng, aware that lawyer Xiao and her family hold their reputation in high esteem, is reluctant for Yu Fei to escalate matters to Professor Xiao and Professor Yi. Thus, he proposed a partnership with us at Maple Leaf to encourage you to counsel Yu Fei. As Xie Yunxiao spoke with increasing fervor, his voice rising, he felt he was nearing the essence of the matter. The sudden departure of lawyer Xiao back to Jiangcheng the previous day, coupled with Yu Fei's sorrowful exit from Chui Dongshan's estate that evening, all pointed to a singular conclusion. He paused momentarily, his tone turning grave. It appears that Chui Wensheng and Yu Fei were once romantically involved. However, after encountering lawyer Xiao and coveting the Xiao family status in Jiangcheng, he resorted to unscrupulous methods to sever ties with Yu Fei and ultimately became lawyer Xiao's partner. The narrative Yu recounted merely reflects his trepidation regarding the collaboration with the Chui family, subtly warning me. Old Lin, do you not agree with my deductions? Lin Feng was taken aback by Xie Yunxiao's elaborate conjectures. He had not anticipated such creativity from him. At this juncture, Lin Feng realized that no matter what he said, Xie Yunxiao would invariably attribute it to Chui Wensheng. Very well. After all, Yu Fei's half-brother is of equally poor character. He exploits the connections of the Chui and Shi families in Rongqing, bullying others, and has been apprehended by the police multiple times, only to be released. Many in Rongqing harbor resentment yet remain silent. The implications of Xie Yunxiao's assertions are insignificant. Contemplating this, Lin Feng responded ambiguously. Your deductions are likely quite accurate. I knew my reasoning was sound, Xie Yunxiao exclaimed, clenching his fist and striking the steering wheel with force. Old Lin, while we are currently collaborating with the Chui family, we must not allow lawyer Xiao to be ensnared in peril. She is not only your sister-in-law, but also a stakeholder in our Maple Leaf. We must devise a means to expose Chui Wensheng's true nature and rescue lawyer Xiao. At that moment, Lin Feng's thoughts were elsewhere, his gaze fixated on Xie Yunxiao's repeated strikes against the steering wheel. His heart ached. Could this man not be gentler? After all, this vehicle was a recent gift from Xiao Ruohan, valued at over $1 million. He usually refrained from driving it. Xie Yunxiao's fist struck at Lin Feng's heart with relentless intensity. Finally, before 5 in the afternoon, Lin Feng was driven back to his residential community in Jiangcheng by Xie Yunxiao. Throughout the journey, Xie Yunxiao seemed liberated, enthusiastically engaging in incessant chatter. Old Lin, I urge you to seriously contemplate the 3 proposals I just presented. If we choose to act, we must ensure that lawyer Xiao is rescued without giving that scoundrel a moment to react. All right, I'll give it some serious thought. Lin Feng replied with a sense of resignation. Satisfied, Xie Yunxiao nodded, then added, take this week to recuperate at home. There's no rush to return to work. Your car is quite nice. Allow me to borrow it for a few days. Before Lin Feng could respond, Xie Yunxiao pressed the accelerator, swiftly vanishing from the community. Lin Feng stood frozen, feeling as if he were being led by the nose by Xie Yunxiao. Had he known better, he would not have inquired during the ride. Not only did he fail to obtain the answers he sought, but he also lost the use of a new car. At the entrance of his home, Lin Feng exerted considerable effort to drag a suitcase that Xie Yunxiao had purchased for him in Rongqing up to the third floor. What on earth did this guy buy? It's so heavy, he muttered, panting heavily in the stairwell. After resting for a few moments, Lin Feng retrieved his keys and prepared to unlock the door. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a tall and slightly slender handsome man ascending from the second floor, cradling a bouquet of fresh roses. The man's demeanor exuded elegance, and upon reaching the third floor, he proceeded directly to the front door of Xiao Ruohan's apartment, ringing the doorbell. An immediate sense of unease washed over Lin Feng. Who was this man? Could he be one of Xiao Ruohan's suitors? Although he had never heard her mention anyone, it was evident that with her stunning beauty, she must have many admirers. Lin Feng found it unsurprising, yet after 2 years of knowing Xiao Ruohan, this was the first time he had encountered a suitor at her doorstep. A tinge of sadness and jealousy flickered within him. As Lin Feng pondered the man, noticing the absence of any response from within, approached Lin Feng. Pointing towards Xiao Ruohan's apartment, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, is the owner of this residence not at home?" Lin Feng's heart sank, and a flash of irritation crossed his eyes. How audacious to inquire about Xiao Ruohan right in front of her official boyfriend. He resolved to remind this man to retreat. "Are you looking for Xiao Ruohan?" "I am Lin Feng, her neighbor and good friend," he said, feigning warmth. The man's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Lin, have you seen Ruohan and the others at home today?" Upon hearing this man address Xiao Ruohan with such familiarity, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a warm demeanor, responding amiably, "She may not return for another half an hour. Why don't you come in and make yourself comfortable at my place while we await her arrival?" The man hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement and subsequently followed Lin Feng into his home. At that moment, as he observed the man seated on the sofa in the living room, a sly smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he gently closed the door to his room with a hint of mischief. He chuckled softly to himself. Chapter 78. Arrival in Love? Trouble again. "May I inquire your name, sir?" After placing his luggage, Lin Feng enthusiastically emerged from the kitchen carrying a kettle of boiling water, preparing to brew a pot of tea. "My surname is Lin," the gentleman politely replied, yet he held tightly onto a bouquet of roses. Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze, before he burst into hearty laughter. "It turns out we share the same family name. Please, do not call me Mr. Lin. Simply refer to me as Lin Feng." As Lin Feng poured tea for the gentleman, he mused silently, "Ancestors of the Lin family, please do not blame me for being ruthless tonight. With my girlfriend's suitor blocking the door, what man in reality could endure such humiliation? Brother Lin, you are too kind. From now on, just call me Lin Weidong." Lin Weidong accepted the tea Lin Feng offered, taking a small sip and smiling. Lin Weidong? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it before, yet he could not recall where. Contemplating, Lin Feng decided to address the matter directly. Inquiring with a casual tone, "Brother Weidong, are you here today for a specific reason?" Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow crossed Lin Weidong's face as he sighed. "Ever since our last encounter, I have sent her messages and called, but she has not responded. I learned from a friend that she resides here now, so I wanted to come and see her." As he spoke, Lin Weidong tenderly caressed the roses in his arms. "What? This fellow has been messaging and calling Xiao Ruohan?" Lin Feng's expression gradually darkened, his gaze turning hostile as he glared at the head-down Lin Weidong. He must be one of those infatuated suitors like Xie Yunxiao. Xiao Ruohan has never experienced love. Undoubtedly, Lin Weidong has persistently pursued her. With this thought, Lin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure. "Brother Weidong, how long have you known her?" Lin Feng sought to ascertain how long Lin Weidong had been chasing after Xiao Ruohan. "We were classmates in university. It has been about 7 or 8 years, Lin Weidong reminisced with a smile. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. This fellow had been pursuing Xiao Ruohan for 7 or 8 years without yielding. If he had not appeared, there was a chance Lin Weidong could have succeeded. No, before their romantic relationship becomes public, Lin Weidong must be dissuaded. Lin Feng discreetly placed a bottle of Wuliangye liquor, which he had prepared earlier, on the coffee table, and retrieved a packet of peanuts from the drawer. Brother Lin, what is this? Lin Weidong looked at Lin Feng's actions with confusion, inquiring. Lin Feng grinned, setting 2 clean glasses on the table. Pouring the liquor with a bold laugh, he declared, though we have just met, I feel an instant camaraderie. We must indulge in a few drinks today. Lin Weidong quickly shook his head. No. They will be back soon. I do not drink, as I easily become inebriated. Perhaps another day at my place. How could Lin Feng possibly forego such a splendid opportunity today? Not being accustomed to alcohol was fortuitous, and he promptly urged, Brother Weidong, fate has brought us together from afar. We are both good friends of Ruohan. It is serendipitous that we encounter one another today. A few sips of this wine will not lead to inebriation. With great enthusiasm, Lin Feng poured the wine and presented it to Lin Weidong. The latter's expression bore a hint of embarrassment as he took a timid sip. Observing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, knowing that once the drinking commenced, it would inevitably continue. Tonight, he was determined to ensure Weidong was thoroughly intoxicated. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng gazed at the nearly half-empty bottle of Wuliangye in his hand, his face darkening with distress. This exquisite bottle, worth several tens of thousands, had been secretly stashed away by him, and he rarely permitted himself to indulge. Yet, tonight, he was compelled to witness his rival squander it. Hadn't this fellow claimed to be averse to drinking? Lin Feng looked up to see Lin Weidong merely tipsy and felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The small amount he had consumed paled in comparison to the quantity that had vanished into Weidong's mouth. After a few rounds, Lin Weidong's reticence faded. His cheeks flushed as he spoke animatedly. Brother Lin Feng, I am aware that she looks down upon me, disdainful of my humble origins. I am but a child from the countryside who worked tirelessly to earn my place, achieving both a master's and a doctorate. Now, as a PhD graduate teaching at Jiangxing University, how many from rural backgrounds can claim such an accomplishment? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed Lin Weidong to be a scion of wealth or privilege. To his surprise, he discovered that Weidong, like himself, hailed from modest beginnings. Guilt washed over him. Thoughts of inebriating Lin Weidong dissipated as he gently set the wine bottle aside. Brother Weidong, I understand your plight. I, too, emerge from the countryside and comprehend the arduous journey we have traversed, Lin Feng expressed with heartfelt sincerity. Upon hearing that they shared a common background, Lin Weidong felt a surge of camaraderie, his voice rising with fervor. The accolades, careers, love, and wealth that city dwellers acquire require us, hailing from rural origins, to exert 100-fold or even 1,000-fold more effort to attain. I have achieved my current success. What right does she have to look down upon me? Lin Feng discerned that Lin Weidong harbored a sense of inferiority in front of Xiao Ruohan, believing that her indifference stemmed from his humble beginnings. With this realization, he hastened to defend her. From what I know of her, she would never disdain your background. It may simply be a matter of personal preference. Impossible. After 7 years, how could she not harbor feelings for me? Lin Weidong stammered, his cheeks flushed with panic. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and replied solemnly, To my knowledge, she is currently in a relationship. It cannot be. We have only just reunited. How could she have found another? Lin Weidong's expression fell into disbelief, and he questioned incredulously. Indeed, this information is entirely accurate. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being with Xiao Ruohan for such an extended period, he still could not openly confront his rival. It was no wonder that Lin Weidong appeared distraught, muttering repeatedly, No wonder she has been ignoring my calls lately. Suddenly, Lin Weidong sprang to his feet, snatched the bottle of liquor from Lin Feng's hands, and began to gulp it down in large swigs. For a moment, Lin Feng, seated on the sofa, was left in shock. After a few seconds, he hastily rose to seize the liquor bottle from Lin Weidong. Brother, this is unnecessary. There are countless flowers in the world. Why fixate on just one? Losing a tree still leaves an entire forest to choose from. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, tears welled in the corners of Lin Weidong's eyes. He slumped helplessly onto the sofa, his face growing redder and his vision increasingly blurred. Just before succumbing to slumber, he mumbled incessantly, Why? Yen? After 7 years of love, why won't you listen to my explanation? What? Sun Yue Yen? Lin Feng stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. The liquor bottle still in his grasp. It was over. It was over. He had landed himself in trouble once more. Chapter 79. The Consequences of Gossip. Wake up. My friend, please wake up and let me explain. Lin Feng exclaimed anxiously, shaking Lin Weidong's body with palpable tension. However, Lin Weidong, having consumed nearly an entire bottle of liquor, was in a deep slumber. Lin Feng could only hear Lin Weidong murmuring the name, Sun Yueyin, in his dreams. This is disastrous, completely disastrous. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, a look of distress etched on his face. No wonder Lin Weidong's name had seemed somewhat familiar. He had failed to make the connection earlier. It dawned on him that during his last refuge at Xiao Ruohan's home, he had overheard Sun Yueyin mention Lin Weidong. It turned out that this man was Sun Yueyin's boyfriend. Not only had he squandered a significant bottle of Wulian tonight, but he also risked severing the bond between Sun Yueyin and Lin Weidong. Surely, Sun Yueyin would not let him off the hook. Lin Feng was at his wit's end, staring blankly at the unconscious Lin Weidong sprawled on the sofa. He had to ensure that Lin Weidong remained at home tonight. At the break of dawn, when he awoke from his inebriation, Lin Feng would need to clarify everything to him, just as he contemplated how to remedy this situation. The sound of a key turning in the front door suddenly broke the silence. Lin Feng's previously relaxed demeanor turned tense once more as he hurriedly approached the shoe cabinet by the door. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted Xiao Ruohan holding the key, with Sun Yueyin standing behind her, carrying a bag of groceries. Ruohan, why are you home from work so early today? Lin Feng asked, blocking the doorway with a forced smile, his heart racing. Don't I always finish work around this time? Xiao Ruohan replied, her tone laced with curiosity. Suddenly, she leaned in slightly, sniffing the air in front of Lin Feng, and her expression darkened. Have you been drinking today? Lin Feng widened his eyes, shaking his head as he hastily explained, No, I haven't been drinking. I just applied some alcohol to my head wound, which is why you smell it. If Xiao Ruohan were alone, he would undoubtedly have been honest, but Sun Yueyin's presence made the situation precarious. Is that so? Xiao Ruohan replied, skepticism evident on her face as she gently pushed past Lin Feng to enter the house. Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, maintaining a calm facade while his heart raced. As he stood resolutely in the doorway, desperate to devise 100 ways to prevent Xiao Ruohan and Sun Yueyin from entering. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. This was it. He was on the verge of being exposed. Just as the tension peaked, Lin Feng had a sudden flash of inspiration and swiftly embraced Xiao Ruohan, resting his head in her fragrant hair, murmuring softly, Wife, I miss you. Xiao Ruohan's body softened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lin Feng, Yueyin is right beside us, she reminded him, her tone a mixture of embarrassment and reproach. Lin Feng gradually released her, and Sun Yueyin, looking highly displeased, quickly pulled Xiao Ruohan away. You two are unbelievable. If it weren't for my recent Cold War with Lin Weidong, I'd be tempted to indulge in your lovey-dovey antics. At the mere mention of Lin Weidong's name, Lin Feng's anxiety resurfaced, prompting him to hastily change the subject. Is Nan Nan staying at her parents' home again tonight? Xiao Ruohan nodded slightly. Father is concerned about your head injury and fears that Nan Nan might disturb your rest at home, so he suggested she stay there for a few days. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. After all these years in Jiangcheng, it was only with Xiao Jiangwo and his family that he could truly experience the warmth provided by elders. I bought some ingredients with you, Yan. Let us enjoy hot pot at your place tonight. Xiao Ruohan continued softly. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and, covering his head, said with a hint of worry, I still feel a bit dizzy. I don't have much of an appetite tonight. Let us eat another time, then I'll make you some congee. Xiao Ruohan said, her face tense as she touched the area of Lin Feng's injury. No, I don't want to eat tonight. You and Sun Yueyin should head home to rest. You've both had a tiring day at work. Lin Feng hurriedly replied gently. Xiao Ruohan's eyes brimmed with reluctance. All right, make sure to sleep early tonight. Lin Feng sighed with relief and smiled, nodding in agreement. Wait, just as Xiao Ruohan turned to leave, Sun Yueyin suddenly grasped her wrist. Xiao Henin, you're usually so clever. Why do you turn into a lovesick fool in front of this man? Can't you see that Lin Feng is deceiving you? He wants to prevent you from going into his house. After saying this, Sun Yuan fixed a sharp gaze on Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that Sun Yuan is a dog in disguise? How could she see through it? Xiao Ruohan's expression darkened as she turned to scrutinize Lin Feng closely. Ruohan, you must trust me. Lin Feng's voice grew softer, his confidence waning. Xiao Henin, Lin Feng must be hiding his secret lover, which is why he is not letting you in. Sun Yuan approached Lin Feng and analyzed seriously. Lin Feng, anxious, turned to Xiao Ruohan and said, "No, absolutely not. I didn't hide anything about Song Yufei from you last night. How could I possibly have another woman at home? If there were another woman, let me in so you can see for yourself." Sun Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Seizing the moment when Lin Feng was distracted, she swiftly entered the room. Lin Feng realized it was too late to stop her. Lin Feng, no matter what happens, I will always believe in you. Xiao Ruohan suddenly grasped Lin Feng's large hand tightly, her gaze resolute. Just as she finished speaking, a startled scream echoed from the living room. Lin, wait on. Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, led Xiao Ruohan into the house. Lin Feng, you need to explain this to me. How could Weidong be drunk in your home? Sun Yuan asked sharply, cradling Lin Weidong's head with one arm. Lin Feng awkwardly smiled, then recounted the events from their meeting to his drunken state. Soda. I thought he was Ruohan's suitor, which is why I intended to get him drunk. Xiao Ruohan covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she observed Lin Feng, who, at times, resembled a child in his innocence. Oomph. Sun Yuan let out a cold snort, surprised that the gossip had unexpectedly turned towards her. Lin Feng felt compelled to speak on behalf of Lin Weidong, gesturing towards the roses on the sofa nearby. He truly adores you, not only bringing roses to see you, but also calling your name incessantly when intoxicated. Sun Yuan's gaze towards Lin Weidong softened, a faint smile gracing her lips. I know. Have they rested? Lin Feng gently inquired as he noticed Xiao Ruohan re-entering the house. Xiao Ruohan stifled a laugh, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's, her expression somewhat peculiar. I never expected you would feel jealous of me. Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, feeling a slight sting at the sight of his wound. He hurriedly reached for his head. Don't move, Xiao Ruohan said with mild irritation. The doctor told you to change your bandages daily. Not only have you neglected that, but you also went drinking. Wife, I will surely heed your words from now on. Lin Feng promised, embracing Xiao Ruohan's slender waist. Xiao Ruohan huffed lightly and approached the suitcase Lin Feng had brought back. Moments later, a sudden popping sound emerged from the suitcase, prompting Lin Feng to turn and glance at the still figure of Xiao Ruohan. What's wrong? He asked, curiously walking to her side. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes fixated on the suitcase. Lin Feng followed her gaze, and in an instant, he stood frozen in shock. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn that Xiao." The suitcase contained an inflatable doll, lying there quite conspicuously. Chapter 80, A Moment in Spring Night, is worth 1,000 gold coins weight. This isn't something I purchased, Lin Feng quickly interposed, standing protectively in front of Xiao Ruohan, his voice tinged with urgency. Xiao Ruohan's cheeks, flushed a delicate shade of pink under the warm yellow glow, appeared charmingly soft. With her head bowed, she shyly murmured, Lin Feng, I can understand you. It must be difficult for you boys to hold back for so long. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. His once illustrious reputation lay in tatters. No wonder Xiao had smirked mischievously while unloading the box from the car, insisting it could only be opened at his home. So, this was what it contained. Ruohan, I will immediately call Xiao to prove that I did not buy this, Lin Feng said. Noticing Xiao Ruohan's disbelief, her face still tinged with crimson. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Just as he was about to dial, the screen lit up with Xiao's incoming call. Old Lin, surprise. I trust you like the gift I sent you. Xiao's laughter echoed through the speaker as Lin Feng accepted the call and switched to speaker mode. With a scowl, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Master Xia, your kindness is overwhelming, truly. Oblivious to the double entendre in Lin Feng's words, Xie Yunxiao continued. No need to thank me. My cousin mentioned you have turned her down. I was concerned about your current orientation, so I thought this gift might help. Get lost. Lin Feng fumed, promptly hanging up the call. Embarrassed in front of Xiao Ruohan, he deflated the doll from the suitcase with a huff. Turning to the still blushing Xiao Ruohan, he stammered, Do you believe me now? This was bought by Xie Yunxiao. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan, her hands clenched tightly, seemed to muster immense courage and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Actually, I can help you. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her words. He looked at Xiao Ruohan's flushed face, utterly astonished. Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Feng, with a strange expression, chuckled. If you didn't hear me, then forget it. Xiao Ruohan bypassed Lin Feng and rummaged through the suitcase, retrieving a pouch of medicine. When her hand accidentally brushed against the deflated doll, her face reddened even further. After a fleeting moment of surprise, she suddenly stood up, only to collide into Lin Feng's embrace. My dear, he murmured. Under the sparse moonlight, in the stillness of the night, they found themselves caught in a moment that felt almost disrespectful to the beauty of the hour. Lin Feng smiled gently, holding Xiao Ruohan tightly, his gaze fixed with keen interest on her charming face nestled against his chest. As Xiao Ruohan struggled for a few seconds in his embrace, she sensed the quickening rhythm of his breath. Gradually, she calmed herself and, in a low voice, asked, Lin Feng, could you explain the situation with Song Yufei? Last night, the conversation over the phone was rather unclear. Lin Feng suddenly felt a jolt, standing there in a daze, with a rather awkward smile on his face. Did I not mention it to you last night? It was only yesterday that I learned the reason why Song Yufei has always held affections for me. Merely a childhood jest. Xiao Ruohan let out a cold snort, her tone tinged with jealousy. Miss Song has been your childhood companion, relying on each other. Moreover, she may inherit the vast fortune of the Cui family. Do you not feel a twinge of regret for having been with my sister before and now being with me? If you marry Song Yufei, you won't have to struggle alongside me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng grinned widely, immediately sensing the palpable jealousy in the air. With the wealthy Xiao Ruohan before him, why would he seek distant dreams by pursuing Song Yufei? As he spoke, he swept her into his embrace, eliciting a gasp from Xiao Ruohan. Lin Feng, put me down, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him shyly. Yet Lin Feng held her tightly, allowing her to squirm slightly in his grasp, his dark eyes seemingly penetrating her very thoughts. Wife, you just brought up Song Yufei to intentionally divert the topic. Didn't you? He teased. Nonsense. I did not. Xiao Ruohan's adorable face immediately retorted. No need to deny it. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. Regardless, you cannot escape tonight. Lin Feng replied with a mischievous smirk. Xiao Ruohan's expression turned serious. Recalling the events of 5 years ago, her voice faltering as she said, Lin Feng, I'm a bit scared. Can we not? Lin Feng's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon as he observed her anxious face. With a resigned tease, he said, Very well. I shall just sleep with that gift from Xie Yunxiao tonight. Absolutely not. Xiao Ruohan's voice suddenly rose, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. You have a girlfriend. You cannot use that. Lin Feng chuckled, carrying her towards the bedroom. Xiao Ruohan, blushing, exclaimed in surprise, Can we wait a moment? You haven't even changed your bandage yet. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. We can attend to that tomorrow, he replied. With a loud bang, the door was shut firmly. Shortly after, in the stillness of the room, a woman's voice echoed. The bright moon outside seemed to witness something and quickly hid behind thick clouds, leaving behind an interminably long night. The following morning, at Xiao Ruohan's home, Lin Feng sat at the dining table, his face drawn and sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. Opposite him was Lin Weidong, equally weary. Weidong, I sincerely apologize for last night. I mistakenly assumed you were a suitor of Ruohan. Lin Weidong slightly shook his head. I should thank you instead. After getting drunk, I suddenly realized my true feelings. Having been with Yue Yin for 7 years, I never imagined that losing her would bring me such pain. Sun Yue Yin and Xiao Ruohan emerged from the kitchen. Sun Yuan placed 2 cups of warm milk, whole grain bread, and perfectly fried eggs upon the table, letting out a light hum. You two didn't sleep well last night, did you? Is this how you cope? Ruhan and I rose early today and are brimming with energy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan felt her earlobes flush slightly, secretly tugging at Sun Yuan. Lin Feng and Lin Weidong exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Lin Feng turned to observe the rosy-cheeked Xiao Ruohan and Sun Yuan, retorting, "Isn't it different for girls compared to us boys? While you bask in comfort, we—" Sun Yuan promptly interrupted Lin Feng, her tone sharp. "All right, from now on, let Ruhan take the lead, and you'll find yourself equally exhausted the next day." At these words, the dining room fell into a profound silence. Xiao Ruohan buried her face in embarrassment, while Lin Weidong hurriedly covered Sun Yuan's mouth. Lin Feng nearly spat out the milk in his mouth, and after a moment, he gave Sun Yuan a thumbs up. "You're something else." He hadn't expected Sun Yuan to be so bold, uttering such audacious words with a straight face. No wonder Lin Weidong appeared more fatigued than he did today. Chapter 81. The weight of authority at the grand entrance. Lin Feng embraced Xiao Ruohan, observing the retreating figures of Sun Yuan and her companions, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Finally, Sun Yuan had departed. "To be honest, I find her somewhat intimidating." Xiao Ruohan huffed lightly, her tone somewhat irritable. "What is wrong with Yuan? You only focus on her flaws, neglecting to see her virtues." She has been in a relationship with Lin Weidong for 7 years. Although she can be quite unreasonable at times, and they've had their share of breakups, they're still together now. Lin Feng responded earnestly. "You should sometimes speak more kindly about Sun Yuan. From last night until now, I can sense the dynamics of their relationship. Sun Yuan can be overly assertive, while Lin Weidong continually concedes. This pattern of interaction will inevitably lead to a day when Lin Weidong's repressed emotions will explode, and then they will surely part ways." Xiao Ruohan pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "I will find an opportunity to speak with Yuan, encouraging her to be more attuned to Lin Weidong's feelings." After saying this, Xiao Ruohan turned to Lin Feng, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Do you, like Lin Weidong, also feel that I am too domineering? Is it burdensome to be with me?" Lin Feng flashed a mischievous smile, shaking his head, his lips curling upward slightly. Under Xiao Ruohan's astonished gaze, he pulled her tightly into his embrace, just as he had done the previous night. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ruohan asked, her expression tense. Lin Feng leaned closer, his voice low and enigmatic. "Wife, I wish to try the approach Sun Yuan suggested." Upon hearing this, a deep flush crept across Xiao Ruohan's face, her body growing weak. "Don't do that. I still have to go to work. There's still over an hour left. Just give me half an hour," Lin Feng declared, disregarding her protests as he assertively lifted her, pushing open the door to the master bedroom and stepping inside. Instantly, the room brimmed with the promise of spring. In the following 2 or 3 days, Lin Feng sensed that having a stunning beauty recuperating at home would undoubtedly become increasingly exhausting. Moreover, he had a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Thus, the next day, Lin Feng hurried back to work at Fengya. On Friday afternoon, in the office of the Deputy General Manager of the Fengya RD Department, Lin Feng was deeply engrossed in project documentation. Currently, he was overseeing 2 significant projects. The collaboration with the Chui family on the new Energy Intelligent Vehicle project had commenced its testing phase, while Tao Xia and others, recruited from Chengxin, had been assigned to the preparatory game development team. Additionally, the funds invested by the Ming family had been received, and the development of that game officially began today. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Shortly after Lin Feng invited the person to enter, the door swung open swiftly. "President Lin, the administrative department has rejected our application for the equipment and some materials listed in the submission." The deputy manager of the RD department, Lu Yinfeng, entered the office with a grim expression, placing the equipment list approved by Lin Feng earlier that morning onto the desk. Lin Feng diverted his gaze from the computer screen, furrowing his brow as he picked up the list. "Yinfeng, why did the administration department reject it? What reason did they provide?" Lu Yinfeng, a veteran of Maple Leaf, had been with the company since its inception and shared a close relationship with Lin Feng. 2 years prior, due to Lin Feng's circumstances, he was transferred to another department by Jiang Tian. Upon Lin Feng's return to Maple Leaf, he brought Lu Yunfeng back to the RD department as his deputy. Manager Lin, Deputy Manager Chun Yao from the administration department stated that it lacked Zhang's signature. She cannot approve this list, Lu Yunfeng replied. Lin Feng's expression tightened, and he asked with some bewilderment, when did Chun Yao transfer to the administration department? Wasn't she Zhang's secretary before? Approaching Lin Feng, Lu Yunfeng lowered his voice. I heard a rumor from the HR department. It seems that General Manager Song made some sort of deal with Jiang. During the days you, General Manager Xie, and General Manager Song were on a business trip to Rongqing. Chun Yao swiftly ascended from Zhang's secretary to the deputy manager of the administration department. Now, Manager Yilan from the administration is also in Rongqing assisting General Manager Song. Chun Yao has become the de facto authority in the entire department. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly grasped the situation, feeling a sense of clarity amidst his earlier confusion. The two project plans he discussed with the Ming and Shui families in Rongqing had been unusually unopposed by Jiang Tian. It dawned on him that Song Yufei had made concessions to facilitate Chun Yao's promotion to deputy manager, allowing him to negotiate those projects without hindrance. He now owed Song Yufei a favor. A bitter taste filled Lin Feng's mouth as he pondered how to navigate his future interactions with her. Yet, how significant was Chun Yao in Jiang Tian's eyes to warrant such a sacrifice for her assent? Manager Lin, what should we do about this list? Should we submit it to General Jiang for approval, or seek an alternative solution? Lu Yunfeng's voice interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. Rising from his office chair with the list in hand, Lin Feng replied resolutely, "Leave it to me. Chun Yao hasn't even familiarized herself with Maple Leaf's regulations, and yet has the audacity to dismiss my approved equipment list." With that, Lin Feng abruptly swung open the office door and strode purposefully toward the administration department, with Lu Yunfeng closely trailing behind. Manager Lin, Manager Lu, Meng Wan, Chun Yao's secretary, interjected anxiously, blocking Lin Feng's path in the administrative hall. Miss Chen instructed that no one is to enter her office before 3 o'clock. The surrounding staff of the administration department turned their attention toward the commotion. Lin Feng, frowning, glanced at his watch. He and Lu Yunfeng had already waited for Chun Yao for a full 10 minutes. It was astonishing how elevated Chun Yao's position had become. According to Maple Leaf's corporate bylaws, only shareholders like Lin Feng and Jiang Tian were entitled to a secretary. Yet here was Chun Yao, newly appointed as deputy manager of the administration department, already equipped with one. Secretary Meng, I, along with General Lin, have waited for her for such an extended period. Do you still intend to obstruct us? General Lin has urgent matters to discuss with her. Lu Yunfeng spoke in a low tone from the side. General Lin, I understand, but could you possibly wait a little longer? We all know Manager Chen's temperament. At that moment, Lin Feng abruptly interrupted Meng Wan's words, his tone frigid. Step aside. Chun Yao certainly possesses a grand demeanor. The salary at Fengye is meant for her to work, not to revel in luxury. If she aspires to be a wealthy matron, she should return home. There is no need to occupy a position while neglecting her duties. Lin Feng's criticism was unyielding. Having said that, he bypassed the obstructing Meng Wan and strode directly toward Chun Yao's office. Chapter 82. Lin Feng's counterattack in the office. Lin Feng and Lu Yunfeng abruptly pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene within, their expressions momentarily froze in surprise. In an instant, Lin Feng's gaze transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tian would be present in Chun Yao's office at this time. On the desk lay a thermal container, from which Jiang Tian was pouring soup. Upon noticing Lin Feng, he abruptly halted his actions, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. At that moment, Chun Yao, who was sipping her soup, heard the sound of the door creaking open. Her expression soured with annoyance as she prepared to voice her displeasure. But upon turning to see Lin Feng and his companion at the doorway, her anger was swiftly concealed, replaced by a fabricated smile. Yet, a flicker of coldness glinted in her eyes as she regarded Lin Feng. Manager Chun, Mr. Lin, they. Meng Wan had followed Lin Feng into the office. However, upon seeing Jiang Tian's presence, she suddenly recalled the recent rumors circulating within the Maple Leaf Company, causing her heart to race. She muttered softly, "You should leave for now. Remember the 2 regulations I mentioned in yesterday's meeting." Chen Yao spoke in a tone devoid of inflection. Lin Feng discerned a veiled threat in her voice. The young lady, Meng Wan, might find her position under Chen Yao's supervision quite challenging in the future. Startled, Meng Wan quickly exited the office, closing the door behind her. Inside the room, Lin Feng cleared his throat and placed the equipment list on Chen Yao's desk, his tone remarkably even. Manager Chen, it just so happens that Mr. Jiang is here as well. We, in our D department, have submitted this equipment list. Are there any issues? It bears my signature and complies with Maple Leaf's internal management regulations. Rising from her chair, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of animosity. Mr. Lin, these requests for expensive equipment must be signed by Mr. Jiang. Department heads cannot approve them. Jiang Tian, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and picked up the list from the desk to examine it. Lin Feng smirked coldly. Manager Chen, you have only been at Maple Leaf for 2 years. Have you not? You might inquire with Mr. Jiang about the internal regulations established when Maple Leaf was founded. Founders like Mr. Jiang and myself are permitted to requisition valuable items without seeking approval from the general manager. Mr. Jiang, during your tenure managing the marketing department, you did not require my signature for equipment requests, did you? Jiang Tian's expression darkened as he handed the list back to Chen Yao, speaking in a low tone. The equipment that Mr. Lin needs, arrange for it to be procured immediately. Chen Yao's countenance fell as she reluctantly accepted the list, placing a call to have the equipment delivered to the RD department. Lin Feng instructed Lu Yunfeng, who stood behind him, to take the list and verify the items. At that moment, Meng Wan, her face aflame with anxiety, pushed the door open and entered the office. While delivering a report to Chen Yao, she accidentally knocked over Chen Yao's water cup. Chen Yao, already irate, erupted in fury, venting her frustrations upon the young girl with a barrage of criticisms and scoldings, exclaiming about her clumsiness. Incompetent as one may be, it is bewildering how the Human Resources Department could have deemed you suitable for recruitment. My sincerest apologies, General Manager Chen. Meng Wan hastily expressed her contrition, reaching for a tissue on the desk to wipe away the water stains on Chen Yao's clothing. Do not touch me, Chen Yao exclaimed, cradling her abdomen with both hands. Jiang Tian's expression darkened. Chen Yao's behavior was reminiscent of a shrew. Were it not for the child she carried, he would never have permitted her promotion to the position of deputy manager in the administration department. Lin Feng observed the scene thoughtfully, a conjecture forming in his mind. Could it be that Chen Yao was pregnant with Jiang Tian's child? No wonder Jiang Tian placed such significance on her. With this thought, Lin Feng turned to Chen Yao and Jiang Tian, softly stating, "It has been quite some time since I returned to Fengye. I have been considering appointing a secretary. Manager Chen, this young lady Meng Wan from your administration department appears to be quite capable. Starting today, I would like her to assist me as my secretary." Lin Feng's words darkened Chen Yao's expression considerably. Meanwhile, Meng Wan's anxious face reflected gratitude as she looked at Lin Feng, knowing that if she remained as Chen Yao's secretary, it would not be long before she faced dismissal. "Lin General, is Meng Wan to be my secretary? Are you not attempting to undermine me?" Chen Yao articulated slowly, her tone laced with discontent. Lin Feng merely smiled, responding earnestly, "Manager Chen, it seems you do not hold the requisite authority at Fengye to appoint a secretary. Would you not agree, Jiang General?" Upon finishing, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Jiang Tian. With a raised eyebrow, Jiang Tian remained silent for a few moments before responding. "If General Lin wishes to transfer Meng Wan, please consult directly with General Song and Manager Yulan. Should they agree, I shall raise no objections." Jiang Tian's words caused a subtle shift in Chen Yao's demeanor. Her hands clenched tightly, brimming with discontent. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and, as he turned to leave, remarked with irritation to the still-stunned Meng Wan, "What are you still doing here? Return to your workstation and gather your belongings. We are leaving for the research department immediately, and I will coordinate with General Song and the others before the end of my workday." Coming to her senses, Meng Wan's face flushed with apprehension as she stammered, "General Lin, I will return to pack right away." With that, she hurriedly followed Lin Feng out of the office, leaving Jiang Tian and Chen Yao alone. Chen Yao turned to Jiang Tian, her dissatisfaction evident. You are the general manager of Fengye. Why do you fear Lin Feng? Is there something he holds over you? Jiang Tian's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Chun Yao. Our affairs are none of your concern. Do not presume that carrying my child grants you the liberty to act as you please at Fengye. This position of deputy manager in the administration department is the utmost rank you may hold here. Chun Yao, with a self-deprecating smile, approached Jiang Tian, her hand caressing his icy cheek. My dear General Jiang, do you truly believe that Song Yufei would ever consider being with you again? Even if she were to part ways with Lin Feng, she would never lower herself to your level. Jiang Tian's expression gradually turned frigid as he suddenly grasped Chun Yao's neck with one hand. Chun Yao, do not presume that your actions are seamless. I am aware of your clandestine dissemination of our news within the Maple Leaf Circle. Chun Yao's face flushed red as she struggled for breath, her hands flailing in desperation. It was only upon witnessing her distress that Jiang Tian relinquished his grip. Chun Yao collapsed onto the sofa, coughing violently, but moments later, she erupted into manic laughter, her eyes alight with madness. And what of it? If I had not taken such measures, do you truly believe I would have been afforded any opportunities? Madwoman, Jiang Tian remarked coolly, casting a glance at Chun Yao before striding purposefully out of the office. Inside, only the frenzied Chun Yao remained. In the Maple Leaf General Manager's office, as Jiang Tian closed the door behind him, his phone rang. He instinctively glanced at the unfamiliar number, and, suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his face, causing his demeanor to shift. Chapter 83. Youthful Impetuosity and Past Aspirations, Mr. Jiang. Long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately? As Jiang Tianyi answered the call, a strange man's laughter echoed through the receiver. Fu Leixing, did I not make it clear? We have severed ties. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a cold, subdued tone. Fu Leixing laughed ertidi. Mr. Jiang, we are such good friends. Our last collaboration was so delightful. The project between Fengye and the Chui and Ming families in Rongqing. Should you consider bringing Thunder into the fold? We could all profit together. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's expression sharpened as he intently remarked, How did you come to know about Fengye's project in Rongqing? This collaboration with the Ming and Chui families is highly confidential. Fu Leixing smiled nonchalantly. Thunder has its own channels of information. Fu Leixing, we have been researching intelligent vehicle systems for many years. I cannot grant you access to this project, Jiang Tian exclaimed vehemently. Mr. Jiang, don't be so angry. Anger is detrimental to the liver. I have no interest in the intelligent vehicle project. Thunder is not well versed in that area, Fu Leixing replied calmly. Jiang Tian's face froze, and he asked in a low voice, Then what do you want? If not this project, are you interested in a particular game? Mr. Jiang, you are quite astute. You guessed correctly. Fu Leixing chuckled softly before continuing. You know that Thunder's primary business sector is in gaming. Which of your games aligns with my interests? Absolutely not. Do not even consider it, Jiang Tian replied with unwavering resolve. He understood the immense effort Lin Feng had invested in that game, which had undergone development without pause for the last 2 years. Regardless, the development of that game is not a matter of a day or two. I will allow you some time to consider. Just do not keep me waiting too long, or you are threatening me. Jiang Tian interrupted Fu Leixing, anger evident on his face. Fu Leixing maintained a calm tone. I'm not threatening you. I merely wish to remind you, Mr. Jiang, not to forget the circumstances that led you to your position as general manager of Fengye. With that, Jiang Tian heard the familiar sound of a dial tone, and the call ended abruptly. Scoundrel! Jiang Tian clenched his fists tightly, his frustration manifesting as he slammed them against his desk. Moments later, he slumped into his chair, staring vacantly at a framed photograph on his desk featuring 5 individuals. He knew that some actions, once taken, left no possibility for return. One misstep led to another, and he regretted it deeply. He felt unworthy to face the girl who had always regarded him as an elder brother. Are you fully aware? Lin Feng looked at Meng Wan, who was diligently taking notes in front of him, a smile playing on his lips. Previously, in the administrative department, so many had avoided approaching him, yet only this naive girl had dared to come forward. Lin Feng found Meng Wan's demeanor to be quite compatible with his own working style, which led him to appoint her, as his secretary. Lin, Mr. Lin, could you please elaborate once more on the personnel in the RD department? Meng Wan gently raised her small hand, her expression tense as she inquired softly. No need to be anxious. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Currently, the RD department comprises 6 project teams. The list has already been sent to your phone. In the future, you may directly approach the team leaders for information. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Meng Wan hurriedly exited Lin Feng's office. Upon encountering Lu Yunfeng at the door, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly bowed in greeting. Mr. Lin, you've done well. Not only did you secure the equipment list approval from Chun Yao, but you also managed to bring her secretary on board, Lu Yunfeng remarked, observing Meng Wan as she closed the door with a smile. Spare me your flattery. Lin Feng retorted with mild irritation, then took a seat in his office chair, his demeanor turning serious. How is the investigation I requested progressing? Mr. Lin, I was just about to report to you, Lu Yunfeng replied, his smile fading as he produced a document and placed it on the desk. Initially, when you and President Xiao participated in the bidding for the Budweiser Group, a gaming company named Thunder in Jiangxing also submitted a bid. Ultimately, Thunder won that project. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he perused the document detailing the Thunder Gaming Company, his brow furrowing upon discovering that the project plan they proposed to Budweiser bore at least 60% similarity to the one previously submitted by Fengye. Mr. Lin, you see the connection, don't you? You and President Xiao took that project proposal to bid, but an accident occurred en route, leading to our failure. Meanwhile, Thunder successfully bid with a plan strikingly similar to ours on the same day. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He understood that such coincidences were exceedingly rare. Yunfeng, are the individuals responsible for that project still with Fengye? Lu Yunfeng shook his head slightly, speaking somberly. Since President Zhao's departure, you have ceased to manage the RD department, and those who were involved in that project have not been reinstated. Some are laid off, while others resigned of their own accord. I too have been reassigned to another department by General Jiang. Lin Feng's countenance dimmed. He realized that his earlier impulsive decision to leave had adversely affected many within the RD department. Those individuals had essentially witnessed Fengye's evolution from weakness to strength. Yet none remained until the end. Yunfeng, rest assured, I will not abandon you this time, Lin Feng asserted earnestly. Xie Yunxiao smiled gently. Mr. Lin, I have always had faith in you, believing you would return. You once made a promise to lead us to triumph over Tingshuan and a tread upon Baidu. Lin Feng chuckled ruefully, recalling his youthful arrogance. Unaware of the vastness of the world, daring to challenge a well-known internet giant in Huagua. In retrospect, he deemed that youthful ambition somewhat naive. Nevertheless, the dream persisted. Otherwise, he would have been no different from idle fish. Mr. Lin, should we continue to investigate Thunder further? Lu Yunfeng inquired. Lin Feng pondered seriously for a moment before speaking. Yunfeng, regardless of whether the initial informant has departed from Maple Leaf, you must continue your investigation. However, do so discreetly. Maintain confidentiality, ensuring that no one outside of you and me at Maple Leaf is aware. Furthermore, focus your inquiries on the general manager of Thunder, Fu Leixing. Understood. General Manager Lin, I know what to do. Lu Yunfeng replied earnestly, nodding. At 6 in the evening, most employees at Maple Leaf had already clocked out. Lin Feng remained in his office, attending to the project proposals that had been submitted. Are you still at work? Lin Feng answered a call from Xiao Ruohan. Not yet, but it will be soon, he replied with a smile. Xiao Ruohan playfully remarked, I knew you wouldn't have left. I'm currently downstairs at Maple Leaf. Once you finish, come accompany me to do some shopping. Shopping? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. He was aware that Xiao Ruohan typically preferred staying in and seldom enjoyed shopping like other women. Xiao Ruohan explained, tomorrow is Saturday, and my cousin is getting married. My parents insisted that you attend as well. Xiao Zhishuan, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He knew that among the third generation of the Xiao family, aside from Xiao Ruohan, the only one of marriageable age he had somewhat of an aversion towards was indeed Xiao Zhishuan. Chapter 84. Young ones, take care. It was Friday evening. Xiao Zhengwo was at home, while Lin Feng sat beside the sofa, helplessly observing Lin Nanan, who was pouting and expressing her displeasure. Stupid daddy, you've left Nanan at Grandma's for so long and haven't come to find me. Lin Feng wore a sheepish smile, attempting to pacify her. Nan, Daddy had some matters to attend to that required you to stay with Grandma. But now that I've finished, I came to pick you up right away. Didn't T.I.? I won't listen. I won't listen. Nan covered her ears with her hands, shaking her adorable little head vigorously. Emerging from the kitchen with a plate of fish, Xiao Ruohan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Hearing her laughter, Lin Feng cast a helpless glance in her direction. Xiao Ruohan pointed to the black bag on the sofa. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, opened the black bag with a puzzled expression. His face instantly brightened. Nan, Daddy bought a lot of delicious treats for you in Rongqing. Would you like to try some? He pulled out a bag of beef jerky and tore it open in front of Lin Nan. Moments later, Lin Nan's keen little nose sniffed the air, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly jumped off the sofa and dashed to Lin Feng. Daddy, give it to me. Nan wants to eat. With a gentle smile, Lin Feng held up the beef jerky, watching his daughter, who was barely as tall as his thigh, bounce with enthusiasm. Nan, will you forgive Daddy? If you give it to me, I will forgive you. Lin Nan's gaze remained fixated on the beef jerky in Lin Feng's hand. You little foodie, make sure you don't fall for any boy who tries to tempt you with treats. Lin Feng squatted down, handing the beef jerky to Lin Nan. His eyes filled with affection. Just a little, dinner will be ready soon. Xiao Ruohan gracefully approached, but Lin Nan clutched her large bag of beef jerky, evading Xiao Ruohan's outstretched hand and sprinting back to the sofa in a flash. This little girl is nearly spoiled by you, Xiao Ruohan remarked playfully, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled, suddenly wrapping his arm around Xiao Ruohan's slender waist and whispering softly in her ear. You spoil her even more than I do, bringing back such treats for Nan from Rongqing. Xiao Ruohan's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so bold, embracing her so freely in her parents' home. Stop it. Mom and Dad are still in the kitchen, she murmured shyly, her ears turning slightly red. Just then, the sound of the sliding door in the kitchen interrupted them. Lin Feng quickly released Xiao Ruohan, his face flushing with embarrassment as he turned to watch the kitchen door. At that moment, Ye Qingning entered, carrying a plate of steamed base, followed closely by Xiao Ruoru with a bowl of rice. They stood in the living room, observing Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan side by side, looking somewhat stunned. What are you two standing there for? Call Nan to come eat. Ye Qingning asked, a hint of confusion on her face. She felt that there was something peculiar between her daughter and Lin Feng. I will call Nan for dinner, Lin Feng hurriedly replied, swiftly making his way to the sofa where Xiao Nan was seated. The blush on Xiao Ruohan's face had yet to fade as she approached Ye Qingning. Ye Qingning appeared slightly dazed. Are you feeling unwell today? Your face is so flushed. Mom, I'm fine. It's just a bit warm at home. Xiao Ruohan quickly offered as an explanation. Warm? Ye Qingning found it quite strange, considering the cold weather. The air conditioning was not even on, and she felt a bit chilly. Professor Xiao, do you think it's warm at home? Seeing the pleading look Xiao Ruohan cast his way, Xiao Ruoru shot an annoyed glance at the approaching Lin Feng. Nonetheless, he supported Xiao Ruohan, saying, it is a little warm. Perhaps we should open a window for some fresh air. Really? I don't feel warm at all, Ye Qingning muttered to herself while opening the window. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment as he met Xiao Ruoru's disapproving gaze. At the dining table, Lin Feng sat opposite Xiao Ruohan, both deliberately maintaining a distance. Xiao Feng, you seem more fatigued than before, Ye Qingning suddenly remarked. Lin Feng was taken aback, exchanging a glance with the slightly flushed Xiao Ruohan. Mom, it might be due to the recent workload at Fengye, coupled with some injuries I sustained in Rongqing, Lin Feng replied vaguely. Both he and Xiao Ruohan were aware of the true circumstances. Make sure to balance work and rest. You'll be turning 30 next year. You can't compare yourself to how you were when you were young. As Ye Qingning spoke, she served Lin Feng a nourishing oyster and chicken stomach soup. What does a young man under 30 need to replenish? Xiao Ruoru snatched the bowl from her hands and, with a disapproving look, said, drinking my family's soup just to take advantage of my daughter? Don't even think about it. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, stealing a glance at the equally embarrassed Xiao Ruohan, and hurriedly focused on his meal. Ever since Xiao Jiangwo learned about his relationship with Xiao Ruohan, he had been rather disapproving. After dinner, as they were to attend Xiao Zhishuan's wedding the following day, Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan stayed overnight at Xiao Jiangwo's home. Just after Lin Feng finished showering and returned to his room on the second floor, he was confronted by Xiao Jiangwo at the door. "Dad," Lin Feng said, noticing the stern expression on Xiao Jiangwo's face. He swiftly pulled out a cigarette he had prepared earlier. "You think a cigarette will buy you off, you little rascal?" Xiao Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. Although he scolded Lin Feng, he ungraciously accepted the cigarette. Lin Feng's face brightened, and he whispered, "Thank you for worrying about Ruohan and me." Xiao Jiangwo could not help but remind him, "You better be careful, kid. Make sure to use protection with Xiao Han. We don't want her to." Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence, lost in thought. "Dad, what about Ruohan?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Just remember, until you two are married, don't let her get pregnant." Xiao Jiangwo raised his voice, glaring at Lin Feng. "I know I will not let Ruohan take the same path as Ruoru." Lin Feng replied solemnly. "That is good. That is good." Xiao Jiangwo hesitated, letting out a sigh before slowly exiting the room. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his father-in-law seemed to be concealing something from him. In the dead of night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng tossed and turned in bed, his mind incessantly pondering Xiao Jiangwo's expression upon leaving earlier that evening. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng heard a gentle rapping at his bedroom door. After a brief moment of surprise, he donned his outer garment and opened the door. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng asked, taken aback by the sight of Xiao Ruohan, clad in a thin, delicate nightgown, standing at the threshold. "I couldn't sleep tonight," Xiao Ruohan murmured, her head bowed. Lin Feng glanced outside, then quickly took her icy hand and ushered her into the room. Chapter 85. The rain of begonias has sent you away at such a mature age. How can one still behave like a child? It is freezing outside, and yet you do not wear an extra layer. What if you catch a cold? Beside the bed, Lin Feng chided as he rubbed the icy little hands of Xiao Ruohan. Listening to Lin Feng's incessant prattling, a smile of happiness spread across Xiao Ruohan's face. "What did Dad say when he came to your room before sleeping?" At that moment, Xiao Ruohan suddenly recalled something and quietly inquired. Lin Feng slowly lifted his head, regarding Xiao Ruohan with a peculiar gaze. "Are you monitoring me? I feel as though you are aware of everything I do." Xiao Ruohan's face flushed, her heart racing with anxiety. After lulling Nan Nan to sleep, she had seen her father exiting Lin Feng's room and worried he might disclose something to Lin Feng, thereby exposing her secret. Thus, she had come to inquire about the situation. "I merely observed cautiously. If you choose not to divulge, then so be it." Xiao Ruohan feigned calmness. Lin Feng chuckled, recounting verbatim everything he had discussed with Xiao Jiangwo. Was there nothing else? Xiao Ruohan scrutinized Lin Feng intently. "Not all," Lin Feng replied, puzzled. The father-daughter duo seemed oddly peculiar tonight. Contemplating, Lin Feng gazed earnestly at Xiao Ruohan's face and asked, "Are you and Dad concealing something from me?" "Absolutely not. You are overthinking." Xiao Ruohan's expression tightened as she hastily slipped on her slippers, eager to leave Lin Feng's room. However, Lin Feng would not allow her to depart so easily. Seizing the moment she was distracted, he swiftly lifted her from the floor and placed her back onto the bed. "Mom and Dad are sleeping just across the hall. Please don't." Xiao Ruohan implored. "Dear Lawyer Xiao, tonight you have willingly come to my door, tempting me to commit a crime. I did not coerce you," Lin Feng said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he inched closer, reminiscent of a cunning wolf. "Have you forgotten what Dad mentioned previously? We are unprepared for that." Xiao Ruohan's face flushed as she spoke rapidly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He turned off the light and embraced Xiao Ruohan, his voice gentle. "I have not forgotten. I merely wish for you to stay with me." In the darkness, Xiao Ruohan's gaze softened gradually, and she placed a gentle kiss upon Lin Feng's face. Feeling the warmth emanating from the man beside her, she slowly drifted into slumber. The following day, within a modern estate near the river in Jiangsheng, an array of luxury vehicles filled the parking lot. Lin Feng parked the car, carrying the Xiao family at the estate. As they disembarked, Ye Qingning surveyed the opulent castle-like manor, her brow furrowed. "Your elder brother truly has a penchant for maintaining appearances." The Xiao group, under his management, is in such a dire financial state. Yet he spends extravagantly to host such a grand affair for Xixian. Xiao Zhengwo held Lin Nan in close, smiling as he explained. My elder brother is also concerned that Ji Xuan may suffer after marrying. As you know, Hua Pengju of Tian'an Group does not enjoy a favorable reputation in Jiangxing. Ye Qingning's expression turned cold, and she spoke candidly. Xiao Changjun wishes to collaborate with Tian'an Group through Ji Xuan, yet he risks being swallowed by them in the end. Xiao Zhengwo could only smile wryly. Not only his elder brother, but even his own wife sometimes showed no mercy before his parents. Listening to the exchange between Xiao Zhengwo and his wife, Lin Feng recalled some basic details about the Xiao family. Xiao Ruohan's grandfather, Xiao Tiancheng, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Xiao Qingjun, inherited the family business and currently oversees the Xiao Group. The second son, Xiao Guoqiang, ventured into politics, having previously served as the head of the Rongqing Police Bureau and is now the deputy mayor of Rongqing. His father-in-law, Xiao Zhengwo, ranks 3rd, engaged in educational research and serving as the head of the computer science department at Jiangxing University. As for the daughter, Xiao Fangjin, Lin Feng was less familiar with her, knowing only that, like Xiao Ruoru, she fell in love with a poor young man and ultimately eloped from Jiangxing. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, a pair of warm little hands clasped as tightly. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Ruohan cautiously approaching his side, whispering, "Please do not feel burdened. Like my sister, I do not require anything from you, only that our family remains safe and sound." Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and responded by firmly holding Xiao Ruohan's delicate hand, softly saying, "But I promised your sister. I must give her the 3 letters and 6 gifts, and a bridal procession adorned with a rain of begonia blossoms, ensuring she stands unrivaled among all women." Xiao Ruohan paused momentarily, gazing at Lin Feng's earnest expression, and smiled like the spring bloom. "All right, I will accompany you. Together we shall strive and persevere." "Congratulations, elder brother," Xiao Zhengwo exclaimed as he led Lin Feng and the others to his elder brother Xiao Qingjun. Hearing the voice, Xiao Changjun turned around, and when his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, he paused, taken aback for a moment before smiling. "Guoqiang and the others have long since arrived. We were only awaiting you and Qingning's family. I shall go find my second brother. You carry on." Xiao Zhengwo promptly replied, making his way towards the family area near the podium. As Lin Feng turned to leave, his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Changjun. Back when he was with Xiao Ruoru, there were 2 significant obstacles within the Xiao family. One was the staunch opposition from Xiao Tiancheng, her grandfather, and the other was Xiao Qingjun himself. At that time, Xiao Changjun sought to ally with another emerging family in Jiangcheng, the Lung family, and attempted to arrange a marriage between Xiao Ruoru and Lung Ling, repeatedly causing trouble for him. Although Ye Qingning did not approve of his relationship with Xiao Ruoru, she secretly aided them, helping them through their most challenging times. Lin Feng had always held a grudge against Xiao Changjun for this. Lung Xiao, is that not the twin sister of Xiao Ruoru? In another corner of the hall, several scions from affluent families in Jiangcheng gathered together. Ever since Lin Feng and his companions entered, their gazes have been fixated on Xiao Ruohan. Lung Ling glanced over, and his eyes instantly brightened. The ethereal aura exuded by Xiao Ruohan ignited his desire for conquest. A bespectacled gentleman smiled with a mischievous charm. "Lung Xiao, since you were unable to marry Xiao Ruoru, her sister would not be a bad choice either." At that moment, a voice of reason interjected, "Jiang Feng, you must not act recklessly. Xiao Ruohan is not from an ordinary family. Not only is she a member of the Xiao clan, but she is also the daughter of Ye Qingning. Ye's biological elder brother is the mayor of Jiangxing. If you wish to avoid implicating your father, it would be wise to refrain from impulsive actions." Lung Yun remarked sagely, "I would not dare to set my sights on Xiao Ruohan. I merely suggest that Lung Xiao take advantage of this fortuitous opportunity to seize the moment, present the bouquet, and confess to this enchanting beauty." Upon hearing this, Lung Ling adjusted his sleeve with a flourish and declared, "Very well. Just wait and see." Chapter 86. The drafty little cotton jacket, second brother. Lin Feng followed Xiao Zhengwo's gaze and beheld a refined middle-aged man engrossed in a book at a nearby resting area. Beside him sat a stunning woman whose beauty rivaled that of Ye Qingning. Jiangwo. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Guoqiang raised his head to see Xiao Jiangwo and his companions approaching, his face lighting up with joy. A moment later, his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, scrutinizing the young man he had never encountered before. Second brother, second sister-in-law, it has been nearly 2 years since we last met, Xiao Jiangwo exclaimed, grasping Xiao Guoqiang's hands with heartfelt emotion. Xiao Guoqiang smiled and explained, Father has never been particularly fond of me. You know how it is. Returning to Jiangsheng, I can only imagine how displeased he must be. Uncle, is brother not back in Jiangsheng? Xiao Ruohan inquired warmly, causing Lin Feng, who stood nearby, to pause in surprise. It seemed that, as Xiao Ruoru had mentioned, her uncle shared a closer bond with the two sisters. That rascal, no one knows where he runs off to all day. Xiao Guoqiang replied irritably. Just then, Tang Wenjing, who had been engaged in conversation with Ye Qingning, shot Xiao Guoqiang a disapproving glance. It was you who led your son down this path. You are well aware of the nature of his work. How can you still blame him? Xiao Guoqiang chuckled awkwardly, hastily changing the subject as his gaze settled on Lin Feng, who was cradling Lin Nan. You must be Lin Feng. Jiangwo has spoken of you frequently. Hello, uncle. I often hear Ruoru mention you. Lin Feng replied with utmost politeness, aware that Xiao Guoqiang had been one of the staunchest supporters of his relationship with Xiao Ruoru during his time in the Xiao family. Xiao Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the young man's humility. Father and eldest brother remain as stubborn as ever. The Xiao family will inevitably decline if they do not adapt. As he spoke, his tone shifted, directing his remarks pointedly at the couple, Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning. You two are no different, as long as Lin Feng and Ruoru find happiness. What more could you possibly desire? Xiao Jiangwo and Ye Qingning exchanged awkward glances in response. Xiao Han, should your parents disapprove of your future marriage, simply inform your uncle. I will support you unconditionally, no matter the time. Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng exchanged a glance filled with joy, knowing that with Xiao Guoqiang's backing, their path ahead would be significantly smoother. At that moment, Lin Nan, innocent and untainted, gazed up at Xiao Guoqiang. After a brief pause, her childish voice chimed, Second Grandpa, if my little Aunt marries Daddy, will you support them too? As her words hung in the air, the group fell silent, their eyes fixed on Lin Nan's adorable face. Lin Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him as he noticed Xiao Ruohan's equally startled expression. With a forced chuckle, he remarked, Children speak without a filter. Let us not take their words to heart. Daddy, what Nan said is true. Lin Nan retorted indignantly. I don't want anyone else to be my mommy. I only wish to be with my aunt. As the words escaped his lips, Lin Feng hurriedly covered Lin Nan's mouth, feeling utterly helpless. His daughter truly was an open book. Tang Wenjing took Lin Nan from Lin Feng's arms, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. The little girl was quite clever, aware of the underlying truth. Xiao Jiangwo, knowing the situation, quickly stepped in to shift the conversation, engaging Xiao Guoqiang in other matters. Only Ye Qingning furrowed her brows, her gaze darting between Xiao Ruohan and Lin Feng. For a fleeting moment, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Half an hour later, the wedding commenced. Accompanied by Xiao Chengjun, Xiao Zhishuan entered the hall. The bride was graceful and beautiful, while the groom was cheerful and handsome. As Lin Feng observed Xiao Zhishuan on stage, he suddenly felt that her smile seemed to be a mere fade, reluctant to participate in the wedding. Moreover, Xiao Zhishuan's gaze appeared to be searching the entrance, as if anticipating something. The MC uttered a plethora of wishes for everlasting love and fidelity, but Lin Feng paid little attention, his focus entirely on Lin Nan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement at the delectable feast laid before them. At that moment, they transitioned to the ring exchange segment. Under the MC's guidance, the groom was asked if he wished to marry Miss Xiao Zhishuan. Huo Pengju gazed at Xiao Zhishuan with deep affection and replied, I do. Then, the MC turned to Xiao Zhishuan, inquiring if she would marry Mr. Huo Pengju. I. Hesitation suddenly clouded Xiao Zhishuan's expression, her beautiful eyes fixated on the entrance. Zhishuan, what are you hesitating about? Xiao Chengjun's face darkened. After a few moments, Disappointment flickered in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes as she spoke in a faint, melancholic tone. I do. Zhishuan, don't agree to him. The doors swung open abruptly, and a young man burst into the venue, panic-stricken, shouting towards Xiao Zhishuan on stage. The hall fell silent, all eyes widening in astonishment at the unexpected arrival. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of surprise. The intruder was none other than Lu Yunfeng, a familiar figure. As Lu Yunfeng made his entrance, Xiao Changjun and groom Hua Pengju's expressions darkened instantly. Tears began to well in Xiao Zhishuan's eyes as she nervously regarded Lu Yunfeng. Zhishuan, I'm sorry I'm late. I cannot bear to watch you marry Hua Pengju, nor can I stand to see you suffer at the hands of the Hua family. Lu Yunfeng's sudden declaration sparked a flurry of murmurs among the attendees. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lu Yunfeng had come claimer. Hua Pengju's face turned icy as he watched Xiao Zhishuan's gaze fixated on Lu Yunfeng. He felt the weight of an unbearable humiliation upon him. Xiao Changjun furrowed his brows, reprimanding the security at the entrance. What are you standing there for? Get this person out of here. Lu Yunfeng's actions were a blatant affront to both him and the Xiao family. Father, you cannot do this. You must not barter my lifetime of happiness, Xiao Zhishuan pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Today, it concerns the century-old reputation of the Xiao family. You must marry her off, Xiao Guoqiang replied with a voice as cold as ice, firmly grasping Xiao Zhishuan's hands as she attempted to leave. Several security guards in the hall exerted their strength to drag the struggling Lu Yunfeng toward the entrance. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, wishing to rise, yet he was restrained by Xiao Ruohan, who gently shook her head. Lin Feng's face fell into a state of helplessness. He understood that his intervention would yield no change. Xiao Guoqiang's countenance darkened as he spoke. Brother, it is becoming increasingly excessive, trading his own flesh and blood. Ye Qingning's voice turned icy upon hearing this. He once sought to marry Ruoru to that debauched heir of the Lung family, and now he coerces Zhishuan to wed Hua Pengju. Relying on the sale of daughters for sustenance, the Xiao family is destined for decline. Although Lin Qingning initially opposed Lin Feng's relationship with his daughter, she had consistently provided him with opportunities to prove himself. Hearing the conversations at the dining table, Lin Feng suddenly felt fortunate that he and Xiao Ruoru had not reached the same fate as Lu Yunfeng and Xiao Zhishuan. With this thought, determination gradually replaced his expression. Beneath the table, he held Xiao Ruohan's hand more tightly. This time, no one could thwart their union. On the stage, Xiao Zhishuan appeared as though she were a mere shell of her former self, moving through the final segment of the wedding ceremony under the officiant's guidance. Cold Xiao, whether you can seize the bouquet depends on you this time. Cold Ling coughed lightly and stated solemnly, no one is to snatch it from me. Understand? With vacant eyes, Xiao Zhishuan tossed the bouquet away, aware that from this moment forth, she and Lu Yunfeng would share no connection. Her life would be ensnared within the Hua family. Uncertain of how long she could endure within the Hua household, she whispered, Yunfeng, I am truly sorry for you in this life. Let us rekindle our bond in the next. As the bouquet sailed through the air, accompanied by the tears at the corners of Xiao Zhishuan's eyes, it fell directly into the arms of Lin Feng, who stood in a state of bewilderment. In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned toward him. Chapter 87. When will you come to marry me in the grand hall? Lin Feng's cheeks exhibited a hint of astonishment as Xiao Zhishuan casually tossed the bouquet into his embrace. Qingning, it seems that Lin Feng's joyous occasion is approaching. Tang Wenjing remarked with a light laugh, teasingly. Done, you yist. I merely happened to be fortunate enough to catch this bouquet. Lin Feng quickly clarified, casting a discreet glance at the side of Xiao Ruohan. Tang Wenjing smiled warmly, her gaze akin to that of a benevolent elder watching over Lin Feng. You've been single for 2 years now. Might you desire Aunt Tang to introduce you to someone suitable? I happen to know a few eligible young women. Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head, fervently declining the suggestion. Nearby, Ye Qingning pondered deeply. She understood that Lin Feng had remained single for 2 years, solely for the sake of her eldest daughter, Nan Nan. It was unreasonable to expect him to remain unattached at his age. Previously, she hadn't entertained such thoughts, but now, Seeing Lin Feng nearing his 30s, she felt it was time to help him find a partner, and perhaps a mother for Nan Nan. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Ye Qingning's gaze flitted between Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan, the earlier notion resurfacing suddenly. If she were to introduce Xiao Ruohan to Lin Feng, then they... No, that would be unfair to Xiao Ruohan. She quickly dismissed the idea. Cold Xiao. Who is that lad? How dare he snatch the bouquet you desired? Jiang Feng whispered to the furrowed-browed Lung Ling. Could he be Xiao Ruohan's boyfriend? Someone nearby voiced their confusion. Impossible. There's been no news of Xiao Ruohan having a boyfriend, and that lad is accompanied by a 3- or 4-year-old girl. Jiang Feng suddenly realized something, his face illuminating with understanding. I know. That lad is the late Xiao Ruo's fiancé, and that little girl is their child. Lung Ling's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's retreating figure. So, he's the impoverished lad competing with me for Xiao Ruoru. I shall find an opportunity to confront him. On the stage, as Xiao Zhixuan turned and noticed that the one who had claimed her bouquet was Lin Feng. Her previously vacant eyes regained a glimmer of vitality, fixated intently on him. As the wedding banquet neared its conclusion, Lin Feng observed Xiao Ruohan cradling her daughter in the resting area. Seizing the moment while Ye Qingning and the other elders engaged in conversation, he quietly approached Xiao Ruohan and seated himself beside her, extending the bouquet towards her with a gentle cough. This is for you. Xiao Ruohan glanced at her slumbering daughter, Lin Nan, and, seeing that no one else was around, felt at ease accepting the bouquet from Lin Feng. A hint of joy blossomed on her face as she whispered, "When do you plan to come and marry me?" Lin Feng's expression momentarily faltered as he discreetly grasped Xiao Ruohan's delicate hand, solemnly responding, "The day I win over the hearts of everyone in the Xiao family and secure your hand in marriage." Not far away, after finishing her conversation with Tang Wenjing, Ye Qingning turned and unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan in the resting area, her heart momentarily taken aback. Embracing her child, Xiao Ruohan sat quietly beside Lin Feng, and from a distance, they appeared to be a blissful family of 3, along with their daughter. The thought that had been lingering in Ye Qingning's mind was growing ever more insistent. As they departed the manor that afternoon, Lin Feng emerged from the restroom and, upon turning the corner, unexpectedly spotted Xiao Zhixuan, now dressed in casual attire, leaning against the wall, her gaze fixed vacantly on the sky outside. Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise. It was unusual for Xiao Zhixuan to be absent from the hall, seemingly waiting for someone. With this thought, he discreetly passed by her. Yet, before he could take several steps, her voice called out to him from behind. "Brother-in-law, could you do me a favor?" Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. This was the first time Xiao Zhixuan had addressed him as such. 4 years prior, when they first met at Jiangxing University, she had opposed his relationship with Xiao Ruoru, believing he was unworthy of her sister and harboring deep-seated animosity towards him. Lin Feng, in turn, had harbored some disdain for Xiao Zhixuan. "I may not be able to assist you with matters concerning Yin Feng," Lin Feng replied, turning to face her with an air of resignation. Xiao Zhixuan approached him, removing a bracelet from her wrist and holding it out to him. "Could you return this bracelet to him for me?" she asked, her forlorn expression filled with hope as she gazed at Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the bracelet and, after a brief hesitation, spoke. "Actually, you could choose not to marry Huopenju." Xiao Zhixuan let out a bitter laugh. "Brother-in-law, my father is not like Uncle San. I wish I could rebel against the Xiao family like Ruoru, but ultimately, I find myself unable to resist the fate of this family." Lin Feng pondered her words for a long while before replying. "I understand the trials you and Yin Feng have faced. I will make sure to speak with him about it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Please tell him that I am sorry for my actions in this life. I hope he can forget me," Xiao Zhixuan said, tears welling in her eyes. After she departed, Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his gaze lingering on the direction she had gone. At that moment, a gentle hand grasped his. Xiao Ruohan's voice suddenly filled his ear. "Lin Feng, do you think we went up like Zhixuan?" Turning to embrace Xiao Ruohan tightly, resting his head in her silky hair, he murmured, "Never. That will never be our fate." As night fell, the temperature in Jiangxing dropped swiftly, frost forming on the car windows. Outside a bar, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Ruohan in the passenger seat and gently said, Ruohan, you should head home and rest. I'll stay here at the bar with Lin Feng. It's all right. I'll wait for you in the car. Go and see him, Xiao Ruohan replied while adjusting Lin Feng's attire. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement, preparing to step out of the vehicle. Suddenly, from a distance, at the entrance of the bar, Lin Feng was being forcefully escorted out by two young men, his mouth spewing curses. Stay in the car, whatever you do, Lin Feng urgently instructed Xiao Ruohan while hastily unfastening his seatbelt. Xiao Ruohan, having noticed Lin Feng outside the bar, replied, Be careful. Lin Feng nodded quickly. Upon exiting the vehicle, he hurried to the bar's entrance and, upon seeing Lin Feng's swollen cheek, shouted, Stop. What do you think you are doing? The two young men outside the bar paused at the sound of his voice and, with cold disdain, retorted, This is none of your business, kid. Stay out of it before you get hurt. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he rushed forward, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Feng. Who ordered you to do this? Just as his words fell, 3 more men emerged from the bar. The leader, upon spotting Lin Feng, raised an eyebrow and regarded him with a mocking gaze. Chapter 88. Conflict outside the bar. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he recognized the 3 individuals emerging from within. The leader among them was none other than Xiao Zhishuan's biological elder brother, Xiao Yuanzhou. The other 2 were Lung Ling and Jiang Feng, who had been present at the wedding earlier that day. Ah, it's just my brother Lin Feng. Xiao Yuanzhou chuckled lightly, his gaze peculiar. Lin Feng's voice turned icy as he replied, Are you, young Master Xiao, once again bullying others in front of so many people? Xiao Yuanzhou laughed heartily. Lin Feng, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. In Jiang City, there is no one I, Xiao Yuanzhou, cannot afford to offend. Lin Feng is my friend, Lin Feng stated slowly, and if I intervene, it will mean you will be dealt with as well. Xiao Yuanzhou's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you should mind your own business and leave. With great difficulty, Lin Feng managed to rise from the ground and grasped Lin Feng's arm. Xiao Yuanzhou scoffed, addressing the 2 young men surrounding Lin Feng and Lin Feng. Now that you wish to leave, it is too late. Come at me. Just don't kill them. Xiao Yuanzhou, will take full responsibility for any consequences. A glimmer of delight crossed the face of Lung Ling, standing beside Xiao Yuanzhou. With a fool like Xiao Yuanzhou among the Xiao family's 3rd generation, the Lung family had ample opportunity to ascend as the foremost family in Jiang City. With this thought, Lung Ling admonished the hesitating youths. What are you lingering for? Have you not heard young Master Zhao's orders? The 2 young men, upon hearing this, slowly advanced towards Lin Feng and Lin Feng. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. We only do this for the money. Do not blame us for being ruthless. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Though he had promised Xiao Ruohan not to engage in fights, today he felt compelled to make an exception, just as the conflict seemed imminent. Xiao Ruohan's voice suddenly resonated through the scene. Cousin, what audacity! The Xiao family in Jiang City has yet to reach a point where it can act without restraint. Xiao Yuanzhou's expression darkened at her words, and upon noticing Xiao Ruohan approaching, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he quickly donned a smile, addressing her, It's just little Ruohan. What brings you here at this hour? Xiao Ruohan hastened to Lin Feng's side, relieved to see him unharmed. However, her gaze fell upon Lin Feng, whose mouth was bleeding, and she frowned. Cousin, if you continue to act so recklessly, I may have to inform grandfather. You might find yourself summoned back to the ancestral home tonight to kneel in the ancestral hall for several nights. Xiao Yuanzhou's expression froze, and he waved his hands anxiously. It's merely a trivial matter among juniors. There's no need to disturb grandfather. He is still unwell. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ruohan replied coolly, If you wish to keep this matter from reaching grandfather's ears, I suggest you gather your people and leave promptly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanzhou's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he hurriedly signaled the 2 young men to depart, while he himself hastily retreated into the bar. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lung Ling's eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuanzhou was so inept, so fearful of Xiao Ruohan. Outside the bar, only Lin Feng and the other 2 remained. Lin Feng covertly gave Xiao Ruohan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Our esteemed lawyer Xiao is truly remarkable, effortlessly diffusing this crisis. Xiao Ruohan turned around, casting an irritable glance at Lin Feng, huffing in response. Haven't I told you before? Do not resort to fighting. Lin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Given the dire circumstances, I couldn't possibly allow Lu Yunfeng to be further assaulted by your brother. As he spoke, he turned to see Lu Yunfeng slumped on the ground once more. Lin Feng hurriedly crouched down to assess Lu Yunfeng's injuries. It's nothing, just some superficial wounds, Lu Yunfeng said despondently, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance. Hearing this, Lin Feng placed a bracelet from his pocket into Lu Yunfeng's hand. Yunfeng, do not succumb to despair. Xiao Zhishuan, she is still waiting for you. At that moment, Lu Yunfeng's attention shifted to the bracelet in his hand. After a brief pause, he looked at Lin Feng with hope in his eyes and asked anxiously, Did Zhishuan send you any message for me? Lin Feng, seeing the yearning in Lu Yunfeng's eyes, sighed internally and chose to conceal the truth. Zhishuan said that you're the only one she loves in this lifetime. I know. I have always known, Lu Yunfeng replied, tears suddenly welling in his eyes, clutching the bracelet tightly to his chest. Then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng. Lin, please tell me, what should I do next? Lin Feng looked at Lu Yunfeng earnestly and said, What you need to do now is to gather yourself and strive to become stronger. We both know how Huopingju is in Jiangcheng. Zhishuan's marriage to him will not endure. If you still love Zhishuan, then you must have the strength to seek her out. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Yunfeng seemed to make a resolution, a spark of determination igniting on his face. Lin, I know what I must do. I will wait for Zhishuan. After escorting Lu Yunfeng home, as Lin Feng drove back, Xiao Ruohan asked with some confusion, Why didn't you tell Lu Yunfeng the truth? Isn't that what Zhishuan conveyed to you? Lin Feng explained helplessly. If I revealed the truth to Lu Yunfeng, he would undoubtedly remain in despair. At least now, he has something to look forward to. If, over time, his feelings for Xiao Zhishuan fade, then their fate will be one of mischances. Aren't you concerned that Lu Yunfeng will wait indefinitely, wasting his youth? Xiao Ruohan inquired slowly. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, responding with conviction. I am certain that within a year, issues will arise in the marriage between Xiao Zhishuan and Huopingju. At that point, it will be up to Lu Yunfeng to make his choice. Just then, Xiao Ruohan fell silent for long while before suddenly asking, Lin Feng, what if I were also coerced in a marriage like Zhishuan? Will you wait for me like Lu Yunfeng? Lin Feng gently shook his head, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside, his gaze earnest as he looked at Xiao Ruohan. I will not, for before you can pressure me into marriage, I shall claim you as my own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruohan regarded Lin Feng's resolute expression, her smile blossoming like a winter plum in the frost. As time passed, Lin Feng gradually shifted his focus towards the maple leaves. However, amidst the foliage, he could not escape encounters with Song Yufei, who had returned from Songrong City. Although they maintained a facade of tranquility, Lin Feng could not shake off the lingering sense of guilt that accompanied each meeting with Song Yufei. Thus, he endeavored to avoid solitary moments with her. One evening, while working late, Lin Feng received an unexpected call from his hometown. As soon as he answered, his father, Lin Jun's anxious voice filled his ears. Xiao Feng, the painting I entrusted to you during your last visit must be well safeguarded. Do not let your second uncle have it. Lin Feng was taken aback, furrowing his brow in concern. Dad, has my second uncle begun to demand that painting from you again? Chapter 89. The coming storm. Lin Jun fell into a brief silence on the phone before continuing. Today, your mother and I returned home from work to find that someone had entered our house, and everything had been turned upside down. It seems that your second uncle is seeking that painting. Lin Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Lin Guiqiang would resort to such unscrupulous methods for the sake of the artwork. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng hastily cautioned Dad. You and Mom must prioritize your safety at home. Your uncle may employ various tactics to retrieve that painting. Lin Jun sighed softly and nodded, his eyes betraying a deep concern. Xiao Feng, I fear that this painting may bring trouble upon you. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, reassuringly speaking into the phone. Rest assured, You and Mom need not worry. I'm keeping the painting well guarded. As for Ruohan, being a lawyer, I trust your uncle will not act recklessly in Jiangxing. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ruohan, Lin Jun suddenly recalled something and couldn't he help but inquire, how is your relationship with Xiao Han progressing? Your mother's been quite persistent about it lately. Lin Feng responded with a mysterious smile that, come this spring festival, I will definitely bring Ruohan back to meet you. Rascal, then you must work hard. Once your relationship is confirmed, your mother and I will promptly approach Xiao Han's parents for formal engagement, Lin Jun chided playfully. Fear not, Ruohan, as a daughter-in-law, is certainly not going anywhere, Lin Feng replied confidently. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sat in his office chair, deep in thought, murmuring to himself, second uncle, you wish to see the bond of blood. Perhaps you should temper your ambitions. With that, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, far away in a rural homestead in Qingning Town, Wuxian County, Lin Guiqiang furrowed his brow as he listened to the report from his female secretary. Boss, we have searched Lin Jun's home numerous times, yet we have still not located the painting. Is it possible that it was never passed down from your ancestors, or that your father has hidden elsewhere? Impossible, Lin Guiqiang retorted, his face darkening, his voice icy. I saw that painting once in my childhood. It is my father's prized possession. Moreover, the Lin family has a tradition that it must be entrusted to the eldest son of each generation. That painting must be with my elder brother. Wu Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting, should we send people to search the Lin family again? She hesitated briefly before continuing, Boss, I believe we should resort to some unconventional methods. Otherwise, Lin Jun will never relinquish that painting. Lin Guiqiang remained silent for a long while, his face reflecting hesitation. If he were to employ such methods, how could he face the Lin family's ancestors a century hence? Yet, he also recognized that his intention to seize the painting was already an act of treachery against his own lineage. Boss, if you agree, I can arrange for someone to handle it immediately, Wu Qian said softly, noticing Lin Guiqiang's indecision. No need for that at the moment. After all, he is my elder brother. I will return to Jiangchang tomorrow to seek out my nephew. Lin Guiqiang found himself unable to take action, as Lin Jun was his own blood brother. He felt guilty towards his friends, having already plotted to sell the painting to foreigners, and he could not bear the thought of betraying his own elder brother. That would be a profound act of filial disloyalty. Lin Guiqiang wished to avoid being unfaithful, unfilial, and unjust all at once. Wu Qian's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. After leaving the small courtyard, Wu Qian approached a Mercedes parked by the roadside. She then took out her phone and dialed a mysterious number. Once the call connected, she spoke in a low voice, Mr. Smith. Lin Guiqiang has still not located the painting. A moment later, a man's voice, speaking clumsy Mandarin, responded from the other end. Wu, continue to monitor Lin Guiqiang. If he cannot acquire the painting this month, we will resort to other methods. Wu Qian nodded, a look of curiosity crossing her face as she inquired, Sir, why are you so intent on finding that painting? There are many famous artworks in Huagua. Can Lin's painting truly compare to others? Wu, you do not understand. Lin's painting may very well be the work of that great Ming Dynasty artist. Last year, one of his paintings auctioned abroad fetched over 60 million Huagua yuan. Wu Qian was taken aback. Initially, she had intended to find the painting for herself. Now, upon hearing its exorbitant price, she realized that even if she absconded with it, both Smith and Lin Guiqiang would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. While Wu Qian was lost in shock and contemplation, Smith continued, Wu, help me locate that painting, and the remaining 5 million will be transferred to your overseas account immediately. Mr. Smith, we have collaborated multiple times, and I trust in your integrity. Wu Qian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Lin Feng household in Jiangcheng, after finishing dinner, Lin Feng remained in his study, his gaze fixed upon an ancient, exquisitely crafted box on his desk, deep in thought. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan pushed open the study door, carrying a plate of fruit. As she gently placed the fruit platter on the table, Lin Feng remained lost in contemplation. What is it? You seemed a bit distracted since returning, Xiao Ruohan said, softly embracing Lin Feng from behind, her head resting on his shoulder, her voice gentle and soothing. Lin Feng snapped out of his reverie and turned to see Xiao Ruohan's stunning visage, chuckling as he asked, "Has Nanan gone to sleep?" Xiao Ruohan nodded lightly, her gaze drawn to the box adorned with intricate patterns, her surprise evident. This box appears to be made of golden silk and wood, but the design seems to have been inherited from the artisans of the Ming dynasty. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Xiao Ruohan. "Do you have knowledge of Huagua's cultural relics?" Xiao Ruohan gently released her slender, delicate hands from Lin Feng's shoulders and meticulously examined the wooden box. In her childhood, she often played in her grandfather's ancestral home, where he was renowned in Jiangsheng as a connoisseur of ancient artifacts, amassing a remarkable collection of antiques and masterpieces. From him, she acquired a wealth of knowledge about historical relics. Lin Feng's face brightened upon hearing this. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the seemingly austere elder had such a passion. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng hastily remarked, "Ruohan, within this box lies a painting that has been passed down through generations in my family. Could you assist me in examining it?" Xiao Ruohan's delicate face momentarily froze in surprise, and with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Is this the painting your second uncle has been fervently seeking?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Before I left my hometown last time, my father entrusted this painting to me for safekeeping. Now my second uncle wishes to locate it. I would like your help in determining its authenticity." Chapter 90. An encounter with a neighboring old forest in the study. Lin Feng cautiously extracted the painting from its golden Nanmu box. Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Ruohan, he gradually unfurled the scroll. Moments later, a landscape painting, approximately 80 centimeters wide and 2 meters long, unveiled itself before Lin Feng and Xiao Ruohan. Although it was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a masterpiece, the majestic mountains, cascading waterfalls, and vibrant pine trees depicted in the ink wash painting sprang to life, offering a breathtaking visual feast. The blank spaces of the ancient artwork bore several seals, accompanied by a few lines of vertical script. Upon deciphering the small characters, Lin Feng's expression froze in astonishment. Could this painting truly be the work of Tang Yin, also known as Tang Bohu? Shocked, he turned to Xiao Ruohan. Lin Feng was well acquainted with Tang Bohu, having watched a television drama about him in his youth. He had learned in school that Tang Bohu was a renowned scholar among the 4 talents of Jiangnan during the Ming dynasty, and his authentic works commanded auction prices starting at tens of millions both domestically and internationally. At that moment, Xiao Ruohan furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. She was aware